Upon waking, he found himself back in the Hong Kong of the 1980s, in that era of flamboyant youths and rising warlords. Reborn as a fringe underling at the very bottom of Dongxing. Facing the vicious cunning of the smiling tiger, the manic madness of Wuya, and the covetous stares of all the surrounding factions, he directly awakened the god-level empire system. Since he had been given another life, he wanted not just one street in Causeway Bay, but the entire financial lifeline of Asia. Since he was born into Dongxing, he would become the dragon head, whose very name made every triad tremble. Starting from integrating the hawker stalls of Sham Shui, he would move on to control all shipping in Hong Kong, and then establish a commercial trust spanning Europe and Asia. What Camel could not give him, he would seize himself, or wherever the law could not reach, his word would be absolute. In Hong Kong after night fell, his name alone could plunge the entire city into silence. Yuan Long was Dongxing's territory. The Jianghu had its own rules. The monthly hall gathering was being held as usual today. However, the atmosphere this time was not quite the same as before. In an old village house, Camel sat in the dragon head seat. Below him sat 4 of the Dongxing 5 tigers: Ben Leihu, Lei Yaoyang, Qin Longhu, Situ Haonan, the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei, and the Douth Mountain tiger Wuya. The name of the Dongxing 5 tigers carried great weight in Shanjiang. Although outsiders often said for fighters there is Hongxing, for number 4 there is Dongxing, each of them was a red pole enforcer with considerable power under his command. Especially in the powder trade, their money flowed in torrents. Strangely, though they were called the 5 tigers, only 4 were present. Aside from them, a stranger sat in the room. Wuya sat bare-chested, muscles bulging. He slanted a glance at the newcomer and bared his teeth in a grin. "You're Yiqiu, right?" he said. "Cut the crap. If you don't give us an explanation about that business with Shamong, don't blame us for handling it according to the rules of the society." Wu Jiwei chuckled beside him. "Wuya speaks bluntly," he added, "but on this I agree with him." Lei Yaoyang and Situ Haonan said nothing, merely watching. Their relationship with Shamong was ordinary, unlike Wuya and the smiling tiger who had business dealings with him. Yiqiu looked at the 2 men, echoing each other, his face devoid of expression. "What explanation am I supposed to give?" he replied in an even tone. "With Shamong gone, his turf naturally falls to me. The monthly share he handed over to the society, I will pay in full, and I will add 30% on top." The moment he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. Wuya and Wu Jiwei exchanged a glance, their expressions turning odd. Wuya had come today intending to cause trouble, but he had not expected such a response. He did not truly care whether Shamong lived or died. What he cared about was the 10 million Shamong owed him. Lei Yaoyang and Situ Haonan frowned slightly, unable to see through the man before them. Shamong's imprisonment was more likely than not connected to this kid. Everyone knew Dongxing dealt in number 4 business, yet Yiqiu alone had never touched it. He wanted to seize Shamong's turf. How could it be so easy? Paying the usual monthly share and even adding 30%. With what? Yet Yiqiu's thinking was brutally simple. He wanted to compete for a place among the Dongxing 5 tigers. Without territory, how could he compete? Yiqiu was no ordinary man. He was a transmigrator who had inexplicably arrived in this familiar world of Hong Kong gangster films. Since he was here, he had no intention of remaining just an ordinary person. This was Dongxing, and he knew what would happen in the future. According to the original plot, the Dongxing 5 tigers would sooner or later be taken down by Chun Haonan, and even the dragon head Camel would die at the hands of his own people. Would the future dragon head seat of Dongxing really be left cheap for that old man Beidawang? Therefore, he had to fight for it. And from the looks of it, he might not even have a proper rival. So why should Yiqiu not compete? In these times, to climb from lackey to boss would normally take decades of grinding. Look at Hongxing, every word out of their mouths was about seniority, always using status to crush people. By comparison, Dongxing seemed a bit more straightforward. As for whether Dongxing counted as the villains of the story, Yiqiu could not care less. This was not some destiny-driven fantasy world. Why would he bother about righteous or evil factions? As long as he could rise to the top and sit in the dragon head seat of Dongxing, why would he fear a single Chun Haonan from Hongxing? Thus, Yiqiu chose to strike first and kick aside the golden-furred tiger Shamong. In his view, both in life and in action, one had to preempt others. At this moment, even Camel the dragon head could not help scrutinizing Yiqiu, paying the society's monthly share in full and adding 30%. If his words proved true, Camel would not mind giving Yiqiu a hand. After all, Shamong was already inside, and the price to pull him out would be too high. Compared to that, Camel cared far more about that monthly sum arriving on time. Yiqiu's move had indeed caught everyone off guard. Situ Haonan and Lei Yaoyang, however, looked indifferent, or as long as their own interests were untouched, they were happy to sit back and watch the show. Damn it. Wuya suddenly slammed the table, glaring at Yiqiu as he growled, "What the hell do you think you are? That bastard Shamong still owes me 10 million. If anyone is taking over his turf, it should be me. Why should it go to you?" Yiqiu merely cast Wuya a faint glance. "If you can give the society 40% more profit, I have no objection." "What did you just say?" Wuya shot to his feet. If Camel were not present, he would have overturned the table already. Add 40%. Even with all of Shamong's venues combined, it would be hard for him to claw back 10 million, let alone hand over the society's share. On the main seat, Camel's expression darkened. Wuya, sit down. Don't forget I'm not dead yet. Shamong's matter is about giving the society an explanation, not giving you one. As Dragon Head of Dongxing Camel, usually could not be bothered with the Five Tigers' internal disputes, focused instead on cultivating ties in the business world. But he had his own bottom line. With Wuya slamming the table and challenging him to his face, he could not simply sit by. Yes, boss, Wuya muttered, sitting down sullenly, a flicker of viciousness flashing in his eyes, noticed only by Yichio. Camel then turned to Yichio. Are you certain you want to take over Shamong's turf and venues? His words were a reminder. Adding 30% every month was not idle talk. Rest assured, when Yichio gives his word, he keeps it. As he spoke, Yichio drew a bank cashier's check from his breast pocket. This month's dues to the society I will pay in advance. Handing over money as soon as he mentioned it made the faces of everyone present change, Camels included. He suddenly felt that this youngster before him was no longer quite the same as before. Dongxing did not run noodle shops, since when could they conjure up money so straightforwardly? In the end, was not joining a society all for the sake of money. Brotherhood and loyalty were just talk for bragging. Without money, who would stand with you? After taking the money, Camel did not hesitate and nodded. From today onward, Yichio will take over the turf of the golden-furred tiger Shamong. From now on, he will be the new hall master among our Dongxing Five Tigers. Who approves, who objects? Wuya could no longer hold back his anger. Boss, are we just letting the matter of Shamong go like this? They had clearly come today to enforce the house rules, yet somehow Yichio had been elevated instead. How could he swallow that? Camel's face darkened. What more do you want? Do you want Yichio thrown in to keep Shamong company in a cell? I said this matter ends here. From this day on, Shamong's territory is under Yichio's control. Done. Yichio knew he had played this move correctly. He smiled toward Camel on the main seat. Thank you, boss. As he rose, his gaze swept over Wuya and the smiling tiger. Both their faces were ashen. Yichio paid no mind to the hostility in their eyes. Although Wuya and the smiling tiger currently held the greatest power, so what? In the end, both of them would fall to Chun Haonan's hand. Despite having such an advantage, they still managed to be overturned. In Yichio's eyes, they were outright trash. With opponents of that caliber, there was truly nothing to fear. The hall meeting was thus adjourned. Camel waved his hand. All right, everyone go back. The crowd left the council hall one after another. Still, as they departed, Wuya and the smiling tiger both shot Yichio vicious glares. Qin Longhu, Situ Haonan, and Ben Leihu Lei Yaoyang on the other hand studied Yichio for a few extra seconds, their expressions somewhat strange. They had not expected that this man, once merely under Shamong's command, would possess ambition and means great enough not only to topple his direct superior, but to take that very seat for himself. Back on his own turf, the smiling tiger's habitual fake smile finally slipped away. Shamong's venues and turf have all gone to Yichio, he muttered. What about our share of the money? Wuya's face was dark. We miscalculated. If I'd known that bastard had this in mind. He paused, then spoke viciously. I should have stomped him to death from the start. The smiling tiger nodded, cold light flashing in his eyes. He had indeed underestimated Yichio. He had thought the man merely an ordinary lieutenant, but now it seemed this fellow's appetite was enormous. Those area bosses under Shamong, most of them have defected to you, haven't they? The smiling tiger asked. Find an opportunity to trip up that Yichio. Wuya gave a cold laugh. Relax. Even if the turf is his, I can still make it so he can't command a single man. The news of Yichio's rise quickly spread through Dongxing. The entire society was in an uproar. Yichio? Which Yichio? The one who's been with Shamong for 3 years. 3 years. I've been in this game for 10, and I'm still just an area boss, and he's already become one of the 5 tigers. A new hall master is of course a new member of the Dongxing 5 tigers. Wonder what nickname he'll get. Many veteran area bosses felt a sour taste in their hearts upon hearing the news. To rise into the 5 tigers, one not only needed Camel's nod, but in a sense also the tacit consent of the others. Many of them would never even get close to that threshold in their lifetime. Yichio had walked that entire path in just 3 years, provoking inevitable envy. Of course, these old foxes also understood that a tall tree invited the wind. If even they could not help feeling jealous, what about the original 5 tigers? When a new tiger rose, he was destined to offend people. This was an unchanging rule in the society. I heard it was Yichio working in the shadows who got Shamong thrown inside. Wasn't he one of Shamong's men? Shamong wanted to use his bar for powder, but he refused, and things got pretty stiff between them. Who knew this kid would be even harsher? He directly toppled his own boss. This is going to be entertaining. Shamong's men have all gone over to the Downth Mountain Tiger Wuya. I doubt Yichio will sit steady in that hall master's seat. Not necessarily. That Yichio, he doesn't look like an easy one to deal with. Moonshadow Bar. After nightfall, its lights turned hazy and seductive, the place packed and roaring with voices. This bar was Yichio's own establishment. With the vision of a transmigrator, he had introduced many advanced ideas into its decor and operations, even hiring professional DJs to warm up the crowd. Business had been booming from the start. Precisely because business was so good, Yichio did not need to touch the powder business like Shamong, yet could still lay his hands on great wads of cash. As a transmigrator, he had never planned on being any kind of good man, but he still had a bottom line. No powder was ever allowed to appear within his venues. It was precisely this bottom line that made him and the golden-furred tiger, Shamong, mortal enemies. The outcome was plain for all to see. Shamong had been kicked off the board by Yi Qiu, and he had become one of the new Dongxing 5 tigers. So long as Yi Qiu could steady this position, the dragon head's throne no longer seemed all that far away. Yueying Bar was as bustling as ever. By 9 o'clock it was already full. Yi Qiu didn't have to struggle for a seat, for he had his own exclusive booth on the second floor with the finest view of the dance floor. Leaning back on the sofa, Yi Qiu took a sip of his drink. It had been exactly 3 years since he transmigrated into this world. When he first arrived, he had hoped for a system to grant him extraordinary advantages, but receiving nothing, he had to rely solely on himself. He knew all too well that in this underworld of Hong Kong gangs, one had to be ruthless to secure a foothold. Thus, over these 3 years, he had been even harder on himself than on his adversaries, forging a prowess befitting a Hong Gun. After all, within the syndicate, without genuine ability, what right did a subordinate have to stand by you? The Hong Gun rank was the threshold for becoming a Tangzhu's trusted enforcer, a level shared by Dongxing's 5 tigers and Hongxing's 12 Tangzhu alike. Of course, strength alone was insufficient. Opportunity was equally essential. Consider Chun Haonan of Hongxing. Though he possessed power, his lack of seniority and the absence of an opening left him only with the option to wait. Yi Qiu was different. With Sha Meng having fallen, the position among the 5 tigers suddenly became vacant. Moreover, with wealth, influential connections, and the status of a regional leader, the dominant Longtu naturally propelled him into power. It's been 3 years, Yi Qiu mused as he swirled his drink and smiled slightly. He was not one to cower. Having arrived, he was determined to make a name for himself. Ding, congratulations, host. You have ascended to become one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, commanding your own forces, and the system has been successfully activated. The Tycoon system is now activating. System activated. The host may access the system panel at any time. Just as he finished his drink, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned, then his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. System, after 3 years you finally appear, he thought. Damn system, he muttered with a laugh. Do you have any idea how I've struggled these 3 years? At his thought, a semi-transparent panel manifested before him. Host Yi Qiu. Affiliation Dongxing. Position 1 of Dongxing's new 5 tigers. Strength Honggun 2nd tier. Appearance 81. Constitution 28. Agility 33. Strength 39. Skills advanced mastery of hand-to-hand combat and intermediate proficiency in blade combat. Note the standard attributes for a normal adult are 10. Yi Qiu's gaze lingered on the designation 2nd tier. His expression remained unchanged, but he knew deep down that this only meant he had just begun to brush the edges of Honggun power. He was still at an ordinary level. After all, without the system's aid, and with only 3 years of practice, reaching this point was a desperate struggle. System, he inquired, how is Honggun power classified? Normal adult attributes are 10. Exceeding 30 qualifies one as Honggun. Honggun is divided into 2nd tier and 1st tier. The 2nd tier represents capable vanguards requiring at least 1 attribute to exceed 30. 1st tier is considered the dominator level, where the highest individual attribute must exceed 50. Yi Qiu listened intently, finding the quantification of strength refreshingly straightforward. And what about Double Flower Honggun? He asked. Double Flower Honggun demands that the highest individual attribute exceed 70 points. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. For one to be considered Double Flower, an individual attribute must exceed 70, a high threshold indeed. System, he pondered, how do you classify overall strength? After scanning the current world, the system categorizes strength into 4 grades. The 4th grade represents Honggun 2nd tier, the 3rd Honggun 1st tier, the 2nd Double Flower Honggun, and the 1st the Fighting King, also known as the War God. 4 grades. Yi Qiu was not surprised by this classification. He found the system's division quite reasonable. In a Hong Kong-style world where human limits prevent the fantastical, this made perfect sense. Although he was currently only a 2nd-tier Hongguan 3 years ago, he was merely an ordinary transmigrant. The road ahead was long, and now with the system at his side, his advantages would only multiply. Yet in the world of Hong Kong gangs, no matter how strong one's personal combat skills, they were only the foundation. The key was whether one had loyal subordinates. Consider Hongxing's crown prince, dubbed the Fighting King, who, despite possessing Double Flower Honggun power, he was ambushed by Kowloon and a Bao and ended up in the hospital. Yi Qiu smiled softly and let the matter drop. System, introduce yourself, he said, keen to uncover the essence of this golden finger. The core function of this system is check-in. Daily check-ins yield rewards with additional bonuses for first-time, monthly, and annual sign-ins. Today the host has not yet checked in. Would you like to check in now? At these words, Yi Qiu's eyes lit up. Check-in, he declared. Ding, congratulations on a successful check-in. You have received 1 gene modification potion, 3 free attribute points, bar property rights, and 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The first check-in rewards were indeed lavish. The gene modification potion, even its name promised something extraordinary. The extra attribute points were practical, and the bar asset alongside cash perfectly filled the gaps in his current holdings and funds. In this era, what did subordinates seek in their leader? Beyond mere prestige, it was money that truly mattered. Without funds, how could one support a gang or command a spectacle? Even the enforcers who looked imposing still needed cash. The syndicate's contributions and the expenses for his underlings ultimately boiled down to one thing: money. At that moment on the table before Yi Qiu, besides a bottle of Remy Martin, several other items appeared quietly. His gaze swept over the bar contract and the stack of cash before finally resting on a vial, emitting a faint glow, a gene potion. The very name evoked a hint of science fiction. Presumably designed to enhance physical constitution, he did not hesitate. Trusting the system's provision, he picked up the potion and swallowed it in one bold gulp. As the potion went down, a warm current swiftly spread from his stomach, permeating the muscles of his limbs. A slight tingle accompanied by a faint burning sensation made it feel as though his muscle fibers were silently reorganizing to become more resilient. After a while, the sensation gradually faded. Yi Qiu opened his eyes and instinctively clenched his fists, feeling a solid surge of strength radiate from his arms. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel once more. Host Yi Qiu. Affiliation Dongxing. Position 1 of Dongxing's new 5 tigers. Strength Honggun 1st tier. Appearance 95. Constitution 52. Agility 58. Strength 64. Skills: advanced mastery of hand-to-hand combat and intermediate proficiency in blade combat. Good heavens. After a single gulp of the gene potion, several of his primary attributes almost doubled. His power rating leaped directly from 2nd tier to 1st tier. Whereas 2nd tier signified a capable subordinate, 1st tier marked a dominator, the difference was stark. Just look at his strength: 64 points, barely shy of the 70-point threshold for double flower Honggun. It seemed that despite 3 years of relentless training, his progress paled in comparison to the direct effect of the system's potion. Of course, this was likely the impressive effect of its first use. Moreover, Yi Qiu noticed that his appearance had been enhanced by the cellular optimization, a remarkable improvement indeed. Previously, an appearance score of 81 was already striking, but now leaping to 95 was nothing short of extraordinary. Though not earth-shattering in any crowd, he would undoubtedly stand out. Almost forgot, an extra 3 free attribute points. Without a second thought, Yi Qiu allocated all 3 points to strength. The numbers leaped and his strength value settled at 67. Only a small push remained to break through the 70-point threshold for double flower Honggun. With everything in order, Yi Qiu examined the updated panel, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Damn, get Yi Qiu out here. Suddenly shouts erupted from downstairs in the bar. His name intermingled with the clamor. Yi Qiu turned his head and peered through the railing. He saw several of his bouncers being cornered by another group. It was evident that someone had come looking for trouble. Ever since he had established his foothold in this territory, especially after earning the title of one of the new 5 tigers, no one had dared to ruffle the peace at Yueying Bar. The scene was unusually charged that day. As he descended the stairs, a burly man from the opposing group, who appeared to be their leader, sneered and began to speak. Yi Qiu, your ambition knows no bounds, said the man whom Yi Qiu recognized as Dehei, formerly with Sha Meng. Barely had Sha Meng been edged out when Dehei had switched allegiance to the rival Wuya. I heard that at the syndicate meeting you even dared to encroach on Sha Meng's territory. If you want to secure a spot among the 5 tigers, I, Dehei, am the first to descend. He bellowed, arms folded. No sooner had his words fallen than the bar's patrons instinctively stepped aside, clearing a space and craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Correct. We do not consent. Absolutely not. Immediately, dozens of Dehei's minions began to jeer in unison, their numbers swelling into a formidable force. A trace of smug satisfaction flashed across Dehei's face before he adopted a tone of reason. Yi Qiu, we are all in the same sect. I do not wish to sever ties completely, he said. Lifting his chin, he continued, in that case, relinquish Sha Meng's territory, forego your claim to a 5 tigers title, and treat your brothers to 10 rounds of drinks as an apology. And this matter can be put to rest. Otherwise, he paused and his tone grew cold. Consider the consequences. Yi Qiu met his gaze with an unchanged expression. What consequences? Yi Qiu asked. Humph. Dehei sneered, and his minions immediately stepped forward menacingly. On Yi Qiu's side, only a handful of bouncers stood, clearly outnumbered. Beside Dehei, a close henchman stepped forward and, pointing at Yi Qiu's nose, shouted, Damn, we Dehei's men are giving you the courtesy of a proper conversation. With so few of you here, you expect to walk out of this bar. Yi Qiu's face remained impassive. So you won't let me leave the bar? He chuckled lightly. Before his laugh subsided, a brief flash of a knife appeared. The fruit knife from behind the counter had inexplicably already pierced the chest of that henchman. The incident unfolded so rapidly that everyone was momentarily stunned. Damn! Attack! Dehei's minions erupted into chaos, surging forward in a frenzied mob. But Yi Qiu was even quicker. Yi Qiu! Dehei cried out in alarm, his words faltering. You dare to make a move against me? Bang! Before Dehei could finish his words, a dull thud silenced everything. Yi Qiu seized Dehei by the head and slammed him onto the counter. The sound of shattering glass mingled with anguished cries. When Dahé came to his senses, the blood-stained fruit knife lay horizontally before his eyes, its tip less than an inch from his eyeball. His legs trembled violently. "No, please don't kill me." Yichio, observing his terrified mien, kept his tone even. "Dahé, I'm curious what gives you the confidence to mess with me. Even if I took you down now, it would merely mean that Dongxing lost a local regional leader," Yichio murmured as he leaned in closer. "And what are you to act so arrogantly before me?" Dahé shuddered suddenly. In that moment, he fully recalled who Yichio was, a man notorious for his ruthlessness since his debut, who had dared to defy Sha Meng when he was merely a subordinate, let alone now. Furthermore, what was he but a mere local leader under Sha Meng? Even if Yichio truly finished him off, would Weir really break ranks over his loss? At this thought, Dahé's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He regretted it, regretted defecting to the Crow sect, thinking he had seized a golden opportunity. Instead, he had failed to secure his initiation pledge and now risked losing his life right here. Yichio suddenly released his hand from Dahé's head. "Take the knife," Yichio said. Dahé froze. "What?" "I said, take the knife." Yichio repeated, his gaze sweeping over him. Instinctively, Dahé reached out, trembling as his fingers closed around the hilt. Yet Yichio steadied his wrist, guiding the blade's tip to point unwaveringly at his own chest. "Dahé, weren't you just looking for trouble with me?" Yichio's voice remained eerily calm. "Now the knife is in your hands. I'm giving you a chance, kill me." Dahé shook his head violently. He dared not. Having once served under Shaman, he knew Yichio's nature all too well. This single thrust would seal his fate. He would never walk out of this bar alive. Brother Chio, Dahé's voice cracked. "It was Brother Crow who sent me today. It was all a misunderstanding." Yichio stepped half a pace closer. The blade's tip nearly pierced his shirt. "I told you." Yichio enunciated each word with chilling precision. "Take the knife. Kill me." A metallic clatter rang out. The fruit knife dropped to the floor. Dahé could no longer hold the blade. A flicker of contempt crossed Yichio's face. He slapped Dahé's cheek, not lightly. "Worthless. You were given a chance, and still proved useless." Yichio withdrew his hand. "What was Crow thinking, sending trash like you to challenge me?" One of Dahé's underlings stirred, but Yichio's men had already encircled them. To outnumber Yichio on his own turf, they stood no chance. Each was pinned in place, too terrified to advance another step. Dahé's face flushed crimson, yet not a single word escaped his lips. "Get out." Yichio refused to look at him again, gesturing dismissively toward the bar's entrance. "Leave now, and take that corpse with you," he added coolly. "Clean up thoroughly. Don't burden my bar with your mess." With that, Yichio lit a cigarette and ascended the stairs, never glancing back. Dahé collapsed where he stood, his cheek burning. Yet relief outweighed humiliation. He had survived. Dahé gathered his men to depart. "Tell Crow this when you return." Yichio's voice drifted down from the staircase. Though he did not turn, every syllable cut sharp and clear. "Shaman's territory is mine to claim." He paused. "Not even Jesus could stop me. I said so." Dahé's spine went icy. Without a second's hesitation, he fled the bar with his men. Only after reaching the street did he exhale, shakily. One underling edged forward, whispering cautiously, "Boss, shall we?" Before he could finish, Dahé backhanded him, sending the man stumbling to the ground. "Shit." Dahé snarled, fury twisting his features. "Are you teaching me how to run things?" After the blow, he glanced back at the Moon Shadow Bar sign. His face paled, then flushed, then drained white. Today's disgrace ran deep. He knew with grim certainty that his standing under Crow would only worsen from here. Upstairs in the bar's second-floor office, Yichio sat in the boss's chair. A lieutenant entered briskly. "Brother Chio, you called for me." He was Yichio's chief subordinate, and wore open admiration on his face. He had witnessed the entire scene downstairs. Yichio regarded him coolly. "I have a task for you." "Say the word, Brother Chio," the lieutenant replied instantly. "Tonight, raise every one of Dahé's establishments along Tianshui Street." Yichio spoke calmly, but coldness bled through his words. Since he dared rise up, he no longer deserves to be a boss. The lieutenant blinked, then broke into a broad grin. He understood Brother Chio had decided to act. By dawn the next day, the news had spread across Dongxing's inner circles. Dahé's operations were obliterated, leaving no doubt whose hand had struck, especially given his ill-fated confrontation with Yichio the night before. Yichio, only the newly ascended fifth tiger, possessed such audacity and such speed. Notably, Dahé had been the first to switch allegiance to Xiaoshanhu Crow after Shaman's downfall. Thus, Yichio's seizure of Dahé's holdings in the new territories drew no public objection. The logic was simple. Yichio's takeover of Shaman's territory had been sanctioned by the Dragon Head himself. Now that Dahé had pledged loyalty to Crow, did he truly imagine he could carry Shaman's old domain with him? No one had raised the issue before, so Dahé simply held on. But now Yichio had acted, reclaiming what was rightfully his. In one sweep, Tianshui Street, from bathhouses and arcades to illicit dens, was purged, premises seized, personnel scattered, over 20 underlings lost. A single phrase echoed in every mind: this newcomer means business. Especially among Shaman's former district bosses. Each wore a grave, tightened expression. They hadn't expected Yi Qiu to strike so ruthlessly, so soon after ascending, choosing Dahe, the most brazen agitator, as his first target. If Dahe was the slaughtered chicken, they were the cowering monkeys, terrified into silence. Yi Qiu's reputation for brutality was legendary. Now seated among the fifth tigers, his former peers, once equals, felt uneasy however grudgingly. Yet unease remained unspoken. Witnessing Dahe's fate, they swallowed their resentment. Who else held the reins now? Yi Qiu did, the undisputed leader. Elsewhere within Crow's territory, a bar hummed with tension as Dahe's underling reported last night's events, voice trembling with fear. Crow listened, his face darkening. Damn it, he swore. That bastard Yi Qiu, cold-blooded as hell. Beside him Xiao Mian Hu Jiwei frowned deeply. We truly underestimated him. A newly sworn-in subordinate had just lost his entire domain, an undeniable slap in the face. Yet they couldn't retaliate, not without justification. Because Yi Qiu had not overstepped, he'd reclaimed land that was by all rights his to reclaim. Dahe, face crumpled in despair, pleaded before them, Brother Crow, Brother Jiwei, you must stand by me. His domain gone, his men scattered. He was utterly ruined. A boss without territory was no boss at all. Stand by you. Hell no. Crow's eyes flared, temper as volatile as ever. You commanded dozens, yet couldn't guard your own turf. He raged on. So now you expect me to fix it for you. He'd valued Dahe only for his lucrative holdings and the generous tributes he paid. But now Dahe was stripped bare, reduced to a stray dog. Crow saw no reason to waste breath. Brother Crow, Dahe cried, voice cracking with desperation. Don't say it like that. I'm under your banner now. You can't just watch me fall apart. He leaned forward, almost begging. If you won't help me seek justice, then at least give me a street to manage. As expected, those words ignited Crow's fury anew. Give him territory. I've got barely enough to divide among my own. A flash of murderous intent lit Crow's eyes. He kicked out hard. Give you shit. I took you in because you brought territory with you. Crow roared. Now you want me to hand you more. What the hell are you? Get out. Dahe's purge was neither trivial nor insignificant. Yet in Shaishan, such a bold power play hadn't occurred in years, so it rattled the district bosses deeply. Instantly calculations began in every mind. Fools like Dahe instinctively scrambled for new patrons. But shrewder bosses thought differently. They reasoned allegiance was transactional. If the price was right, serving shaman or Yi Qiu made little difference. So after careful weighing, 5 or 6 district bosses approached Yi Qiu voluntarily. Their message was unmistakable submission, homage to the newly crowned fifth tiger. Inside the bar, Yi Qiu surveyed the assembled men and smiled. Gentlemen, no need for tension, he said. Since you've come today to congratulate me on my ascension, I'll offer you no hardship. Your districts remain yours to administer. Tribute payments to the syndicate proceed as before. He paused, then shifted tone. However, there is one thing I require of you. The bosses nodded eagerly. Brother Qiu, command us. Deliver a message, Yi Qiu said. Tell the other district bosses I'll host a banquet soon. Whether they attend or not is entirely their choice. A display of authority. Everyone in the bar understood Yi Qiu sought to assert dominance and legitimize his ascent. Indeed, that was precisely his intent. This banquet wasn't mere celebration, it was strategic necessity. To consolidate power, to command obedience from these district bosses, he needed to stake his claim, firmly and publicly. Moreover, he had promised the dragon head Luo Tua an additional 30% in monthly tribute. For Yi Qiu, that commitment became feasible only if he achieved full control over the Shatian branch. Of course, that depended on the boss's compliance. In truth, Yi Qiu was willing to grant opportunity, if they proved cooperative. The reason was simple: not all district bosses had genuinely sworn fealty to shaman. Most obeyed orders, but withheld true loyalty, offering only surface-level deference to shaman as the syndicate's de facto leader. Some had never interacted with shaman at all, merely paying dues monthly. Yi Qiu himself had once been one such boss. But shaman was shaman, and Yi Qiu was Yi Qiu. What shaman failed to accomplish need not remain impossible for Yi Qiu. His objective for the Shatian branch was absolute. Only one voice would be heard here. To conquer outwardly, one must first stabilize inwardly. He would tolerate no dissenters, no traitors, within his domain. Only then could his next phase unfold. Shatian would be unified, under one banner, one will. Predictably, none of the voluntary defectors refused the task. Each accepted the errand without hesitation. Even if reluctance simmered beneath defiance was unthinkable. Seeing their prompt compliance, Yi Qiu exchanged polite pleasantries and dismissed them. Over the following days, word of Yi Qiu's banquet rippled across Shatian. Every district boss fell into silent contemplation. To attend, or not to attend. Clearly, Yi Qiu intended to confront them directly. When shaman occupied this position, Yi Qiu had been no different, a district boss among equals. Back then, Yi Qiu had refused involvement in the narcotics trade and suffered shaman's targeted persecution as a result. So none of them had believed he could ever pose a serious threat. Even during his clashes with shaman, they assumed Yi Qiu would merely adopt a low profile, consolidating his own territory, nothing more. Yet no one foresaw what came next. Yi Qiu had unseated Shaman outright and claimed the mantle of Dongxing's newest fifth tiger. Barely installed, he now hosted a banquet. Its purpose transparent to all, a declaration of supremacy aimed squarely at those who still hesitated. On the other side, in a tea restaurant, a group of street bosses sat together, their expressions grim. These individuals were once the local tyrants of Shaishan following Sha Mang during his reign. But once Sha Mang fell, they quickly turned to ally with the likes of Xiaoshan Hu and Wu Ya. A burly boss with a face full of scars spoke first. What did I say? We shouldn't have switched to Wu Ya's side in the first place. Now that Yi Qiu has risen to power, the first fire will fall upon us. Another boss shot him a cold glance. Crazy dog, are you blaming me? When Sha Mang fell, who thought Shadian would fall into Wu Ya's hands? If you didn't think so, would you have switched sides with me? As it looked like the two were about to argue, the others hurried to mediate. Enough arguing. What good does it do to talk about this now? Are we going to Yi Qiu's banquet or not? At this question, everyone fell silent. Even the two who had been arguing stopped looking at each other. Go where? It's clear he's just trying to establish dominance. But if we don't go, will he see us as targets? What are you afraid of? Wu Ya's side won't let go of Shadian. We have so many people, can we not handle a single Yi Qiu? That's reasonable. I'm not going either. Beep check-in successful, gained 1000 HKD and a Brawl experience card knife. A Brawl experience card. Yi Qiu's heart stirred. He had only been getting money from the check-ins these days, thinking that was all the system had to offer, but he didn't expect such rewards. Although he was currently a top-tier fighter, his Brawl skills were still a far cry from advanced. This card was just what he needed. He took the card from the system space and crushed it. A surge of Brawl experience flooded his mind, and proficiency with knives indeed rose to advanced. 3 days later, Shaishan's most luxurious restaurant was booked out. In this day and age, doing business relied heavily on gang support. Naturally, the restaurant owner went all out, serving fine wines and delicacies. Yi Qiu had already taken his seat at the head. 16 chairs were arranged at the lower table, and even before the appointed time, street bosses began to arrive one after another. Qiu Gu, congratulations on your rise to power, so young and capable. The first to enter had a face full of smiles. Soon after, other bosses appeared one by one. Congratulations, Qiu Gu. How could we let you set the banquet? It should be us treating you. All those who had previously proclaimed they would never attend the banquet were now present. After sitting down, they exchanged glances, each silently cursing. Damn, one more scheming than the next. You said you wouldn't come, yet here you all are. A few days ago, they were all talking about a Hongmin banquet, and now they were obediently seated. No one in this underworld is a fool. If anyone genuinely believed those words and didn't show up, they were foolish enough to walk into a gunfight. Despite having switched to Xiaoshan Hu's side, their turf was still in Shatian. No one wanted to truly offend Yi Qiu unless they were ready to give up their position as street boss. Thus, even knowing this was a Hongmin banquet, they dared not refuse to attend. Yi Qiu ignored their flattery. He scanned the crowd and asked, "Before we begin, I want to ask how many of you here have switched to Xiaoshan Hu's side?" Upon hearing this, everyone awkwardly smiled, not one person responding. Seeing their evasive glances, Yi Qiu sneered inwardly. That fool Sha Mang really didn't care about Shatian. His own people weren't dead yet. They had just entered a dire situation, and his subordinates had already fallen apart like this. He couldn't be bothered to evaluate Sha Mang any further. He looked directly at the crowd and said, "All right, I don't care how many of you have switched sides." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Now I give you a choice." The real show had begun. The faces of the bosses present changed slightly, exchanging glances. Finally, someone coughed and asked, "Qiu Gu, what do you mean by choice?" "It's simple," he said. "You can choose to switch sides and join Xiaoshan Hu and Wu Ya. But the territory of Shatian must remain. Or you can choose to stay with me." After saying this, he fell silent. The opportunity was only given once, and so was the face saving. This tough attitude clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Qiu was still the same Yi Qiu, without any pleasantries, directly forcing them to take sides. Either choose Xiaoshan Hu or choose him. There was no third option, not even a bit of leeway for buffering. The recent sweep of Dehay's turf was the best example. Today, it was evidently their turn. Regardless of which path they chose, it was unpleasant. After all, in most people's eyes, Yi Qiu, a new star among the 5 tigers, could never compare to the combined forces of Xiaoshan Hu and Wu Ya. But the problem was, if they didn't choose Yi Qiu, they would have to give up their territory. Who would be willing to spit out the meat that was in their mouths? Soon someone stood up. "Qiu Gu," that person said with a smile. "We're all from the same gang, we're not against you. Just tell us what you need, why must we give up our turf?" As soon as one person spoke up, others quickly chimed in. "Yes, Qiu Gu. We're all working for the gang, isn't it too much to demand our turf?" Sha Mang didn't have this rule before. Yi Qiu toyed with his wine glass, watching them play off each other. "Sha Mang is Sha Mang," he said lightly. "Now Shadian is under my command." He raised his head, his gaze falling on those two. "I've made my words clear. How you choose? It's up to you." The two were startled by his gaze. "Remember," Yi Qiu's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling intent. "I am now the head of Shadian. Some territories I let you manage, only then can you manage them. If I don't let you, you are nothing. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Only then did everyone truly witness Yichio's dominance. He meant what he said a few days ago. Dahe's downfall was proof. Yichio looked at the group of dumbfounded bosses sneering inside. If it weren't for needing manpower to get things done after taking power, he wouldn't even bother with such talk. You all have a glass of wine in front of you, he said calmly. This is my respect for you. Drink it, and we can prosper together from now on. Those who don't drink can leave now. You choose for yourselves. The wine glasses on the table remained untouched by any street boss. They exchanged glances, although Yichio's intentions were clear. These crafty individuals were still hesitant to take sides, as they hadn't seen any real benefits yet. Who would willingly commit? Moreover, while Dahe's turf being swept was terrifying, the 16 street bosses gathered together. Could Yichio really swallow them all whole? Yichio sat at the head, not surprised by this outcome. He had known these old foxes would behave this way. He set down his wine glass and said indifferently, "It seems my face isn't big enough. No one is drinking my toast. Since that's the case, let's move on to the penalty drink." As soon as his words fell, a trusted younger brother rushed in, panicking. "Boss." The noodle shop was swept away. The noodle shop. A street boss immediately stood up, his face changing. That was his most profitable turf. Now that trouble had struck, how could he still sit still? Dongxing relied on the noodle shop business. Trouble at this juncture clearly targeted him. He slammed the table and glared at Yichio. "Yichio, what do you mean? Just because I didn't express my stance, you're sweeping my turf to force me? That's too domineering." Yichio raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Your turf. Since when did Shatian come under your control? If you recognize Xiaoshan Hu as your boss, then go find Wu Ye for your territory. Occupying my place while recognizing someone else as the boss, do you think I'm easy to deal with?" The boss turned red and shouted, "Yichio, don't go too far. You should know." But Yichio waved his hand, and several younger brothers stepped forward, raising their hands to deliver 2 slashes. With a swoosh, the knife plunged into the abdomen, and the boss eyes widened as he collapsed. The other bosses present were stunned. They hadn't expected Yichio to be so ruthless to strike without hesitation. Yichio, however, continued drinking as if nothing had happened. Someone couldn't hold back and trembled. "Yichio, we respect you as the head of the 5 tigers, but your actions are simply outrageous. What happened to Dongxing's rules?" Yichio smiled and set down his glass. "Rules? After so many years, don't you understand the rules of the gang? But you're right, I, Yichio, am indeed unrestrained. Initiation, my word, is the rule." He scanned the crowd again, poured another glass of wine, and said slowly, "All right, now tell me, what do you choose?" The bosses opened their mouths, but the words stuck in their throats. They looked at Yichio, then at the wine on the table, and ultimately raised their glasses and drank it down. Drinking this glass made their intentions clear. Regardless of whether they had previously agreed to join Xiaoshan, who at this moment they chose Yichio. After all, no one dared to gamble on whether Yichio would sweep through their territory like he did with Dahe. After so many years in Shaishan, these street bosses were well aware of each other's characters. If they had truly been united, they wouldn't have come to this meeting secretly. The reasoning was actually simple. Offending Wu Ye had Yichio to stand in front, but offending Yichio would likely mean losing their territory immediately. This choice wasn't difficult, but some still held on to hope, thinking they could play both sides. But with Yichio, there had never been a third road. "Chiu Gup, from now on we follow you. In Shaishan we will listen only to you." With one glass down, these individuals had effectively submitted. Not that many had died, but among those left the fear was clearly evident. When they looked at Yichio again, many had fear in their eyes. Seeing them bow their heads, Yichio slowly spoke. "Now that you've chosen, there's no need for me to say much about the following matters." He paused before shifting his tone. "However, one thing must be made clear. Since you followed me, you must adhere to my rules." He scanned the crowd. "I, Yichio, do not dabble in flour, and neither should you. Do not stretch your hands where they don't belong." Yichio's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "If I find out who is still acting stealthily, then don't blame me for being unmerciful." As his words fell, several street bosses immediately changed their expressions. What did that mean? He himself would not touch it, but they had to be forbidden too. They had to realize that the flower business was Dongxing's main source of income. The name of CZ Dongxing wasn't just for show. Someone couldn't help but stand up. "Brother Chiu, this." And before the sentence could be completed, Yichio's cold gaze had already locked onto him. "And any objections?" The gang leader swallowed hard, recalling the fate of the man who'd spoken just moments earlier, and sank back into his seat, defeated. No objections. And he knew full well that further protest would invite only calamity. Seeing his reaction, the other leaders could only sigh inwardly. They all understood from this day forward Shatian belonged to Yichio alone. And so long as he remained one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, his word would be law here, especially over the flower trade. That lucrative trade was now beyond reach. In which mattered more, the territory or the flower? These seasoned veterans chose territory without hesitation. Without turf, they were nothing. Thus, even though it felt like tearing flesh from bone, the sacrifice had to be made. And fortunately, they still held other ventures, bars, restaurants, nightclubs, enough to offset the losses. Preserving their turf was infinitely preferable to losing everything. Nichio watched them reluctantly acquiesce, unmoved. He had long accepted that if he could not earn universal reverence, he would settle for universal fear. Yet a blow must be followed by a sweet morsel. And there's no need to grieve over the flower trade, Yichio said again, his tone softening slightly. Soon I'll unify Sha Tian under Dong Xing alone, eradicating every rival faction. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the room. When the dust settles, the newly divided territories will more than compensate for your losses. In unification. Had those words come from anyone else, they'd have dismissed them as empty boasts. But from Yichio's lips, no one dared doubt. His deeds always matched his declarations. The 16 district bosses exchanged glances, and for the first time a flicker of hope lit their eyes. Though Dong Xing dominated Sha Tian as the largest triad, dozens of smaller factions cluttered the landscape, chaotic, fragmented, and perpetually at odds. Each operated independently, disputes flared constantly. Why hadn't these 16 leaders ever united? The answer was simple: clashing interests bred grudges, and covert rivalries ran deep. And why hadn't they launched a campaign for unification? Even simpler: sweeping out rivals demanded manpower and capital, fight wages, injury compensation, post-riot renovations, all while maintaining fixed monthly dues to the parent organization. With such burdens, who would willingly go to war? Most triads thus adopted a live and let live philosophy: you profit in your domain, I in mine. Even envy was kept quiet. After all, respect meant little without revenue. No one turned away from money, hence this uneasy equilibrium endured, and true unification remained rare. Now, however, everything changed. As Dong Xing's newly appointed Five Tiger and local head, Yichio would bear all costs himself. His declaration signaled resolve. If they joined him in purging Sha Tian and completing Dong Xing's unification, their earnings wouldn't merely stabilize, they would explode. At that thought, the leader's sullen expressions vanished, replaced by eager smiles. None rubbed his palms together and laughed in. I knew it. I knew Brother Chio wasn't like that. Exactly, another quickly chimed in. Following Brother Chio means prosperity. Others echoed the sentiment in unison. Right, follow Brother Chio. Nichio paid little mind to the flattery. Only interest-bound men like these. He raised his wine cup and offered a toast. Enough talk. Since you've chosen to stand with me, you'll abide by my rules. And the assembled bosses hurriedly lifted their glasses and drank. Yichio saw through their deference, but said nothing, only smiling faintly. Gentlemen, the longer you walk beside me, the clearer it will become that today's choice was not merely right, but something you'll one day cherish. And the leaders sat in varied silence, yet their eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. Thank you, Brother Chio. Thus concluded the banquet, a masterful blend of coercion and inducement. 15 district bosses submitted, utterly abandoning all thoughts of rebellion. They now grasped the truth: Yichio was ruthless, decisive, and destined to rise. Of course, regret was pointless now. They were already aboard his ship. With Yichio's promise secured, each boss formally withdrew from the flower trade. Not only did they shutter their flower shops, but they also ordered subordinates never to touch the trade again. The entire Sha Tian branch of Dong Xing mobilized, though none of it concerned Yichio, who had never dabbled in it. Notably, the moment the district bosses abandoned the flower trade, rival triads sensed the shift immediately. After all, Dong Xing was Sha Tian's oldest and most influential triad, its every move scrutinized. And Dong Xing was notorious for trafficking in narcotics. Its sudden withdrawal from the flower trade seemed deeply suspicious. Soon news arrived: Sha Tian's new Jia Fit Yin was Yichio, and he had just ascended to Dong Xing's Five Tigers. That explained everything. Over the past 3 years, they'd crossed paths with Yichio often enough to know precisely what kind of man he was. He was an anomaly within Dong Xing, more at home among Hung Hing's enforcers than among his own peers. How Dong Xing had recruited such a figure and elevated him to the Five Tigers remained a mystery. Regardless of outsiders' opinions, one fact became undeniable: after this sweeping move, Yichio had seized the Jia Fit Yin position decisively, and not a single one of Sha Tian's 16 districts dared oppose him. What did that signify? It meant Yichio now held absolute authority over the Dong Xing Sha Tian branch. His word was final, his command unquestioned. When word reached other triads, many found it astonishing, yet upon reflection, it was inevitable. Dong Xing's massive operation in Sha Tian could never remain hidden. Several Jia Fit Yans began contemplating Yichio's strategy, who wouldn't want their own district bosses obedient and loyal. But the question lingered: which of those hardened, defiant bosses would submit so readily? Most answered only to orders, not to authority. Secretly, the heads of Lian, Heechung Lok, and Hung Shang considered replicating Yichio's approach. Yet they failed to grasp one essential truth: his success was unrepeatable. The reason was plain: they lacked Yichio's ferocity, his strength, and, above all, his intellect. Tactics that succeeded in his hands would collapse into chaos in theirs. And when Wuya, the down mountain tiger, heard the news, his face darkened completely. And the very bosses who'd sworn allegiance to him now rushed to pledge loyalty to Yichio. These turncoats changed sides faster than flipping a book. And the more he pondered it, the angrier he grew. Wasn't this blatant proof that following Yi Qiu promised far greater prospects than serving Wu Ye? Damn it, and Wu Ye spat, cursing their lack of loyalty. Worse still, they'd even abandoned the flower trade, a decision he deemed outright madness. That was a goldmine. How much more would he earn monthly if those 16 districts fell under his control? And Yi Qiu. Wu Ye ground his teeth, whispering venomously, "Don't let me catch you. Then I'll finish you myself." And he was, after all, the undisputed kingpin of Siwan, and backed by the smiling tiger. He refused to believe a newcomer like Yi Qiu could topple him. Ni Qiu wasted no time. And within days, all 16 district bosses severed ties with the flower trade. The district where he'd first asserted dominance had already installed a new leader. After that banquet, the bosses obeyed Yi Qiu without question, and morale surged throughout the branch. "And you know what comes next, don't you?" Yi Qiu asked. "Rest easy, brother Qiu," grinned the first boss to pledge allegiance, his eyes sharp with menace. "And we'll scour those factions clean, down to the last trace." Having spent decades navigating Sha Tian's underworld, they knew its contours intimately. Hung Hing reigned supreme in Sim Sha Sui and Causeway Bay, while Lin Sheng dominated Sunwan and North Point. But in the new territories, Dong Xing was the undisputed local hegemon. Now aligned with Yi Qiu, their Jia Fit Yin, they were well compensated and thus emboldened. Eradicating rival factions posed no insurmountable challenge. And among the new territories' 9 districts, Sha Tian ranked among the most prosperous. Its dense concentration of triads attested to its wealth. Only fertile ground drew so many predators vying for a share. A barren locale couldn't sustain even a handful of branches. Before planting their flags, triads weighed profitability carefully. Where there was no profit, even foot soldiers starved and loyalty dissolved. Such was reality. Yet in the new territories, Dong Xing remained the paramount triad, its authority unchallenged. This time Yi Qiu had resolved on total unification. Any obstacle would be crushed. He deployed millions of Hong Kong dollars, cash, as his battering ram. Hundreds of Dong Xing enforcers flooded the streets, each more fearsome than the last. By contrast, Sha Tian's minor triads crumbled. Their strength varied wildly. Some lacked even a single senior enforcer, relying solely on brute intimidation. Intimidation worked fine for extorting shopkeepers, but against Yi Qiu's forces they stood no chance. Within days the streets grew markedly quieter. Some smaller triads collapsed entirely. Territories seized, influence erased. Stripped of turf, they lost all leverage. After sober calculation, they withdrew from Sha Tian altogether, clearing the path for Yi Qiu. Against Yi Qiu's disciplined ranks, these mid and small-tier triads proved utterly inadequate. Nas Dong Xing commenced its purge. Sha Tian's triads seethed with resentment. Others believed they'd coexisted peacefully, neither provoking nor provoked, until Yi Qiu seized power and immediately began toppling flags. What kind of precedent was this? They'd once mocked Dong Xing, its Jia Fit Yin, powerless over his own men. Yet now one of those men had overthrown him and taken his place. Worse, Yi Qiu discarded all prior restraint, launching a full-scale eradication campaign, daring to ignore their very existence. But what could they do about it? Yi Qiu had clearly prepared for open war. And indeed, within 3 days Dong Xing had uprooted numerous rival banners. Yi Qiu's reputation soared. His meteoric ascent stunned Sha Tian, and after the first wave of cleansing, his title as Dong Xing's new 5 Tiger became the talk of the underworld. He was no longer seen as merely a district boss, but as Sha Tian's true Jia Fit Yin. None triad member frowned, too domineering. Another shook his head. Isn't Yi Qiu newly appointed in to wield such force so soon? Dong Xing has birthed a tyrant tiger. We thought we'd lost golden-haired tiger, only to gain an even fiercer tiger overlord. And somebody coined the epithet tiger overlord. Once circulated, the name drew no mockery, only nods of grim recognition. And so before any official title was bestowed, tiger overlord settled upon Yi Qiu like a crown. After the purge, the outcome was clear. Few triads remained in Sha Tian. Yi Qiu's unification was unstoppable. Any resistance meant annihilation. So the remaining factions gathered their men and departed Sha Tian without further struggle. If they couldn't fight it, surely they could flee it. No one expected Yi Qiu to sweep so ruthlessly, calling up hundreds of underlings at a moment's notice, tossing money around as if it were nothing. Most of the bosses had long since been corrupted, their ambition hollowed into a single pursuit of profit and women. Yi Qiu was different. He was a transmigrator with far grander designs. He did not hesitate to spend money. Meant little to him when he had a system. What mattered was securing the key positions. For a while, Yi Qiu's pace of seizing flags was unstoppable. In a week, every flag in Sha Tian had been taken. Sha Tian became uniformly under Yi Qiu's control. His boldness eclipsed even the previous Jinmahu. After all, few would dare provoke every gang the moment they rose to power. In short, Yi Qiu's conquest of Sha Tian cemented his name as the Tiger Overlord. Among the major factions, his takeover and the complete unification of the Sha Tian Hall was a momentous event. He had toppled many flags, though he left the great organizations like Hongxing untouched, the tremor was enormous. There are many gangs nowadays, but few manage to make a haul entirely their own. When the news spread, other bosses first felt uneasy. How did Yi Qiu move so quickly? But once they learned how much money he had spent, they fell silent. Money clears the way, what more is there to say? Yi Qiu kept his promise after unifying the haul. With the situation settled, he divided the territory among 16 street bosses beneath him. Overnight, each of those men saw their domains doubled. Such treatment made his underlings beam with delight. Doubling the territory meant doubling the take. Yet a larger domain also demanded more recruits. The number of underlings inevitably had to rise. Among street bosses of equal rank, the gap between them widened at once. Several of the street bosses under the Dongxing Five Tigers privately regretted what they'd missed. If they had known how fortunate it would be to follow Yi Qiu, they would have joined him long ago. Of course, wishing is easy. Being a boss is not child's play. One cannot simply switch allegiances overnight. Those Shatian bosses who did transfer smoothly had one thing in common: their previous superior shaming had been kicked out, and the hall was in chaos. An opportunity like that breeds envy that cannot be assuaged. In Yuanlong, Camel sat stunned for a while after hearing the news. He had sensed Yi Qiu's ambition, but he had not expected such a pleasant surprise. Shatian wholly unified. Good heavens, when did Dongxing ever have a hall so consolidated? Nowadays, only the reckless thugs of Hongxing seem capable of driving a hall to total uniformity. Yi Qiu's maneuver had unquestionably restored Dongxing's face. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu enjoyed his prosperity, yet some within Dongxing were far from comfortable, like Wu Ya, the descending tiger. Unlike Yi Qiu's meteoric rise, Wu Ya's hall carried a strange, heavy atmosphere. His men exchanged uneasy looks, unsure what to say. They had not expected Yi Qiu's purge to be so ruthless, completing a full unification in mere days. Wu Ya spat, this bastard really knows how to spend. Just pulling a few flags and blowing so much money. His eyes betrayed unhidden contempt. Is full unification such an extraordinary feat? Wu Ya snorted. In truth, his own hall had the potential for uniformity. He had simply never had the heart to strike at those gangs. The reason was simple: recruiting hundreds of underlings is easy, but orchestrating such sweeping moves costs a fortune up front and afterward. More importantly, Yi Qiu never touched the flower trade, but Wu Ya could not afford that luxury. To put it bluntly, Wu Ya fed alone. He monopolized the flower business and made many enemies. Yi Qiu dared to act without restraint precisely because he had no such scruples. Damn, Wu Ya muttered, I underestimated that bastard. Within Dongxing, those who could have stood against him were few. Only Sidu Haonan and Lei Yaoyang. But now Yi Qiu had burst onto the scene with both fame and a unified hall. This posed a palpable threat to them. In the new territories, the Tsuan hall belonged to Lei Yaoyang of the Benlei Tiger. Hearing that Yi Qiu had taken every flag in Shatian, within a week a trace of admiration crossed his face. This fellow, ruthless and clever, Lei Yaoyang conceded, pausing in thought. To rise and immediately rely on seizing flags to assert authority, that's talent. He shook his head with regret. A pity he won't touch the flower trade, who otherwise had make a fine partner. Lei Yaoyang had long wanted a foothold in Tunmun, which bordered Tsuan. There his associate Big D from Lianxing held sway. Naturally, he hoped to find another ally in Tunmun. But Tunmun was Hongxing territory, a hard nut to crack, and the right opportunity had yet to present itself. Still, Lei Yaoyang reconsidered. Even if we cannot cooperate in the flower trade, it never hurts to cultivate ties with someone clever. In the new territory's northern district sat the Qinlong Hall, Situ Haonan's domain. In essence, he resembled Lei Yaoyang, one of the lone wolves among the five tigers. To him, wolves need partners. Fierce tigers trust only their own might. At the moment, he was training in his boxing gym. His ferocious intensity made Hiyong, one of the enforcers approaching, feel somewhat ashamed. As a fellow enforcer, Hiyong knew all too well the distance between himself and his boss. Boss Hiyong said, Yi Qiu's Shatian Hall is fully unified. Bang! Situ Haonan struck the punching bag hard, and then stopped. Then, as if he had not heard, he continued punching the bag. Ignore him, he said tersely. Back in Shaishan, Yi Qiu paid no mind to the outside turmoil. To him, Shaishan's unification was only the beginning. His ambitions extended far beyond. After some training, Yi Qiu realized that since stepping into the front line as an enforcer, his attribute growth had seemed to slow. The recent sign-ins had been the same as before except for money. There was nothing else. Still, Yi Qiu took it in stride. Something is always better than nothing. Even if it was only money, it was free gain. On a new day, he signed in as usual. Ding. Sign-in successful. You receive HKD 5000 and a driving mastery card. Oh, a skill. It was an unexpected delight. He crushed the card, and a torrent of driving techniques poured into his mind. Although he already knew how to drive, the sensation now was wholly different. Man and machine harmonized. Even against a professional racer, he felt confident he would not be outmatched. Then he remembered the system had also awarded him a bar he had not yet claimed. With Shatian quiet for the moment, it was the perfect time to collect it. Dongman Bar. In Wangjiao. Wangjiao was Liang Kuan's territory. Yi Qiu recalled Liang Kuan was a hardened figure. the only one among Hongxing's 12 Hall chiefs who had dared to challenge the Dragon Head and succeeded in rising. His brief tenure still testified to his ability. Liang Kuan-ha. Yi Qiu smiled and did not worry. He greeted his men, took his keys, and left. His ride was a Lamborghini Phantom, a classic black supercar. Men tend to indulge such tastes. The engine roared as the dark silhouette leapt like an unbridled bull onto Princess Road. Yi Qiu gripped the wheel, the tachometer needle jittered as speed surged, and his control flowed like silk. An hour later he left Princess Road and turned toward Wangjiao. As he changed lanes, several cars suddenly cut him off without warning. In anyone else's hands there would have been no escape at that speed. But Yi Qiu merely flicked the wheel and tapped the pedal. Tires screamed briefly as the car arced nimbly, evading the ambush by the slimmest margin. Those cars lunged and missed. One window rolled down, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Well now, not bad, driving the man grinned. But he spat. No one told you this place welcomes flashy cars like yours. He cursed. Damn it, ram him. I can't stand these show-off rides and show-off people. Before he finished, the car stirred again, itching to force him off the road. Yi Qiu floored it. The engine howled as the car surged, then he performed a crisp drift, slamming to a halt sideways to block those vehicles dead in front of them. He sat calm behind the wheel, watching them. The reckless attempt at a blockade had stunned the others. The tires shrieked as the cars stopped inches from collision. They were afraid, not of Yi Qiu, but of the catastrophe that would befall them if a collision occurred. Shit, kid, you're real brave. Furious, they slammed open their doors, and a dozen men spilled out. Their leader with the yellow teeth swaggered forward, hurling abuse. Don't you know I'm Xianshi from Lianhe? Lianhe. Xianshi. Yi Qiu's gaze flickered. He now understood their affiliation. Lianhe Hall was notable among the gangs, though its fame was not respectable. The whispered saying on the streets ran: Hongxing fights with fists, Dongxing with drugs. And then there was the jingle: Lianhe supplies the women. The slogan revealed each faction's specialty. Hongxing relied on hard fists, Dongxing on ruthless pills, Lianhe made money off women. It may not sound honorable, but the profits were not insignificant. With money came more underlings, and their influence snowballed in recent years. Wangjiao's nightlife pulsed, and Palan Street was where men sought pleasure. The one who ruled Lianhe here was called Xianshi. Yi Qiu had not expected to encounter him before Liang Kuan. He recognized the man, but showed no change in expression. Lighting a cigarette, he watched the encircling group. Lianhe people. He exhaled. So you famous studs think I should know you. His words stung like a needle. Xianshi's face darkened. Lianhe hated being mocked for that reputation. His men bristled on the spot. Damn. Xianshi pointed and cursed. I think you're living on borrowed time. Before he finished, Yi Qiu moved. The car door slammed open and struck Xianshi in the face. Yi Qiu stepped out, twisted the man's arm, and forced him down onto the hood. Boss. A few underlings rushed up. Xianshi's scream came first. Oh. Yi Qiu pressed his cigarette, but into the man's eye flesh sizzled and burned. What did you just say? Yi Qiu asked. The car door swung open violently, slamming hard into Xianshi's face. Yi Qiu stepped out smoothly, seized the man's arm, twisted it sharply, and slammed him face down onto the car roof. Boss. Several underlings rushed forward. But Xianshi's shriek pierced the air first. Ah. A glowing cigarette butt pressed straight into his eye, sizzled with the acrid stench of burning flesh. What did you just say? Yi Qiu asked calmly. Silence fell like a guillotine. His underlings froze mid-step, paralyzed. Not by fear alone, but by the sheer shocking brutality of it. One moment, he'd been idly smoking, the next an eye was ruined. Xianshi trembled uncontrollably in agony, his voice a ragged whisper. Who? Who are you? Yi Qiu. From Dongxing. Yi Qiu released his grip, slowly speaking, with unhurried precision. Ever heard of me? Dongxing. Tiger Overlord. Xianshi's face drained of all color. Countless men bore the name Yi Qiu in Hong Kong, but only one carried the prefix, Dongxing. He was one of Dongxing's newly ascended 5 tigers, ruthless, relentless, having purged an entire branch in record time. Xianshi's heart lurched. Panic, cold, and absolute flooded his veins. He'd mistaken Yi Qiu for some flashy playboy, a rich fool driving a supercar, and planned to ambush him for easy profit and humiliation. Instead, he'd kicked a steel plate heat in. In Mong Kok Hung Hing had Liang Kuan, Dongxing had Uncle Ben. His own Lianhe syndicate was already weak, dwarfed by both. How could he possibly dare cross this newly risen scourge? The moment he recognized Yi Qiu, every shred of arrogance evaporated. Xianshi forced a smile so ghastly it resembled a grimace. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat hastily. Misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Yi Qiu's reputation for unpredictability preceded him. Xianshi dared not resist. Even with one eye seared, he would endure more punishment rather than provoke further retribution. Lianhe's men survived on women's earnings, soft, spineless, and utterly indifferent to dignity. Misunderstanding. Yi Qiu regarded him with a faint, unreadable smile. Still pinned face down on the roof, Xianshi turned his head sideways, grinning desperately. I truly didn't recognize the mountain when I saw it. Brother Qiu, you're magnanimous beyond measure. I'll host a reconciliation banquet tomorrow with full honors. What do you say? His underlings stared stunned. Their boss backing down wasn't unusual, but doing so after losing an eye while groveling so abjectly, that was rare indeed. No need for a banquet, Yi Qiu said with a soft chuckle. He released his grip and instead slapped Xian Shi's skull twice, smack smack, like chastising a disobedient apprentice. Today we've met without blows, so let's call it a fresh start. From now on I'll rely on Brother Xian Shi's generous guidance. The words were courteous, yet the gesture was pure discipline. His underlings exchanged uneasy glances, strange expressions flickering across their faces, but no one dared laugh. Xian Shi's mouth twitched awkwardly. Brother Qiu jokes. Dongxing's influence in Mongkok needs no assistance from me. Being slapped like a subordinate was humiliating, yet Xian Shi dared not protest. His life hung suspended in Yi Qiu's hands. He strained another brittle smile. Brother Qiu, since matters are settled, might I rise? Yi Qiu, weary of theatrics, let him go. Xian Shi lifted his head from the roof at last, drawing in a long, shuddering breath. All right then. If nothing else remains, Yi Qiu didn't even glance back as he opened the car door. I'll take my leave. The engine roared, a deep, predatory growl, as the Lamborghini shot forward, vanishing swiftly down Princess Margaret Road. Only when its taillights dissolved into the distance did Xian Shi and his men finally exhale. Clutching his ruined eye, Xian Shi gasped through clenched teeth. His gaze locked onto the road where Yi Qiu had disappeared, hatred blazing so fiercely it seemed ready to ignite the air. Damn it! He snarled, each word scraped raw from his throat. This debt is recorded. Ow! Another cry tore from him as he whirled toward his dazed underlings and barked, what are you waiting for? Get me to the hospital, now. They scrambled to help him into the car and sped off toward the hospital. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu drove on, utterly unmoved by Xian Shi's petty venom. To Yi Qiu, Xian Shi was insignificant, no different from the entire Lianhe syndicate, second-rate, unremarkable, surviving solely on exploitation. So long as they remained obedient, he wouldn't trouble himself with them. But if Xian Shi refused to learn, then Yi Qiu would have perfect justification to eradicate them entirely. He knew, of course, that today's humiliation would forge an unbreakable grudge within Xian Shi. So what? If Xian Shi dared return, Yi Qiu would have every reason and every right to expel him from Mongkok altogether. Mongkok was small. Rumors traveled faster than bullets. And news of a syndicate leader hospitalized by a single blow that spread like wildfire across the underworld, reigniting Yi Qiu's name among rival factions. Now few gang leaders in Hong Kong hadn't heard of Dongxing's newly risen tiger overlord. After all, his recent purge of an entire branch had made headlines in every back-alley rumor mill. Curious bosses dug deeper and quickly grasped the truth. Xian Shi must have a death wish. Why pick him? Local snakes fear dragons. This Yi Qiu is fiercer than any native serpent. Looks like we'll have quite the spectacle soon. None of the chatter reached Yi Qiu's ears. Right now he cruised leisurely through Mongkok, not to patrol but to make himself seen, and perhaps stir up a little trouble. Though Dongxing maintained a branch in Mongkok, its leader wasn't Yi Qiu. In Triad hierarchy, overstepping boundaries was taboo, especially if relations were strained. To escalate without cause would earn no sympathy, even from the seated elders. Thus Yi Qiu preferred controlled provocation, to broadcast a warning, don't test me. Yet irony lingered. Trouble found him when he sought peace and vanished precisely when he courted chaos. Finding no incident on his circuit, he headed straight for his own bar, Dongman Bar Mongkok. As he pulled up, a doorman sprinted over. Brother Qiu, the doorman ventured cautiously. Yi Qiu nodded and handed him the keys. Park it well. Rest assured, Brother Qiu. The doorman accepted the keys and couldn't resist stealing two quick, curious glances. This newly famed branch leader looked far less terrifying than legend claimed. Yi Qiu said nothing more, left a generous tip, and walked inside. The doorman stood frozen bill in hand, watching until Yi Qiu vanished behind the bar's heavy doors. The bar assigned to him by the organization was undeniably upscale, more luxurious even than the one in Sha Tin. Located near Temple Street, it drew a higher caliber of clientele, and business thrived accordingly. Word of the new owner had spread fast. Management staff hurried over, introductions trembling slightly on their lips. None knew Yi Qiu's true standing, and uncertainty tightened their smiles. Yi Qiu waved them off. Run the bar as usual, I won't interfere. Their collective sigh of relief was almost audible. He was about to dismiss them when a sudden commotion erupted inside. Yi Qiu turned. There by the bar counter stood a thug in his 30s shouting at a young woman. Dao Bachi, you're spitting on Grace. Playing innocent while working the tables. He lunged to grab her. At the name, Dao Bachi, Yi Qiu's brow lifted, just slightly. His gaze settled on her face. Early 20s, strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was frigid, impenetrable. Yi Qiu remembered exactly how Dao Bachi would evolve, but for now Chan Ho Nam was still rising and she hadn't yet become that person. Yet she slapped his hand away and fixed him with icy contempt. What now? Trying to scare me with your bigman act. She scoffed. I've run the streets since 14, poured drinks since 17. What haven't I seen? Don't waste your bravado on me. Do you think I'm afraid? Enraged, the middle-aged gangster raised his palm to strike, only for a bottle to shatter against his forehead with a sickening crack. His underlings sprang up instantly. Who threw that? Get out here, now. Yichio stepped forward, voice calm, detached. I did. His eyes swept the room. So, do you intend to wreck my establishment? The gangster, ignoring the blood trickling down his temple, demanded warily. Yichio of Dongxing. Yichio narrowed his eyes. That's me. Yichio. Oh. The man's face paled. He forced a nervous grin. Ah, brother Chio. My apologies, my mouth ran wild. I meant no disruption, merely. Yichio cut him off. Ow. Yes, right away. The gangster scrambled backward, dragging his men with him. The bar fell silent for a moment. Those who were there to watch were somewhat stunned. The middle-aged boss, who had some stature, was struck on the head by a bottle thrown by Yichio, yet he dared not retaliate, instead explaining in a low voice. In the end, Yichio simply uttered the word roll, and the other party genuinely complied without a sound. What is the difference? This is the difference. It was not until this moment that everyone fully understood that the background of the Dongman bar was far more formidable than they had imagined. Many people whispered to themselves that they should never cause trouble here in the future. After the interruption, the bar's atmosphere quickly returned to its lively state. Yichio had no intention of actively getting to know Scar Chi. He turned and sat back in his boss chair, not even shifting his footsteps. To him, Scar Chi was merely a woman and not enough to impede his movement. Compared to women, Yichio was more interested in recruiting capable subordinates. To be honest, he indeed lacked manpower. In the past, his territory was small and his reputation weak, so he had to handle everything personally, but times had changed. Now Yichio was not only one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, but also managed a completely uniform faction. It was indeed time to cultivate a few decent subordinates. However, although Yichio had no thoughts about Scar Chi, he could not resist the impact of the recent hero saving the beauty act. In this era, there were not many tricks to pursue women. Although the hero saving the beauty trope was cliched, its impact was undeniable. Seeing that Yichio did not come over, Scar Chi took the initiative to approach him. Chiu-gu, despite her tough demeanor earlier, now standing before Yichio, her tone was somewhat nervous. Earlier, the bar's lighting was dim, and she had not seen his appearance clearly. Now up close, she discovered that Yichio was actually quite handsome. Scar Chi momentarily felt a bit dazed, finding it hard to associate the handsome face before her with the notorious Chiu-gu from earlier. Thank you for earlier. Yichio turned his head and smiled. No need to thank me. I wasn't entirely helping you, mainly, I didn't want anyone causing trouble in my place. He glanced at Scar Chi. This woman was indeed beautiful. Even with a scar on her face, it could not conceal her strong presence. Scar Chi opened her mouth, but swallowed her words back. After a few seconds, she finally said softly, Chiu-gu, can I stay here a little longer? I'm afraid that after going out, that bastard will come looking for trouble again. Yichio found it a bit amusing. Don't worry. If he dares to come back, it means he doesn't take me seriously at all. Saying this, he shook his head. This woman was not really afraid. She was clearly taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Earlier, she had shown no signs of fear. Yichio was not foolish. He could tell that Scar Chi had some affection for him, though there was likely more respect than anything else. He casually said, but if you want to stay, then stay. I run a bar for business. There's no reason to rush customers out. Thank you, Chiu-gu. Scar Chi visibly relaxed. She indeed had her thoughts mostly guessed by Yichio. Just as she said, having been out on the streets since 14 and accompanying drinkers in bars, by 17 a girl from the streets wouldn't truly be afraid of these things. However, a girl from the streets is still a woman. Meeting Yichio, who was not much older and had just helped her out, inevitably stirred some emotions within her. The two casually chatted for a bit. Scar Chi suddenly spoke up. Chiu-gu, can I follow you? If it were before, she would never have dared to ask like this. But now that she had decided to sit at the table, what was there to be afraid of? Follow me. Yichio was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to be so direct. At that moment, someone knocked at the office door. Come in. A young man poked his head in. Chiu-gu, Ben Shu is asking if you have time. He wants to meet you. The newcomer was one of Dongxing's younger brothers who had parked Yichio's car earlier. Ben Shu. Yichio's mind immediately flashed with information about this name. The white-haired old man. If the 5 tigers of Dongxing represented the younger generation, then the white-haired old man was a veteran of the uncle generation from the same era as the camel. It was he who would later become the 4th leader of Dongxing. Notably, over these 3 years, Yichio had never interacted with him. Unexpectedly today, the other party would take the initiative to seek him out. Yichio nodded readily. Since Ben Shu wants to meet, then let's go meet him. He then exited the Dongman bar, only to find the white-haired old man's car waiting at the door. He decided not to drive himself and got in directly. The car drove towards Mongkok. Unlike the gang members with a rough demeanor, the white-haired old man seemed more like a respectable businessman. In fact, Yichio knew that this elder spent most of his time doing legitimate business. He never dabbled in the flower trade of Dongxing. Because of this, the white-haired old man set his faction in Mongkok outside the new territories. It is worth noting that Dongxing's territory basically revolved around the 9 districts of the new territories, with Mongkok being the only exception. Although the white-haired old man always claimed he didn't want to compete with the younger generation, anyone with eyes could see what was really going on. Speaking of which, in this regard, Yichio and he were quite similar. In all of Dongxing aside from the white-haired old man, only Yichio did not engage in the flower business. We've arrived. Shortly after the Rolls-Royce stopped, Yichio got out and found himself at a wine villa club located in a quiet area of Mongkok, which was not small in scale and clearly required significant effort from its owner. Upon entering, Yichio was immediately drawn to the wall of wine barrels in the corner. Thankfully, he did not suffer from claustrophobia, otherwise staying here would be quite uncomfortable. Hee. A voice that sounded quite friendly came from inside. I've heard that Dongxing has recently gained a young man with considerable ambition. Yichio looked towards the sound and saw an elderly man in his 50s or 60s sitting at a tasting table. It was the white-haired old man, Ben Shu. You flatter me, Ben Shu. Sit down. Ben Shu's gaze fell on Yichio as he scrutinized him closely. He was indeed curious about what kind of young man could achieve such a clear-cut faction so quickly. Now that he had met him, he faintly felt that this young man seemed to be even more impressive than he had imagined. At this moment, Yichio was unaware of how much the other party was thinking. He was simply more curious about why the white-haired old man had proactively invited him today. However, before he could ask, the white-haired old man seemed to read his mind and spoke first with a smile. With so many people from the 5 tigers of Dongxing, do you know why I wanted to meet you alone? Yichio smiled, understanding that this was a test. At this moment, a waiter brought a bottle of red wine, opened it, and handed it to the white-haired old man for a sniff. The white-haired old man nodded, and the waiter poured wine into the glasses in front of the two. Because we are the same kind of people. Yichio gently swirled his wine glass. In Dongxing, we are the only two who do not engage in the flower business. This action was precisely noticed by the white-haired old man. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are a clever person. He took a sip from his glass before continuing. You truly are different from them. I have high hopes for you. High hopes for me. Yichio keenly caught the implication in his words. Yichio, you are a smart person. The white-haired old man did not mind, but rather pointedly said, you should understand that fighting and killing will eventually come to an end. Compared to those in the gang, I prefer to engage in legitimate business. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Yichio's reaction. I am old. The white-haired old man set down his glass. The ways of the young taking territories and engaging in fighting are no longer suitable for me. So today I called you here to ask you, what are your thoughts on Mongkok? At this point, Yichio fully understood. The other party was not trying to recruit him, nor was he looking to partner up. Rather, he was extending a friendly gesture and even hinting at wanting to assist him. Initially thinking that the white-haired old man had an interest in gang conflicts, he now realized that the man was not interested at all. To some extent, he and Jiang Tianyang were similar, both well aware of who they were and what they should do. Thinking of this, Yichio was also quite direct. Of course, I am interested in Mongkok. What does Ben Shu want? Talking to a smart person is indeed comfortable. The white-haired old man smiled. He secretly praised Yichio's quick response, and his evaluation of Yichio rose a few notches. Indeed, although he recognized this young man, he could not escape the word interest. As an elder of Dongxing who wished to cleanse his image, the white-haired old man could support Yichio, but he wouldn't do it for free. The exchange of interests was his principle. I most enjoy dealing with smart people, said the white-haired old man. I can give you Mongkok, but you must owe me a few favors. Yichio smiled. He nodded straightforwardly. Deal. After a pause, he added, in addition, if Ben Shu ever needs me in the business world, I will never refuse. The meaning of the words was understood by both sides. Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man's smile deepened. Good. I knew I was not mistaken about you. After chatting for a while longer, Yichio was more convinced that the white-haired old man and Jiang Tianyang were of the same ilk. In the original plot, the white-haired old man later became the leader of Dongxing, always acting very low-key, while stabilizing a nearly fragmented Dongxing. This alone shows that this old man is not simple. In fact, it was proven that he had no ambitions for fighting and killing, leading to Dongxing's diminishing presence over time. It is somewhat ironic. After being betrayed, Jiang Tianyang, who did not want to deal with the Underworld, ultimately became the leader of the Hongxing gang. The white-haired old man was the same. After the camel was killed by the crow, he also took over as the leader of Dongxing. Yet ironically, these two who did not wish to get involved, but had to take over, ended up retreating unscathed. The longer they talked, the more the white-haired old man appreciated Yichio. As he grew older, it was natural for him to want to promote a few younger generations he found agreeable. In contrast, he looked down on all of Dongxing's so-called 5 tigers. The mountain tiger was too violent, the smiling tiger was too scheming, the thunder tiger was gloomy and calculating, and the capturing tiger was too arrogant. As for the golden-haired tiger who was kicked out by Yichio, he was completely brainless. Thus, Yichio's appearance was a breath of fresh air for him. Both in style and in capability, Yichio appealed to him. This was also the reason he took the initiative to meet Yichio today. For the white-haired old man, he did not care how the young people in the gang fought as long as it did not touch his interests. Over the years, his business had long shifted entirely to legitimate enterprises. Were it not for still bearing the name of Dongxing's uncle, he would have had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of Mongkok at all. Frankly speaking, Dongxing's identity had become more of a burden than an asset. Each time he attempted to enter elite social circles, he was met with wary judgmental glances. He was also compelled to repeatedly divert attention from his lawful ventures to manage the clan's chaotic internal matters, making clear just how little Mong Kok truly weighed upon him. It wasn't that Mong Kok held no value, rather he now possessed far better options. And within Dongxing, Yi Qiu stood as his finest choice. Strength alone was insufficient, intelligence was indispensable. Had Yi Qiu been nothing but a reckless brute, he would never have sat here today. Fortunately, Yi Qiu proved not only shrewd, but even more perceptive and tactful than anticipated. With that, Bai Tu Wang hesitated no longer. Regarding the Mong Kok branch, he needed only to make a symbolic gesture. His silent endorsement alone would be enough to secure Yi Qiu's firm footing there. When the moment ripened, he would smoothly elevate Yi Qiu to the position of Jia Fit Yin, the undisputed leader. As for Yi Qiu, what he had pledged in return was little more than an empty promissory note. Such an exchange between two astute minds required no protracted negotiation. Mutual understanding sufficed. Uncle Ben, Yi Qiu glanced at his watch and rose. I won't intrude further today. From now on, Mong Kok will require your continued guidance. Words need not be spelled out. Intent was clear between them. A youth is truly a blessing. Bai Tu Wing smiled warmly as he too stood. Do visit often for tea. Certainly. After Yi Qiu departed the winery, Bai Tu Wang gazed at his retreating figure and gave a gentle contemplative shake of his head. Truly the younger generation commands awe. Mong Kok may well become the second Qin Yisei in years to come. Returning to the Dongman bar, Yi Qiu retrieved his car keys from the doorman and strode directly toward the parking lot. Yi Qiu had originally come to assume control of the bar, but this single visit yielded far richer dividends than expected. At the thought, his mood lifted perceptibly. A voice came from beside him. Yi Qiu turned, and there stood Dao Ba Chi, her scar stark under the light. You haven't left yet. He was genuinely surprised. He'd assumed she'd long since departed after such a lengthy absence. What if I never returned? Then I'd wait. Dao Ba Chi replied without hesitation. Now you've waited long enough. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, pressed the key fob to unlock the car, and opened the door. Let's go. It's late. As he moved to enter the vehicle, Dao Ba Chi hastily reached out and placed her hand upon the door. Brother Qiu, you still haven't answered me. Having spent years navigating Borington Road, she'd seen countless women attach themselves to powerful men, and inevitably ambition stirred within her own heart. Encountering someone like Yi Qiu, striking, charismatic, effortlessly commanding, was rare fortune. Letting him slip away today might mean missing her only chance. Answer you. Yi Qiu paused, then realized her meaning. You mean about becoming my woman? Yes. Dao Ba Chi nodded vigorously. To recognize me as your sworn brother. She remained silent this time, lips pressed into a tight line. Yi Qiu chuckled and tilted his chin toward the passenger seat. Get in. Her eyes lit up. She hurried around the car and slipped into the seat. The engine rumbled low as the vehicle pulled away from the bar's entrance. On Princess Road, the Lamborghini surged forward at breathtaking speed. Dao Ba Chi, seated beside him, felt her pulse race in time with the accelerating engine. No wonder men loved high-speed driving. It truly intoxicated the senses. They say a man behind the wheel is at his most magnetic, and Yi Qiu, one hand resting casually upon the steering wheel, was undeniably arresting. Dao Ba Chi had ridden in many cars before, yet none conveyed such effortless mastery, such total unshakable command, as this one. She stole a quiet glance at Yi Qiu, uncertainty flickering within her. He seemed indifferent to her. Perhaps his invitation to ride was merely courtesy, sparing her embarrassment. After a stretch of silence, Dao Ba Chi spoke again, her third attempt. Brother Qiu, I want to follow you. Seriously, just follow me. Yi Qiu suddenly laughed, a knowing wry smile. Do you wish to rise through the ranks? Or become my woman? These days young girls harbor surprisingly bold ambitions. Still few dare voice them so plainly as you do. In the new territories, many girls would simply stare at him with starry-eyed admiration. Few ever dared approach. Enough. Yi Qiu steered smoothly, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. From now on you'll follow me. I happen to need reliable hands in Mong Kok. Borington Road, nestled between Mong Kok and Yau Ma Ti, was famed across Hong Kong as one of the city's most frequented streets for men. Dao Ba Chi lived in an aging tenement building along Borington Road. The car halted smoothly at the curb. We're here, Yi Qiu said, remaining seated. Dao Ba Chi unbuckled her seatbelt, smiling brightly. Thank you for bringing me home, Brother Qiu. For the first time in her life, she felt genuine safety. Growing up on Borington Road, security had always been a foreign concept. At 14, she'd begun running the streets, but by 17, she was working hostess shifts in nightclubs. For a woman carving her path here, danger lurked around every corner, especially for those deemed beautiful. The truth was harsh, but undeniable. Yi Qiu watched her intently. If anything arises, find me at Dongman Bar. I will. Dao Ba Chi stepped out, then paused at the door to flash a playful grin. Care to come up for a glass of water? Of course it was mere banter. She didn't truly expect an answer. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and vanished into the dim, narrow stairwell. Neighbors who recognized Dao Ba-chi stared stunned as she emerged from the luxury vehicle. Good heavens! Who on earth could this be? Though they couldn't identify the exact model of the Lamborghini, its sheer presence signaled extraordinary status. And Yichio's profile, cool, composed, unmistakably commanding, left them speculating for hours. By the time Dao Ba-chi reached her floor, several neighbors had already gathered in the corridor. Faces that once ignored her now wore exaggerated smiles, each vying to outdo the other in warmth. Sister Chi, have you finally climbed the ladder? Don't forget us when you strike it rich. Sister Chi. A chorus of questions swirled around her, yet she merely smiled and said nothing, walking straight into her apartment. Yichio, unaware of the stir his arrival had caused, watched Dao Ba-chi disappear into the building, then lingered, lighting a cigarette and leaning back into the driver's seat. Amid drifting smoke, memories surfaced. According to the original course of fate, Borington Road would one day fall under the dominion of Hung Hing's 13th sister. And the greatest force propelling 13th sister's ascension was none other than Dao Ba-chi herself, precisely why Yichio had accepted her allegiance. Though Bai Tu Wang's tacit approval granted him foothold in Mongkok, he knew full well that reliance on others was perilous. Mountains crumble, people betray. The lesson was etched deep within him. What he lacked most urgently now was capable, loyal operatives. Since Dao Ba-chi volunteered her loyalty, he would elevate her. 13th sister achieved greatness, Dao Ba-chi had no reason to fall short, and might well surpass her. Borington Road would thus become his strategic springboard into Mongkok. Moreover, Dongxing and Hung Hing had long been rivals. Undermining one of Hung Hing's branches in Mongkok was an opportunity he welcomed wholeheartedly. Yichio tapped ash from his cigarette, gaze darkening. His ambitions extended beyond Borington Road. He intended to dismantle Hung Hing's other Mongkok stronghold as well. After all, Liang Quan wouldn't survive much longer. Days later, in Sha Tin's branch of the new territories, life had markedly improved for the 16 district chiefs under Yichio's command, ever since he had consolidated Sha Tin into a unified domain. Previously, their flower trade brought profit, but no peace of mind. That line of work carried unbearable risk. One misstep, and all prior gains would vanish overnight. Thus, each lived in constant dread, fearing arrest or forced flight at any moment. Now everything had changed. Territory expanded, revenues doubled, and the specter of police raids receded. Such comfort was indescribable, and precisely why no district chief dared voice dissent against Yichio. Instead, they feared exclusion above all else. Their deference toward him had grown markedly deeper. Indeed, self-interest moves hearts more powerfully than even the strongest bonds of brotherhood. When interests bind tightly enough, alliances become unbreakable. Having finalized the Borington Road plan, Yichio wasted no time. Returning to Sha Tin, he summoned all 16 district chiefs at once. He stated his intention plainly. Brother Chio, ventured one chief hesitantly, are you planning to lead our brothers across the boundary, into Mongkok? Others exchanged glances, brows furrowed in confusion. Why abruptly cross into another territory? In the past, had Jin Mao Hu or Sham Ming proposed such a move, they would have resisted outright. The Triad upheld strict territorial codes, each domain inviolable, like rivers and wells refusing to mix. Worse still, Mongkok belonged to Uncle Ben. As one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, Yichio's move would violate seniority itself, defying tradition by challenging his elders. Several chiefs frowned, hearts pounding. Relax, Yichio smiled, reading their thoughts instantly. Uncle Ben has no objections. He supports me. Uncle Ben supports you. Silence fell over the room. Men who had risen to district chiefdom were no fools. All present were seasoned veterans. None were dullards. They grasped Yichio's implication instantly. This was unmistakably the backing of a senior elder, intending to elevate Yichio to leadership. Good heavens, first the Dragonhead's endorsement, now Uncle Ben's open support. Such momentum was formidable. Exchanging subtle glances, each chief harbored the same thought. With such patronage, who could possibly challenge Yichio for Dongxing's highest throne? Enough! Yichio rapped the table, cutting through their reverie. Some things are best left unasked. Suffice it to say, Mongkok is mine to claim. He offered no further explanation, immediately assigning tasks. Turning to those on his left, you, all prepare your men. I may call upon you at any moment. Then shifting to those on his right, as for you, send half your forces to Borington Road to find Dao Ba-chi. Eradicate every rival banner there completely and utterly. No objections arose this time. Though none knew who Dao Ba-chi was, Yichio's command brooked no question. They would obey without hesitation. Boland Street. Scarface Chi never expected that Yichio would come to find her for the second time, starting with a question about whether she wanted to rise in status. You want me to take the lead? She was indeed a bit stunned. The impact of this statement was significant. She bit her lip, and in her heart, it was as clear as day. How could she not see Yichio's ambition? But the problem was, how long had she been following Yichio? Once again, she was struck by the charisma of the man before her. There's only one opportunity. Yichio lit a cigarette, looking at her with a smile. Do you want to sit in the position of the head of Bolin Street? Scarface Chi fell silent. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes. She had no choice in her background, but she could choose her own path. Regardless of gender, who would genuinely want to waste their life in the mud? After a while she raised her head, her gaze becoming resolute, and slowly uttered a word yes. Just like that, Scarface Chi became the fastest to rise as the district boss under Yi Chio. Of course, if only considering the time she followed Yi Chio, this statement was not incorrect. But that's not how the calculations work. She had been involved in Bolin Street since she was 14, starting from the lowest level as a hostess and enduring for a full 5 to 6 years. Moreover, the title of boss at this moment was actually more nominal. Bolin Street still wasn't Yi Chio's territory. Bolin Street is a unique place, the most prosperous and chaotic district in Mongkok, known as the paradise for men, with its core industry being quite clear to everyone. Because of this, it has become an unspoken buffer zone between the major gangs of Mongkok. Over time, this place has transformed into something ambiguous, nominally belonging to Mongkok, yet resembling an independent enclave. Now Yi Chio had his sights set here, and his intentions were crystal clear. First, take down Bolin Street, and then plot for the whole of Mongkok. Yi Chio kept his word, quickly assigning a group of younger brothers to Scarface Chi, directly arranging for her to plant a flag in Bolin Street. News spread, and many on the streets were astonished. Yi Chio is planting a flag in Bolin Street again. Isn't he satisfied with his dominance in Sha Tin? Isn't that the territory of Mongkok? Is he crossing the line now? Can Old White endure this? The East Star 5 Tigers against the older generation. This will be interesting. However, to the disappointment of all those waiting to see the spectacle, there was no response from Old White, as if he had tacitly approved of Yi Chio's actions. At this moment, other gangs were stunned. Then another piece of news exploded. Yi Chio officially appointed a woman named Scarface Chi as his representative in Bolin Street. Scarface Chi. This name had never been heard before. Various factions were inquiring about who this woman was to be valued so highly by Yi Chio. Yi Chio must have misjudged this time. Someone scoffed Scarface Chi. Isn't she just a hostess from Bolin Street? Heaven knows what Yi Chio was thinking, actually promoting her. Right away someone chimed in, letting a woman take the lead. Are there no men left in Bolin Street? A burst of laughter ensued. It was no wonder they were discussing in the underworld. Women rarely emerged, especially not directly elevated to a leadership position. Thus it wasn't just the external gangs that were laughing. Even the 16 district heads under Yi Chio were puzzled. What right does Scarface Chi have? Someone whispered. Could she be Yi Chio's woman? Even if she is, he shouldn't be so reckless. However, despite their words, no one dared to confront Yi Chio directly. After all, no one wanted to provoke Yi Chio's authority. But Yi Chio truly had not misjudged her. Once Scarface Chi assumed her position, her strength immediately emerged. She was meticulous in thought, yet her methods were harsher than many men. The less the outside world believed in her, the more she felt compelled to prove herself. That night at dawn, Bolin Street was alive with activity. Scarface Chi and her crew had just emerged from a small gang's chicken stall. The younger brothers, trailing her, still bore expressions of disbelief on their faces. That night, they had already swept through 5 small gangs. They witnessed Scarface Chi's ruthlessness firsthand. It turned out that when a woman got serious, it was no longer a man's affair. By the time dawn approached, they realized that she had completely taken down 5 gangs in a single night. Bolin Street was not large, and news spread rapidly. The next day, those who caught wind of it in the streets gasped in disbelief. Sweeping 5 families in one night. Yi Chio's hand was indeed ruthless. But what made people's scalps tingle even more was that it wasn't Yi Chio himself who did this, but the woman they had looked down upon just yesterday. Scarface Chi. This display of power was solid. Only then did the major gangs realize that under Yi Chio there truly were no easy targets. Bolin Street was usually turbulent with constant frictions between gangs, but such a direct and ruthless move was indeed rare. Scarface Chi's uproar was like a bomb, stunning everyone. Though the ones wiped out were small gangs, they had been rooted in Bolin Street for several years. Yet Scarface Chi declared removal without leaving any room. This woman is truly vicious. Someone cursed. However, while cursing, many found it hard to understand. Yi Chio had just planted his flag, and he unleashed such deadly measures. Wasn't he afraid of pushing the other gangs in Bolin Street to desperation? Despite appearing disbanded now, that was before they encountered their vested interests. If truly pushed to the edge, who could remain seated? Madman. Someone concluded the boss above is a madman, the subordinates are madmen, and now even the woman is mad. After saying this, everyone fell silent. In this line of work, it ultimately comes down to strength and money. Yi Chio had wealth and power, so naturally he wasn't afraid of a fight. As for them, forget it. In the end, those who were wiped out could only accept their bad luck. Small gangs had no strength, and when trouble arose, no one would stick their neck out for them. After this night, no one dared to utter a word against Scarface Chi sitting in the position of the head of Bolin Street. In Dongman Bar, a system prompt appeared before Yi Chio. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful, earned 5 million HKD, 3 free attribute points, and 1 fighting experience card, mastery in firearms. Unknowingly, it had been a full month since the sign-in. The rewards were indeed quite generous. Yichio had not anticipated that this time the sign-in rewards would be so bountiful, not only receiving 5 million HKD, but also gaining 3 free attribute points. With the previous gene serum modification plus the bonus from the first sign-in, his strength had already surged to 67 points. Now adding these 3 points, he would precisely break through the 70-point barrier. What does this mean? The level of a double flower red stick. Currently, there were very few in the gang who could reach this level. What surprised Yichio even more was that the system actually issued another skill card, and it was combat-related. He was well aware of how rare such things were in the month since he started signing in. Aside from the first sign-in that granted him mastery in swordsmanship, the only other one was mastery in driving, which didn't count as a proper combat skill. So skill cards were indeed scarce, but that was to be expected. How could ordinary people possess so many skills? It was just that he had a cheat. This time he received a mastery in firearms card. Firearms. Yichio's eyes lit up. Oh, after waiting this long, he finally got one. He didn't hesitate taking the card out from the system space and crushing it. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge about firearms flooded into his mind. That familiar feeling made him feel that if he were handed a gun, now he could play the role of a hero. Of course, just thinking about it was enough. Actually doing it would be courting death. After breaking through to the level of a double flower red stick, a knock sounded at the door. Scarface Chi entered accompanied by 16 district bosses. As everyone greeted each other, they unconsciously allowed Scarface Chi to walk a bit ahead, their gazes carrying a touch more respect. Clearly, after the battle in Boland Street, no one dared to question this woman's abilities. Yichio watched this scene smiling, but saying nothing. His decision to send Scarface Chi to plant the flag was precisely to establish her authority, allowing these district bosses to see for themselves if she was qualified for this position. This wasn't favoritism. Yichio understood Scarface Chi's abilities better than anyone. Just as the 13 sisters of Hongxing rose quickly, Scarface Chi could do the same. When he first entered Dongxing, he had also fought single-handedly to gain recognition on a street. Allowing Scarface Chi to lead the charge and plant the flag was the same principle. There was no need to waste energy on infighting with so few talented subordinates. It was better to let them see Scarface Chi's strength early on. Now it seemed the effect was good. Scarface Chi and the district bosses came over to settle this month's accounts. The rules of the gang were such that the territory was allocated to them to manage, and Yichio only needed to collect the money. Of course, most of this money came from the territory of the Shatin gang, and Boland Street had just been taken over, so there hadn't been much income yet. However, with Yichio's support, Scarface Chi would soon be able to establish herself in Boland Street. With the profits there, she would definitely earn more than the total of the 16 districts. After all, it was famously known as a money sinkhole. On the bar table lay money boxes, and when opened they were filled with cash. Aside from Scarface Chi, the 16 district bosses felt their breaths become heavier. They had seen money before, but never had they handed over so much cash at once. The visual impact was simply too strong. Compared to checks, these boxes of cash were indeed far more substantial. Clear out the people from other societies in these days. From now on, I don't want to see any other societies interfering in Boland Street. I will take care of any issues myself. Even if Yichio didn't say anything, Scar Chi would still take action. Don't worry, brother Chio. I won't let you down. Now that she had money, people, and backing, she certainly wouldn't be satisfied with just getting rid of a few small societies. Seeing that the discussions were nearly concluded, Yichio didn't say more, picked up the box filled with money and headed to Yuan Long. Yuan Long in the new territories Tin Shui Y. Upon hearing that Yichio had arrived, Luo directly had someone take him to the conference hall. Mr. Luo. Yichio placed the money box on the table, speaking in an ordinary tone. I brought this month's regular payment. Dongxing and Hongxing's methods of making a living are quite similar. Luo, whose real name is Luo Bingruan, is the son of Luo Zhengwu, the second leader of Dongxing. Yichio was different from the group with the crow. He didn't bow to any big shots when he joined Dongxing, nor was he a disciple of Lata, so he always referred to him as Mr. Luo. In fact, Hongxing did the same of figures like Dalo Bi and Brother Ji, also called Jiang Tianxing Mr. Jiang. Everyone understood this rule, and generally no one would make a fuss about it. Oh, you delivered it so early. Luata had been fiddling with the teacup, and upon hearing this, he raised his head, appearing somewhat surprised. He then began to talk about Crow and the other 5 tigers. If everyone was as proactive as you in delivering the payments, how much easier would it be for this old bone of mine? Yichio smiled, but didn't respond. Of course, he wasn't simply coming to deliver money out of kindness. With the recent surge in his reputation, someone must be envious. Coming today was one aspect of delivering money, but calming Lata was the main focus. Otherwise, why would he be so honest? Sure enough, after discussing Crow for a bit, Luatoa shifted the topic back to Yichio. Alright, let's talk about your matters. I've heard about the commotion in Mongkok recently. You're quite bold. Luochuo's tone was calm, but the pressure of an old streetwise figure naturally emerged. Yichio remained calm, smiling slightly. Mr. Luo, regarding Mongkok, I haven't crossed any boundaries. I've already discussed this with Uncle Ben. Luatoa certainly knew. If it weren't for the old man's heads-up, he would have called to warn Yichio long ago. How could he have waited until now? The reason for saying this was merely to assert his status as the leader of Dongxing and to dampen Yichio's arrogance. After all, Yichio's influence was expanding too quickly, and as the leader, he had to be cautious. That's what I'm saying. Luotua's expression became more serious, his words carrying an implication. But with you all doing this, it can easily make others unhappy. It's sometimes hard for me as the leader. Yichio felt a bit displeased being pressured like this, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, smiling lightly. I won't make things difficult for Mr. Luo. After controlling Bolin Street, it's still the old rule. Every month, I'll contribute an extra 30. Upon hearing this, Luotua smiled and nodded repeatedly. This way he wouldn't have a hard time. Among the 5 tigers under Luotua, Shanshan Tiger and Smiling Tiger were the best at making money and were the most diligent in their offerings. However, no matter how much the Crow and Smiling Tiger offered, it was merely appreciation. When they needed Luotua to intervene, they would offer more. When things were calm, they naturally offered less. Unlike Yichio, whose monthly fixed payment to the society was 30 higher. This wasn't just a fluctuating appreciation, it was a steady contribution. In comparison, it was clear that Yichio was better at handling relationships. At this moment, having received Yichio's promised law, finally felt secure, even a little smug. It seemed that supporting Yichio to rise to power back then was indeed the right decision. After all, where else could he find such a large sum of money? Of course, satisfaction aside, he had to make sure to deliver his warnings. He leisurely poured himself more tea before speaking. Achio, if you have any movements in the future, remember to report to me in advance. Mr. Luo took a sip of tea, his tone, neither too heavy nor too light. You have only been with Dongxing for 3 years, and you already sit at the position of 5 tigers. You're quite clever. Looking at you, I can sense the implication in your words. Since you're clever, you should know what can and cannot be done. You've made quite a ruckus in Bolin Street. I can still support you for now. He paused, his tone becoming heavier. But don't think this matter is settled just like that. If the other 5 tigers were to follow suit, how would I continue to be the leader? In the future, you must know how to measure your actions. I can't always back you up like this. The implication in his words was clear, both a warning and a reminder to Yichio. If he wanted the leader to continue backing him, the offerings couldn't stop. After finishing, Luotua pretended to pour a cup of tea for Yichio as well. Rest assured, Mr. Luo. Yichio smiled. I won't make things difficult for you or the society. Measure. Did he really need to teach him such things? Since Yichio dared to take action, he had already made his plans. He just found it tedious to lay everything out and simply lowered his head to drink tea. No one saw that in the clear tea, a pair of eyes reflecting indifference to the point of disdain. That gaze was akin to looking at a corpse. Yichio was very clear in his heart. Even if he didn't take action, Luo wouldn't live long. Otherwise, why would he be so accommodating today? After all, even his superior, the Golden Fur Tiger, had been brought down by him. What could a Luo do? It was only a matter of time. Seeing Yichio bowing his head to drink tea, looking humble and eager to learn, Luo finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, if there's nothing else, you can head back for now. He gestured for the troubles on Bolin Street. I'll still support you for the time being. Yichio didn't say more, nodded, and turned to leave the conference hall. Having submitted this regular payment, he had achieved his goal. This money could be regarded as a temporary protection fee, buying him some peace. Although Luotua seemed to be enjoying himself now, eventually, he would have to repay with interest. When he returned to the bar in Mongkok, it was already dark. Yichio originally planned to call Scar Chi to ask about the situation on Bolin Street, but one of the local bosses came to find him first. Brother Chio, the boss leaned in closer. Are you free tonight? Tonight. Yichio raised his eyes. What's the matter? It's Hongxing's handler in Mongkok. He wants to meet you. The boss didn't dare to hide it, and said directly, I had some business dealings with him before, so he asked me to inquire. Hongxing's hall master. Yichio laughed upon hearing this. Liang Kuan. As for the so-called business relationship, there was no need to elaborate. It must be related to the flower business. Among all of Hongxing, only Liang Kuan had the guts to deal with Dongxing. Yes, that's him. The local boss nodded. Yichio casually stretched his shoulders and smiled. Since he's Hongxing's handler, then let's go meet him. In the car, the local boss thought for a moment and still reminded Brother Chio this Liang Kuan is not simple. He's quite a ruthless character. His relationship with Liang Kuan was actually average. They had some dealings in the flower business before. But since Yichio strictly prohibited his subordinates from touching this business, their interactions had decreased. If it weren't for Liang Kuan seeking him out this time, he wouldn't have bothered to act as a middleman. After all, Dongxing and Hongxing had always maintained a facade of friendliness, while secretly competing. When there were benefits, they were friends. When benefits disappeared, it was normal to draw weapons at the next meeting. I know. Yichio merely smiled lightly at his subordinate's reminder. Who was Liang Kuan? As a time traveler, Yichio was clearer than anyone else. After gaining support, he established the Qian Kuan International Film Production Company in Hong Kong. Over the years, he had indeed made quite a bit from filmmaking, though he had also used underhanded methods to force people into making movies. However, this guy didn't just rely on films. He pursued any quick money-making ventures and was thriving in the flower business. Because of his wealth, he literally used money to buy off half of Hongxing's handlers, eventually allowing him to ascend to the position of leader. It must be said that Liang Kuen's rise from hall master to leader was indeed due to his capabilities. Overall, if it weren't for colliding with Chuan Haonan's group's protagonist Aura, this guy could be considered a top-tier figure. Unfortunately, as a villain, most endings are like this. In the car, Yi Qiu chatted casually with his subordinate, and soon the vehicle arrived at Liang Kuen's territory. Yi Qiu didn't hesitate much, pushed the door open, and got out, only bringing two younger brothers with him, heading straight towards Liang Kun's establishment. The few younger brothers guarding the entrance were clearly taken aback when they saw Yi Qiu approaching. Just as they were about to step forward to question him, Yi Qiu's younger brother stopped them. "This is our brother Qiu. Where's your boss?" These younger brothers examined Yi Qiu, struggling to associate this handsome young man with the Dongxing tiger overlord, who swept through Shatian and took down the entire territory. They had expected this recently famous fierce figure to look fearsome and intimidating. After a few seconds of being stunned, they finally reacted and turned to report inside. However, before they could take a step, Liang Kuen, having received the news from within, wobbled his way out. "This must be Brother Qiu. Nice to meet you for the first time." As soon as he opened his mouth, his raspy voice carried a strange coldness. Yi Qiu didn't mind smiling and saying, "I've long heard of the great name of Hongxing's hall master Liang Kuen, and today, I finally get to meet you. Great name or not." Liang Kuen waved his hand, a smile plastered on his face. "How can I compare to you, Brother Qiu, who established a clear hall at the outset and commanded respect in the underworld?" While speaking, he made a gesture inviting Yi Qiu, and "Don't just stand outside. Let's talk inside, let's talk inside." As they entered, Liang Kuen behaved exceptionally low-key with his words and actions, all catering to Yi Qiu as if they were old friends. However, Yi Qiu was very clear in his heart. This guy Liang Kuen was somewhat akin to Smiling Tiger. The difference was that he was even more ruthless and decisive. One moment he could call you brother, and the next moment he could turn against you without mercy. This was something he could definitely do and had done numerous times. Upon entering the establishment, Yi Qiu discovered that besides Liang Kuen, another person was present. It was Brother Ji, the handler of Hongxing in the Western District. "Come, let me introduce you to Qiu Gu," Liang Kuen said with a faint smile, raising his hand to pat Brother Ji's shoulder, treating him like a younger brother. "This is Brother Ji. Brother Ji, this is Qiu Gu from Dongxing." His attitude clearly showed a lack of respect for Brother Ji, completely disregarding the presence of this figure from the Western Ring. Interestingly, Brother Ji himself didn't mind at all and smiled while Liang Kuen continued to pat him. "So it's Brother Ji." Yi Qiu also smiled and greeted him. Though he looked down on someone like Brother Ji, he still had to put on a show. Seeing Yi Qiu giving him face, Brother Ji immediately wore a beaming smile. "Qiu Gu, I've long heard of your reputation. I didn't expect you to be so young. Standing next to you, I feel immense pressure." After some pleasantries, Liang Kuen stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "Qiu Gu, I invited you here today mainly because Dongxing has been making waves lately, and I wanted to get to know this formidable person like you." He paused, narrowing his eyes, and added, "Secondly, I want to discuss a business deal with you, Qiu Gu. I wonder if you would be willing to chat about it." Yi Qiu smiled slightly. He knew the main event had finally arrived, and he was curious about what Liang Kuen had in store for him. The place suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere a bit tense. Thud, thud. Yi Qiu sat there casually tapping his fingers on the table, breaking the silence. "If you have something to say, just say it directly," he said in a calm tone. "Since we are discussing business, we should be clear about it." Liang Kuen smiled as he listened, narrowing his eyes. "Good, Qiu Gu is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. They say Zai is from Hongxing, and Si Zai is from Dongxing." Liang Kuen leaned forward, smiling. "I heard that among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, only you, Qiu Gu, don't deal in flower business." Yi Qiu simply smiled lightly. So, I want to cooperate with you, Qiu Gu, and engage in a long-term business deal." He stared at Yi Qiu, his tone slowing down. "In all of Dongxing, only you don't deal in flower, and in all of Hongxing, only I, Liang Kuen, do this. Since you don't do it, why not transfer the goods to me? We can split the profits, 7,030. You won't have to worry about anything, just pass it on. So how about teaming up?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's expression remained unchanged, but the gang leader beside him felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had thought Liang Kuen sought Yi Qiu for something else, but unexpectedly, it was all about the flower business. Liang Kuen held a significant position in Hongxing. Who would have thought he would target Dongxing's supply? But in truth, Liang Kuen had no choice. He had been sourcing goods from Golden Hair Tiger and 16 District, but recently Golden Hair Tiger was kicked out, and Yi Qiu strictly prohibited his subordinates from dealing with flower. With his supply cut off, Liang Kuen could only turn to Yi Qiu. After all, Sizai Dongxing wasn't just a name. As a Hongxing person, he could hardly say anything about the flower channel. To put it bluntly, the upstream suppliers didn't take him seriously. So this led to today's situation. A 70-30 split. Yi Qiu took over the conversation, half smiling. "The profit is indeed considerable." Hearing Yi Qiu's indifferent tone, Liang Kun's expression remained unchanged as he continued to sweeten the deal. "Qiu Gu, I've made Mongko prosperous, which will also benefit Bolan Street for you. If you agree, I can help you clear Bolan Street. leaving only Hung Hing and Dong Sing's flags there. Oh, Brother Kun's sincerity is quite impressive. Seeing that Yichio didn't immediately refuse Liang Kun, thought he had caught his interest, and quickly smiled. Of course it still relies on Yichio Gu to keep things going. As he spoke, he picked up the champagne on the table and poured a glass for Yichio and Brother Ji. Given the setup, it seemed he was already prepared to celebrate their cooperation. As for the flower business, just arrange it for me from your end. However, Yichio's next words made Liang Kun pause in pouring the drink. So it seems Brother Kun is certain I would agree. Ha ha ha. Liang Kun laughed heartily, continuing to fill the glasses. I never gamble on uncertain outcomes. Yichio, however, shook his head. Unfortunately, this time you will be disappointed. I still stand by my word, I do not deal in flour. Being directly rejected, Liang Kun's smile did not diminish, but rather widened. Oh, is that so? Just then a group of younger brothers suddenly rushed in from outside and directly surrounded Yichio. Chiogu, you're making it difficult for me, Liang Kun said, raising his glass and placing his hands on his hips, speaking slowly. Since you won't do it, can't you just let me have it? Let's be friends, shall we? You're being rather disrespectful. He shook his glass and his tone turned cold. My brothers can't stand by and watch. Chiogu, you wouldn't want them to intervene for me, right? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Liang Kun, the gang leader behind Yichio, couldn't help but speak up. We agreed to just discuss matters of why are you playing this game. Liang Kun didn't even look at him. Is this any of your concern? His gaze remained fixed on Yichio. Chiogu, drink this glass of wine and we'll be friends. What do you say? Just as the tension was about to explode, Yichio suddenly raised his hand and swept it across. The wine glass smashed on the ground with a loud crash. Yichio stood up, his gaze locking onto Liang Kun. Are you trying to scare me? Liang Kun sneered. Yichio, I am indeed trying to scare you. You must give me an answer today. He no longer addressed him as Chiogu, but instead called him by his name. Clearly he was done pretending. Yichio, however, simply smiled indifferently. Still, I won't engage in the flower business. Liang Kun's expression turned completely grim. His patience had finally worn thin. Yichio, he snorted coldly, I've given you enough face, yet you're giving me none in return. He glanced at the surrounding younger brothers and continued, if you keep this up, my brothers won't be too happy. Yichio's gaze casually swept around with no hint of fear on his face. Does having numbers make me afraid? He smiled, his voice steady. Liang Kun, I bet you won't dare to touch me. He stood up, his tone turning cold. If I lose even a hair today, you can forget about keeping your Mongkok turf. With that, Yichio turned and walked away. The gang leader behind him hurriedly followed. Damn, you think I won't dare to touch you? A wicked smile spread across Liang Kun's face. After being rejected despite his efforts, he was burning with rage. He was never one to back down. With a glance, his younger brothers immediately understood. A group charged toward Yichio. Yichio seemed to anticipate this. He turned and kicked out, sending the first two attackers flying. The power of the double flower red sticks was indeed fierce. Cries of agony echoed. Liang Kun and Brother Ji were momentarily stunned, not expecting Yichio to be so arrogant on his own turf. Damn it, Liang Kun cursed. Do you really think Mongkok is your Sha-Tin? He waved his hand, and another batch of younger brothers rushed in. Although he couldn't win in a unknown in this line of work, who cared about rules? However, just then Brother Ji's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Ji, are you with Liang Kun? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Brother Kun is right here. Let Liang Kun take the call. Brother Ji quickly handed over the phone. Mr. Jiang is looking for you. Upon hearing Mr. Jiang, Liang Kun's expression instantly turned cold for a moment, but he quickly switched to a smile and took the call. Hello, Brother Sheng. Stop the nonsense, Jiang Tiansheng's voice came through. If you dare to touch Yichio today, be prepared for a war between Mongkok and Dongxing. Liang Kun's gaze darkened as he glanced at Yichio. Then he smiled. Brother Sheng has spoken, how dare I not listen? Rest assured, we are just drinking, nothing is wrong. It better be that way. After Jiang Tiansheng finished, he hung up the phone. Liang Kun put down his phone, and when he looked at Yichio again, his face wore that disingenuous smile once more. No wonder you're Chiogu, he casually strolled back. With Dongxing's dragon head supporting you in the new territories, even the Dongxing elders speak for you in Mongkok. It seems that from now on Dongxing will be under your command. Yichio interjected with a smile. Oh, if that's the case, Brother Kun should be careful from now on. His tone was light. Who knows, one day you might end up in my hands, and by then, I wonder if your Hung Hing dragon head will support you. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Brother Ji quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Hey, we're all friends. It's better to know each other through battles. Give me some face, and let's call it a day for this matter. Liang Kun was burning with anger, but still chose to step down. He poured another glass of wine and walked up to Yichio. Brother Ji is right. If we drink this glass, let's pretend tonight never happened. Chiogu, what do you think? Yichio smiled and took the glass. Everyone thought he was sure to drink this first glass. However, the next second, bam! The wine glass smashed hard against Liang Kun's head. Glass shards flew everywhere, and Liang Kun was instantly left bloodied. Yichio finally let go, his voice still calm. Brother Kun, You're right. With a dark expression, he shot Yichio a glance. However, the next second, the same words coming from Yichio's mouth sounded entirely different. This was practically a slap to Liang Kun's face. Only then did everyone finally understand that Yichio wasn't here to reconcile at all. He was here for revenge. To directly explode the head of Hung Hing's figure on their turf was a bold move indeed. Boss. Liang Kun's younger brothers saw this and immediately wanted to rush up. But Liang Kun endured the pain and coldly said, "Let them go." Hearing the boss order, the younger brothers had no choice but to stop watching helplessly as Yichio led his people away. Moments later, Yichio leisurely walked out of Liang Kun's turf. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly moved closer to Yichio and explained, "Brother Chio, I'm sorry, I never expected Liang Kun, that bastard, would." Yichio waved his hand, interrupting him. "No need to explain. I know better than you what kind of person Liang Kun is. Tonight's matter has nothing to do with you." As Yichio said he dared to confront Liang Kun alone, oh, how could he possibly come unprepared? He understood Liang Kun's mad dog personality all too well. This guy could do anything when he went crazy. How did the big boss die in the original plot? No matter how good Yichio was at fighting, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents. Thus, he certainly had a backup plan. The old man was his advance contact. Coincidentally, he also wanted to test whether the benefits of support that mentioned actually counted. It turned out that all his predictions for tonight were accurate. Not only did he have a grudge with Liang Kun, but he also grasped Bei's attitude. It was a significant gain. In simple terms, Yichio agreed to meet Liang Kun just to make an appearance. Ideally, he would stir up some trouble. This way, when he caused chaos in Mongkok in the future, he would have a reason. Even if it escalated to the heads of both sides, he would have something to say. Now all his objectives had been met. Not only did he make an enemy and establish his presence, but he also conveniently gave Liang Kun a blow before leaving. There's one thing I don't understand: if we don't engage in the flower business and hand over the quota of the East Star's 5 tigers to Liang Kun, it doesn't seem to have any drawbacks. There's no need to take risks, it's free profit. How good is that? Although he was also angry with Liang Kun, he could see that Liang Kun genuinely wanted to cooperate. From Yichio's perspective, agreeing would make everything easier to discuss later. But Yichio chose to refuse. He glanced at him and said indifferently, "Some things cannot be judged solely by whether there are drawbacks. I won't touch the flower business. Oh, everyone knows my current identity. Why should I cooperate with Liang Kun? Moreover, if I were to collaborate with him, how would I claim the territory in Mongkok later?" The district leader thought carefully and realized it was indeed the case. From Bei's attitude tonight, it was clear he was nurturing Yichio as a successor. Yichio didn't need to rely on Liang Kun at all. Moreover, the key point was that Yichio had firmly established his stance in Kowloon Street, clearly indicating his intent to take action in Mongkok. If he cooperated with Liang Kun in the flower business, it would be difficult to withdraw later. It would instead become a stumbling block. No wonder Yichio turned hostile on the spot. "You go back and tell Scarchi." Yichio opened the car door and said directly, "On Kowloon Street tonight, send a big gift to the Hongxing people." The district leader quickly nodded to remember, then looked at Yichio. "Brother Chio, what about you?" Yichio leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Going home to catch up on sleep. In the early hours, the nightlife here was just beginning. The street was quiet during the day and lively at night, which was the usual characteristic of this area. Outside the row of chicken stalls under Hongxing's protection, the lights were bright. Scarchi, dressed sharply, had gathered a new group of sisters and surrounded Hongxing's territory. During this time, she had become more adept at raising flags and marking territory, gradually taking on the appearance of a big sister in Kowloon Street. While others recruited younger brothers who were men, she exclusively brought in young girls, quickly winning over a loyal group of little sisters through this identity. "Sweep them out." She waved her hand, and her sisters immediately rushed forward. Since Liang Kun had previously moved most of his people, only a dozen guards remained, and the outcome was obvious. Before long, Hongxing's flag was taken down. The next day, the news of Yichio attacking Liang Kun spread throughout the streets. Nobody expected that this overreaching dragon would be so fierce in Mongkok, daring to strike against the Hongxing leader. After all, the name of Hongxing's enforcer was not unfounded, but this time, it was precisely Hongxing's leader who had been attacked. What made it even more incomprehensible was that the incident occurred in Liang Kun's own territory. Yichio brought only 2 younger brothers and managed to escape unscathed. This method was indeed ruthless. However, this was not the only thing attracting attention. Yichio's subordinate, the newly appointed big sister of Kowloon Street, Scar, she had taken down Hongxing's flag overnight, making her presence resoundingly known. Kowloon Street is a bit special. It is part of Mongkok, but also functions as an independent faction where those with ability can stake their claim. This time, Hongxing had taken a fall, and it was at the hands of the East Star, which seemed like a mockery. In the hospital, upon hearing the news of the territory being swept, Liang Kun's face twitched. Although he anticipated Yichio would retaliate, he didn't expect it to come so quickly and fiercely. The public dismantling of the flag, coupled with the news of the attack, spread, making people on the street say he was afraid of Yichio. Liang Kun was furious, yet he understood that those spreading the rumors always embellished the truth, and could not be relied upon. A nearby younger brother lacking insight approached and asked, "Brother Kowloon, should we try to reclaim Kowloon Street?" "What the hell?" Leon Kowloon scolded directly. "Do you think Yichio is as foolish as you? What do we have to reclaim it with now?" He was angry, but deep down he knew that confronting Yichio Heiden at this moment was meaningless. Although Yichio's faction was in the new territories in Mongkok, his momentum had already started to rise. By supporting him from behind, manpower was naturally not an issue. So losing Kowloon Street was at most a loss of a subsidiary faction for Leon Kowloon. But if he were to bring people to reclaim it, wouldn't that give Yichio a reason to declare war? At that time, if Yichio gathered forces from Shodan and Yuan Long, how could he handle it with just his faction in Mongkok? Even if he could fight, how much money would it take to rally people? Thus, this was essentially a losing deal. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Leon Kowloon beckoned to a younger brother. "I am very angry right now. Damn it, go get my woman in here." The younger brother was already accustomed to such commands. He turned and left to bring the waiting woman from the corridor. "The boss called for you." After saying this, he casually closed the door of the ward. Leon Kowloon had just been attacked, and now Tung Sing's flag on Kowloon Street was also taken down. Such a significant incident could not be concealed. In less than a day, the news spread throughout the streets and naturally reached Jiang Tiansheng's ears. At Tung Sing's headquarters, when Jiang Tiansheng heard the report, he was clearly taken aback. Leon Kowloon was attacked. His first reaction was not anger, but rather a sense of secret delight. The reason was simple: among all of Hongxing, Leon Kowloon was the one who took Jiang Tiansheng the least seriously. As the leader, having an irrepressible thorn in his side, especially one with the greatest influence and wealth, was particularly frustrating. Many of the faction's leaders followed Leon Kowloon to make money. This tangled web of relationships made it impossible for Jiang Tiansheng to act against him, even if he found him displeasing. One can imagine how long Jiang Tiansheng had been pinned up regarding Leon Kowloon. Now, suddenly hearing that Leon Kowloon had been attacked, he inevitably felt a bit relieved. At this moment, the strategist Chun Yao spoke up. "Mr. Jiang hasn't been too arrogant this time. They attacked our leader and took down our flag, showing no respect for Hongxing at all. Should we?" Before he could finish, Jiang Tiansheng's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mr. Luo, what made you think to call me?" "Oh, regarding Leon Kowloon. Last night Uncle Ben also called me. I know it's just a small misunderstanding among the subordinates. Don't worry, I will give you this face. All right, next time let's go have tea in Yuan Long." After chatting for a while, Jiang Tiansheng hung up the call from Luo Tung. Chen Yao, quick-witted, immediately understood that the call came from East Star. "Mr. Jiang, was that Luo too?" Jiang Tiansheng replied with a slight nod, turning to look at him with a calm expression. "By the way, what were you about to say earlier?" Chen Yao felt helpless. Hearing Jiang Tiansheng's tone, it was clear he had already reconciled with Luo Tua. Continuing the conversation was pointless. He quickly changed his tune. "It's nothing, Mr. Jiang." Seeing that Chen Yao had the foresight not to bring up revenge, Jiang Tiansheng nodded. Speaking of which, he had always regarded Chen Yao, the white paper fan, quite highly. Although Chen Yao was officially just Hongxing's advisor, he practically held the qualifications of Jiang Tiansheng's spokesperson and was not lower in rank than the faction leaders. Furthermore, because of his closeness to Jiang Tiansheng, even the faction leaders dared not show him disrespect. Chen Yao's success was inseparable from Jiang Tiansheng's support. According to the principle of proximity, Chen Yao should have maintained a distance from Leon Kowloon. However, in recent times, Jiang Tiansheng had noticed that Chen Yao had been getting a bit too close to Leon Kowloon, which was not a good sign. Taking advantage of this matter, Jiang Tiansheng half reminded and half reprimanded. "Yao, I heard that last night Leon Kowloon called over 100 younger brothers to invite Yi Qiu to his territory." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Chen Yao detected the deeper meaning in his words and lowered his tone. In his own territory, bringing over 100 people, yet still getting attacked by Yi Qiu. "Yao, tell me, how will the society help Leon Kowloon regain the face he lost?" Chen Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. All the provocative words he had prepared were stuck in his throat, and he could only nod repeatedly. "Mr. Jiang is right. In any case, you shouldn't stir up more trouble with Yi Qiu." Jiang Tiansheng's tone was flat as he continued. "Also, with Leon Kowloon in the hospital, his faction cannot be left unattended. Let Big B go help keep an eye on him for a few days. Causeway Bay is close to Mongkok. He can manage." Hearing this, Chen Yao's expression slightly changed. Jiang Tiansheng's move was clearly a way to divide power, intending to reduce Leon Kun's influence in Mongkok. Chen Yao understood this in his heart, but dared not say more, only nodding. "Yes, Mr. Jiang. He'll notify Brother B right away." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Leon Kowloon received the news from Chen Yao. Upon hearing that Jiang Tiansheng had sent Big B over from Causeway Bay to watch over his territory, he immediately smashed several cups. The anger he had just suppressed flared up again. "Damn it! Is Jiang Tiansheng trying to play this game with me?" Who was Big B? Since entering Hongxing, he had never been on good terms with Leon Kowloon. Over the years, there had been numerous frictions between them. Although neither had managed to completely overpower the other, Leon Kowloon had never considered himself at a disadvantage. However, this time Jiang Tianxing bringing in Big B under the pretense of watching over the territory was essentially a move to undermine him. The more Liang Kuan thought about it, especially recalling Jiang Tianxing's phone call from last night, which had thrown his plans into disarray and left him humiliated, the angrier he became. Now it was even worse. He had just lost Bolan Street, and now Big B was being sent over. Liang Kuan was not the strongest fighter among the Hongxing leaders, but he was the best at making money. Who wouldn't be envious of the fat meat that was Mong Kok? What was Jiang Tianxing trying to accomplish by sending someone over at this time? Where are they? Have they all died? In leaving the hospital, Yiqiu was not interested in Hongxing's internal conflicts, even if he knew he would only laugh it off. His mind was entirely focused on Bolan Street. I must say fame is quite useful, especially when bearing the name of Dongxing. Many small gangs are well aware of their own weight. They willingly handed over their turf to Dao Ba Qi, leaving with cash, which is far better than being forced into submission. After all, this woman even pulled down the flag of Hongxing and stands behind Yiqiu. Within just a few days, the entire Bolan Street was left with only Lianhe still holding its banner. Interestingly, it seems Lianhe guessed that Yiqiu was about to take action. Before Dao Ba Qi could even arrive, they called first. They expressed their willingness to hand over the territory of Bolan Street to Yiqiu, but the price needed to be negotiated. Hanging up the phone before Yiqiu could speak, Dao Ba Qi was the first to open her mouth. Brother Qiu. She raised an eyebrow. When did Lian's bunch of lowlifes become so perceptive? Yiqiu smiled slightly. Who cares? Since we have an appointment to meet tomorrow, let's go and talk. To be honest, even Yiqiu did not expect Lianhe to back down so quickly. It's common knowledge on the streets that Lianhe produces the finest chicken. Bolan Street is known as a man's paradise, and Lian's turf here is even larger than Hongxing's. In Mong Kok, Hongxing and Dongxing are the strongest forces, but in Bolan Street, Lianhe is the local bully. Who could blame them? They specialize in the chicken business and have the largest operations. Yet it was Lianhe that flinched first, actively inviting Yiqiu to take over their turf. This isn't their fault, mainly because Lian's boss Xian Shi, who had previously lost an eye to Yiqiu, was originally plotting revenge. But when the news of Yiqiu defeating Liang Kuan spread, Xian Shi was left with nothing but fear. He never expected this guy to be so formidable, even taking down Liang Kuan. Thinking about Yiqiu's style of doing things in Shaishan, Xian Shi clearly understood, with only one flag left on Bolan Street, it was only a matter of time before it was swept away. Xian Shi indeed had offended Yiqiu, but just thinking about Yiqiu's methods made him feel anxious. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he had already made up his mind this fight would definitely not happen, and they could negotiate the turf transfer. Xian Shi knew that even the thugs from Hongxing couldn't stop Yiqiu, and his own Lianhe was even less of a match. After thinking it over, surrendering and transferring turf would at least allow him to keep some money, which was far better than being uprooted entirely. Yiqiu completed his daily check-in, as usual. Today he was in luck receiving another skill card, although it was merely Sparrow Mastery, not a combat skill, but he wasn't picky. In the future, when he has nothing to do, he might as well play as a bird master. He casually crushed the card, and naturally this skill appeared in his attribute panel. Yiqiu smiled, and not forgetting the matter at hand, turned to Dao Ba Qi. Let's go, he said. Lianhe is still waiting. The negotiation location was set at Lian's card hall. Perhaps the lesson from last time was too profound. Xian Shi did not come alone this time, as another boss, Hua Fu, was sitting beside him. Hua Fu is Lian's boss in Yao Ma Ti, and part of the turf on Bolan Street belongs to him. At this moment, Hua Fu looked at Xian Shi with a sidelong glance, his tone very harsh. Xian Shi, what the hell are you doing? Bolan Street is such a lucrative territory, and you just handed it over. Who's going to account for the losses I just invested in? He paused, then questioned further, also who exactly is Yiqiu? How can he scare you so much? In front of his brothers, Xian Shi felt a bit embarrassed. What do you know? He replied in a low voice, that guy is one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. When he rose to power, he swept everything clean. A few days ago, even Hongxing's flag was taken down. Are you tough? Are you richer than Liang Kuan, or can you fight better than Hongxing's guys? So formidable. Hua Fu was left dumbfounded after hearing this. Just then a screech of brakes sounded at the entrance. Yiqiu had arrived. Seeing Yiqiu get out of the car, Xian Shi unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy stone finally lift from his heart. Hua Fu, having never seen Yiqiu before, peered over with a bewildered expression. Xian Shi, he smirked, don't tell me that the one who looks like a pretty boy is Yiqiu. Xian Shi didn't respond, as he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Qiu, Sister Qi. He first called out to Yiqiu, then nodded toward Dao Ba Qi, his attitude extremely humble. Bolan Street is small, so he certainly recognized Dao Ba Qi, but today was different. This woman looked like she was destined to be the future boss of Bolan Street, so he naturally had to show her full respect. Fortunately, Yiqiu seemed to have come to discuss business today, not putting on a stern face. Yiqiu looked at the approaching Xian Shi and simply smiled. Xian Shi, I said I would look out for you more in the future. See, we meet again. Hearing the words look out for you more, Xian Shi's injured eye seemed to throb again, but he could only force a smile. It's all thanks to Brother Qiu's favor. Let's go inside and talk. To be honest, Xian Shi's hatred for Yiqiu had not diminished at all. After all, he had nearly lost an eye at his hands. Anyone would harbor hatred, especially someone like Xianshi. But besides hate, there was more fear in his heart. Mongkok is not very big, any movements on the streets cannot be hidden. Xianshi was fully aware of what Yichio had been doing lately, inserting flags on Bolan Street, having Dao Bachi sweep the area, and single-handedly defeating Liang Coin. Every single event made him feel more and more apprehensive. In this conflicting emotion of both hate and fear, Xianshi ultimately chose to surrender. The previous incident made him understand that Yichio's ruthlessness was not aimed at a single person, but was the same for everyone. Faced with such a ruthless character, Xianshi truly couldn't muster any defiance. Yichio smiled and followed Xianshi inside. Lian's people were notorious for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and he had seen it many times. However, upon entering the Lianhe card hall, Yichio discovered that Xianshi was not the only one present. Xianshi quickly introduced Brother Chio. "This is our boss in Yao Ma Ti Hua Fu, known as the Huadua of the Pleasure Hall." Then he turned to the man named Hua Fu. "This is Brother Chio, and this lady beside him is Sister Chi from Bolan Street." Upon hearing this, Hua Fu's face immediately revealed a playful smile. He first nodded at Yichio, but when his gaze turned to Dao Ba Chi, he deliberately elongated his tone. "Oh, Sister Chi, how nice. So you are with Brother Chio. No wonder you've risen so quickly. I heard you used to be a bar hostess. Now you've become a boss. Impressive." Compared to Xianshi's timidity, Hua Fu appeared much more arrogant. Those who have never been beaten tend to be more arrogant. Yichio did not respond, merely smiling. A nearby lackey immediately understood and pulled out a chair. Yichio sat down, and then looked at Hua Fu Huadua of the Pleasure Hall. Hua Fu instinctively shrank back at Yichio's gaze, but soon straightened his back. After all, they were negotiating on his own turf today, so what was he afraid of? He chuckled. "Brothers on the street give face, it's just a nickname, nothing to mention. Although I say it's nothing to mention, I cannot hide the smugness on my face." Yichio nodded, then turned his face to give Dao Bachi a look. Dao Bachi stepped forward, grabbed Hua Fu's hair, and forcefully slammed his head onto the table. The table shook and Hua Fu's screams followed. Xianshi shut his eyes beside them. He had guessed that Hua Fu's loose lips would cause trouble and originally wanted to warn him, but Yichio's movements were too swift. Indeed, Yichio was still the same, Yichio showing no mercy in anyone's territory. Dao Bachi held Hua Fu's head like a chick. Yichio leaned down, smiling as he spoke. "I don't care what kind of boss you are, or what Huadua you think you are. My people are not to be disrespected." Xianshi opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he was cut off by Yichio. "Yichio didn't even look at him today. You invited me to negotiate, and you brought such a fool along to deliberately provoke me." Xianshi's face changed slightly, and he quickly waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to drag away the bloodied Hua Fu. "Brother Chio, this is my fault." He forced a smile. "I was thinking that Hua Fu also has some turf in Bolan Street, so I invited him to negotiate. I didn't expect him to be so loose-lipped." "It's simple." Yichio waved his hand. "He'll sweep away his little territory tonight. Today's negotiation has nothing to do with him." Xianshi shuddered at this. He finally witnessed Yichio's tyranny. During a negotiation, he could kick someone out just like that. It was too ruthless. "All right," Yichio's tone returned to normal. "Let's continue talking and not let a fool ruin the mood." Xianshi quickly nodded. Yes, Brother Chio is right." Having seen what happened to Hua Fu, he dared not show any disrespect. In this day and age, there are not many people with backbone, and Xianshi was clearly not one of them. Yichio was too lazy to deal with such trivial matters and directly got to the point. Dao Bachi brought over a box and placed it on the table. "This is the amount Sister Chi calculated." Yichio said, "Take a look. If it's appropriate, then let go of Lian's territory." Xianshi stared at the box of money, his eyes slowly widening and his face gradually turning ugly. He had initially thought he could negotiate a good price with Yichio today and perhaps gain some advantages, but reality struck him like a hammer. He overestimated his bargaining chips, or rather he completely underestimated Yichio. The money on the table at most was less than $1 million. To an ordinary person, this is a huge sum, but for Xianshi, trying to use this amount to buy off all of Lian's chicken stalls and future businesses on Bolan Street was simply a joke. However, this joke was something he dared not laugh at. "Brother Chio." Xianshi's throat felt dry. Yichio casually pushed the box of money toward him, still smiling. "Don't calculate how much your turf is worth with me," Yichio said. "I'll just tell you this money is enough for my little brothers to sweep the place once again." He paused, his tone still flat. "Are you going to take the money and leave, or should I have my brothers take the money and sweep away Liana?" Yichio looked at him. "You choose." Xianshi's expression darkened further. After so many years, it was the first time he had seen such a negotiation. What kind of negotiation was this? It was clearly Yichio's one-man show. "Brother Chio." Xianshi's lips moved, but the words were caught in his throat. Yichio interrupted him directly, his smile growing wider. "I just asked you to look out for me more last time. It's only been a short while. You wouldn't forget, would you?" He leaned forward slightly. "In any case, tonight I'm determined to sweep Hua Fu's turf. If we can't reach an agreement with you, Xianshi." Yichio shrugged. "Then we can only sweep together." Hearing this, Xianshi could no longer sit still. He gritted his teeth and finally squeezed out 3 words: "I agree." He was genuinely terrified. Even if he refused, Yichio would still dismantle his operation. Adding one more target to the list meant nothing to him. Accepting now at least secured some money. Waiting for Yi Qiu to act would leave his underlings injured or maimed, and he'd end up paying their medical bills out of pocket. It would be a net loss. Yi Qiu, seeing his acquiescence, offered a faint smile. Brother Xian sure truly knows how to conduct himself, he said, sliding the money across the table. Many thanks for your patronage, Brother Xian Shi. Xian Shi reluctantly accepted the cash. From that moment on, he had no choice but to obey Yi Qiu's every word. The subsequent negotiations proceeded smoothly. Yi Qiu cared little for the details. Most affairs concerning Bolin Street were already delegated to Dao Bachi. He was perfectly content playing the absentee boss. Hardly had the negotiations concluded when news spread like wildfire. Lianhe had voluntarily ceded control of Bolin Street. Though Lianhe ranked among the larger Triad societies, its only real advantages lay in sheer numbers, and its reputation for producing low-level thugs and street hooligans. Its prestige paled beside Dongxing's, its fighting prowess fell short of Hung Hing's. In Mongkok, it had long remained an obscure, nearly invisible presence, until this surrender. Damn it, Lianhe is Lianhe. Their thugs really have no backbone. Yi Qiu, this dragon crossing the river, has finally struck. From now on, Bolin Street belongs to one faction alone. A dragon descending from afar. Some societies grumbled about Yi Qiu's aggressive rise, yet most harbored no resistance. The reason was simple: Yi Qiu had already seized the territory. Resistance would be futile. In Mongkok's Dongman bar, Yi Qiu sat at ease listening to Dao Bachi's report. As expected, once Xian Shi withdrew his men, Dao Bachi swiftly claimed Bolin Street's final stronghold. Hua Fu moved even faster, slinking back to Yao Mati in disgrace. Dao Bachi didn't even need to raise a hand. Lianhe's banner was lowered of its own accord. Bolin Street was now wholly unified. No society dared retaliate. With Hung Hing and Lianhe both withdrawn, no other society would meddle in such affairs. After delivering her report, Dao Bachi, the newly crowned big sister of Bolin Street, fixed her gaze upon Yi Qiu, resolute and unwavering. Brother Qiu, she said, thank you. Without awaiting his response, she turned and locked the door behind her, her way of expressing gratitude. In the end, just as many had speculated, Dao Bachi became Yi Qiu's woman. What surprised Yi Qiu most was that she was still a virgin. He was genuinely taken aback. Dao Bachi offered no explanation, only a quiet remark. If I were so indiscriminate, how could I possibly survive at the very bottom of Bolin Street? She paused briefly, her voice softening. Actually, if I hadn't met you, Brother Qiu. She left the sentence unfinished, but no further words were needed. A woman venturing into the underworld inevitably faces countless hardships, especially if she is beautiful. And she was. Dao Bachi was undeniably beautiful, yet Yi Qiu knew she was not promiscuous. Indeed, the day they first met, she had already resolved to enter the trade. Yet fate intervened with Yi Qiu's arrival. The outcome required no elaboration. Yi Qiu understood fully a woman capable of such reckless devotion could never be casual with just anyone. In truth, had Dao Bachi not been consumed by love, her future accomplishments might well have rivaled those of 13th sister. At that thought, Yi Qiu said nothing more, only drew her gently into his arms. After Bolin Street's unification, Dao Bachi grew markedly busier. Now the big sister, she had to handle countless matters personally, including cleaning up the brothels. Moreover, she couldn't rely indefinitely on men borrowed from the 16th district. Recruitment was inevitable. Through these recent flag removals and purges, Bolin Street had finally fallen entirely under Yi Qiu's control. This dragon crossing the river had thus secured its first firm foothold in Mongkok. Next came the fulfillment of Old White's promise. True to his word, as soon as Yi Qiu finalized affairs on Bolin Street, Old White appeared at his door. Inside the wine club, Old White studied Yi Qiu and shook his head with a wry smile. Never imagined. You truly cleared Bolin Street in just over half a month. Truly, this is your generation's world now. His tone remained calm, yet his eyes held unmistakable admiration. Perhaps he was growing old. Old White reflected. Such ruthless decisiveness had once coursed through his own veins, yet now eluded him entirely. Yi Qiu, by contrast, acted without hesitation, striking when necessary, eliminating when required, never dragging his feet. Such temperament marked the makings of greatness. And precisely because of it, Old White grew ever more certain he'd chosen wisely. Faced with praise, Yi Qiu merely smiled faintly. We succeeded so swiftly thanks to Uncle Ben's tacit approval and delegation of authority. Otherwise, things might have grown complicated with Mr. Luo. This statement openly acknowledged a debt of gratitude. A mere trifle. Seeing Yi Qiu's perceptiveness, Old White grew even more pleased. He knew his time was limited. The chair wouldn't hold him much longer unless the society plunged into turmoil. Better then to pave the way early, to lend Yi Qiu a decisive hand. After all, retirement often meant fading into irrelevance. Yi Qiu, however, shone brighter than ever. At such a young age, commanding two fully unified branches, where might he ultimately ascend? To Old White, Yi Qiu's ambition clearly positioned him as a formidable contender for the next dragon head. And his advantages far surpassed those of Dongxing's 5 tigers. Thus Old White resolved to support Yi Qiu wholeheartedly. Qiu, if you've secured Bolin Street, I hereby transfer Mong Kok's branch to you. I'll speak with Camel myself. Hearing that pledge, Yi Qiu knew his objective had been achieved. From this day forward, he stood as Dongxing's sole branch master commanding 2 unified territories. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Old White suddenly called out toward the door. Kola, come in. Uncle Ben. Moments later, a silent 20-something youth entered, his bearing unmistakably that of a seasoned fighter. Yi Qiu glanced once, instinctively recognizing years of boxing training, solid skill, certainly at red pole level. Kola. At the name, Yi Qiu instantly recalled who he was. So that was him. Old White chuckled, gesturing toward Yi Qiu. This is Yi Qiu. From now on you follow him. I'm growing old. Staying with me would waste your potential. Qiu is different, young, with limitless prospects. He then turned to Kola. What do you think? Kola, a proven fighter under Uncle Ben and a Dongxing veteran, was no stranger to Yi Qiu. In the original timeline, Xian Shi of Lianhe had died by his hand. Clearly Kola knew Yi Qiu well. His gaze shifted to Yi Qiu. After a moment's silence he nodded. Uncle Ben, I'll follow Brother Qiu. Old White smiled, as if he'd anticipated exactly this reply. He turned to Yi Qiu, passing the question along. Qiu, what say you? Naturally I have no objections, Yi Qiu replied with a grin. Transferring a branch and gaining a red pole underling. Such fortune was rare indeed. He urgently needed manpower, and Kola's arrival couldn't have been more timely. Kola spoke little. Upon Yi Qiu's nod, he silently took position behind him. Old White explained, Kola's a fine fellow, just quiet. Please bear with him. Rest assured, Uncle Ben, Yi Qiu replied. Having recognized Kola, he already understood the man's nature. Such a follower suited him perfectly, loyal, courageous, and battle-tested. Originally, Yi Qiu had intended to groom Dao Baqi as Bolin Street's big sister, but with their relationship transformed, she could no longer serve as an ordinary subordinate. Kola's arrival, however, filled that gap perfectly. Emerging from the wine club, Yi Qiu felt buoyant. Old White assigning Kola to him was an unexpected boon. Yi Qiu judged this move no act of surveillance. Kola's temperament was utterly unsuited for undercover work. Besides, if Old White truly sought to rein him in, why offer both a branch and a trusted lieutenant? The Underworld ran on straightforward logic. Old White had simply reached retirement age and begun delegating power. Staying with him offered Kola no future, while Yi Qiu urgently needed reliable, battle-hardened men. Truth be told, Yi Qiu's district bosses displayed only lukewarm loyalty. They'd pledged allegiance under duress. Though outwardly compliant, any future weakening of Yi Qiu's power might stir hidden ambitions. The likelihood was slim, but the risk remained. With Yi Qiu's rapid ascent, he'd had no choice but to rely on them temporarily. Now Kola's arrival closed the combat capability gap and guaranteed unwavering loyalty. Walking alongside Kola, Yi Qiu said, Go settle your affairs today. I'll send someone tomorrow morning to escort you. That's when your service begins in earnest. Yes, Kola replied with a single word. Yi Qiu wasn't bothered. He knew the man's reticence wasn't coldness, but simply his nature. Over the next few days, Yi Qiu introduced Kola to his district bosses. Upon seeing Kola, they grasped the implications immediately. As Yi Qiu's territory expanded, he was cultivating his own inner circle. This placed them under pressure. Previously, Yi Qiu had no alternatives and depended heavily on them. Now, with Dao Baqi and Kola in place, they were no longer indispensable. To remain influential within Yi Qiu's ranks, they'd need to demonstrate greater sincerity or risk gradual marginalization. And that precisely was the dynamic Yi Qiu intended to foster. Meanwhile, Old White approached Camel to discuss his retirement and the Mong Kok branch. No one knew the specifics of their conversation, but the next day Camel announced a new appointment. Yi Qiu would succeed Old White as Dongxing's Mong Kok branch master. Thus, with Old White's patronage and Camel's endorsement, Mong Kok's turf finally passed into Yi Qiu's hands. Yi Qiu thereby became Dongxing's only current branch master, commanding 2 unified territories. Among Dongxing's 5 tigers, both the Mountain Tiger and the Smiling Tiger maintained long-standing alliances, but each controlled only a single branch. Yi Qiu was different. He held Sha Tin and now Mong Kok, making him the undisputed dual branch master. Compared to Sha Tin's unified control, Mong Kok's landscape proved far more complex, dominated by Hung Hing's Liang Quan and Lianhe's Xian Shi. Yet Yi Qiu felt no anxiety. Bolin Street had already set the precedent. Though merely one corner of Mong Kok, his ambition knew no such boundaries. Sooner or later, he would unify the entire Mong Kok branch. News spread quickly. His men rushed to offer congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Qiu, Mong Kok branch master. Dual branches in hand, Brother Qiu's might is unmatched. Morale soared. In truth, they'd sensed his extraordinary ambition the moment he planted his flag across districts into Bolin Street. Yet none dared speculate openly. Mong Kok already hosted a Dongxing branch led by elder figures like Uncle Ben. Even after Yi Qiu cleared Bolin Street, and many still deemed the prospect unlikely. Who could have foreseen that Yi Qiu wouldn't merely survive, but ascend directly, assuming full command of the entire Mong Kok branch? 16 district bosses exchanged glances convinced they'd backed the right leader. Brilliant futures lay ahead. Where there was joy, sorrow inevitably followed. Inside the Crow branch, Crow received the news, and his face darkened. With a furious sweep, he hurled his teacup to the floor. Damn it! That bastard Yichio, what rotten luck he has. He simply couldn't fathom Camel's and Old White's reasoning. Yichio had blatantly violated Triad protocol by planting his flag beyond his jurisdiction, yet instead of punishment, he'd been promoted straight to Mongkok branch master. Yichio's influence is growing steadily, said the ever-smiling tiger. His grin now vanished, his voice low and grave. What do you plan to do? Earlier the two had jointly filed a complaint against Yichio with Luo Tuo, clearly intending to bring him down. Now, however, their grievance had backfired. Yichio had not only escaped censure, but ascended yet another wrong. The slap across their faces resounded with humiliating clarity. What else can we do? Crow sneered coldly. Bai Tu Wang has made his intentions unmistakably clear. He means to elevate Yichio. No amount of protest will sway him. Though he chafed at the injustice, he knew well that power in Dongxing still rested firmly in the hands of the old guard. Bai Tu Wang, though officially retired, openly favored Yichio. Otherwise, how could such a flagrant act of territorial encroachment have been so easily glossed over, and even rewarded with an entire branch? A pack of senile fools. Crow muttered under his breath, forced to swallow his fury. Meanwhile, whispers of the upheaval reached both Suanwan and the northern district branches. Lei Yaoyang and Situ Haonan sat facing each other. After hearing their subordinates report, neither man betrayed the slightest flicker of surprise. So it's Bai Tu Wang propping him up, just as expected. Situ Haonan took a slow sip of tea, his tone calm and detached. Unlike Crow's flustered outrage, they remained composed. There were only so many branches in Dongxing. Gaining or losing one changed nothing for them, since none would ever fall into their hands. Both were veteran branch masters. Even if Yichio now commanded 2 branches, he posed no threat to their positions. Moreover, though they had never been close to Yichio, neither had they crossed swords with him. So unlike Crow, they felt no urgency. Still, as fellow members of the famed 5 Tigers of Dongxing, watching Yichio surge ahead stirred complex emotions within them. Lei Yaoyang set down his teacup and gazed silently out the window, saying nothing more. Not long ago, Yichio had been little more than a street-level enforcer under Jin Maohu. By seniority and standing, the 5 Tigers, who had once sat shoulder to shoulder with Jin Maohu, had scarcely deigned to notice him. Yet how swiftly time had turned. Yichio had not only ousted Jin Maohu, but now ruled 2 branches, earning the fearsome title of Tiger Overlord. That achievement laid bare before them left even these seasoned veterans with a faint sour tang in their mouths. I underestimated you after all. Yichio. Outside, storm clouds gathered, but at the eye of the maelstrom, Yichio sat calmly in Bai Tu Wang's private wine lounge. They raised their glasses in easy camaraderie. Within all of Dongxing, Yichio counted perhaps only this retired elder as a true friend. Bai Tu Wang had quietly exerted considerable influence behind the scenes to secure Yichio's appointment to Mongkok, and Yichio, deeply grateful, came straight here to toast his patron as soon as his position was confirmed. With a gentle smile, Bai Tu Wang sipped his wine and said, "Congratulations, you're the youngest master ever to command 2 branches in Dongxing's history." Yichio returned the smile, swirling the ruby liquid in his glass. "Uncle Wang, please don't tease me. The seat hasn't even warmed yet. Mongkok is no Sha Tin. I lack deep roots here." Dual authority brought prestige, but also peril. Larger territory meant more men, greater expenses, and relentless outflow of funds. Money, however, was not Yichio's concern. What troubled him was manpower. He had risen too fast. Few loyal, capable lieutenants stood at his side. Mongkok, a newly acquired domain, demanded urgent recruitment. Bai Tu Wang clinked glasses with him and asked casually, "And what are your plans next? Will you press forward? Purge Mongkok entirely?" Yichio shook his head decisively. "First, consolidation. Stabilize the Mongkok branch before anything else." "Oh." Bai Tu Wang arched a brow, mildly surprised. In his memory, Yichio was bold, even reckless. Yet here, he was choosing restraint. Reading his mentor's doubt, Yichio explained, "Mongkok is no Pottinger Street. Hung Hing's roots there run deep. To strike now would be tantamount to declaring open war. Without absolute certainty of victory, provocation was unwarranted." Of course, he withheld half his thought. Liang Kuan's days are numbered. Yichio had no intention of aiding De Lao Bi or Chun Hao Nan in eliminating this formidable rival. Liang Kuan's death would only unite Hung Hing from within. Better to let the enemy tear themselves apart. Liang Kuan could die, but not by Yichio's hand. If he fell to Hung Hing's own, it would be internal strife. If he fell to Yichio, it would ignite total war between 2 great triads. That kind of glory held no appeal for him whatsoever. As for purging Mongkok entirely, why rush? Let Liang Kuan perish first, let Hung Hing fracture and descend into chaos, then move in to claim the ruins. Would that not be far easier? After parting ways with Bai Tu Wang, Yichio returned to the Dongman Bar to formally assume control of all Mongkok affairs. As the new branch master, he inherited by Tu Wang's territories, establishments, and loyal subordinates. A swift inventory revealed that Dong Xing's foothold in Mongkok was far smaller than he'd anticipated. Paltry indeed when compared to Liang Kuan's sprawling dominion across the street. Bai Tu Wang belonged to an older generation, one that valued personal bonds and compromise above all. He willingly yielded ground, understanding full well that his heart no longer lay in Triad turf wars. Whether his holdings shrank or swelled mattered little to him. Yi Qiu understood, yet he would walk no such path. To him the Jianghu was forged not through concession but through conquest. He summoned Bai Tu Wang's former lieutenants. No pleasantries, he declared without preamble. Uncle Ben had his rules. Now that I am in charge, those rules change. Ma Fo and the others nodded. They had served under Bai Tu Wang on the streets and knew Yi Qiu well enough. For a new master of his reputation to arrive with courtesy and restraint would have been far stranger. The principle was universal among Triad men. A new emperor meant new ministers. And given Yi Qiu's fearsome reputation, none dared speak out of turn. Within days, Mongkok's tangled web of loyalties had been untangled and reorganized. That evening, Ma Fo approached Yi Qiu. Brother Qiu, tonight's boxing match with Hung Hing. Rumor says 2 branch masters will attend from their side. Such matches were an old Triad tradition. Many disputes in the Jianghu were settled not with mass brawls, but with a single sanctioned bout, low-cost, high-impact, decisive resolution. Yet such contests served only minor quarrels. When stakes rose to territorial annexation or outright expulsion, no fistfight could suffice. Under Bai Tu Wang's stewardship, most Dong Xing Hung Hing tensions had been resolved this way. Even Kowloon, the young fighter Yi Qiu had recently taken under his wing, had originally been trained by Uncle Ben specifically for these bouts. That in part explained why Bai Tu Wang had transferred Kowloon to Yi Qiu's command. Having served 3 years as a street boss, Yi Qiu knew these matches intimately. He caught the unease in Ma Fo's voice. Hung Hing sending 2 branch masters signaled ill intent. Understandable given Dong Xing's recent leadership shift in Mongkok. Yi Qiu, however, merely smiled. 2. Liang Kuan. And who else? De Lao Bi from Causeway Bay or Prince of Tsim Sha Sui? Ma Fo blinked, startled by Yi Qiu's intimate knowledge of Hung Hing's hierarchy. De Lao Bi. Yi Qiu nodded. Causeway Bay bordered Mongkok. De Lao Bi's presence was unsurprising. If memory served, his lieutenants, including Chun Hao Nan and Shan Ji, were all seasoned fighters. Very well, Yi Qiu said. I'll attend tonight, to oversee matters, and replace the scheduled fighter with Kowloon. He hadn't yet tested Kowloon in combat since bringing him aboard. This match would serve as the perfect trial, revealing just how much talent the young man truly possessed. Night fell, and the arena filled rapidly. Such tournaments always drew off-site betting rings, and tonight was no exception. The floor thrummed with noise and bodies. 10+ enforcers from each side maintained order. Yi Qiu entered with Dao Ba Qi taking seats in the prime viewing section, a privilege naturally arranged for the branch master. Their vantage remained serene, untouched by the clamor below. Moments later, a stir rippled through the crowd. Liang Kuan strode in, flanked by his entourage. His expression darkened upon spotting Yi Qiu, then twisted into his familiar, unsettling grin. Brother Qiu, he drawled, never expected to see you gracing us tonight. He took a seat opposite Yi Qiu, making no overt challenge. Clearly the humiliation of his last encounter, being shot in the head, had tempered his recklessness. Though volatile by nature, he was not devoid of calculation. Seeing Liang Kuan speak, first, Yi Qiu reciprocated with courtesy. He smiled lightly. Brother Kuan, neither did I expect to find you here. In the Jianghu, grievances were compartmentalized. Though their past clash had been bitter, they had agreed to bury it. And thus it was as if it had never occurred, at least outwardly. Even when both parties knew better, appearances had to be preserved. That was the code. Liang Kuan opened his mouth to reply, when suddenly De Lao Bi appeared, flanked by his men. What a lively scene. De Lao Bi's voice boomed. Gentlemen, mind if I join? Behind him trailed several young enforcers, one clad in black leather, long-haired, and striking, Chun Hao Nan. Strictly speaking, this marked Yi Qiu's first meeting with Chun Hao Nan. Unlike the original timeline, this Chun Hao Nan had only recently risen to prominence. Among Hung Hing's younger generation, he was already a standout rising star. Brother B. Liang Kuan turned, smiling thinly, his eyes cold. Does Causeway Bay lack boxing matches? Why must you keep invading my Mongkok? Though both belonged to Hung Hing, their rivalry ran deepest. Publicly, they observed mutual non-interference. Privately, they clashed constantly. Especially lately, De Lao Bi's frequent incursions into Mongkok had long stoked Liang Kuan's smoldering resentment. De Lao Bi, accustomed to Liang Kuan's hostility, waved it off indifferently. Tired of Causeway Bay's matches. Heard there was excitement here. Brought my boys to witness it firsthand. He paused, then added with a wry smile. Liang Kuan, Mongkok isn't yours alone. Am I forbidden entry? Liang Kuan chuckled darkly, and said nothing more. He knew precisely why De Lao Bi kept coming, and had no intention of exposing that truth aloud. Just joking, Brother B. Don't take it seriously. Liang Kuan smoothly pivoted, gesturing toward Yi Qiu. This is Brother Chiu. His name's been echoing everywhere lately. Then turning to Yi Chiu, Brother Chiu, this is Brother B, a trusted lieutenant of Mr. Jiang of Hung Hing. Liang Kuan spoke with practiced ease, as if their violent history had never existed, as if they were longtime comrades reunited. That deflection gave Dalao B the opening he needed. He extended a hand to Yi Chiu. Brother Chiu, I've heard much about you. Even without introduction, he knew Yi Chiu well. Proximity ensured news from Mongkok traveled swiftly to Causeway Bay. Though tension lingered between him and Liang Kuan, Dalao B still offered a firm handshake. Yi Chiu nodded in return. Brother B, you flatter me. Elsewhere, 3 triad leaders chatted and laughed with ease, while their underlings murmured among themselves. Most of the talk centered on Yi Chiu, the youngest and most legendary among the 3. Even Chun Haonan couldn't help glancing at Yi Chiu more than once. His curiosity stemmed from childhood. He had once been bullied by Jin Maohu, and thus couldn't help but feel intrigued by this new E-Star 5 Tigers member who had ousted the very same Jin Maohu. Brother Nan, a junior member, whispered beside him. So that's E-Star's Tiger Overlord. He looks about our age, yet he's already a home master. I heard he cleaned out shots in the moment he took power. And not just shots in. Pottinger Street is his turf too. And he swept every branch clean. Truly awe-inspiring. And the junior's eyes gleamed with envy. One lowered his voice further. Before this, Liang Kuan crossed him and got his head blown off. Fierce. Unrestrained. Brother Nan said nothing, only observing Yi Chiu in silence. And when will we ever be this formidable? And but he's so handsome. Can he really fight? Was it really Yi Chiu who blew Liang Kuan's head off? And the junior's chatter grew loud enough for Dalao B to hear. Glancing at Liang Kuan's ashen face, he swiftly cut in before the man could erupt. Enough noise, and disperse. Tonight's bout is between Hung Hing and East Star. And those with spare cash may place bets downstairs. Don't linger here and obstruct the view. Namely Chun Haonan remained. Clearly Dalao B still held special regard for this protege he'd personally groomed. At that moment, the ringside referee finally stirred in. Now presenting Hung Hing's Atai, Na powerfully built man emerged from the crowd, seized the ring rope, and vaulted onto the platform with practiced grace. Next, East Star's Kola. And Kola rose silently from East Star's corner and walked calmly into the ring. And compared to Atai's overt ferocity, Kola's quiet demeanor appeared utterly unremarkable. At first glance, Atai of Hung Hing certainly projected greater intimidation. Nan, since Hung Hing had long been famed for its elite enforcers, Atai naturally became the overwhelming favorite. Liang Kuan gazed at the stark contrast atop the ring and suddenly smiled. In Brother Chiu, all the juniors have placed their bets. Won't you join in? Nai Chiu caught the subtext. This was Liang Kuan's bid to reclaim lost ground. How shall we play? And seeing Yi Chiu didn't refuse, Liang Kuan grew bolder and simple. And we're both bosses. Betting money is trivial. Let's wager territory instead. If Atai wins, you cede me 3 streets. If Kola wins, I cede you 3 streets. And the second floor observation deck fell instantly silent. Territory wagering, an unconventional twist. And before anyone else could react, Yi Chiu spoke and agreed. And excellent. Brother Chiu's decisiveness is admirable. Liang Kuan slammed the table, then turned to Dalao B with a wide grin. In Brother B, you happen to be here. Would you serve as our witness? You won't decline, will you? And Liang Kuan harbored ulterior motives. By drawing Dalao B in, he hoped to secure backup pressure should Yi Chiu lose and later renege. Dalao B hadn't anticipated this turn. Yet before outsiders, he and Liang Kuan were both Hung Hing, so he could only nod in very well. Yi Chiu offered a faint knowing smile, perceiving everything yet saying nothing. And he felt little concern over this bout. Yes, Hung Hing produced elite enforcers, but quality varied greatly by rank. The man on the ring. At best, he barely cleared the threshold of a red pole. And what of Kola? Inquiet as he seemed, Yi Chiu knew his true caliber. Within the original narrative, Kola would rise to become one of East Star's 5 tigers, ranking firmly among the strongest red poles. Even Tai Zi, the dual-flower red pole, had once been hospitalized after a careless misstep against Kola and Ah Bao. And had it not been for that sniper's bullet, no one could truly predict how far Kola might ascend. And so Yi Chiu now found himself more intrigued by Liang Kuan's expression upon defeat. Indeed, the moment Kola stepped onto the ring, he transformed entirely. Ni's tempestuous rhythm stunned everyone. Only then did they grasp how terrifyingly fierce this silent man could be when fighting. After enduring several punishing rounds, Atai finally collapsed, struck down by a single devastating blow. And Kola stood motionless at the ring's center, breathing unevenly, yet bearing no visible injury. Atai lay sprawled on the canvas, seething with resentment. And he had lost, a Hung Hing enforcer defeated by an East Star man. And so, that's it. Nda Lao B himself was momentarily dazed, the most bewildered of all. And Liang Kuan and Yi Chiu each played calculated games, but Dalao B was simply adrift. He'd been led entirely by Liang Kuan's hand. Nate assumed Liang Kuan's eagerness to draw Yi Chiu into betting signaled near certain victory. Yet now, Liang Quan's expression bore no trace of confidence, only utter collapse. On the observation deck, Liang Quan's eyes bulged wide. He never imagined his own Hung Hing protege could lose. He'd planned this bout precisely to restore face after Yi Chio's earlier humiliation. Yet what happened? Yi Chio's subordinate proved astonishingly formidable. And damn it! Liang Quan burst out. How can Yi Chio's junior be so strong? He'd sensed something amiss earlier, but couldn't quite name it. Now clarity struck. Yi Chio had been playing the fool, all along feigning weakness to lure others in. No wonder he'd agreed so readily. They'd known Cola's true strength from the start, and thus carried absolute confidence. Realizing this, Liang Quan surged with bitter frustration. My mistake, he cursed inwardly. Bloody hell. That's 3 entire districts. And compared to Liang Quan's fury, Yi Chio remained remarkably composed. Cola defeating Tai struck him as perfectly ordinary. Brother Quan, Yi Chio smiled lightly, tone relaxed. My apologies. Those 3 districts are now mine. And that declaration sealed the matter beyond dispute. Liang Quan's face darkened instantly, his mind erupting in furious curses against Yi Chio. At that moment, Dao Bachi, who'd remained silent until now, spoke up. She turned to Dalao B. Brother B, you're conveniently present as our witness. I've heard Hung Hing men value integrity above all. Surely no one here intends to renege. And though addressed to Dalao B, her words unmistakably targeted Liang Quan. Dalao B immediately chimed in, of course not. We Hung Hing always honor our word. And he was more than happy to assist. After all, it wasn't his territory being forfeited. As Liang Quan's archrival, he wasted no chance to drive the knife deeper. Hearing this orchestrated exchange, Liang Quan's expression soured further. He swallowed his bitterness and declared gruffly, ceding 3 streets. Trivial. I, Liang Quan, have spent my life in the underworld. What I lack in virtue, I make up for in turf. A wager is a wager. The underworld face mattered above all. Liang Quan wasn't meeting Yi Chio for the first time. He knew full well that if he reneged today, Yi Chio would march in tomorrow and seize those streets by force. This bet had been made publicly. A backing out would leave him utterly disgraced. Worse, Jiang Tian Sheng wouldn't lift a finger to aid him, and might even exploit the moment to deliver a final kick. Better to concede gracefully now than escalate to open war, and at least retain a shred of dignity. Seeing Liang Quan yield, Yi Chio smiled again. He'd come tonight merely to oversee the event, yet stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. 3 free districts. By any measure, a tremendous gain. On the boxing ring, the match between Cola and Tai had concluded. The referee performed his duty. Does Hung Hing wish to send another challenger? In truth, everyone understood such bouts rarely featured more than 1 match per night. Many spectators were already preparing to depart. Yet, just as all assumed the evening was over, Liang Quan suddenly spoke up. Damn it, he snapped. Are you blind? Can't you see 3 bosses sitting right here? Of course we'll fight again. All eyes swiveled toward Liang Quan, bewildered by his intent. Even Cola, who'd begun descending from the ring, froze mid-step. Up on the observation deck, Dalao B's expression shifted noticeably. A veteran of the underworld, he'd already guessed Liang Quan's next move. Nas expected. Liang Quan smiled faintly and said, Brother B, you and I both belong to Hung Hing. Today my subordinate has shamed Hung Hing, and now it falls to you to restore our honor. Otherwise word will spread that Hung Hing lacks even one capable enforcer. Hearing this, Dalao B and Chun Haonan exchanged grim glances and inwardly cursed. That bastard, utterly despicable. Damn it, Dalao B roared. Liang Quan, what do you mean by this? Though as a Hung Hing leader he had no objection to sending a subordinate to salvage the organization's pride, he absolutely refused to be manipulated like a puppet. Seeing Dalao B's fury, Liang Quan secretly relished it. So you thought you could mock me earlier? Don't forget, I know exactly how to fan the flames. Brother B, he drawled, I hear you've got a rising star in Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan. How about letting him step up for 1 round? You're a boss of Hung Hing yourself, and I've just lost 3 districts. Are you truly unwilling to fight even 1 round? Damn it, Dalao B exploded. Who said I'm afraid? At this point he truly stood at a crossroads. Backing down would cost him all face tonight. Yet sending Chun Haonan forward would make him feel like Liang Quan's pawn, leaving him deeply unsettled. Moreover, the principal player, Yi Chio, hadn't yet spoken. Just then Chun Haonan stepped forward and volunteered. Brother B, he addressed his superior, I'd like to take this one. Dalao B turned, studying him. Indeed, Chun Haonan's rapid ascent was no accident. At least in this moment his intervention came at precisely the right time. Nan, Dalao B confirmed, you truly wish to go? Yes. Chun Haonan nodded firmly. Satisfied by his resolve, Dalao B turned toward Yi Chio and offered a respectful bow. Brother Chio, he said, my junior lacks decorum. Please forgive him. Nai Chio had watched the entire spectacle with calm detachment. Now he offered a faint, serene smile. I have no objection. It's merely a boxing match. If Hung Hing wishes to continue, East Star stands ready. Ni's words sounded casual, yet stirred Chun Haonan deeply, revealing the tiger overlord's extraordinary composure and magnanimity. Yet his next statement instantly tightened the atmosphere across the arena. And Kola has already fought one bout. He's fatigued. Chun Haonan locked eyes with Yi Chio, voice clear and steady. Brother Chio, I challenge you. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. And no one had foreseen it, a Hung Hing newcomer daring to directly challenge East Star's Hall Master. Throw it. This brat is really arrogant. What a bold move. It must be noted that although Yi Chio was young and of a similar age to Chun Haonan, their statuses were worlds apart. One was one of the 5 tigers of East Star, a big shot in the gang. The other was just a small fry under the Hongxing banner who had yet to rise in rank. This was essentially a case of the subordinate disrespecting his superior. Big Boss B was also taken aback. He knew Chun Haonan wanted to defuse the situation, but he never expected this brat to be so bold as to directly confront Yi Chio. Anan, he hurriedly called out to stop him. Chun Haonan, however, looked serious, still staring at Yi Chio. Brother Chio, he asked again, can you give me a chance? In fact, he wanted to fight Yi Chio not just to make a name for himself. Years ago, when he was bullied by the golden-haired tiger, he vowed to practice hard in martial arts to reclaim his dignity. Although the desire for revenge had faded over the years, the urge to prove himself had never extinguished. Now that Yi Chio had replaced the golden-haired tiger, it meant that Yi Chio was stronger than the latter. If he could defeat Yi Chio, it would naturally prove that Chun Haonan was no longer the insignificant kid he once was. However, he clearly overestimated his own worth. The East Star side erupted in outrage. Damn you. Chun Haonan, who do you think you are? How dare a small fry challenge our brother Chio? How can Big B manage his subordinates? No respect for hierarchy. The East Star lackeys shouted in a chorus, each with a hostile expression. On the Hongxing side, Big Boss B looked even more displeased. He had already called for a stop, yet Chun Haonan insisted on continuing. Being bold is one thing, but this was too disrespectful, dragging his own face as the leader into the mud. Anan, shut up. Big Boss B said sternly, what status does Brother Chio have for you to challenge him? Seeing that he had provoked everyone's anger, Chun Haonan showed no fear on his face, his gaze still fixed on Yi Chio. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chio did not get angry. He nodded thoughtfully and asked, you want to fight me? I do, Chun Haonan answered without hesitation. Just when everyone thought Yi Chio was about to explode, he suddenly smiled. All right, I accept your challenge. The stakes are the same, still 3 streets. If you win, you get those 3 streets from Liang Kuan. But if you lose... He paused, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. You'll have to cede 3 streets from your territory in Kowloon to me. Hearing this condition, Chun Haonan hesitated. The reason was simple, he was neither Liang Kuan nor a hall master, not even a district boss. He was in no position to agree to such territorial stakes. However, at that moment, Big Boss B stepped forward. Since Brother Chio is gracious enough, Big Boss B patted Chun Haonan's shoulder and smiled. As the leader, I will take this bet on behalf of Anan. Anan, don't worry. Chun Haonan turned quickly. Big Boss B raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone encouraging. Just do your best, don't embarrass me. The implication was clear. Big Boss B wanted to use this fight to elevate Chun Haonan. Winning would not only restore Hongxing's face, but also allow Chun Haonan to manage those 3 streets, naturally placing him in a higher position. Even if they lost, facing an opponent like Yi Chio wasn't shameful. As for the loss of those 3 streets, although Big Boss B felt a pang in his heart, he could bear it. A worst case, he could recover the loss later. Big B, seeing his boss support him so strongly, Chun Haonan no longer declined. He nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. You can rest assured I will not embarrass myself. Thus, the second boxing match between Hongxing and East Star was set. No one expected that tonight's boxing match would have ups and downs. Even Yi Chio, the East Star Tiger King, would step into the ring personally. What was even more surprising was that the stakes were again 3 streets, this time still from the territory of Kowloon. Was Yi Chio's appetite too big? The audience, who were originally about to leave, all sat back down. Everyone wanted to know whether this battle would allow Chun Haonan to rise to prominence and turn the tide, or if Yi Chio would continue his sweep and take 3 more streets. Yi Chio had already stood up, casually taking off his windbreaker and handing it to the scarred Chi beside him. With a faint smile, he walked step by step onto the boxing stage. On the other side, Chun Haonan also stepped out from the crowd of Hongxing and onto the boxing stage. Let's begin, Yi Chio said. Okay. Chun Haonan responded swiftly, taking off his black leather jacket, revealing his well-defined muscles. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Looking at Chun Haonan, Yi Chio couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He truly did not expect to face this protagonist so soon. In the original storyline, the 5 tigers of East Star who encountered Chun Haonan hardly ended well. The Downhill Tiger and the Smiling Tiger had fallen to him first, followed by the Thunder Tiger, and finally the Capturing Tiger. It was like a curse. Yi Chio couldn't help but wonder if he as a transmigrator could break this curse today. At that moment, Chun Haonan had already made his move. He moved swiftly, throwing a punch straight at Yi Chio's face, the punch fierce and carrying an unrestrained momentum. Compared to those wild street fighters, Chun Haonan's foundation was evidently much more solid, clearly a seasoned martial artist. Among street fighters there were indeed distinctions in skill. The Chun Haonan before him was clearly more capable than the earlier Tai. But unfortunately Yi Qiu was not a Tai. Yi Qiu saw the speed and power of Chun Haonan's punch. He admitted that this brat was not weak, but merely not weak. There was a stark difference in strength, speed, and reflexes between a street fighter and a dual flower street fighter. As Chun Haonan's fist approached, Yi Qiu moved. His movements were faster, arriving before Chun Haonan's punch. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Chun Haonan's chest. Crack! The clear sound of bones cracking echoed instantly. Chun Haonan was sent staggering back several steps, barely managing to stand firm. A gasp arose from the audience. What the hell? One punch broke a bone. Is he really a street fighter? A dual flower street fighter isn't this fierce, right? On the observation platform, Liang Kuan and Big Boss B stared intently at the boxing stage. This was the first time they had witnessed Yi Qiu in action, but no one expected this guy's strength to be this exaggerated. The force and speed of that punch seemed less like a boxing match and more like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Simple, brutal, overwhelming. Big Boss B's face turned ashen while Liang Kuan squinted his eyes. Both of them simultaneously had a thought Chun Haonan was doomed to lose. And indeed, that was the case. On the boxing stage, the excruciating pain in Chun Haonan's chest left his breathing in disarray. He gritted his teeth and tried to fight back, but his movements were already chaotic, full of openings. Yi Qiu did not give him a chance to adjust. Another punch landed solidly on the arm Chun Haonan was using to block. Chun Haonan felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing him to tumble backward uncontrollably. He could only awkwardly roll on the ground, barely dissipating some of the force, but half of his body went numb. This was only the second punch. He was almost directly knocked off the stage. Forget about regaining face or bringing glory to Hongxing Yi. At this moment, Chun Haonan could care less about anything else. He only wanted one thing: to last a bit longer against Yi Qiu, to not lose too disgracefully. However, Yi Qiu had no intention of cooperating. He stepped forward, delivering a crisp side kick that struck Chun Haonan right in the side. Chun Haonan let out a groan, his entire body flying sideways, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the boxing stage. The outcome was already decided. Chun Haonan lost. He was completely unable to fight back. What kind of monster is this Tiger King from East Star? Liang Kuan was already strong, but his boss is even more outrageous. Everyone turned to look at Yi Qiu, who was still standing in the center of the boxing stage. This boxing match could only be described in 4 words: overwhelming, complete overwhelming. It wasn't that Chun Haonan was too weak, but rather that his opponent was so strong that they were not even on the same level. On the ground, Chun Haonan took a long while to struggle to get up. Holding his chest, he looked up at Yi Qiu on the stage. "Brother Qiu," he panted, his voice trembling a bit, "I lost." He truly lost, and he lost convincingly. He had overestimated himself and severely underestimated Yi Qiu. In this match, he didn't have a single chance. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost the 3 streets of Kowloon. On the observation platform, Big Boss B finally came to his senses. "Shanjit. Chow Pai," he instructed with a serious face, "go help Anan down." 2 lackeys hurried over to help the almost unsteady Chun Haonan back. Yi Qiu stood on the stage, his expression calm. That's how the boxing stage was. There were always winners and losers. He turned to look in Big Boss B's direction and smiled slightly. "Big B," he said, "I suppose this round counts as my win, right? Hongxing should honor the bet." Big Boss B's expression was grim, but he still forced a smile and nodded. "Brother Qiu, rest assured," he said, his voice a bit dry. "I Big B keep my word. Losing means losing. I can afford to lose the 3 streets of Kowloon." After saying that, he clearly had no desire to linger any longer, simply greeting everyone before leading the injured Chun Haonan and his lackeys away. Watching Big Boss B's heavy figure depart, Liang Kuan couldn't help but laugh. He grinned a bit maliciously amused. "Heh," he muttered softly, his prized subordinate's bones were broken. That's bound to hurt Big B for a while. Although he also lost 3 streets to East Star, he felt quite balanced now. After all, Big Boss B lost both face and territory today, all thanks to him, Liang Kuan. As for whether Hongxing would lose face, Liang Kuan didn't care at all. After all, he wasn't the one in charge. It didn't matter whether they lost face or not, the boxing match was already over. With various factions leaving one after another, this incident temporarily came to a close. However, everyone knew that tonight's ruckus was much larger than usual. Hongxing, known for its street fighters, had truly been trampled underfoot by East Star this time. First, Tai lost to Kowloon, and then Chun Haonan was publicly beaten to a pulp by Yi Qiu, suffering 2 consecutive defeats and losing all face. In the following days, the streets buzzed with talk of this incident. The news of Yi Qiu overwhelming Hongxing's street fighters continued to spread, stirring up quite a wave. The phrase "Street Fighter Hongxing 4 Fighters East Star" has been around for a long time, and many believed Hongxing to be the strongest. This deeply ingrained notion was not easy to change. But now everyone suddenly realized that this Street Fighter Hongxing seemed not so tough after all. The broken inertia caused quite a stir. He had long known that Yi Qiu was not a compliant person, yet he still underestimated this guy's ability to stir up trouble. However, as Yi Chio's reputation grew, Luo Tua tacitly accepted his expansion of power under the banner of the East Star. With the old man by two leading the way, Luo Tua was quite pleased to enjoy a leisurely life. Now that Yi Chio was bringing honor to the East Star, he naturally welcomed it. Yi Chio himself paid no attention to the disturbances outside. The day after the boxing match ended, he sent someone to take over the territories he had won. In Mongkok, he pondered for a moment and instructed Scar Chi to handle it. After all, Palon Street was right in Mongkok, and she was the most suitable for the task. However, as expected, things did not go as he had anticipated. That guy Liang Kuan appeared willing to take responsibility on the surface, but secretly, he was making small moves. The territories of 3 streets had still not been fully handed over after several days of procrastination. Scar Chi finally lost her patience. She found Liang Kuan with a cold expression. Kuan Gu, she laid her cards on the table. Either hand over the territories now, or I will leave and let Xiao Gu come and talk to you personally. Liang Kun's expression changed, and in the end, he reluctantly handed over the 3 streets. After the battle in the boxing ring, he did feel a bit intimidated by Yi Chio. The overwhelming power he displayed was too strong, forcing him to treat the situation with caution. Of course, what he handed over were the less profitable territories. Yi Chio only smiled when he learned this and said nothing. This was the Liang Kuan he knew, cunning and sly. In contrast, the situation in Causeway Bay was much smoother. Boss B had a far better reputation in the underworld than Liang Kuan. He was loyal and kept his word. Thus, the Kola sent to handle the matter had no trouble taking over the 3 streets. Yi Chio also seized this opportunity to establish Kola's presence in Causeway Bay. Causeway Bay was a place that East Star had difficulty penetrating, primarily because Boss B had many fighters under him, making it very tightly controlled. Even though they had now won 3 streets, Boss B would definitely not agree to let East Star establish a foothold here. Currently, Yi Chio couldn't afford to handle both Mongkok and Causeway Bay at the same time, so he first let Kola establish a foothold. Establishing a foothold merely declared territorial ownership, while actually establishing a presence was another matter. After Kola left, Yi Chio felt he was short on manpower. Among his subordinates, Kola was indeed the strongest, but her quiet personality was simply not suitable for wielding power. She spoke too little, which made it hard to command respect. However, Yi Chio had no other options. There were only a few he could use. Although Kola was regretfully quiet, her strength was solid. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send Kola to Causeway Bay. There was no other choice. Since acquiring the system, Yi Chio had money when he needed it and strength when he wanted it, and his speed of expansion was naturally astonishing. With territories in new territories, Mongkok, Palon Street, and now Causeway Bay, he was expanding rapidly, while his manpower was becoming increasingly stretched. To be honest, with Yi Chio's current resources, even if he were to leave the East Star and establish his own faction right away, he would still have enough to support a small gang. As the leader, he felt the pressure of running the place. Behind this rapid development, the lack of personnel had become the most troubling issue. Yi Chio calculated that once he got through this expansion period, he would need to recruit a few decent subordinates. However, even if he was short on manpower, he wouldn't just recruit any random misfits. The minimum requirement had to be at least a red stick level, otherwise he wouldn't be able to maintain order, and in the end, he would still have to clean up the mess himself. Recruiting red sticks as subordinates. If this got out, other gang leaders would probably be so angry they'd spit blood. What is a red stick? They are the top gold standard fighters in a gang. But to Yi Chio, they were only qualified to be subordinates. Others might think he was being unrealistic, but Yi Chio knew that just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Ding. Sign-in successful, gained 3000 HKD. During these days, Yi Chio had been signing in daily, reaping small rewards from the system. The rewards fluctuated between 100 to 500 HKD, not particularly generous, but it was a steady stream. After taking over the areas in Mongkok and Causeway Bay, Yi Chio had gained enough territory and fame, and his mind became active. At this moment, he had set his sights on the lucrative territory of Mongkok's clean sweep. After all, relying on Palon Street and East Star's existing presence in Mongkok, along with the 3 streets Liang Kuan had given up, Yi Chio had already established a solid footing in Mongkok. With the first step firm, the next step was to wait for Liang Kuan to collapse, so he could smoothly swallow his territories. While he was contemplating this, a phone call suddenly came in. The name displayed on the caller ID surprised Yi Chio, Ben Lei Hu Lei Yao Yang. Yi Chio was not particularly familiar with him. Previously, when he was under Jin Mao, who they had crossed paths a few times due to occasional collaborations, but their friendship was shallow. So Yi Chio was a bit puzzled as to why this guy suddenly sought him out. However, he also understood that Lei Yao Yang had never been a compliant person and loved to stir up trouble in other gangs. Among the 5 tigers of East Star, the downhill tiger was brutal, the smiling tiger was insidious, and the capturing tiger was obsessed with fighting. Meanwhile, Ben Lei, who was a deep thinker who preferred to use his brain and would avoid physical confrontation whenever possible. If it weren't for the fact that he had fallen early on in the original plot at the hands of Chun Hao Nan, he would definitely be the toughest one among the 5 tigers. Yi Chio thought for a moment and still decided to answer the call. Hello. Gu, congratulations. Lei Yao Yang's voice came through the receiver, filled with cheer. Your reputation has skyrocketed recently. I heard you've taken down 6 streets in Mongkok and Causeway Bay. Yi Qiu smiled and did not respond to this flattery. Lei Yao Yang did not beat around the bush and became serious. Gu, I've encountered some trouble and would like to borrow something from you. Oh, Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. What trouble? Lei Yao Yang explained the situation over the phone. After listening, Yi Qiu's expression turned a bit strange. What did you say? He confirmed. You want to help the compete for the spokesperson of Helian Sheng. Lei Yao Yang had always believed that there were those who could maintain their bottom line, such as Yi Qiu. But more often than not there were those who would forsake loyalty for profit, even daring to sell out their boss. As long as the profit was substantial enough, what was the harm in betraying once in a while? The target he had set his sights on was Helian Sheng. Helian Sheng was an old-school gang with territories almost spanning Hong Kong and Kowloon, especially in places like Tsuen and North Point where their power was significant. The D was the leader of Helian Sheng in Tsuen. Coincidentally, Lei Yao Yang himself was the leader of East Star in Tsuen. It's quite normal to have 2 leaders of different gangs in the same territory in this day and age. After all, there were very few big shots like Yi Qiu who would clean up territories and create a clean sweep. From Lei Yao Yang's words, Yi Qiu picked up on the underlying message. The D had a close relationship with Lei Yao Yang. Among the 5 tigers of East Star, Lei Yao Yang was famous for selling hypnotic stamps, and he and the D partnered in this business, making a fortune and boosting the D's reputation in Helian Sheng. With money and people in hand, the D naturally had the ambition to contest for the spokesperson position in Helian Sheng. If successful, Lei Yao Yang and a DS collaboration would infiltrate the entire Helian Sheng. This was a surefire deal for Lei Yao Yang. The key was that the spokesperson of Helian Sheng, unlike Hongxing and East Star, was only in office for 2 years and could not serve consecutive terms. With this system in place, Lei Yao Yang was sure that the D wouldn't dare to turn on him and would have no need to fall out with him. After hearing all this, Yi Qiu laughed. No wonder you're Ben Lei Hu. Yi Qiu said, his tone ambiguous, neither praise nor sarcasm. You even dare to intervene in the internal selection of a gang for the spokesperson. This style was indeed very Lei Yao Yang, who loved to stir up trouble in other people's territories. Of course, while style is one thing, it seemed that Lei Yao Yang's luck in choosing people was not great. Whether it was the D or the raw recruits he later supported, they all seemed like unhelpable cases failing to make the most of their advantages. On the other end of the line, Lei Yao Yang was unaware of Yi Qiu's thoughts. He became serious. Gu, it's precisely because Helian Sheng is not simple that I want to borrow something from you. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. Borrow what? People. Lei Yao Yang said solemnly. People. Yes, exactly, people. Lei Yao Yang continued. Among our 5 tigers, you currently have the most territory and the most subordinates, Gu. So I want to borrow a batch of subordinates from you. This was indeed true. Despite East Star's recent success, having won several boxing matches and even overshadowed Hongxing, which was famous for its fighters. But those in East Star knew that it was still the same East Star, primarily relying on the 4 fighters business. Yi Qiu was an exception because he never dealt in flower business. His strength was his strength, but that did not mean the whole East Star was strong. Like him, Lei Yao Yang had subordinates, but they were neither fighters nor numerous. This was the real reason he sought out Yi Qiu. How do you plan to borrow them? Yi Qiu smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Given his relationship with Lei Yao Yang, they weren't at the stage where he could readily lend a hand. Therefore, he was quite curious about what Lei Yao Yang could offer. On the other end of the line, Lei Yao Yang was not surprised by this. Both were clever people, and there were some things that didn't need to be spelled out. For the borrowed people, I'll pay according to the appearance fee, Lei Yao Yang said. At the same time, let's make a deal. You help me obtain the leading stick of Helian Sheng, and it'll help to destabilize the other halls supporting him to take the position of spokesperson. As long as you agree, once the deal is done, I'll have the D help you establish a presence in North Point. The spokesperson of Helian Sheng only has a 2-year term and cannot be re-elected. Thus, using gang interests as bargaining chips caused no psychological burden for either Lei Yao Yang or D. As long as they could secure the leading stick and hold the position for those 2 years, what did it matter if they sacrificed some gang interests? After all, once the term is over, they would have to step down anyway. Once I leave, who cares about the floods? All right. Yi Qiu smiled. He had no reason to refuse this collaboration. Oh. Upon hearing this, the DS spirit lifted. Did Yi Qiu agree? He was not unfamiliar with Yi Qiu, the newly risen 5 tigers of the East Star. Recently, rumors about him have been circulating everywhere in the Underworld, and Bolon Street was entirely under his influence, dominating the boxing matches with great momentum. It was hard not to know about it. You heard what I said on the phone just now. Lei Yao Yang nodded. There's no problem on his side. A smile immediately appeared on DS' face. Though he had never met Yi Qiu, he had heard this name many times from Lei Yao Yang. Especially recently, Bolon Street had swept through the boxing matches, winning several streets from Hongxing. Who in the Underworld doesn't know that Yi Qiu is a tough character? With such a fierce person helping him, D felt much more at ease. To be honest, he trusted the power of the East Star, but he did not have much confidence in Lei Yaoyang's personal strength. This was a bit of a blow to his pride, but it was the truth. Lei Yaoyang was clever and one of the 5 tigers of the East Star, but to become a decision-maker, mere intelligence wasn't enough. He also needed hard power. And that was precisely Lei Yaoyang's weakness. Having cooperated for so long, Di was very clear about the situation of Lei Yaoyang's subordinates. Even if the two joined forces, they would only be able to muster a mere faction of a small scale. With such strength, it was still insufficient to shake the entire He-Lianxing. Although He-Lianxing had declined over the years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If it came down to a heated clash, relying solely on themselves would indeed be difficult to make an impact. However, Yi Qiu was different. Although he was also one of the 5 tigers of the East Star, the forces under him were comparable to a small gang. Not to mention that he himself possessed the strength of a double-bladed red stick, which clearly made him the strongest among the 5 tigers. With such a helper, Di naturally felt more confident. Even if he had to confront the older generation of He-Lianxing, he was not afraid. Why should he not dare to fight for this seat? On the other hand, after hanging up the phone, with Lei Yaoyang, a smile appeared on Yi Qiu's face. He had been worried about how to recruit manpower to fill the gaps, but unexpectedly Lei Yaoyang's phone call pointed him in a direction. After all, he had crossed over to the world of Hong Kong films, and the gangs were not limited to just Hongxing and East Star. Since there were numerous gangs, there would naturally be many capable red sticks and willing younger brothers. Speaking of He-Lianxing, there were quite a few prospects to be tapped. In the future, that Lu who lacks money and power and whose faction is average, why would he be able to sit as a decision-maker? Does he rely solely on the rules of balance established by the gang? In fact, it is not. The key is that he has gathered a group of capable subordinates. With backing from the older generation and brothers risking their lives, that's why he has been able to surpass Di. With this in mind, Yi Qiu could completely leverage his current fame to transfer that group of people to his side through Di. By that time, without this group of brothers, how could Lu compete with Di? And what about Yi Qiu? Helping in this matter would not only allow him to collect the borrowing money from Lei Yaoyang, but also take the opportunity to recruit a batch of good talents, ultimately helping Di ascend and seize the North Corner territory. This is simply a threefold benefit. Therefore, Yi Qiu had no reason to refuse. With such a good opportunity to strengthen himself, why wouldn't he help? Although Lei Yaoyang was always unlucky, and whoever he helped would lose, Yi Qiu was confident enough to turn the situation around. The reason was simple. This was just the basic confidence of a traveler. In the following days, he did not delay gathering his younger brothers and heading back to the new territories with Scarface Chi and Kowloon to meet Lei Yaoyang. New territories, Suan Wangong. Upon learning that Yi Qiu was coming from Mongkok Thunder Tiger, Lei Yaoyang did not hesitate and personally came out to greet him. Brother Qiu. Lei Yaoyang smiled as he approached. I was just thinking of looking for you, but unexpectedly, you came first. This really surprises me. After meeting, Lei Yaoyang's attitude was polite, but Yi Qiu could sense a hint of insincerity in that politeness. He looked at him with a half-smile. Brother Yaoyang, we are old acquaintances. There is no need for such formalities. He spoke directly. You know why I'm here. What's the situation over at He-Lianxing? Upon hearing this, Lei Yaoyang's expression became serious. You know the old problems with He-Lianxing. He shook his head. They often suppress others with seniority and focus on balance. Yi Qiu was not surprised. He changed the subject. By the way, I also want to ask you for a small favor this time. You say. From Lei Yaoyang's perspective, he was somewhat reluctant to help with this small favor. But why did he agree? Because he was a smart man, knowing that since Yi Qiu had made the request, he had no room to refuse, unless he no longer wanted to seek Yi Qiu's help. Since he could not refuse, it would be better to agree readily. I plan to pick a few people from He-Lianxing, and when the time comes, you let Di help me with the transfer. Yi Qiu spoke directly. I'm short of people. This piqued Lei Yaoyang's interest. You still need people. He was somewhat surprised. From Lei Yaoyang's perspective, Yi Qiu controlled the 2 factions in Sha Tin and Bo Lan Street. With such a large territory, he should have a steady stream of younger brothers. In this day and age, fame is a brand. The more established the faction, the more people it attracts. Those below have no choice but to follow the one decision-maker. So with Yi Qiu in this situation, he looked anything but short of people. However, due to their status, Lei Yaoyang did not ask further and merely nodded. All right, I'll talk to Di when the time comes. Afterwards, Yi Qiu asked about the details of the election for the decision-maker at He-Lianxing and then stood up to leave. However, he did not return to Mongkok, but took a detour to Sha Tin. Since he had reached an agreement with Lei Yaoyang and Di, he planned to stay at the East Star headquarters for a while. How about it? From Lei Yaoyang's perspective, he was somewhat reluctant to help with this small favor. But why did he agree? Because he was a smart man, knowing that since Yi Qiu had made the request, he had no room to refuse. Unless he no longer wanted to seek Yi Qiu's help. Since he could not refuse, it would be better to agree readily. In Lei Yaoyang's eyes, Yi Qiu controlled the 2 factions in Sha Tin and Bo Lan Street. With such a large territory, he should have a steady stream of younger brothers. In this day and age, fame is a brand. The more established the faction, the more people it attracts. Those below have no choice but to follow the one decision-maker. Afterwards, Yichio asked about the details of the election for the decision-maker at Lianqing and then stood up to leave. However, he did not return to Mongkok, but took a detour to Shatin. Since he had reached an agreement with Lei Yaoyang and Di, he planned to stay at the East Star headquarters for a while. As for Mongkok, although he had taken Scarface Chi away, Yichio was not worried. After all, he had just won 3 streets from Liang Kuan, and his momentum was strong. His reputation in Mongkok was unmatched for the time being, and no one dared to cause trouble. After instructing his subordinates, he settled down in Shatin. The next day, Lei Yaoyang indeed kept his promise and proactively arranged a meeting with Di for Yichio. He also casually mentioned Yichio's intention to recruit a few people. After hearing this, Di nodded without thinking. No problem. He slapped his thigh. We are all in the same boat. Helping him is helping myself. His words were quite sincere. After all, Lianqing might not lack in other areas, but they certainly had many subordinates. The reputation of 50,000 people is not something to be taken lightly. As long as it doesn't involve my faction, Di grinned, I will help him with whoever Yichio wants from which faction. To win over Yichio, the once arrogant Di had lowered his stance considerably. On the Liuman side, the territory was small, and there were hardly any decent forces around. Most were small gangs, and the largest among them was Lianqing. On the fishing boat, Fishhead Biao, accompanied by his younger brother Fei Ji, felt a bit heavy-hearted seeing the suddenly visiting Di. Di was now a hot candidate for the position of decision-maker. For an old boss at his level to personally come, Fishhead Biao felt somewhat helpless. Although they were all bosses, the gap in strength was too obvious. He couldn't provoke Di at all. There was no choice. The Liuman had little profit to offer, and without profit, they couldn't support younger brothers. Without younger brothers, how could he speak with any authority as a boss? Brother Di. Fishhead Biao took the stack of money thrown over by the other party, weighed it in his hand, and smiled. Rest assured, I will definitely convince the boss to support you and help you secure the position of decision-maker. Di responded, saying nothing more. He was the type who only valued strength and looked down upon bosses like Fishhead Biao, who had neither money nor manpower. Seeing the other party's flattering demeanor, he felt even less respect. After finishing his own business, Di finally recalled Yichio's instructions. He turned his gaze towards the silent younger brother beside Fishhead Biao. Are you Fei Ji? Di looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. I heard you're quite skilled. To be honest, if it weren't for Yichio specifically naming him, Di wouldn't have noticed what was special about this taciturn guy. Fei Ji was taken aback. Normally, as a younger brother, he had no right to interrupt during the boss's discussions. He was just following along, but unexpectedly Di suddenly asked about him. Di Fishhead Biao hesitated and interjected, don't put the kid in a difficult position. Di ignored him and continued to gaze at Fei Ji, saying lightly, are you interested in transferring? This place of Liuman is too small. You can't make a name for yourself here. Fishhead Biao's expression suddenly became grim. Di's implication was too clear. He looked down on him. But he still swallowed his anger and forced a smile. If brother Di is willing to take Fei Ji, I have no objections. There was no choice. Liuman ranked low in Lianqing, and his boss was not on the same level as Di. Fei Ji lifted his head and glanced at Di. If he could follow Di, he certainly had no objections. Who didn't know that Di was the most powerful force in Lianqing? Following such a boss was far better than staying at Liuman. In this world, who doesn't want to rise to power? However, Di's next words surprised him even more. As long as your boss has no objections, it's fine. Di waved his hand. Fei Ji, I give you a choice. Either continue to stay here without making a name for yourself, or transfer. To follow the East Star's Yichio. You choose. Di left, and Fei Ji followed him out. Of course, Di understood the rules of transfer and left a transfer fee for Fishhead Biao, and it was quite a sum. Fishhead Biao was also tactful. In fact, he had no choice. Regardless of power or status, he was simply not a match for Di. At this time, to jump out and sing the opposite tune would be seeking death. To put it in his own words, he couldn't provoke Di. Now agreeing to the transfer could still bring in some money. If he refused, he would be the one to suffer. Fei Ji ultimately did not give up this opportunity. He was willing to follow a powerful boss like Di, let alone Yichio. The Liuman lacks substantial power, and the Fishhead Mark is merely one of the many small leaders within the Lianqing faction. Having been in the game for so long, it is only natural that the news of the golden hair tiger being ousted and Yichio rising among the 5 tigers of Dongxing reached him. Faced with a figure who controls 2 factions and is surrounded by capable men, Fei Ji could only feel a surge of excitement. This was on an entirely different level. After clearing Bolan Street and taking down several streets in Mongkok and Causeway Bay, Yichio had completely made a name for himself on the streets. Now with control over 2 factions, he was undeniably impressive. With a leader like this, if Fei Ji did not follow, then he truly would have lost his mind. Similar shifts of allegiance had occurred with the smaller subordinates in Liuman as well, moving to other factions within Liansheng. Yichio was clearly determined to poach talent, and he did not hold back, specifically targeting those who had the potential to rise. The Dongguan boys under De Puhe, including Officer Sen's Jimmy, along with several promising young recruits, were all drawn over by Di's efforts. During this time, Di had practically become a professional recruiter running around tirelessly. He needed Yichio's support for his election, so he naturally did not mind lending a hand. For Yichio, it was clear that these individuals would eventually follow someone else, so it was better to act first. This way, he not only gained manpower, but also helped Di weaken his rivals, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. However, Yichio also realized that if Di was to compete for the position of leader, his rival was not Li Xiao, but rather the loudmouth from Wanchai. According to the original plan, Di would have been suppressed by the elders for not having enough seniority, allowing the loudmouth to benefit. But now that Yichio was involved, those oldtimers could no longer dictate the outcome. A few days later, in the largest restaurant in Suan, several young men, who had just switched from Liansheng, were seated at a few tables. They were personally summoned by Di, and no one dared to be tardy, all arriving quite early. The group sat there speaking little, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the entrance, each harboring some speculation. "What do you think?" The former subordinate of the tall guy, could no longer hold back, and whispered, "Which side is stronger, Dongxing or Liansheng?" The Dongguan boy chuckled at the question. "Is that even a question? Of course it's Dongxing." He leaned back and continued, "The elders of Liansheng have lost their drive long ago, with the leadership rotating. What success can they possibly achieve?" What he didn't say was that one only needed to look at the loudmouth who was about to take power. With just 2 shabby bars in Wanchai, how could such a weakling become a leader? How could the gang be any better? Liansheng claimed to have 50,000 members, but how many of them could actually fight? Compared to the strong and well-armed Dongxing, they were far behind. The others present did not voice their opinions, but their expressions confirmed Dongguan's assertion. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. The room instantly fell silent, and the few individuals unconsciously straightened their backs. Di entered, accompanying a young man in a black trench coat. The man was about their age, yet his presence seemed to overshadow Di beside him. The main figure had arrived. Yichio and Di walked directly to the head seat. He scanned the group, tapping his fingers on the table. "I am Yichio," he spoke with a calm tone, "the master of Dongxing. You should know who I am." He was here to recruit subordinates, not to make friends, so there was no need for pleasantries. He maintained the necessary authority without compromise. Dongguan was the first to stand, a smile plastered on his face. "Of course we've heard of Brother Chio's name." His voice was bright, and he added, "It is our fortune to be with Brother Chio." He appeared particularly compliant at this moment, in stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. The others seated nearby couldn't help but think that this Dongguan boy, despite his rough appearance, was quite adept at navigating social situations. Dongguan himself found this quite normal. What future could he have with Depu He? Now he had the opportunity to follow a leader like Yichio. Naturally, he had to present himself well. Otherwise, would he return to Liansheng to continue with the deliveries? "Hi, Brother Chio." The others, seeing Dongguan's attitude, also chimed in to greet him. They all understood Yichio's power and status. Following him would lead to no losses. Only Jimmy remained silent for a while before softly calling out, "Brother Chio." Yichio looked at this group, smiling lightly. He understood that these individuals might not truly respect him, but for now obedience was sufficient. As long as he was strong enough, who would dare to harbor ill intentions? "You will come to understand," Yichio continued, "that this choice made today is not a loss." Hearing this, the group chuckled. Whether it was a wise decision or not was another matter, but it was certainly better than being a subordinate in Liansheng. "Fei Ji," Yichio called out, "I just took over 3 streets in Causeway Bay. You will manage 1. Fei Ji was taken aback for a moment, then excitement spread across his face. To become a street boss right after switching factions. This was a huge gain. The others nearby were not envious, for they knew they would surely also have a share. Indeed, Yichio continued, allocating Dongguan, "You will also manage 1 in Causeway Bay. The 2. Sir Su, Jimmy." He distributed the tasks fairly, sending those who could fight to Causeway Bay, while those less capable like Sir Su and Jimmy went to Mongkok. With plenty of streets under his control, it was more than enough to let everyone be a boss. It must be said that the individuals introduced by Di, though varied in skill, were all competent. The 2 was excellent with gang regulations, Sir Su came from a legal background, and Jimmy was quite adept in business. Compared to Yichio, they were ordinary, but in the underworld, they were already quite impressive. This was also why Yichio was willing to take them in. After these individuals had left, only Yichio and Di remained in the restaurant. At that moment, Lei Yaoyang entered, having just finished his tasks, looking somewhat surprised. "Brother Chio, is this it?" He had expected Yichio to assert some dominance. Yichio nodded. "What else? There's no point in reasoning with subordinates who just switched factions. It's most practical to give them benefits directly. As long as there are continuous benefits, how could they rebel?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yaoyang felt a chill within. Although he had a good relationship with Yichio now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This guy was truly born to thrive in this world. Shaking his head, Lei Yaoyang dismissed those thoughts and sat down beside Yichio. The discussions between the 3 leaders truly began. Di Lei Yaoyang asked, "Have you prepared everything I asked you to? When does the election for Liansheng begin?" This question was also of concern to Yichio. The 3 factions could join forces primarily due to the power struggle for leadership within Liansheng. Di's tone turned heated. "In just a few days." But based on those old fools' attitudes, they don't want me to run. Didi slammed the table in frustration. Those old geezers always using seniority to suppress me. He took a sip of tea, his tone even more aggressive. They even tell me not to run this term, insisting they'll support me next term. Next term? Didi scoffed. He knew full well that it was all the elders led by Dang Bo scheming behind the scenes. To put it bluntly, they were afraid that their positions would become unstable, which was why they constantly preached about maintaining balance in the gang. If they were already obstructing him this term, what good intentions could they have for the next? Moreover, he now had manpower and funds with both Yi Qiu and Lei Yaoyang standing by his side. If he did not compete this term, all the efforts he had put in would be in vain. Yi Qiu listened on the side, merely smiling. He remained silent, for he understood that the previous Didi had indeed been persuaded, allowing the loudmouth to take the leadership position. In the end, Didi was bold and arrogant, but he lacked a certain fierceness. If he had half the ruthlessness of Yi Qiu, he wouldn't have ended up being mocked with wear a helmet when fishing. No way. Lei Yaoyang immediately interjected, wait until next term. By then it'll be too late. He was thinking the same as Didi. Why had he gone through so much effort to support Didi? Wasn't it to prevent his own development from being stunted? If Didi did not become the leader, how could he expand his business? As he spoke, Lei Yaoyang suddenly turned to Yi Qiu. Brother Qiu, he asked, what do you think? Yi Qiu did not hesitate. To grow old without dying is to be a thief. His tone was calm, yet contained a chilling undertone. Those old things are half in the grave. What could they do if they refuse? He looked at Didi. If they won't give it to you, then you must fight for it yourself, snatch it for yourself. Killing is better than being killed, isn't it? These words floated lightly, yet they made Didi's gaze sharpen. Yi Qiu continued, Didi, what use is seniority besides indicating who is older or younger? As long as you have strength, what position can't you seize? Why do you need their approval? Listening to this, Didi felt it made some sense. He pondered for a few seconds and suddenly nodded vigorously. Forget it. Let's do it. He gritted his teeth. This time, I will either become the leader or I will leave and start a new Liansheng. In a few days during the elections, you all come with me. Yi Qiu smiled, nodding with an expression that seemed to say, you finally get it. As for what he was truly plotting, no one would ever know. This time it was Lei Yaoyang who remained silent. Although he was the one who had set up the situation and brought the people in, he suddenly realized that among the three, Yi Qiu seemed to have unconsciously taken the lead. Yi Qiu was young and his time in power had been short, but his ruthless and cunning demeanor surpassed that of those seasoned veterans. This guy was becoming increasingly inscrutable. As the discussions wrapped up, Didi was thoroughly awakened by Yi Qiu's words. In his mind, the struggle for leadership had come down to two outcomes: either he ascended or he would establish his own faction. In the car, Kowloon was driving while Yi Qiu sat in the back seat. He watched the retreating figures of Didi and Lei Yaoyang outside the window, a faint smile appearing on his face. For Lei Yaoyang, supporting Didi in vying for power might have just been a temporary calculation. But for Yi Qiu, this was a golden opportunity. The original Didi would have bowed to the elders and given up. Now that he had arrived, the plot would naturally change. Didi had become even more ruthless, resolutely determined to run. This also meant that as long as he supported Didi, Yi Qiu could reap ample rewards and seize a new territory. In addition, bringing Fei Ji, Dongguan, and Jimmy into his fold was also part of his plan. Whether it was Jimmy or Dongguan, these were characters who could rise in the original plot, and he had no qualms about recruiting them. After all, the 5 tigers of Dongxing had never been his goal. What he wanted from start to finish was the position of the leader of Dongxing. A few days later, the election for the leader of Liansheng began. It sounded grand, but in reality the atmosphere was anything but impressive. It was rather lifeless. To put it bluntly, it was just a group of veteran members from the associations sizing each other up and plotting against one another. The Liansheng headquarters now only had an old facade left to intimidate others. However, many were unaware that Liansheng had a rule: all members who joined the association. But many people were actually not clear about it. Any member who joined could conduct business under the association's banner, but they had to hand over a portion of the profits. This was different from other associations. Liansheng was more like a franchise claiming to have 50,000 members, but most were just names used for show. It is worth mentioning that this facade was mainly held by those from the older generation. Each of them had once been a leader, so even after stepping down, their influence remained significant. It was precisely because they held the facade and the voting rights that the association had to continuously provide for them. To put it simply, if it weren't for this, these old men would have long been ignored. On ordinary days, there weren't many younger members at the Liansheng headquarters, as it was just a group of old fellows. When praised, they called it the Council of Elders. When criticized, if it weren't for their control over the voting rights, even dogs would ignore them. However, now was the biennial election for the leader, and the headquarters was finally a bit lively. In the meeting hall, several elder members looked at the younger members gathering outside and couldn't help but feel sentimental. Another grand election, one remarked. We too once started from this position. However, this sentiment didn't last long before they reined it in. Because Dang Bo had arrived. The short, stout old man sat down leisurely, and immediately one elder spoke up. The leaders of the 9 main halls are almost all here. Dang Bo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the solitary figure of Chue Ji. He asked where's Didi. Has he arrived? Everyone shook their heads. Another elder laughed and replied he hasn't come. But we've urged him these past few days if Didi knows what's good for him. He shouldn't have come. Dangbo nodded, feeling vaguely that something was off, but didn't dwell on it. All right, everyone who's supposed to be here has arrived. Let's start the election. He paused and said, I nominate Chueji. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders immediately chimed in. This time I propose Chueji. Chueji is a good choice. He is loyal to the association and treats us elders well. Let's go with him. I second the nomination for Chueji. I support it too. Hearing the chorus of endorsements, Chueji was undoubtedly pleased, a smile creeping onto his lips. Although he had long known he would be chosen to balance Didi, being praised so openly by these old fellows was enough to make anyone happy. With the support of the elders who had no chance of rising to power themselves, it was natural for them to say a few more good words for Chueji to build a good rapport. Soon all the elders cast their votes. Dangbo then calmly spoke, since everyone has chosen Chueji then. Before he could finish, the doors of the meeting hall were suddenly pushed open. Instantly, all the elders frowned. Who was so disrespectful? They were in the midst of selecting a leader who dared to disrupt. However, when they turned to look at the door, they were all stunned. It was Didi. No one expected that this person who was said to have given up on running for election would suddenly barge in. The elders present instantly erupted. Didi, what are you doing here? Today is the election, don't cause trouble. Didi completely ignored their furious shouts and leisurely walked over to Chueji, patting him on the shoulder. Congratulations, Chueji. He smiled and said, it seems that today, barring any accidents, you are going to be our leader of Lianqing. Faced with this congratulations, Chueji appeared calm, but a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He knew that since Didi had come, this election was bound to be anything but simple. Chueji was well aware that despite the current support from all the elders, his Wanchai faction was simply not enough against Didi's influence. Over in Wanchai, Hongxing was famously strong. Chueji couldn't afford to provoke them. Similarly, he couldn't afford to provoke Didi, who stood right in front of him. Who didn't know that Didi's Tsuanwan faction was the strongest and most developed among the 9 major factions of Lianqing? Therefore, if Didi was determined to make trouble today, Chueji would be helpless to stop him. Chueji pondered internally that he needed to stabilize the situation first. He stood up and just began to speak to Didi. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Didi's palm had already slapped across his face. Who are you calling Didi? Didi grabbed him by the collar, sneering, until you secure that position, remember to call me Brother D. Saying this, as if not satisfied, he slapped him again in front of all the elders. Leader of Wanchai. He Liansheng's leader. Didi pointed at Chueji's nose and scolded, is it just managing 2 shabby bars? I really can't understand what these old men have in their heads to elect you. As soon as the scolding ended, he lifted his leg and kicked Chueji, causing him to stagger back. Didi, stop. I said stop. You are too presumptuous. The elders finally reacted, and all rose angrily, shouting in reprimand. They couldn't believe that Didi would dare to beat the newly appointed leader in front of everyone during the election. What shocked them even more was that Didi had chosen this critical moment to barge in. Just as the elders were about to scold him further, a light laugh came from the entrance of the meeting hall. Everyone turned to see Yichio and Lei Yaoyang standing there, though they didn't know when they had arrived. This is quite the spectacle, truly remarkable, Yichio said with a smile, clapping his hands. Lei Yaoyang crossed his arms and added, indeed, your He Liansheng's election is far more lively than our Dongxing's internal strife. Upon seeing these two, the expressions of all the elders instantly changed. People from Dongxing, they never expected that Yichio and Lei Yaoyang from Dongxing would appear here. Although the two seemed to mock the election, everyone present could hear that this slap was directed right at the faces of these old men. Deng Bo and the others' faces immediately darkened. Didi, one elder questioned sternly, what do you mean by this? Colluding with Dongxing and attacking your own brothers in the association. You are betraying He Lianqing. From being in control of the situation to becoming the prey, this drastic shift was hard for these old veterans to accept. Didi, upon hearing this, smiled coldly. Old fools, he spat, I betray. For so many years, it is the association that owes me, not the other way around. Besides, why should I betray? While I was shedding blood and sweat for the association, what were you old fools doing? Only playing your balancing act. He became increasingly agitated, pointing at the crowd and scolding, I balance your mother. A group of elder members in their 70s and 80s were cursed at like this, their faces turning as dark as a bottom of a pot. But before they could react, Yichio had already moved. He casually picked up a knife from the side and walked straight towards Chueji. Chueji, seeing Yichio approaching, was so frightened, he kept retreating, urgently shouting to Didi. Are you serious? Let me off. I don't want to be the leader anymore, please. His pleas were abruptly cut off. Yichio swiftly thrust the knife in. Deng Bo and all the elders were stunned, watching helplessly as Chueji bent over and slowly fell down. Yichio shook the blood off the knife and shook his head. A leader who doesn't even resemble a leader yet gets elected without any strength. His tone was flat. I truly don't understand how you all from He Lianqing have made it to this day. Chueji was thus eliminated. Yichio was not Didi, he was ruthless, and even more merciless. When it came to matters that could be resolved by force, he had never bothered to waste words. In today's election, only with Chuaji dead, would Didi have no way back and would be forced to follow through. Hence what Didi couldn't do he would. Simple direct. Nearby Deng Bo and the others looked at Chuaji lying on the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. This was their newly elected leader who had just died at the hands of Dongxing. This was too ruthless. They had only heard rumors about Yiqiu before. It was said that he had wiped out this faction and removed that association's banner, but ultimately, it was just hearsay. Now they finally had the most direct impression. Deng Bo and a few others felt an overwhelming regret. If we had known this would happen, we might as well have let Didi be the leader. They had calculated everything, but never expected Didi's relationship with Dongxing to be this strong. They also hadn't anticipated that Didi could even invite someone as ruthless as Yiqiu. Naturally, they never expected Yiqiu to be capable of such brutality. They had often heard people talk about how ruthless Yiqiu was, but today they finally witnessed it firsthand. This kid, too ruthless. With a single knife, he took down Chuaji. This level of brutality far exceeded their imaginations. These elder members were all seasoned veterans and were not foolish. They immediately recognized the malicious intent behind Yiqiu's knife. This had completely severed Didi's path of retreat. With Chuaji dead, Didi could no longer turn back. He could only march straight forward, pushing to seize power. In fact, this election for Chuaji's rise was originally meant to balance the association and suppress Didi. They understood this clearly and knew that Didi would certainly be displeased. But they hadn't been afraid. After all, the name of He Lianxing was in their hands. If Didi truly dared to cause a ruckus, they could always fight. As long as the name didn't fall, they would have the courage to confront him. Why? Because the 50,000 brothers below depended on this name for their livelihood. No one wanted to see the name collapse. Over the years, He Lianxing had managed to hold on precisely because of this. Therefore, they had felt confident. Didi's Xuanwan faction was indeed doing well, but aside from his own people who would stand up for him, the martial world was this realistic. This was also the reason they were not afraid of Didi causing trouble. If it came to fighting, He Lianxing had the numbers and could outlast him. So even though they had thought about Didi not letting things go easily, they didn't take it to heart. And what happened? Didi directly allied with Dongxing, coming in front of them and killing Chuaji. This was not only a demonstration, but also a coup. Now they truly regretted it. If they hadn't pushed for balance and suppressed Didi, they could have simply let him sit in the position of leader this time. The association couldn't allow one faction to dominate. There would always be other ways in the future. But now that they had angered Didi, at this point, what couldn't he do? Inside the council chamber, Didi gazed down at Chuaji lying motionless in a pool of blood, his expression complex, unreadable. Chuaji was truly gone. He had imagined what it might be like to break with these elders. Yet when imagination became reality, he realized how startlingly simple it truly was. With Chuaji dead, who among this generation's elders could possibly challenge him for leadership? A pack of decrepit old men, already half-buried, yet still clinging to power. He muttered under his breath. Just then Yiqiu approached and casually clapped Didi on the shoulder. Didi, Yiqiu said, voice relaxed. I've brought you this far. Surely you don't need me to spell out the rest. Without another word, he extended the blood-stained blade he held. Didi accepted it without hesitation. And in that instant, the weight of steel in his palm felt infinitely more solid than empty hands. Didi, Deng Bo bellowed, voice sharp with authority. To seize power this way is to shatter our rules, and to shatter our rules is to dismantle the Triad itself. No one will accept it. Over 50,000 brothers of He Lianxing will rise against you. Other elders joined the outcry, but their fury betrayed panic at this moment. Invoking rules was sheer delusion. They had forgotten. One cannot enforce rules upon those who no longer wish to abide by them. When the rule breaker holds the knife, what use is the rule? Precisely so, the blade now rested in Didi's hand. If he refused to play by the rules, who dared lecture him on propriety? Indeed. Without preamble, Didi raised the sword and struck, plunging it deep into the chest of Lung Lao, the loudest among them. One strike, fatal. Lung Lao stared blankly at the blade embedded in his torso. Disbelief flooded his dying gaze. He simply could not fathom that Didi would actually dare. Lung Lao. As he collapsed, the remaining elders recoiled in terror. Though they'd commanded great influence during leadership elections, radiating authority and dominance, in this moment their bravado dissolved entirely. They knew with chilling certainty that if Didi had struck Lung Lao, none of them were safe. None of them. Their fate hung perilously in the balance. Fingers trembling, they pointed at Didi, shouting, "Traitor!" Though half their tremor came from age, the other half from raw fear. Yet Deng Bo was an exception. He sat unmoved, face betraying not a trace of fear, calmly sipping tea. Didi, he began, voice steady, these old bones have little time left. I fear no death. If you have the courage, kill us all. You've murdered the leader, and now elders too. Deng Bo narrowed his eyes. Let me see how you intend to hold the throne of He Lianxing. Yiqiu glanced at Deng Bo, surprised. This old man wasn't posturing. He truly feared nothing. Indeed, that composure alone set Deng Bo leagues above the others trembling beside him. True enough, Didi's blade paused midair at Deng Bo's words. He'd assumed intimidation would suffice, that by this point these elders would already be kneeling. Yet Deng Bo stood unbroken. Didi hesitated. That was his nature, fearless in arrogance, yet easily unsettled when cornered by principle. In truth, he lacked absolute resolve. But someone else did not. Before Didi could utter a word, Yi Qiu turned toward Deng Bo, voice quiet, deliberate. Didi dares not, Yi Qiu said. Tell me, do you think I do? 50,000 men of He Liansheng, truly so formidable. No one anticipated Yi Qiu's intervention, not even Deng Bo, who until now had sat serene as a fisherman on still waters. Now his aged eyes narrowed, sharply locking onto Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu met his gaze and smiled. Old man, he shook his head. Your strongest card isn't strength or strategy. It's merely the name He Liansheng. Deng Bo nodded once. Exactly. His voice dropped low and resonant. So long as the name endures, He Liansheng remains ours. Young man, I know your reputation in Dongxing, but let me impart a truth. Order arises only where rules exist. To overturn them, I failed in my youth, and you will fail just the same. Rules make order, only rules. At those words, even the elders who'd been quaking straightened their spines slightly. Why did they follow Deng Bo? This was why. Yi Qiu listened and merely smiled. He didn't reply to Deng Bo. Instead, he turned to Didi, growing ever more hesitant beside him. Then with swift precision, he seized Didi's wrist and guided the blade downward in a single lethal arc. Another elder crumpled silently to the floor. A collective gasp rippled through the chamber. Even Didi froze stunned. Only then did Yi Qiu release his grip, his gaze returning, unwavering, to Deng Bo's face. Old man, your logic is obsolete, he said, calm but incisive. The era has changed. Allow me to redefine for you what rules are, and what order truly means. Before the sentence finished, he seized Didi's hand again. Steel flashed, a third elder fell. Strength enough to crush resistance, and steel sharp enough to carve fate, grants the right to speak, and the right to decree the rules. Yi Qiu fixed Deng Bo with unblinking eyes. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those who obey rules, and those who write them. I hold the blade. I command the men. I am the one who writes the rules. As for your order, he paused, then gripped Didi's wrist once more, driving the blade forward. Whether it stands or collapses, that too rests solely in the hand of the rule maker. A wet tearing sound, steel biting flesh. The fourth elder collapsed, clutching his wound, breath ragged and fading. One strike, one fall. Each slash of Yi Qiu's blade struck not flesh alone, but the very golden inscription of He Liansheng's legacy. 8 or 9 elders had entered the hall. Half now lay motionless upon the floor. The survivors watched, sweat slicking their brows, heart-pounding dread coiling tight in their chests, praying fervently that the next stroke would not find them. Don't kill me. One elder stammered, knees buckling as if to kneel. I'm not ready to die. Once the dam broke, the rest followed. Heads bowed, defiance extinguished. For most, pride was a luxury reserved for the few who dared ignore mortality. To live meant survival, not shame. Yi Qiu surveyed the last 3 or 4 elders standing, and offered a faint, knowing smile. Fear of death is no disgrace, he said quietly. But opportunity comes once. Chui Ji lies cold, yet you cling stubbornly to principle. For what purpose? His gaze swept across them, voice level and unshaken. I grant you one final chance. Choose your leader anew. This time choose wisely. The moment the words left his lips, the elders' postures shifted instantly. No need to vote. One blurted, speaking rapidly. Chui Ji is long dead. And this Allah, who is he? I've never heard of him. Others hurriedly raised their hands in turn. No time to waste. I vote for Didi. So do I. One by one, the remaining 4 elders declared their allegiance, unanimously endorsing Didi. In truth, conformity is instinct, and no man truly welcomes death. Before Yi Qiu's blade, even pride surrendered. Deng Bo stood frozen, his composure shattered, replaced by ashen resignation. He feared no death, but his brethren. That was another matter entirely. Yi Qiu's maneuver had been ruthless, masterful in its psychological precision. Each blow felled not just elders, but the very foundation of the Elders' Council, its authority, its sanctity, its ancient code. Today, Yi Qiu had delivered a lesson, sharp, unforgettable. This re-election yielded no surprise. The 4 surviving elders voted unanimously for Didi. Unanimous, just as before when Chui Ji was chosen. Yet then there were 9 votes, now only 4. Why unanimity persisted? Each man understood without need for words. Deng Bo watched the grotesque charade unfold, and shook his head, silent at last. He feared no death, but neither did he court it. To hurl himself upon the blade now would be folly, not courage. He turned to Didi, weariness etching deep lines around his eyes. It seems the age has indeed changed. Didi, you are this generation's leader. We elders will support your ascension. Deng Bo knew Didi's nature well, outwardly fierce, inwardly uncertain, more bark than bite. Without Yichio, even Didi's rage and resentment would have amounted to little more than hollow snarling. But Yichio was different, a true tiger, silent until he struck, and when he spoke he tore a piece from He Lianshang's very flesh. Didi's victory rested entirely upon him. This young man, merciless. What followed unfolded smoothly. Deng Bo retrieved a wooden staff and handed it forward. This is the dragonhead staff, the symbol of leadership. I entrust it to you. Didi accepted it, its weight settling into his palm, and only then did exhilaration flood his veins. He had won. The leadership he'd believed lost forever had returned, leaving him dizzy, intoxicated, euphoric beyond measure. The matter was settled. The chamber fell hushed, until Lei Yaoyang, who'd remained silent throughout, suddenly laughed. He looked at Yichio, tone as casual as discussing the weather. Now that he's leader, shall we take these elders to the rooftop and drop them? They've been grievously offended today. Better to cut the roots than risk future retaliation. The elders stiffened, outrage warring with terror in their hearts. They'd already submitted, yet this madman from Dongxing still sought annihilation. At that moment Yichio spoke. Unnecessary. His voice was soft, detached. These old men will not outlive the year. No need to stain our hands. Conversely, if we slaughter them all today, unrest will surely erupt below. Keeping them alive serves us better than killing them. Mercy? No. Yichio knew well sometimes sparing a life wielded greater power than taking one. If Deng Bo and his faction perished entirely, chaos would follow. Complicated, messy, uncontrollable. Leaving them alive ensured others would manage the fallout. Powerless and marginalized, these elders could stir no real tide. Only petty scheming during leadership elections. Yichio feared no reprisal from them. Di had firmly established his position as the decision-maker. He composed himself, looked at Yichio, and took a deep breath. Brother Chio. Today, if you help me ascend, I will certainly keep my promise. Beijiao will henceforth belong to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of several elders from Lianxing nearby changed. They had long known that Yichio wouldn't help for free, but no one expected this guy to be so greedy as to ask for an entire territory. Yichio already had 2 territories under his control, with Beijiao that would make 3, if we also count Kowloon and Bolan Street. The faces of the old men turned grim. If Beijiao fell into Yichio's hands, Lianxing's territory would surely be at his mercy. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to say a word. Yichio didn't even glance at those old men, simply smiling. That's straightforward. Di truly kept his word. This indicated that he still had his wits about him. After all, his rise to this position was solely due to Yichio's support. In fact, if Di were to go back on his word now, it wouldn't be impossible. The identity of the decision-maker meant that he was already of a higher status than both Yichio and Lei Yaoyang. However, Di was not that kind of person. Yichio was willing to help him precisely because of this point. Within the original storyline, this guy was arrogant, but reliable. He would truly follow through on his promises. Of course, Yichio dared to help because he wasn't afraid of Di going back on his word. He could take down Shui Ji, so naturally, he could also deal with Di. Then Di turned to Lei Yaoyang. The collaboration in Sun Wan remains unchanged. In the future, I will assist you in my capacity as the decision-maker. Let's all prosper together. Lei Yaoyang smiled. Let's prosper together. He had put in significant effort this time, and now it was finally time to reap the rewards. However, compared to Yichio's direct claim to territory, his business partnership with Di required more time to digest. Speaking of prosperity, Di's gaze turned back to Yichio. Brother Chio, what do you think? You'll get your share as well. After this cooperation, he quite liked working alongside Yichio. If something really came up, they could get along. The key point was that Yichio was ruthless. It seemed that with him around, anything could be accomplished. Of course, Di also understood that Yichio's assistance wouldn't come for free. Close brothers keep accounts clear. For people like them, helping each other either requires compensation or results in a debt of gratitude. Alliances forged through mutual benefit are sometimes more reliable than mere words of loyalty. Thus, when it came to business, he wanted to involve Yichio. However, Lei Yaoyang shook his head and chuckled. This guy has no interest in our business. If he were interested, I would have called him already. He doesn't deal with flour. Yichio smiled and didn't explain. Some things didn't need to be clarified with everyone. In the end, both Yichio and Lei Yaoyang got what they wanted and didn't linger. With a wave of his hand, he led his men directly away from the Lianxing headquarters. In the conference hall, only a few elder figures remained, exchanging glances as they surveyed the chaos and blood on the floor. Deng Bo and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The upcoming internal cleanup of Lianxing, deciding whether to kill or spare Shui Ji's territories and subordinates, was entirely Di's business now. If he couldn't handle this small bit of cleanup, then being the decision-maker would be utterly useless. It would be better not to be one at all. A few days later, Di firmly sat in the position of the decision-maker for Lianxing. Yichio had not moved against those elder figures before, and it seemed that the benefits were indeed significant. After that night's cleansing, the elders from the council appeared much more docile. With their support, Di wielded the leading staff, making his ascension entirely justified. Although the leaders of several territories felt a bit sentimental about Shui Ji's death, no one would stick their neck out for a dead man. The underworld operates like this, it's quite realistic. Therefore D's rise to power caused no significant upheaval within Lianxing. Aside from D's higher status, the council simply lost a few familiar faces. After all, they were all quite old, it made little difference whether they left early or late. With Chui Ji gone, who would still care about them? However, in the past few days the outside world erupted due to another matter. Yi Qiu had inserted his flag and taken Beijiao. Beijiao was Lianxing's main territory, although it was not entirely uniform, it was close enough. Among Lianxing, Suanwan and Beijiao were the most conspicuous. Suanwan was dominated by Di, while Beijiao was occupied by many smaller territories of Lianxing, maintaining a balance, making it peaceful, you outsiders could not interfere. As a result, within a single day, Lianxing withdrew all territories from Beijiao, completely ceding the ground to Yi Qiu. This news detonated like a bomb, completely overturning the previously calm waters. Everyone was well aware of Yi Qiu's style. Once Beijiao fell into his hands, it was only a matter of time before it became uniform. He was far too skilled at this. Many people hurried to inquire and found that Lianxing's movements were impossible to conceal. Yi Qiu's men had already gone over to take charge. It was true. At this point, everyone in the underworld became tense. Yi Qiu had not acted for a while, but when he did, it was a big deal. What? Did Lianxing lose their minds? How could they just give away such a large territory? Di had just become the decision-maker, and Yi Qiu immediately took Beijiao. Saying they had no deal between them is unbelievable. What good is it for you to believe or not? If they are willing to give it, what can you do? What can you dare to do? If Yi Qiu takes Beijiao, doesn't that mean he now controls 3 major territories? Hiss. Inside the Dongxing headquarters, Luo Tao had just hung up the phone with Lei Yaoyang. He learned about the entire election process of Lianxing from Lei Yaoyang. This time it was mainly Lei Yaoyang teaming up with Di, and Yi Qiu was somewhat pulled in incidentally. Compared to Yi Qiu simply wanting territory, the cooperation and alliance that Lei Yaoyang gained would be more beneficial for Dongxing in the long run. Therefore Luo Tao didn't have much to say. He just felt a bit complicated about Yi Qiu holding 3 territories. Even Luo Tao had to admit that Yi Qiu's rise was too fast enough to leave him, the leader, somewhat unable to comprehend. But one thing was very clear: with 3 territories in his hands, Yi Qiu's power had already surpassed that of the other 5 tigers. This was not good news for a leader. When the power of the subordinates becomes unbalanced, it is most prone to instability, which is detrimental to the stability of the organization. On this point, Luo Tao's thoughts as an old veteran of the underworld were quite similar to those of the elder figures in Lianxing. However, Dongxing was at least a family inheritance, which was somewhat more stable than Lianxing's rotation of leadership. Luo Tao also understood that whether it was the previous Mong Kok or this time's Beijiao, they were all opportunities that Yi Qiu had seized. Last time it was the white-haired old man who voluntarily ceded Mong Kok. This time Yi Qiu had not used Dongxing's men to clash with Lianxing. As the leader, Luo Tao truly couldn't find any faults. In the end, this matter was merely an internal struggle within Lianxing. Yi Qiu could seize the opportunity to share in the spoils. That was his skill. Although this kid was indeed expanding rapidly, he had never stepped on Dongxing's toes. Therefore Luo thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to call Yi Qiu over for a scolding. That kid Yi Qiu. Luo Tao was silent for a moment before suddenly shaking his head and smiling. Back then I thought he was a dominant tiger. Now it seems he's clearly a fierce dragon crossing the river. In just a few months, Yi Qiu already held 3 territories: Shaishan, Mong Kok, and Beijiao. Adding to that the entirely uniform Bolan Street and the forces established in Kowloon, even Luo couldn't find the right words to describe him. As a leader, you naturally hope that your underlings are capable, but Yi Qiu's capabilities were strong enough to be a bit of a headache. In Beijiao, Yi Qiu was drinking tea with Lei Yaoyang while planning the business on this side. Since Di, in his capacity as the decision-maker, had ordered Lianxing to withdraw from Beijiao, Yi Qiu took over exceptionally smoothly. Other organizations in the underworld indeed didn't interfere. After all, everyone was busy with their own matters, and no one wanted to meddle. Lei Yaoyang flipped through the accounts, clicking his tongue. The Beijiao territory is not small. Over 300 restaurants, more than 20 karaoke bars, nightclubs, bars, arcades, saunas. Dozens in total. Just from protection fees and parking, one can collect 7 to 8 million a month. He turned to Yi Qiu, shaking his head with a smile. This deal, you've truly made a killing. This is the advantage of having an entirely uniform territory. The entire area belongs to you, and there's no need to share it with others. Out of the 7 to 8 million apart from the fees paid to the organization, the rest all goes into Yi Qiu's pocket, and his income was already not much less than that of Lei Yaoyang's business. At this moment, Feiji and Dong Guanzi knocked on the door and walked in. Dong Guanzi had a hesitant expression, opened his mouth, but didn't speak. Yi Qiu looked at him. If there's something, just say it. Brother Qiu. Dong Guanzi paused. Liang Kun's sworn brother Bobby has died, and he died in our territory. Bobby. Yi Qiu remembered this guy. He seemed to be Liang Kun's sworn brother. He clearly remembered the main characters from the original storyline, but he couldn't be bothered about some minor side characters. After all, given his current status, those unknown folks indeed didn't catch his eye. Whether he remembered them or not was inconsequential. As for this Bobby, it seemed he had been doing fairly well in the original storyline, otherwise he wouldn't have sworn brotherhood with Liang Kowloon or owe him a significant amount of money. He then turned his gaze to Feiji and Dongwanzi. What happened? Dongwanzi, seeing this, spoke directly. Brother Chiu, you know that. Currently over in Mongkok, aside from Dongxing's own territory, there are a few streets won from Hongxing. Among them there's a sauna that originally belonged to Liang Kowloon. Today my younger brother went to check the scene and found Bobby dead in our territory. At this moment Feiji also interjected, this was a mistake on Dado's part. Liang Kowloon doesn't know yet that Bobby is dead. Dado said to avoid giving him a reason to make an issue out of it, we should consult you first, Brother Chiu. It could be heard that Dado was quite concerned about this matter. He had always been more reliable and cautious in his actions than Feiji and Dongwanzi. Bobby's backing wasn't much to worry about. If he was dead, then he was dead, and Dado wasn't afraid. However, the problem was that Bobby's identity was a bit sensitive. Although no younger brothers had come looking for revenge, yet it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any in the future. Dado believed he wasn't as capable as Feiji and the others, and since Bobby was Liang Kun's brother, there was no telling if Liang Kowloon would turn this matter into a point of contention. Thus he decided to report the situation to Yichio. In this regard, Feiji and Dongwanzi actually felt it wasn't a big deal. Just fight it out. Now that their boss was so powerful, what were they afraid of? Instead, they were hoping Liang Kowloon would come looking for them. They were eager for an opportunity to show off. However, the incident didn't occur in their territory. They could only help pass the message. Bobby, huh? Yichio merely nodded casually. Truth be told, he didn't care at all about the death of a minor character. A specimen like Bobby, what threat is he even with Liang Kowloon as a sworn brother behind him? To be blunt, he didn't even regard Liang Kowloon himself, let alone someone like Bobby. If he weren't afraid that moving against Liang Kowloon would trigger a counterstrike from the entire Hongxing, he would have already made his move in Wangjiao long ago. Enough. Handle this small matter yourselves. Just as he prepared to wave them away, something occurred to him, and a smile touched his lips. If Liang Kowloon comes asking for an explanation, tell him this: the man was taken out by Boss B's men. And ask Boss B on my behalf. Someone was killed in my venue. Hongxing must give me an account. Feiji had not yet reacted when Dongwanzi laughed first. Brother Chiu, do you realize Bobby was done by Boss B's people? If it was truly an internal struggle within Hongxing, the matter would be simple. It would have nothing to do with them. On the contrary, they could use the opening to press Boss B for answers. Of course, this all hinges on one premise: that Bobby was indeed killed by Boss B's men. A flicker of curiosity crossed Dongwanzi's eyes. He could not understand why Yichio sounded so certain. After all these past days, the boss had been busy consolidating the North Point scene. How would he know what happened in Wangjiao? Yichio offered no further explanation. He merely waved them off. Wangjiao, inside a film company. Liang Kowloon was drinking tea with Chun Yao and Brother Ji, but the stacks of cash on the table made the gathering feel like anything but a casual tea. Brother Yao, by convention, Hongxing's Dragonhead is chosen every 3 years. Do I even have the standing to run? Everyone knew Hongxing had been founded by the Jiang family. The Dragonhead seat traditionally belonged to the Jiangs. Chun Yao had not expected Liang Kowloon to be so audacious as to covet the Dragonhead. Still staring at the 5 million before him, he raised an eyebrow. Yes, out here when the money is in place, everything becomes negotiable. Buoyed by confidence, Liang Kowloon turned to Brother Ji with a grin. Brother Ji, what do you think? Brother Ji, happily counting notes, paused at the question. He understood Liang Kun's meaning, and after a moment's hesitation nodded. I support your bid. The implication was clear to everyone. At that moment, a hurried underling outside rushed to find Liang Kun's trusted aide Sha Chong. Brother Chong, there's been an incident. What happened? Everything was fine. What could go wrong? Sha Chong frowned. Did you run afoul of Yichio? As Liang Kun's confidant, Sha Chong was no fool. Seeing his man in a panic, he scolded him. Didn't I tell you last time? Yichio is riding high right now, don't provoke him. The underling gasped, shaking his head. No, it's not Yichio. It's Bobby. Bobby. Sha Chong was taken aback. What happened to him? He was found dead in a private room at his sauna. It looks like he hanged himself. We gave him 3 streets leeway, and he squandered it. Sha Chong reprimanded his man impatiently. Brother Kowloon has urgent business. Don't add to the trouble, understand? As a close aide, he understood Liang Kun's designs. If things went well, these brothers would all rise in rank with him. At a moment like this, discretion was wisdom. Otherwise, how could any plan succeed? Once the boss seized the position, all of Hongxing would be theirs. They would hardly lack opportunities for revenge. Could Yichio possibly be stronger than the Dragonhead of Hongxing? The underling, having weathered the rebuke, pressed on. Brother Chong, this time it wasn't our doing. It's Brother Kun's sworn brother Bobby. He lowered his voice and added, Bobby died. He died at Yichio's venue. A good underling always watched the signs. Whether Bobby and the boss were close was another matter, but everyone knew Bobby owed Liang Kowloon 20 million. Now that he's dead, who will answer for the debt? Having followed Liang Kowloon for so long, who did not know the boss' temperament? If they failed to respond now and later bore his wrath, that would be misfortune indeed. Sure enough, Sha Chong's expression changed the moment he heard Ba Bai was dead. What? How did he die? The underling dared not delay and hurriedly recounted what he had heard. When Sha Chong finished listening, he waved a hand. Enough. Don't worry about this, I'll handle it. The underling exhaled in relief and stepped back. Sha Chong composed himself and knocked on Liang Kun's office door. Brother Kun, there's trouble. He relayed Ba Bai's death exactly as he had heard it. Liang Kun's face darkened the instant he heard the news. He cursed under his breath. Damn, he spat, glaring. Ba Bai's dead. At Yichio's place. He closed his eyes as pain contorted his features. Chen Yao and Brother Ji stood dazed at the side. They knew Ba Bai and knew he was Liang Kun's sworn brother, but when had Liang Kun ever shown such sentiment? In their impression, Liang Kun was cold and quick to turn. He flipped on people faster than a page. Why would he display this look for Ba Bai? Brother Ji, having just pocketed 5 million, felt compelled to offer some comfort. He patted Liang Kun on the shoulder. Brother Kun, I know you and Ba Bai were close, but the dead cannot be brought back. Take solace. Chen Yao, however, saw it deeper. Ba Bai's death was not only the loss of a brother. It was a public humiliation for Liang Kun, a slap in front of everyone. No wonder his expression was what it was. Before Chen Yao could add his own words, Liang Kun flung Brother Jia's hand away and ground his teeth. Save your condolences, he snapped. He breathed heavily, his voice trembling. That bastard still owes me over 20 million. He's dead. Who am I supposed to collect from? He swore under his breath. Brother Ji and Chen Yao were momentarily speechless. Now it made sense. Sworn brotherhood, my foot. He wasn't grieving. He was aching over money he could no longer reclaim. Liang Kun ignored them and fixed Sha Chong with a hard stare. You said Ba Bai died at Yichio's place. Sha Chong nodded quickly. Yes, his underling said so with his own mouth. Yi. Chio. Liang Kun spat the name through clenched teeth, as if each syllable bled from him. 20 million of bad debt, plus the 15 million he had just spent buying off Chen Yao and Brother Ji. The losses stung inside and out. Hearing that such a fortune might be lost, Chen Yao and Brother Ji cast Liang Kun a look of new sympathy. Both gripped the cases of cash at their sides tighter, as if afraid Liang Kun might change his mind and take the money back. Liang Kun noticed their small gestures and felt a heavier weight inside, but of course he could not simply reclaim the funds. He was determined to seize the dragon head and unseat Jiang Tianxing. Still, Ba Bai's death had surfaced at the worst possible moment, upending the entire plan. Damn it, rotten luck, he cursed. Anger aside, Liang Kun had weathered storms before. He knew a meal was eaten one bite at a time, and problems were solved one by one. The original plan had been to first buy off the Hall chiefs and the upper echelon, topple Jiang Tianxing, and then take the dragon head. But now, the matter of Yichio had to be dealt with sooner than expected. No matter how much favor Yichio enjoyed, he was not invincible. Once Liang Kun took the dragon head of Hongxing, he could mobilize the whole society's strength and force Yichio out of Wangjiao. If Dongxing then turned on them in anger, Liang Kun was not overly concerned. Once he became Hongxing's dragon head, the other 5 tigers of Dongxing, he had means to find new partners for the trade. In that way, he would not only consolidate his position and remove Yichio, but also collaborate with others to open fresh streams of profit. It was a near guaranteed win. Otherwise, why would he have been willing to spend 15 million to buy off Chen Yao and Brother Ji? Who could have predicted that just after closing the deal with Chen Yao and the others, Ba Bai would suddenly die? The surprise left him off balance, and he swore through clenched teeth. Damn it. It's all that bastard Yichio's fault, he said through gritted teeth. He ruined my plans. Liang Kun had intended to secure the dragon head quietly. He had no desire to confront Yichio immediately. But trouble does not wait for one's schemes. After a long moment, the fire in Liang Kun's eyes cooled and a plan formed. He thought for a moment and then ordered, Sha Chong, take men and smash Yichio's venue. Make a scene about today's affair. I want this blown up. Sha Chong blinked instinctively, asking, how big a scene? Liang Kun's face hardened. Big enough that Jiang Tianxing has no choice but to step in and put it down. He immediately added, you can smash all you want, but keep strict control. If Yichio himself turns up, don't let our men collide head-on with him. In terms of turf and muscle right now, we can't match him. Liang Kun still retained a shred of reason. He knew Yichio had recently consolidated 3 halls. He wanted only to make the affair large enough not to fight Yichio to the death. One thing, he said decisively, I want this so loud that Jiang Tianxing has to come out and take charge. To be sure, Liang Kun had been around the block for years. He was a crafty veteran. He had immediately conceived this vicious stratagem to retaliate against Yichio. He might not beat Yichio personally, but behind him stood all of Hongxing. At a crucial moment, if he did not call on the society to swell his ranks, what had his monthly dues been for? Now he had a choice: swallow the loss in silence or drag Jiang Tianxing out to negotiate. Undoubtedly, Liang Kun chose the latter. 20 million could not simply vanish without a sound. As a loyal underling, Sha Chong understood at once and nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Kun. He'll handle it now. Meanwhile, over in Kowloon, Wangjiao and Kowloon were not far apart. Usually a little incident in Wangjiao would spread within half a day. All the more so for news of Ba's killing. Ordinary people might not know who pulled the trigger, but how could Boss B possibly be unaware? Boss B, Chun Haonan said without a trace of satisfaction, only worry. Have we gone too far this time? Right now everyone on the street believes Ba was killed by Yi Chio's side. In truth, Ba had been killed by Chun Haonan with his own hands, deliberately chosen to fall at Yi Chio's venue. Honestly, when Boss B ordered him to kill Ba, Chun Haonan had not overthought it. The boss gave the word, and the underling obeyed. Only after killing Ba did he realize the problem. A man dead on Yi Chio's turf practically tells everyone that even if Yi Chio did not personally kill him, the affair is inseparable from Yi Chio's camp. After all, one of Tung Sing's 5 tigers had eliminated another society's hall chief in his own venue. To any observer, it would appear that Yi Chio acted with his own hand. Hesitating, and then speaking aloud, Chun Haonan asked, Boss B, arranging the hit at Yi Chio's place, was that deliberate on your part? From personnel deployment to timing to escape routes. Chun Haonan could feel that this operation was no accident, but rather a carefully chosen time and place selected by the boss. The reason was simple as Kowloon's heavyweight boss, he could have struck at Ba and Kowloon easily enough. Yet he had chosen Wang Jiao, and specifically Yi Chio's venue. If there were nothing suspect about that choice, Chun Haonan would not have believed it for a moment. Indeed, elder brother B fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. On Nan, he raised his head and met Chun Haonan's gaze directly, speaking bluntly, in the Jianghu some matters are not so easily avoided, even if one wishes to stay clear. Before Chun Haonan could press further, elder brother B lowered his voice and explained, we killed Ba because Liang Quan has grown increasingly unruly of late. Rumor has it he's bribed numerous hall masters plotting to force Mr. Jiang to step down. Eliminating Ba serves both as a warning and ensures he carries yet another unsalvageable debt. Hearing this, Chun Haonan finally understood the rationale behind Ba's assassination. Yet he drew a deep breath and asked the question burning most fiercely in his heart. But why? Why must it be carried out on Yi Chio's turf? Regarding Yi Chio, Chun Haonan harbored genuine admiration. The man was an icon. His prowess and ascent through the ranks stood as a paragon for every underling to emulate. Chun Haonan was no exception. Especially after their bare-knuckle bout, his respect solidified into quiet reverence. Yet admiration, however profound, did not erase the fundamental divide between brotherhoods. Should fate ever pit them against each other again, he would not flinch. Elder brother B cast a glance at Chun Haonan and continued, from Sha Tin to Pottinger Street, and now North Point. Every territory has fallen uniformly under one banner. On Nan, he paused, haven't you realized it yet? Every hall where Yi Chio plants his flag inevitably becomes monochrome. Uniform, absolute, unchallenged. Do you grasp what that signifies? Chun Haonan sensed the implication. Brother B, are you suggesting Yi Chio will soon plant his flag in our Causeway Bay? Precisely. Elder brother B nodded, cutting to the heart of the matter. Don't mistake his current restraint in Causeway Bay for hesitation. He simply lacks the bandwidth, for now. His eventual incursion is inevitable. He countered with a pointed question. Tell me, would Mr. Jiang wish for Ba to die in Causeway Bay, deepening the rift between me and Liang Quan? Certainly not, Chun Haonan replied. So executing Ba on Yi Chio's ground was not merely my decision. Elder brother B shook his head, but also Mr. Jiang's own directive. He sighed. Though the deed lacked honor, he had no choice. First, he owed allegiance to Jiang Tiansheng. Second, he bore private stakes of his own. Causeway Bay was his domain. No East Star faction would ever be permitted to raise its banner there again. Not even for Yi Chio, whom he admired, or even for the 3 streets he'd conceded after losing to him in the ring. Yet some principles remained inviolable. At this, not only Chun Haonan, but also Shan Ji and De Tian Air, standing nearby, understood completely. Brother B, Chun Haonan said gravely, I understand. Only then did elder brother B nod in quiet satisfaction. On Nan, remember this, in the Jianghu one often moves not by will, but by necessity. Every action must serve the greater picture. You may choose not to win, but you must never lose. For even 99 victories mean nothing if you falter once at the decisive moment. Your rise may never recover. Do you comprehend? Chun Haonan bowed his head solemnly. These words had never passed elder brother B's lips before, yet now they resonated deep within him. Mong Kok, the venue belonging to Yi Chio. By now it had drawn countless watchful eyes. After all, Ba's death had sent shockwaves across the underworld. None doubted Liang Quan would march in to demand justice for his sworn brother. Thus minor factions from rival brotherhoods observed covertly from the shadows. Silly Kung moved swiftly, but so too did De Tu-Si, Yesu, and Jimmy Z. Outside, Hung Hing's underlings gathered in growing numbers. Inside the venue, a young underling rushed forward, breathless. Boss. Liang Quan's men have mobilized en masse, led by his trusted lieutenant Silly Kung. Their presence outside is overwhelming. They're clearly coming for us. Overwhelming. Yesu arched a brow. How overwhelming? The underling answered plainly, truly overwhelming. Word has spread across the entire underworld. Upon hearing this, the two Si Yesu and Jimmy Z exchanged faint knowing smiles. Enough, Si Yesu declared. Let us go ourselves. Let us see just what storm Hung Hing intends to unleash. The district elders rose and departed, leaving behind a cluster of East Star underlings staring blankly at one another. They've already stormed our gate, and that isn't considered a storm. By now, Liang Quan's forces had sealed off Yi Chio's establishment. Hundreds crowded the entrance of the sauna and bathhouse, so tightly packed not a single drop of water could seep through. Though outnumbered, East Star's defenders stood ramrod straight, unbowed in spirit. One young East Star underling stepped boldly to the threshold and bellowed at the encircling mob. What does Hung Hing intend? This is East Star's territory, surrounding it with such force. Is this provocation? At that moment, the Hung Hing crowd parted like a tide, revealing Silly Kung stepping forward with calm disdain. One may eat recklessly, but one must never speak recklessly. We seek only Master Yi Chio to demand an accounting. He paused, adding deliberately, this matter bears no relation to Hung Hing as a whole. The claim rang hollow. Every man present wore Hung Hing's insignia, yet he disavowed the Brotherhood outright, a transparent ploy to sow discord. Still, he had little choice. This was Liang Quan's personal vendetta, not an official act of Hung Hing. To invoke the Brotherhood's name openly would tarnish its reputation. Indeed, Silly Kung was neither foolish nor reckless. Go, fetch your master Yi Chio, he commanded, tilting his chin upward with arrogant authority. This place holds no seat for underlings to speak. As Liang Quan's most trusted lieutenant commanding such a host, his words carried undeniable weight. Moreover, though Yi Chio's renown was legendary, the sheer number of Hung Hing's street fighters present clearly tipped the balance in Silly Kung's favor. After all, Hung Hing fighters was no empty epithet. Humph, the East Star underling sneered. What arrogance! You wish to see Brother Chio. By your logic, if Brother Chio is absent, you presume license to raise the entire establishment. At that, the two strode forth, now overseeing an entire district, his tone less brazen than Dongguan's eyes, yet no less commanding. Si Yesu and Jimmy Z followed closely behind. Jimmy Z appeared utterly nonchalant, slapping the two's shoulder lightly. Don't speak so harshly. Turning to Silly Kung, he drawled lazily. They are the Hung Hing fighters, after all. So capable, so numerous. How could we possibly resist? Let them raise it, if they wish. After all, these territories were won fairly. If they cannot bear defeat, reclaiming them seems only natural. His words sounded casual, but each landed like a needle, piercing, precisely affirming Hung Hing's identity, while quietly mocking Liang Quan's inability to accept loss, reducing Silly Kung's siege to petty petulance. You dare not brandish Hung Hing's banner openly. Then allow me to proclaim it loudly for you. True to form, Silly Kung's brow furrowed instantly. He'd heard rumors that Yi Chio had poached several veterans from Wolin Shang, but had never grasped their significance until now. Those chosen by Yi Chio and entrusted with authority were never ordinary men. Still, though startled, Silly Kung recalled Liang Quan's explicit orders. The incident could escalate. Venues could be smashed, but no fatal confrontation was permitted. Who didn't know Yi Chio now commanded 3 major halls, with vast territory and legions of loyal underlings? With that thought, Silly Kung abandoned pretense and snapped coldly, enough talk. We concede the territory. You have won it. Brother Kuan acknowledges that. But his tone shifted sharply. Certain rules remain inviolate. Today we stand here for Brother Ba Bai, our sworn brother, demanding justice. Silly Kung's voice rose sharp as shattered glass. He died under your protection, in your very own establishment. How do you answer for that? His words had barely faded when commotion erupted from the adjacent block. Dongguan's eye appeared, face twisted in ferocity, striding forward with utter disregard for boundaries, vaulting over a barrier with contemptuous ease. Damn, a Hung Hing underling muttered low. Who is that guy, vaulting a barrier like it's nothing? In quick succession, Hung Hing's Causeway Bay contingent surged forward, joined by reinforcements borrowed from Pottinger Street, flooding the street from all directions in a black undulating tide of hundreds. That sheer overwhelming presence instantly eclipsed Silly Kung's earlier bravado. Damn, another underling whispered, if I commanded that many men, I'd vault barriers too. Simultaneously, Fei Ji arrived with his crew, each underling radiating raw, battle-hungry intensity. Within moments, the entire thoroughfare teemed with bodies, traffic ground to a halt. Silly Kung stood stunned. Surrounded by a dense sea of East Star faces, he felt the crushing weight of their collective presence. Had it not been for the 100-odd Hung Hing brothers still flanking him, he might have choked on the pressure. Bang! Bang bang bang! Iron rods struck the barrier in rhythmic, insolent cadence, until Dongguan Zai and Fei Ji strode up to Silly Kung and raised a hand, silencing the clamor instantly. Dongguan Zai leaned in so close their noses nearly touched, his savage expression sending a chill deep into Silly Kung's spine. Yet he held back from violence, speaking slowly. Instead, Hung Hing, we hear you've surrounded our East Star turf, demanding answers. He paused. Fine, I'll give you your answer. Dongguan Zai embodied audacity itself. Ba Bai perished on Brother Chio's grounds. We acknowledge that. But his voice cracked like thunder. The hand that slew Ba Bai belonged to your Hung Hing, Chun Haonan. Per Yi Chio's instruction, he deftly redirected blame onto Chun Haonan. With no living witness to contradict it, repetition could transmute fiction into irrefutable truth. In this moment, strength of brotherhood, not truth, was the sole currency. What mattered was not veracity, but whether the opponent dared to challenge, or dared to believe. If Silly Kung truly believed his Hung Hing fighters could rout 10 star men, he need not believe a word. If not, he had no choice but to believe. Clearly Silly Kung was no fool. After Dung Guanzai's declaration, his face cycled through shadow and storm, silent for a long, heavy stretch. Finally, he withdrew his phone and dialed Liang Quan. Seeing their leader say nothing, only dialing a call, left the Hung Hing underlings deeply embarrassed. They exchanged uneasy glances, bewildered. This wasn't the plan. Before arriving, they'd agreed to smash the venue outright, humiliating Yi Chio beyond redemption. Yet now, before even laying a hand on the door, their leader had already backed down. When the leader wavered, the underlings were left stranded, like a fist wound tight, ready to strike, only to find its target vanished, leaving nothing but bitter frustration. The clatter of iron rods ceased abruptly. In truth, Silly Kung's thinking had been simple. Though he served as Liang Quan's most trusted lieutenant, dispatched explicitly to demolish the venue, he never intended to burn bridges entirely. Yi Chio was riding a wave of momentum. Lung Kuan stood little chance of suppressing him. Otherwise, why would Lung Kuan himself remain conspicuously absent, dispatching only a subordinate to take the fall? Why had he repeatedly instructed not to engage Yi Chio in a heated confrontation? What did that imply? That even his own boss Lung Kuan dared not face Yi Chio directly. If Lung Kuan himself hesitated, how could the reckless Chong possibly dare? Moreover, Dung Guanzai and his men radiated an aura of unapproachable menace. Thus Chong seized the moment and craftily dialed Lung Kuan for instructions. "Hello, Brother Kuan." He spoke into the receiver. At the other end, Lung Kuan listened to Chong's account, his expression darkening with each word. In many ways, Lung Kuan embodied the archetypal villain, cruel, calculating, and utterly devoid of warmth. Yet precisely because of this, he possessed an uncanny sensitivity to danger. His refusal to appear in person alongside his sworn brother Ba Bai, instead sending Chong alone to storm the premises and demand answers, was proof enough. "You mean?" Lung Kuan's voice turned glacial. "Yi Chio possesses evidence proving to be killed Ba Bai. Like master, like disciple." Chong was without doubt a deluded replica of Lung Kuan. Thus Dung Guanzai's fabricated accusations, embellished and distorted by Chong's embellishments, emerged over the phone as irrefutable, solemn testimony. "Exactly, Brother Kuan," Chong affirmed firmly, then cautiously ventured, "Given the current situation, what would you have us do? Continue the assault?" As he asked, his heart pounded fiercely. He dreaded nothing more than hearing Lung Kuan utter the single word, assault. Were that to happen, it would not be Chong smashing Yi Chio's establishment, but Yi Chio's men smashing him instead. Yi Chio's men were legendary fighters, and now held overwhelming numerical superiority. Chong genuinely feared Dung Guanzai would sacrifice him first as a symbolic offering. Fortunately, Lung Kuan exploded over the line, "Idiot. If Yi Chio didn't kill Ba Bai, what the hell are you smashing? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing this, Chong exhaled in profound relief. Though reprimanded, it was infinitely preferable to clashing with Dung Guanzai. That treacherous scoundrel to be. Lung Kuan's voice simmered with suppressed fury. "He's playing a classic game of borrowing a knife to kill. That dog will not escape my wrath." In truth, Lung Kuan had long suspected Debi might be behind Ba Bai's death. After all, the murder occurred squarely within Yi Chio's territory, an obvious provocation. And Yi Chio, preoccupied with consolidating the Ho Sing Triads' newly acquired territories, had no motive to eliminate Ba Bai. Now it clicked: this wasn't Yi Chio killing Ba Bai. It was Debi acting on Jiang Tiansheng's orders, deliberately executing Ba Bai as a warning to Lung Kuan, "Keep your hands to yourself." "Chong," Lung Kuan barked, his voice sharpening with rising rage. "Take your men and turn toward Causeway Bay. That bastard Debi will answer for this today, or I'll raise his entire Causeway Bay domain to the ground." At that moment, Lung Kuan had clearly been steered off course, channeling all his fury toward Causeway Bay. Had this occurred earlier, upon learning Debi had acted for Jiang Tiansheng, Lung Kuan might have swallowed his pride and waited until the Ho Sing Triads' triennial leadership election before settling accounts. But now it was impossible. He'd already mobilized over 100 underlings. How could he now retreat in humiliation, ordering them back like a chastened schoolboy? Where then would Lung Kuan's dignity reside? So be it. Let the conflict escalate. At worst, the matter would explode publicly. And truth be told, Debi had ignited this fire first. Since retreat was no longer an option, he would burn the whole forest down. "Understood, Brother Kuan." Upon receiving the order, Chong released a long, shuddering breath. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already beaded across his forehead. Nor could one entirely blame him for his timidity. Surviving under a mercurial, volatile boss like Lung Kuan demanded constant caution. Hanging up, Chong lifted his gaze to the row of underlings behind him. "We're leaving," he announced loudly. Brother Kowloon has ordered us to cease operations here and head to Causeway Bay to confront Debee. With theatrical authority, he swept his arm forward, not uttering a single threat, before turning to depart. His bearing suggested nothing more than a simple case of mistaken identity. Yet Deng Wanzai had no intention of letting him walk away so easily. Hold on. A voice rang out, and instantly a dense tide of figures surged inward, encircling Chong and his men. Who said you could leave? Deng Wanzai fixed him with a hard stare. Do you think this matter is resolved simply because you wish to walk away? Your Ho Sing internal feud is your affair, but dragging East Star into the mire without offering any explanation. Do you presume our East Star establishments are places you may enter and exit at your leisure? Chong's expression flickered. If it was truly a misunderstanding, then let it be cleared, and that's the end of it. Yet you still press your advantage. Deng Wanzai wasted no words on rebuttal. Instead, he pointed directly at Chong and snarled. I'll misunderstand your mother. You frame East Star and march in with armed men, then call it a misunderstanding. Perched atop a railing, he struck his steel rod against the metal with a sharp ringing clang. So if I kill you right now, would that also be a misunderstanding? Chong instinctively recoiled, too cowed to reply. Seeing his fear, Deng Wanzai pressed harder. Not a single Ho Sing man leaves here today. I'm coming with you to Causeway Bay now. Once you've stormed Debee's territory, we'll settle the matter of compensation, face to face. With a decisive swing of his rod, he commanded, move out. Anyone with discernment could see Deng Wanzai was seizing the opportunity. As Yichio's appointed enforcer in Causeway Bay, he had been itching for a chance to stir chaos and rise through the ranks. Chong had delivered that chance straight to his door, providing perfect grounds to challenge Debee. Without violence, there could be no assent. So he resolved to escort Chong to Causeway Bay and ignite open war, while simultaneously deepening the chaos. Before departing, Yichio had instructed them to handle the by incident independently. His stance made clear he would stand behind them, leaving Deng Wanzai, Fei Ji, and their allies utterly unafraid. Storm the premises, then storm them, and see who strikes hardest. Causeway Bay. Chong led his furious underlings into the district, only to find it utterly unprepared. Unlike East Star's overwhelming presence, most of Causeway Bay's forces remained passive, merely observing, awaiting the outcome of Lung Kowloon's and Yichio's power struggle. Seeing the attackers' small numbers, Chong's spine stiffened. Bullying the outnumbered was his specialty. Smash everything. With that command, Lung Kowloon's men roared into Debee's territory. Bars, arcades, karaoke lounges. Anything in sight was shattered. Anyone encountered was driven out, venting every ounce of frustration they'd absorbed at East Star. Deng Wanzai and Fei Ji watched from the periphery, nearly bursting into laughter. These bastards, Deng Wanzai drawled, smoke curling from his lips, fight their own brothers with astonishing ferocity. He drew his steel rod and jerked his chin toward his men. A rare opportunity. Let's lend a hand. Smash onward. After all, you framed us for Ba Bai's murder. We smash your Causeway Bay domain. Fair is fair. Debee's underlings stood stunned. Having operated in Causeway Bay for years, none had ever witnessed such brazen, unannounced destruction. Today, two packs of madmen had materialized from nowhere, entering without a word and immediately laying waste. Where was the code of the Underworld? No negotiation, just immediate brutal action. The premises quickly filled, mostly with Lung Kowloon's men, yet intermingled among them were numerous East Star operatives exploiting the chaos. Shattering glass, furious shouting, the air reverberated with violent cacophony. Debee's men scrambled to call for reinforcements. Brother B, it's happening. Lung Kowloon's men are smashing our territory, and Deng Wanzai of East Star is looting amidst the chaos. Silence stretched for several seconds on the line. Then Debee's voice returned, tightly controlled, yet seething. Hold the line. I'm coming now with full force. Hanging up, Debee immediately summoned Chun Haonan, Shanji, and others. Nan, you lead the response team. Move fast. Though Chun Haonan lacked details, the grimness etched on Brother B's face signaled grave peril. Understood. Once Chun Haonan departed, Debee began dialing relentlessly, summoning district captains to rush their men to defend the territory. After completing these calls, he stared at the phone for a long, uncertain moment, before finally dialing Yichio's number. He had never imagined Yichio would see through his scheme. Lung Kowloon posed a manageable problem. After all, both belonged to Ho Sing. Should matters escalate, Mr. Jiang could always rein things in. But Yichio was outside Ho Sing and owed Mr. Jiang no deference. At this juncture, damage control meant negotiating directly with Yichio. Letting events spiral further would leave everyone humiliated. Yet even contemplating this, Debee's expression tightened with conflicted unease. If the prior boxing match had been mere coincidence, this was pure provocation of his own making. Yet he couldn't fathom how Yichio had uncovered his plan. Every detail had been meticulously orchestrated, timing, execution, all flawless. In orchestrating Ba Bai's assassination, he had accounted for every variable. Except one critical oversight, Yichio somehow knew it was him. That single fatal gap had unraveled his entire strategy. Debee's expression shifted repeatedly, Then slowly, deliberately, he lifted the phone. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu sat sipping wine, with Lei Yaoyang discussing Di's ascension. The phone rang incessantly, yet Yi Qiu refused to glance at it. Lei Yaoyang suddenly chuckled. Won't you answer? Perhaps it's Di seeking reconciliation. Yi Qiu calmly took another sip of tea. No rush. Let them stir the pot a while longer. He had never considered himself magnanimous. Di had schemed against him, and now failing presumed a phone call would suffice to smooth things over. To dismiss the Ba Bai affair so lightly. Not possible. To scheme was to accept consequences. On the streets, Yi Qiu knew well for certain men fists spoke far louder than words. Damn it. Di snapped, gripping the phone. He won't even answer. Determined to blow this wide open. He hadn't anticipated such outright contempt. After all, he'd granted Yi Qiu 3 districts. A gesture of goodwill surely worth some diplomatic weight. Yet the man wouldn't even entertain negotiations. Madman. Di could summon no other epithet. The Underworld operated on protocol, and he'd clearly signaled submission. Yet Yi Qiu denied even the courtesy of parley. What else defined madness? Of course, anger aside, Di had instigated the Ba Bai affair, and its deeper implications remained unspeakable, confined strictly to the shadows. With no recourse left, Di dialed Jiang Tiansheng. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is Di. There was a long pause before Jiang Tiansheng replied. Di, go to Causeway Bay and assume command. I'll contact Lung Kuan. As for Yi Qiu, I'll speak with Luo Tuan. Clearly, Jiang Tiansheng grasped the gravity of the crisis. Like Di, he had calculated every ripple of Ba Bai's death, yet erred catastrophically on one point. How did Yi Qiu know Di was responsible, and reportedly possessed concrete evidence? Had Yi Qiu been present, he would have laughed aloud. Evidence? He held none. His knowledge stemmed solely from intimate familiarity with the unfolding narrative. That so-called evidence was merely second-hand gossip, distorted through Dongguan's eye, then twisted further by Chang's embellishment, arriving by sheer accident as gospel truth. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Di dared not linger. He hung up and rushed toward his own territory. Frankly, he felt genuine regret. He should never have drawn Yi Qiu into this, never provoked such a fearsome adversary. Having anchored himself in Causeway Bay for years, he had never encountered anyone so flagrantly indifferent to Underworld codes. Yet, even disregarding convention, Yi Qiu's current standing eclipsed his own. Most troubling of all, unlike Lung Kuan, with whom he shared the same triad and thus avenues for discreet resolution, Yi Qiu existed entirely outside that framework. At this moment, with Yi Qiu putting on such a show, he could think of no other way but to concede defeat and seek another opportunity later. Having been the leader for most of his life and never bowing to anyone, he found himself humbled by Yi Qiu, this time forced to lower his head. Inside the North Corner Hall, regardless of the chaos outside, Yi Qiu remained unfazed, calmly watching the storm unfold. Given his current status, some matters no longer required his direct involvement. He could easily delegate them to his underlings. What does being the boss entail? If it were that difficult, he might as well return to being a subordinate. Just then the phone rang again. To his surprise, it was not Yi Qiu's phone that rang, but Lei Yaoyang's. The boss phone. Lei Yaoyang glanced at Yi Qiu before answering Luota's call. He didn't have Yi Qiu's audacity to ignore it. This was a call from the dragon head of the East Star. Mr. Luo, Yaoyang, are you with Qiu right now? Yes. Pass the phone to Qiu. It was Luotu calling specifically for Yi Qiu. At this point, Yi Qiu had no choice but to answer. After all, he was still the nominal head of the East Star and had to heed the dragon head's orders. Mr. Luo. Yi Qiu did not hesitate and took the phone. As he expected, Big Boss B could no longer bear the pressure and had sought out Jiang Tianxing. This call from Litu was to inform him that Jiang Tianxing wanted to arrange a meeting with someone from the East Star to discuss things. Yi Qiu agreed immediately. However, he could hear the barely concealed smugness in Luota's tone. It seemed Jiang Tianxing's initiative to find him had made Luotu feel like he had gained face in front of Hongxing. Therefore, Luotu was much more courteous when speaking to Yi Qiu. Qiu, this time Jiang Tianxing is meeting with you to give us East Star an explanation. You handle it as you see fit. Regardless of the outcome, this dragon head will cover for you. But there is one request: do not lose East Star's face. Luota's tone was filled with satisfaction. He had previously worried that Yi Qiu would get too inflated after expanding his territory, but it seemed that Yi Qiu was quite clear-headed. Thus, Luotu was more and more pleased with Yi Qiu. Although Yi Qiu had previously used the East Star's name to pursue his own interests, prompting Litu to consider reprimanding him several times. However, in recent times, Yi Qiu had expanded his territory significantly, and the money he delivered had also increased substantially. Luotu no longer had any objections. After all, the money Yi Qiu contributed was 30% more than the usual amount, with money paving the way. What dragon head would not welcome such a cooperative subordinate? Indeed, right after Yi Qiu delivered the money, Jiang Tianxing proactively called to extend an olive branch. With both money and face secured, Litu naturally found everything about Yi Qiu pleasing. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I know what to do, Yi Qiu calmly assured before hanging up the phone. Beside him, Lei Yaoyang chuckled as he took back his phone, teasing, Looks like even they are afraid of you not giving face, proactively reaching out to the dragon head for reconciliation. He didn't even need to eavesdrop, he could guess what was going on. Yi Qiu smiled, standing up. Reconciliation is fine, or what matters is how to reconcile. If there's nothing else, I want keep you entertained. After saying that, he instructed his underlings to prepare for the meeting. It seemed that it would be a sleepless night in Copperbell Bay. Big Boss BS venue had basically been wrecked, and the subsequent renovations along with various direct and indirect losses were certainly not trivial. Even if Big Boss B came to settle it himself, he would feel the pain for a long time. But Yi Qiu didn't care about that. Outside, Copperbell Bay was still brightly lit, and Yi Qiu arrived at the agreed-upon location punctually. He was not worried at all about Jiang Tiansheng's initiative to meet. Rather, he was curious about how the other party planned to resolve this matter. Soon Yi Qiu arrived with only cola. On the other hand, Jiang Tiansheng's side was much more grand. Not only was Big Boss B, who had a bruised face, present, but even the usually carefree, yet sharp-eyed Liang Kun was there personally, standing at the door. I've long heard that East Star has produced an extraordinary young hall master, and today I finally get to see him. Jiang Tiansheng forced a smile. Although he secretly resented Yi Qiu's dominance in this business, one must acknowledge their mistakes and bow when necessary. Since he did not intend to go to war with East Star, he had to save face. Facing Jiang Tiansheng's warm welcome, Yi Qiu did not put on airs and greeted with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Qiu, I have a good relationship with your boss. Latu, we're of the same generation. Is it all right if I call you that? Mr. Jiang, you are too polite." "Oh, I have no objections." After a few pleasantries, Jiang Tiansheng got straight to the point. "I'm here today mainly to discuss the matter concerning Ba Bai with you." As he spoke, he glanced at Big Boss B beside him. Previously, he and Big Boss B had a plan to eliminate Ba Bai and pin the blame on Yi Qiu and wait until Liang Kun and East Star clashed. Then he would step in. This would both weaken Liang Kun and give him a chance to reprimand him, while also creating some trouble for Liang Kun to restrain his development in Mongkok. But he overlooked one point, which was Yi Qiu. He did not expect Yi Qiu to genuinely have evidence, nor did he anticipate Yi Qiu's ruthless actions. A plot not only failed, but also cost half of Copperbell Bay. With such a significant loss, Jiang Tiansheng could no longer adhere to the original plan. Now he could only personally seek Yi Qiu for talks. Qiu, Big Boss BS actions against Ba Bai were purely personal grievances. The disturbance in your territory was an accident. Now your people are fighting and smashing things in Copperbell Bay. The anger must have been vented. Give me some face. Jiang Tiansheng had lowered his posture enough at this point. After all, he was the dragon head of Hongxing and could have completely bypassed Yi Qiu to speak directly with the East Star dragon head Lutu. However, Jiang Tiansheng knew that Yi Qiu was never one to be easily subdued. Even if Luatu spoke, this matter might not be settled. That's why he proactively invited Yi Qiu to talk. After all, Yi Qiu now held 3 halls and had allied with the new decision-makers of Lianqing, making him fully qualified not to give Jiang Tiansheng face. Yi Qiu smiled. "Since Mr. Jiang has spoken, I will certainly give you this face." He shifted the topic, however. Jiang Tiansheng also smiled. He had long anticipated that Yi Qiu would not easily back down. This guy was always one who wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Last time he took 3 streets in Mongkok and Copperbell Bay. This time Big Boss B had come knocking. How could he not take a piece? "Qiu," Jiang Tiansheng said lightly. "If you have any requests, feel free to mention them." "Actually, it's nothing much," Yi Qiu said straightforwardly. "I just want to put up a flag in Copperbell Bay to avoid similar misunderstandings in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat surprised. No one expected Yi Qiu to be so blunt, skipping the pleasantries and directly asking for territory. Especially Big Boss B, who almost cursed out loud. This was clearly taking advantage of the chaos. If Yi Qiu were allowed to put up a flag in Copperbell Bay today, it would be difficult to drive him out later. Moreover, having just been smashed up, to let someone immediately come in and put up a flag would make it hard for Big Boss B to save face if word got out. Jiang Tiansheng naturally understood this logic. Although he did not want to sever ties with East Star, he would not make concessions on matters like this. "That's impossible," Jiang Tiansheng rejected firmly. Then he turned the conversation. "However, since Qiu, you have the sincerity to negotiate, I am willing to take a step back." Although Big Boss BS actions against Ba Bai were caused by his subordinates, if the lack of competence is due to the younger brother's doing, I can't blame the older brother entirely. He paused and tossed out a condition. "How about this? I will let you have a 50 stake in Hongxing's casino in Haojiang. How does that sound?" As expected of Jiang Tiansheng, in just a few words, he not only compensated Yi Qiu for his losses, but also transformed the relationship from hostility to cooperation. After all, Yi Qiu's actual loss in the Ba Bai matter was not significant. He was merely looking for an explanation. Hearing this, Yi Qiu smiled. "All right, let's proceed as Mr. Jiang suggested." He hadn't suffered much loss anyway, and now he had gained the cooperation rights to the Haojiang casino, so there was no reason to refuse. Seeing Yi Qiu nod, Big Boss B secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only Liang Kun sat there with a sullen face, feeling like an outsider throughout the entire negotiation process. He knew that Jiang Tiansheng was deliberately putting pressure on him. Thinking about how his men had died and his venue had been wrecked, yet Jiang Tianxing still came to negotiate, leaving him with nothing. Liang Kuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. He indeed felt aggrieved. Since Bob Biss's death, he had inexplicably been caught up in this mess, becoming the most unfortunate one. He had not provoked anyone, yet Yi Chio's men came to Copper Bell Bay to smash things, and now Jiang Tianxing came to negotiate. Who was he supposed to reason with? Wanting to get an explanation from Big Boss B. But now Big Boss B was siding with Jiang Tianxing, and he dared not act. Moreover, since Jiang Tianxing had even shared the Haojiang casino with Yi Chio to protect Big Boss B, if he made a fuss, it would likely backfire on him. Even trying to take out his anger on Chun Haonan, Big Boss B's subordinate, was now off the table. Jiang Tianxing's attitude was so clear. A small player from an external organization and a rising star from Hongxing, anyone could tell who Jiang Tianxing would protect. As for the 20 million that Bob I owed him, the man was already cold. Was he supposed to dig him up to whip his corpse? Sure enough, just as Yi Chio left, Jiang Tianxing immediately pulled the strings. Ah Kuan, Jiang Tianxing said with a righteous tone, Big Boss B's men killed Bob I, and you also smashed his venue. Let's put this matter to rest today. He looked at Liang Kuan. Do you have any objections? Liang Kuan sneered inwardly, but maintained a neutral expression on his face. It was clearly Big Boss B who instigated the conflict, yet Jiang Tianxing sided with Big Boss B, which made Liang Kuan feel very aggrieved. Although he wasn't foolish and knew that Big Boss B was Jiang Tianxing's supporter, even loyal like a dog, Bob Biss's death was likely under Jiang Tianxing's directive. However, Jiang Tianxing was the dragon head of Hongxing, and Liang Kuan could only hold back his anger and say no objections. Jiang Tianxing nodded and said, very well, since everyone has no objections, let's disperse. After saying that, he turned and left, concluding the negotiation. Regardless of the internal conflicts within Hongxing, Yi Chio was indeed a man of his word. He agreed to negotiate and immediately took his underlings away. The battle in Copper Bell Bay abruptly ended, and the East Star Mongkok Hall not only emerged unscathed, but also retaliated against Hongxing's venue. Those watching the show from other organizations were momentarily taken aback, but once they learned that Jiang Tianxing had stepped in to negotiate, they gained a deeper understanding of Yi Chio. As the leader of the East Star, Yi Chio caused quite a stir, yet managed to intimidate other factions. In no time, no one dared to provoke him easily. After all, Yi Chio's methods had long been notorious, and this time they witnessed his strength and fierce determination. A ruthless individual is not to be feared, but what is truly daunting is having capable subordinates and influence under his command. Unless it is a major faction leader, no one of comparable rank can challenge him for the time being. In the Mongkok faction, Yi Chio's subordinates gathered. Among them were the muscle types such as Dongguan Boy and Fei Ji, the intelligent ones like Jimmy, and the advisor Su, along with the loyal worker Tu. Today's incident struck them the hardest, as they had previously held low status within He Liansheng and had never experienced such a grand battle. Now that they had become the local bosses, their experiences were naturally different. Yi Chio smiled and addressed the group, saying, every faction has its own rules, but I have my own as well. He paused before continuing, you all did well this time. I still say, while working under me, do not be afraid to make a scene when issues arise. As long as you're in the right, even if it gets big, I'll have your back. Dongguan Boy and Fei Ji smiled, replying in unison, got it, Brother Chio. They exchanged glances, finally understanding Yi Chio's style of operation. This feeling was rather pleasant, at least more promising than following those old bosses at He Liansheng. Without comparison, there's no harm. Those previous bosses appeared imposing, but how could they be as easygoing as Yi Chio? A group of old demers who were not even willing to fight to the bitter end led to no future. In contrast, Yi Chio's display of dominance revealed something different to them. After praising everyone, Yi Chio did not mention the spoils from the destruction and looting, but instead spoke about the negotiation results. After all, he wasn't short on money, he earned daily income, and also had earnings from bars and venues, so he wasn't concerned about the little spoils. They put in the most effort, and Yi Chio was too lazy to compete. He said, although we can't plant a flag in Causeway Bay this time, at least you all have made a name for yourselves and gained some prestige. With your qualifications and performance, that is enough. I have decided to grant you all the street areas of the Mongkok faction. As the leader of Mongkok, Yi Chio had not only the 3 districts under Liang Kuan's command, but also the territory that by Tu Wang had transferred over. However, his influence was expanding too rapidly to focus solely on Mongkok. Previously, Dongguan Boy and the others were newcomers to East Star and lacked seniority, so they were only given the management rights to 1 district. Now that they were independent, Yi Chio had no qualms about handing over full authority. Fei Ji and Dongguan Boy's eyes showed surprise and excitement, and they hurriedly said, thank you, Brother Chio. Those who mix in these circles never complain about having too much territory. After dividing the territory, Yi Chio also remembered Jiang Tianxing as a gesture of goodwill towards the Ho Ka Casino. He immediately thought of Jimmy. Indeed, compared to Dongguan Boy and the others, Jimmy seemed less interested in how much territory he had under his control. Seeing this, a glint of deep meaning appeared in Yi Chio's eyes. He thought that having Jimmy handle business seemed more appropriate. If anyone knew Jimmy best, it would undoubtedly be Yichio. As a time traveler, Yichio was acutely aware of Jimmy's capabilities, especially in terms of making money. Jimmy's future achievements had already spoken volumes. This guy usually kept a low profile, but his abilities were the greatest. A gangster who doesn't think is forever just a gangster, while Jimmy was precisely the versatile talent who could use his brain. In the original plot, the biannual elections of Heiliansheng were filled with schemes and clashes of power. Jimmy was undoubtedly one of the standout figures. He could even maintain his position with an overwhelming advantage without wanting to be the leader. This speaks volumes about how formidable he is. In Yichio's eyes, Jimmy was an intelligent person who knew how to think. Although sometimes his actions were inevitably radical and risky, it was precisely this approach that endowed him with strategic vision. In short, this kid could become the biggest winner of Heiliansheng, demonstrating that he was a talent. Yichio understood that Jimmy had no choice. Otherwise, compared to mingling in the gang, he would definitely prefer to do business. The facts also proved that Jimmy's ability to make money was indeed outstanding. Previously, Yichio had planned to extract Jimmy from the gang and cultivate him as his spokesperson in legitimate business. Now the opportunity had arrived. With Jiang Tianxing mentioning the Hoka casino, Yichio was determined to take it over. Since that was the case, why not entrust it to Jimmy to manage? After dividing the territory among his subordinates, Yichio took the initiative to have a talk with Jimmy. With an expressionless face, he asked Jimmy, "Are you interested in helping me with legitimate business?" Legitimate business. Jimmy was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this term, then a look of surprise spread across his face. Brother Chio, of course I'm interested. As Yichio's subordinate, Jimmy would do whatever Yichio asked. Moreover, this was the legitimate business he had longed for. In fact, he had never been particularly interested in gang affairs. He only wanted to make money from legitimate avenues. In his eyes, a lowly mule was still a lowly mule. Even if it became the fiercest one, what difference would it make? If he hadn't been bullied as a child when he worked as a vendor, he wouldn't have joined Heiliansheng to find a backer. Now he didn't want to mingle in the gang anymore, but clearly that wasn't a choice he could make. He had no choice before, and he still had no choice now. Oh, in this world, one is not free. As long as you are interested, that's enough. Yichio nodded. In a few days, I need to go to Hoka, and you will come with me then. Okay, Brother Chio. Jimmy immediately responded, I will definitely go with you to Hoka. After reaching an agreement with Jimmy, Yichio kept busy in the following days. He first dealt with the issues in North Point. This place was originally the largest territory of Heiliansheng, but it had been too scattered and messy in the past. Now, with the cooperation of the new leader Big D and Yichio's consolidation, North Point had entirely become a unified faction. From now on, there would only be one voice here, and that was Yichio's. Thus, aside from Boland Street, Yichio's truly second unified faction was established in North Point. After resolving the North Point issue, Yichio didn't delay. He returned to Mongko, confirmed Jimmy's intentions once more, and then summoned everyone, redistributing Jimmy's former territory to Dongguan Boy Fei Ji and others. The few of them were utterly bewildered by this arrangement. They couldn't comprehend why Jimmy's territory was suddenly being divided up. Although their relationship was just average, they were still old friends who had come over from Heiliansheng together. Fortunately, Yichio explained to Jimmy that he had new arrangements for him at Hoka. Afterward, everyone was reassured and accepted Jimmy's territory. At this moment, Jiang Tianxing also called, informing Yichio that the handover of Hoka Casino had been completed and Yichio could go over at any time to discuss equity. With Jiang Tianxing's promise, Yichio made preparations and planned to head to Hoka. Although it was his first time going, he was not afraid of Jiang Tianxing going back on his word. Given Yichio's current influence, if Jiang Tianxing wanted to play tricks, he had to be prepared to face retaliation. Clearly, Jiang Tianxing was a smart man. If he truly wanted to play tricks, he wouldn't have invited Yichio to join the investment in the first place. The day before setting out, Yichio signed in, as usual. Unexpectedly, he received another skill card this time. Ding. Monthly sign-in successful, received 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 1 free attribute point, and a skill card, Poker Mastery. I must say, after several consecutive monthly sign-ins, the system's rewards have become increasingly stingy. The free attribute point now only grants 1, but this time there was an extra skill card. Yichio looked at the system reward and smiled. Having previously received mastery in sparrows, now he had also gained mastery in poker. He almost thought he was about to become a gambling god. However, with the trip to Hoka set, this skill came just in time. Without hesitation, he directly crushed the skill card, and his mind was immediately filled with various poker techniques. Afterward, he instructed his subordinates, then set off for Hoka with Kowloon, Jimmy, and a few other subordinates. Although Hoka was not far from Xiangjiang, it was still not his territory. Therefore, Yichio could not bring along a large entourage like he could in Xiangjiang. Crossing from Xiangjiang to Hoka with that many people would merely announce to the local factions that he was there to stir up trouble. It was meaningless. Yichio was there to negotiate business, not to cause a ruckus. Hence, just bringing Kowloon and a few people was more than enough. Xiangjiang and Hoka had always been mentioned together. Hoka had a legal gambling industry, and many Xiangjiang residents enjoyed coming over to play, especially those involved in gangs. Over time, the factions on both sides basically knew each other well. After all, they were on the same path, and there were no territorial disputes, so their relationships appeared fairly good on the surface. Some factions even had business on both sides. Outside a casino covered by Hung Hing, Yichio walked in with Jimmy and Kowloon. The doorman, seeing him in a trench coat and dressed well with subordinates in tow, clearly recognized him as someone from a gang, and his attitude became considerably more courteous. "Is the boss from the Underworld? I am Yichio, and I would like to see the person in charge of your casino." Usually when asked like this, people would typically mention their gang's name or their own name to come in and play. However, Yichio's answer was quite arrogant, as if everyone should recognize him. More importantly, he immediately requested to meet the person in charge, which hinted at some unfriendliness. It should be noted that as this place was the territory of Hung Hing, no one had ever encountered such an arrogant individual. However, before the doorman could block him, a security personnel nearby suddenly reacted. He quickly pulled the doorman aside and respectfully said, "Oh, it's Brother Chio. Please come in. He'll notify the person in charge right away." It was not until this moment that the doorman realized that the young man before him was actually Yichio, one of the newly appointed 5 Tigers of East Star, who had recently demolished Hung Hing's venue. However, in the doorman's impression, Yichio should have been in Xiangjiang. How did he suddenly come to Hoka? In fact, it wasn't just this doorman. Others outside the casino clearly recognized Yichio as well. Upon seeing this calamity bringer, they shook their heads and cursed inwardly. Some people are just not meant for peace. Wherever they go, trouble follows. Thinking this way, they simply left and didn't enter to play to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At this moment in the gambling hall, the head of Hongxing personally entertained Yichio, having a bottle of champagne opened. Mr. Zhang has already signed on his side. We are just waiting for your signature." As he spoke, he stole a few more glances at Yichio. As an old hand in the gambling hall, he certainly knew the relationship between Dongxing and Hongxing. It was precisely because of this that he felt somewhat emotional, as it was rare to see Jiang Tianxing willing to collaborate with Dongxing. "Jimmy." Yichio glanced at Jimmy, indicating that he would handle these business matters from now on. This was the beginning of a new path toward legitimacy, and Yichio would not impose restrictions on Jimmy's future plans and developments. "Thank you, Brother Chio." With Jimmy's intelligence, he naturally understood that Yichio was supporting him. Now he no longer had any gang territory, only legitimate business contracts. For Jimmy, this was a good start. Before long, the handover was completed. The head was just about to take Yichio around when a commotion erupted outside the gambling hall. As Hongxing's establishment, the rules of these gambling halls were indeed quite strict. At the very least, knowing it was Hongxing's territory, not many dared to cause trouble here. However, when Yichio walked over, he found several people directly blocked outside the gambling hall. It seemed they were not going to let them in. "Mr. Jean, due to your record in other gambling halls, you have been blacklisted by all major gambling halls. We cannot allow you to enter here. 1,000 Kings." "Mr. Jean." Hearing this name, Yichio was taken aback. The gambling hall head noticed his reaction and leaned in to explain in a low voice. "Mr. Yi, our rule is that anyone with the title of 1,000 Kings is placed on the blacklist. That old man is Jin Nung, a notorious 1,000 King known on the streets who has supposedly never lost." Yichio nodded, indicating he understood. No matter where one went, one could not escape the word rules. Gangs have their own rules, and gambling halls naturally have their own as well. People like the 1,000 Kings are indeed not welcomed by major gambling halls for a very simple reason. Gambling halls engage in legitimate licensed gambling businesses, while 1,000 Kings are essentially professional cheats. Therefore, most gambling halls would refuse them entry. After all, if they were allowed at the card table, the gambling hall could end up as a victim completely cleaned out. Thinking of this, Yichio narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people at the entrance. There were 3 men in total. The leader was an old man wearing glasses, squinting with a perpetual smile on his face. The 1,000 King Jin Nung. Standing beside him were 2 young men, both not very old, dressed in white suits. Upon seeing these 3, a glimmer of intrigue passed through Yichio's eyes. He certainly recognized who they were: the 1,000 King Jin Nung, along with his 2 adopted sons and disciples, Gao Ao and Gao Jin. Among the 3, Gao Jin was the most famous. That future gambling god. Yichio did not expect to accidentally encounter this young gambling god so soon after arriving in Macau. This fate was quite interesting. Although Yichio had long known he had entered a world of Hong Kong films, it was not surprising to encounter familiar faces. However, unexpectedly seeing the gambling god Gao Jin right at the entrance of the gambling hall he had just invested in still made him feel a sense of wonder. "What do you mean? Did we say we came here to gamble?" Before Jin Nung could speak, the long-haired man beside him had already spoken first. "Gao Ao." The long-haired man wanted to say more, but was stopped by Jin Nung raising his hand. Jin Nung turned to the doorman and smiled. "It's all right. Since your esteemed hall does not welcome us, we naturally won't come again. Sorry for the disturbance." After saying this, he turned and left with Gao Ao and Gao Jin. However, at the moment of turning away, driven by the instinct of a cheat, Jin Nung's gaze swept over Yichio. A master. This was Yichio's first impression of him. Definitely a peer and a true expert. Yichio had been quietly watching them, not speaking. Godfather, what's wrong?" Gao Jin and Gao Ao were taken aback following Jin Ning's gaze and noticing Yichio. The eyes of both parties met briefly, and Jin Ning withdrew his gaze, glancing at Yichio as though he was an ordinary passerby. "It's nothing. Just encountered a very formidable peer, let's go." Before leaving, Jin Ning glanced deeply at Yichio once more. Gao Jin also looked on with some confusion, his gaze discreetly sweeping over Yichio. After that, the trio of godfather and sons turned to leave. For Yichio, the chance encounter with Gao Jin was merely a small episode. He did not take it to heart. After all, there are divisions of circles in the martial world. With different circles, there is no need to force a blend. Someone like Yichio, who mingled with gangs, was clearly above the circles of these cheats and gambling kings. No matter how skilled their cheating techniques were, they ultimately only thrived at the card table. Once off the table, they could hardly be stronger than ordinary people. So in a sense, even a future gambling god like Gao Jin needed the protection of gang power. Otherwise, he would not have been hunted down time and again. Gao Jin, huh? This unexpected encounter left Yichio with a new thought. Since Gao Jin would inevitably seek the support of a gang, why not take the initiative to recruit him? This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Gao Jin had indeed faced many hardships. Since they had crossed paths, it would be good to take him in. After all, the future gambling god was quite a figure. Wouldn't it be a shame not to recruit him? In Hong Kong, Yichio fought for dominance in the gang, gathering a group of capable subordinates. In Macau, he supported Jimmy to run a legitimate business, and bringing in some talents for gambling tables and business seemed to be a natural progression. Setting up in both Hong Kong and Macau was not a bad idea. According to the timeline, Gao Jin should currently be in his youth. Yichio casually inquired and found out that a world gambling god selection competition would soon be held in Macau. He immediately understood. The plot where Gao Jin was first ambushed and lost his memory should not be far off. Thinking of this, Yichio vaguely formulated a plan. Of course, this plan was not to compete for the title of gambling god. The trio of godfather and sons turned to leave. Yichio was indeed not very interested in the title of gambling god. As a gang leader, why would he want to be a gambling god? However, since he had already decided to recruit Gao Jin, he naturally had no reason to let go of Gao Jin's closest brother. Yichio was always decisive in his actions, but once he made up his mind, he would not hesitate. He chatted with the head of the gambling hall for a while longer, then left Jimmy there. From now on, the business on the Macau side would be entirely managed by Jimmy. In other words, Jimmy became Yichio's official representative in the business arena. Upon leaving the gambling hall, Yichio was in no hurry to return to Hong Kong. After all matters there had basically come to a pause, his three major territories had been cleared, and now only Mong Kok remained a tough nut to crack. As for Causeway Bay, the situation was similar. It was the direct territory of Jiang Tianxing. Unless Yichio was prepared to go to war with all of Hongqing, it would be difficult to take action in either of these two places in the short term. So there was no rush with matters in Hong Kong. Instead, Yichio found new targets on the Macau side. He arranged for a room at the casino hotel and took Kaylai and a few subordinates for a casual stroll on the street. Kaylai felt somewhat bored. Although he was not very talkative, he knew that Hong Kong was far more prosperous than here and did not understand what was worth seeing in this place. At that moment, Yichio suddenly noticed something and walked straight towards a mahjong parlor. Such mahjong parlors were a characteristic of Macau. Compared to high-end gambling halls, they were more suitable for ordinary citizens. Coincidentally, the Dakian mahjong parlor that Yichio chose was quite sizable and doing well in business. He was lost in thought when a tough-looking young man walked in. Brother Chio Kaylai, usually silent, rarely spoke. This guy is a master. Kaylai had been boxing for years, and his sensitivity to dangerous vibes was sharper than the average person. From the moment this young man appeared, he sensed a faint hint of blood. In fact, Yichio had also noticed him without needing Kaylai's reminder. In this day and age, a man with a cold demeanor that screamed, "Keep your distance," was inherently eye-catching. With just one glance, Yichio confirmed his identity. Long Wu, Gao Jin's future close brother from an overseas special forces background. Sure enough, after Long Wu entered the mahjong parlor, the people originally playing cards instinctively shifted away, unwilling to sit at the same table with him. Long Wu seemed used to it, and said nothing, just quietly taking a seat. "Let's go." Yichio thought this fate was just right and greet him. He knew that Long Wu was at his most down-and-out moment now. If he came a step later, it might not be so easy to recruit him. Someone who would sell their life for a bowl of rice was practically like finding money on the ground. Kaylai naturally had no objections. He had just developed an interest in Long Wu. Before long, Yichio and Kaylai sat down opposite Long Wu. Long Wu raised his eyes and calmly asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Yichio smiled lightly. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Kaylai, who spoke less, had sharp eyes and noticed a scorpion tattoo on Long Wu's right forearm. "Have you served in the military?" Kaylai suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Long Wu, who had a blank expression, suddenly raised his head to look at Kaylai. His gaze also swept over Kaylai's swallow tattoo on his thumb. Perhaps due to their similar dispositions, Long Wu took the initiative to speak. "Long Wu." "Kaylai." Kaylai also introduced himself. Long Wu maintained a calm demeanor and seriously said, "Feed me well, and I'll help you kill." Kaylai was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to open with this. He then turned to the kitchen of the mahjong parlor boss, bring a few bowls of char siu rice over. Then he turned to Long Wu and introduced this is Brother Chiu, my boss. Although Kele spoke little, he was quick-witted. Upon hearing Long Wu's words, he understood that this brother must be extremely hungry, though otherwise he wouldn't consider helping kill as a bargaining chip. Long Wu actively looked at Yi Chiu, sizing him up for a moment, then spoke. You're strong. He paused and continued, feed me well, and I'll help you kill. Yi Chiu smiled upon hearing this. I admire you. He leaned slightly forward. Are you interested in following me? Long Wu remained silent, just looking at him. If you agree. Yi Chiu continued, his tone steady and unwavering. Your enemies henceforth become mine to deal with. Your affairs are now my own. He paused as if recalling something, then added with a faint smile, of course meals are guaranteed. Long Wu's gaze swept briefly over Coke before settling steadily on Yi Chiu's face. Agreed. He uttered only 2 words. Were anyone told that a master martial artist could be recruited with nothing more than the promise of regular meals, they would likely dismiss the claim as sheer madness. Yet reality defied logic. Long Wu accepted without hesitation. His demand appeared absurdly simple, yet Long Wu was no fool. He followed Yi Chiu not out of desperation, but because he possessed the rare ability to read people. Those he deemed unworthy earned at most a single meal in exchange for a life. Then the debt was settled and all ties severed. Yi Chiu, however, belonged precisely to the category he respected. Thus for Long Wu, Yi Chiu's simple vow, meals are guaranteed, was more than sufficient. At that moment, Coke's ordered char siu rice had yet to arrive. Though ravenous, Long Wu showed no trace of impatience. He sat in silent stillness, his eyes calmly surveying the room. Yi Chiu said nothing, and Long Wu remained utterly mute. At last the food arrived. Long Wu seized his chopsticks and ate with fierce, unrelenting speed. Within moments, an entire bowl vanished. Even Coke, normally reticent, couldn't suppress his curiosity. Have you been starving long? He asked, looking directly at Long Wu. 4 days, Long Wu replied without lifting his head, his second bowl already half consumed. Abroad with skills like his, starvation was never a real threat, but the fare was often tasteless, indistinguishable from chewing dry earth. Some unable to endure such deprivation entertained darker thoughts. Long Wu held fast to his principles and refused to walk that path. So yes, he truly had starved for a long time. Now, having escaped, all he craved was a proper, satisfying meal. Hearing this, Coke asked no further. Anyone who could survive 4 days of hunger and still move with such vitality was undeniably formidable. Yi Chiu, fully aware of Long Wu's origins, made no mention of it, only waited quietly as Long Wu finished eating. Under Yi Chiu's and Coke's watchful eyes, Long Wu devoured 10 full bowls of char siu rice in mere minutes. Just then a woman with a neat, androgynous, short haircut approached Yi Chiu. Her eyes widened as she stared at the stack of empty bowls before Long Wu. Good heavens, she murmured, clicking her tongue. Is this even human? 10 bowls of char siu rice. Then turning to Yi Chiu, her voice carried a note of resigned exasperation. Your friend certainly has quite the appetite, she gestured around, but do take a good look. This is a mahjong parlor, not a restaurant. The woman was Shi Chi, the owner's daughter, and had come solely because Long Wu's voracious eating had startled her. One man occupying an entire table, scaring off neighboring players, and treating the parlor like a dining hall. Such audacity was unprecedented. Still, did she not wish to do business? Though light meals could be ordered here, this was unquestionably not a restaurant. Restaurant tables were free, mahjong tables carried fees. How could one possibly allow them to double as dining surfaces? With that thought, Shi Chi's gaze shifted pointedly toward Yi Chiu, assessing him from head to toe. Yi Chiu's appearance was striking, undeniably handsome. Even Shi Chi found herself glancing twice, her initial irritation softening considerably. She spoke up first. I'm Shi Chi. Handsome sir, what's your name? Yi Chiu, he replied with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'll cover my friend's meal expenses. Then glancing at Long Wu, who still ate with focused intensity, he added thoughtfully, also please bring us 10 more bowls of shark fin soup. At that, Shi Chi didn't hesitate. She immediately called out, Yi Chiu. Did you hear that? This guest has ordered 10 bowls of shark fin soup. Hurry up. Yi Chiu blinked, stunned. Just moments ago you declared this a mahjong parlor, and insisted anyone not playing must leave. Now because this gentleman is handsome, you won't even object to ordering shark fin. Sister Shi Chi, you've truly abandoned all principles. Yet inwardly grumbling, he reluctantly approached, Sister Shi Chi, do we even have shark fin here? Only then did Shi Chi recall she ran a mahjong parlor. Without missing a beat, she kicked Yi Chiu lightly. If we don't have it, go buy it outside. Just don't let my handsome, no my valued customer walk away. Yi Chiu knew well enough that Sister Shi Chi had fallen into one of her infatuations, and what else could he do but comply? Muttering under his breath, he trudged out, bloody hell, shark fin. 10 bowls too. He's handsome, sure, but even his extravagance feels suspiciously authentic. Fine, I'll just get him 10 bowls of wonton noodles instead. Safer that way. Spare me the embarrassment of him stiffing me and me having to cover the bill. Just then several vans screeched to a halt outside the parlor. Moments later, a swarm of gang members, brandishing steel rods and machetes, poured out. Their intent was unmistakable: a raid. Yachasu instantly recognized the leader, the very man he'd ejected earlier. He whirled and dashed back inside, shouting, "Bad news, Sister Shichi. That bastard Mao Chio has returned, with reinforcements, to smash the place." As if to confirm his warning, a stocky, broad-faced thug stormed in, flanked by a noisy, unruly entourage. His voice boomed before he even crossed the threshold, "Don't move. Everyone down on the floor." They flooded in, intimidating patrons with brute force. Chaos erupted instantly. Most customers obediently dropped to their knees. Yet Ichio's table remained untouched. Long Wu continued eating his char siu rice, head bowed, utterly unmoved. "Coke," Ichio said calmly, his gaze fixed on the intruders, not even turning his head. With a casual wave of his hand, he added, "Handle them. Don't let them disturb me." That remark darkened the faces of several gangsters. One who'd already drawn near pointed fiercely at Ichio. "What the hell do you think you are? Think you're immortal, or—" But before he could finish, Coke moved. In one fluid motion, he seized the man's throat, slammed his head onto the nearby mahjong table, and delivered a single shattering punch. The table splintered instantly, and the thug collapsed limp and unconscious. The raw, brutal force of that act froze the others into stunned silence. Only then did Ichio speak slowly and unhurriedly. "How tiresome. Can't even enjoy a meal in peace." He turned to Long Wu. "Let's go. I'll find somewhere else to feed you." Those words struck Mao Chio speechless. Raw terror flickered uncontrollably across his face. His voice trembled. "You're Ichio." Ichio had no recollection of him, but Mao Chio knew Ichio well. Years ago in Hong Kong's Pottinger Street, Mao Chio's gang had operated several establishments, until Ichio arrived, sweeping through the entire district and dismantling every one of his operations. So Ichio's name left an indelible impression. In that instant, Mao Chio's mind raced. "I've kicked a steel plate. It's over." Could he beg for mercy now? Would it still be enough? Ichio turned, meeting Mao Chio's petrified gaze, and asked coolly, "You know me?" Mao Chio blinked, then nodded frantically. "Of course. Who in the underworld doesn't know you, the most ruthless of them all? Since you know me, why haven't you left yet?" Yes. Brother Chio, I'm going right now. I'm going." Mao Chio practically leapt at the reprieve, bowing, deeply terrified Ichio might change his mind. He fled the parlor with his men, stumbling toward the exit. Outside, his legs gave way. He collapsed to his knees, trembling violently, yet wearing an expression of profound relief. He'd narrowly escaped with his life. A tree is known by its shadow, a man by his reputation. Today, Ichio needed no action. His very name alone was enough to paralyze minor gangs. True, if he were merely a triad enforcer from Tung Sing, his influence might command respect in Hong Kong, but not necessarily in Macau. Yet Ichio was no ordinary gang boss anymore. His territory spanned vast districts, and he openly challenged numerous mid- and small-sized syndicates. Just days prior, he'd demolished a Hung Hing establishment, so boldly that even Jiang Tiansheng himself had intervened. What then was beyond his reach? At least since the Coppermine Bay incident, the underworld understood Ichio's code provoke him, even by accident, and he would retaliate without hesitation. If even Hung Hing couldn't restrain him, Mao Chio knew he was nothing more than dust beneath Ichio's boot. To walk away whole today was pure fortune. Only now did the crouching patrons dare lift their heads. They'd frozen in fear, terrified of collateral damage. Yet Ichio's single word, "Leave," had sent the entire gang fleeing, silent and obedient. What is true disparity? This was it. Beside them, Shichi and Yachasu gazed at Ichio with open, awestruck admiration. They now realized this impossibly handsome, effortlessly commanding man was none other than a top-tier elder whose mere name could send Mao Chio scrambling. If they could secure his patronage, who would dare trouble them again? At that moment, Long Wu set down his empty bowl. "Full, eh?" Ichio asked, smiling. "Eaten, satisfied," Long Wu replied, still as solemn and unreadable as ever. The patrons nearly fainted. 10 bowls of char siu rice, and still only 8 full. Yet no one dared utter a sound. Shichi stepped forward, beaming with eager flattery. "Brother Chio, thank you for saving me. I'll treat you to shark fin." Since someone offered and Long Wu remained unsatisfied, Ichio accepted without objection. "Then let's go." Rising, he led Coke and Long Wu toward the door. Shichi and Yachasu hurried after them. Only once they'd vanished did the parlor erupt in feverish whispers, speculating wildly about Ichio's true identity and how such authority could exist. On a Macau street, Ichio stared blankly at the humble shark fin stall before him. Predictable, women's promises were unreliable. Shichi claimed she'd treat them to shark fin, yet brought them instead to a wonton noodle cart. Though the broth and garnishes bore superficial resemblance to premium shark fin soup, they were worlds apart. The entire cart's inventory wouldn't buy a single bowl of the genuine article. Yet neither Ichio nor Long Wu were particular. They said nothing. Shichi, naturally effervescent, felt no fear, only reverence and eager deference. "Brother Chio, what brings you to Macau?" Ichio set aside his empty bowl and smiled. "Just some business, nearly concluded." Shichi paused, puzzled. I haven't heard of any recent turf wars. Yi Qiu simply smiled, offering no further explanation. Her phone rang. Her father Lu Deqian. Dad? I'd almost forgotten. I'm on my way. She ended the call after only a few words. After settling the bill, Shi Qi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she gently grasped Yi Qiu's arm. Brother Qiu, since your business is done, mind helping me hold down a venue? With your presence, no one would dare cause trouble. Yi Qiu's expression remained calm. He'd anticipated exactly this. Unsurprisingly, that call had been her father reeling in a mark preparing to set a trap. Shi Qi was indeed heading to lend support, but what they hadn't foreseen was that their target wasn't some easy mark, but the legendary card master Jin Nung, and the future god of gambling Gao Jin. Yi Qiu paused thoughtful, neither accepting nor declining. Yi Qiu did not decline. The invitation came from Shi Qi, and besides the chance to meet the legendary gambler Gao Jin was an appealing diversion, so Shi Qi led him toward the hotel. The Haojiang Hotel was famed as a den of high-stakes gambling, drawing numerous gamblers from Hong Kong. Yet this place teemed with all manner of characters. Many players blacklisted by other casinos gathered here, drawn by its lawless allure. In essence, it was a realm where skill alone dictated survival. Cheating went unchallenged beneath the table, but if caught red-handed, consequences were severe. Sure enough, Yi Qiu spotted Jin Nung, the master cheater he had ejected from the casino earlier that day, as well as the brothers Gao Ao and Gao Jin. Dad. Shi Qi beamed as she hugged a bald man. Did you win? Lu Deqian nodded. Daughter, you're here, and you've brought a friend. He clearly noticed Yi Qiu, but before Shi Qi could introduce him, Jin Ning seated at the gambling table caught sight of Yi Qiu, and his expression subtly shifted. Though he knew nothing of Yi Qiu's true identity, the casino manager's deferential attitude toward him earlier that day spoke volumes. This man was no ordinary figure. At that moment, Jin Nung was posing as a gullible, wealthy fish. If his reputation as a master cheater were exposed, the game would collapse instantly. Yet seasoned as he was, his inner turmoil remained invisible behind a practiced smile. Behind him, Gao Ao and Gao Jin simultaneously narrowed their eyes, sizing up Yi Qiu. In the world of con artists, intuition ran deep, and with photographic memories they instantly recognized the young man they'd brushed past in the casino earlier that day. The other players at the table found Yi Qiu vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place him, until a middle-aged man, cigar clutched between his fingers and radiating the aura of a gang elder, suddenly jerked, nearly dropping his smoke. You're that one from Dongxing, he stammered. At those words, every gaze at the table turned instinctively toward Yi Qiu, bewildered. What was so fearsome about Dongxing? They had no idea this cigar-chewing man, like the earlier Mao Qiu, had just been swept out of his own gambling den on Pottinger Street. In this underworld, few operated without ties to illicit betting operations. Haojiang was the gambling capital of Pottinger Street, Hong Kong's men's paradise. Both were prime territory. Mao Qiu had recognized Yi Qiu, and so had he. Respect, after all, stemmed from power. At first, Yi Qiu's methodical, sweeping dominance had left them frustrated, but as his influence expanded and the gulf between them widened, resentment gave way to inevitability. What remained now was reverence. Brother Qiu. The cigar-smoking man hurriedly rose. I hadn't expected you'd be in Haojiang lately. His tone wasn't fawning, but it carried unmistakable caution, placing Yi Qiu unquestionably above himself. Yi Qiu arched a brow. You know me? This was the second time today. When had he become so widely known? These days there isn't a soul on the streets who hasn't heard the name Yi Qiu of Dongxing. The man added, a faint flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Had anyone else asked so bluntly, he'd have snapped back, but before him stood Yi Qiu, and he bore it silently. Brother Wei, someone beside him couldn't help asking, is this the tiger overlord of Dongxing? Others swiftly followed suit. They had never met Yi Qiu, but his name had echoed through the underworld for some time. To discover that the infamous tiger overlord was such a youthful figure stirred quiet astonishment. Especially Jin Nung, having crossed paths with him once that day in the casino only to encounter him again tonight. Yi Qiu's presence stirred a subtle unease within him. Jin Nung had assumed Yi Qiu was merely a prodigious gambler, never imagining he was Dongxing's tiger overlord. The realization tightened his chest, and the urge to withdraw surged. Rivals were natural adversaries, but when that rival commanded overwhelming power, discretion became the wiser course. Yet Yi Qiu acted as though he didn't recognize him at all, waving casually instead. Fine, no need for introductions. Carry on with your game. I hold no interest in gambling. Lu Deqian pulled his daughter aside for a hushed question, then glanced again at Yi Qiu. Daughter, how on earth do you know someone like this? He'd meant it as idle curiosity, but stumbled upon a truth far weightier than he'd imagined. If even Brother Wei treated him with such deference, he was utterly untouchable. Finally, Jin Nung spoke, feigning drunkenness as he chuckled. Gentlemen, I've had rather too much tonight. I'm truly intoxicated. May my godson step in and watch my cards for me. With that, he gestured toward Gao Jin. Gao Jin, you come here. Gao Jin set down his newspaper and stepped forward to support him. Godfather, come sit down. Jin Ning rose and pressed Gao Jin into his seat. Play a few rounds for me. Thus he withdrew, thrusting Gao Jin on his center stage. As he turned away, he stole a covert glance at Yichio, clearly hoping to avoid exposure. He chose Gao Jin over Gao Ao because Gao Jin relied on psychological tactics better suited to this environment. Even if Yichio sensed something amiss, no concrete evidence would surface. Yet Yichio had noticed, but chose silence. His sole interest lay in Gao Jin. The outcome of the game held no significance for him. Upon taking over, Gao Jin feigned naivety, playing the role of an amateur gambler, and effortlessly manipulated the seasoned players. After one round, he won under the guise of sheer luck. As he collected his winnings, Gao Jin's gaze flickered toward Yichio. Their eyes met, charged with unspoken meaning. From Yichio's faint smile, Gao Jin sensed danger and dared not press further. He resolved to go Allen on the next hand, aiming to sweep every last chip from the table. And he won again, just as Jin Nung began coughing, feigning sudden illness. Taking the cue, Gao Jin rose and asked, "Godfather, what's wrong? Did you bring medicine?" "No," Jin Nung replied, clutching his chest in theatrical distress. Gao Jin understood immediately and turned to Brother Wei. "Could you tally the chips, please?" Brother Wei's face darkened, but with all chips lost, he had no pretext to detain them. Reluctantly, he signed a bank draft for 10 million and handed it to Gao Jin. "Here is a 10 million bank draft." "Thank you." Gao Jin accepted it and fell into step behind Jin Ning and Gao Ao. Yet as he passed Yichio, a voice murmured softly in his ear, "Impressive technique. Would you care to discuss it? You know where to find me." Yichio finished speaking. Gao Jin's jaw twitched faintly, his pupils contracting, his gaze flickering with concealed intensity. He offered no reply, only sidestepped and walked away. But Yichio knew. Silence was the most eloquent answer. The father and son departed. Those who had laid the trap were stripped bare, not even confronting Jin Nung directly. Only then did the others grasp the truth. Gao Jin's apparent foolishness masked razor-sharp cunning. He'd cleaned them out in 2 hands. If he were truly a fool, then they were fools beyond measure. To set a trap against a master cheat was to invite inevitable defeat. Yichio remained lucid and fully aware, but he felt no need to explain. His sole objective was Gao Jin. As for Jin Nung, he held no relevance in Yichio's eyes. The moment Gao Jin and his father disappeared, Brother Wei summoned a scar-faced enforcer and whispered urgent instructions. The man nodded and strode off to carry them out. "Brother Chiu," Brother Wei leaned in with a grin. "Now that the game's over, allow me to treat you to Haojiang's nightlife." Others chimed in eagerly, seizing the chance to curry favor. Haojiang lay close to Hong Kong. Future dealings there were inevitable. Why not latch onto a ready-made pillar of power while the opportunity presented itself? As for Gao Jin and his father, they were merely lucky gamblers devoid of backing. That 10 million draft, it was surrendered without protest, and retrieving it later would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Yet Yichio had no appetite for socializing. He replied coolly, "Another time. I'm meeting someone tonight." Seeing his dismissal, the others dared not press further. "Since Brother Chiu has plans, we won't intrude," they hastened to say. Brother Wei, however, refused to yield, extending a business card instead. "Should you need anything in Haojiang or require manpower, don't hesitate to reach out." Yichio smiled, and this time accepted it without hesitation. Though he had no immediate use for Triad resources, keeping a card cost nothing, and fortune favored the prepared. Seeing Yichio accept, Brother Wei's lips curled upward, his confidence restored. Others feared men like Yichio, but he saw only mutual benefit. Forging even a tenuous connection was a windfall. Yichio left without lingering, heading straight back to the casino hotel. He knew that if Gao Jin wished to speak with him, he would come. Outside the hotel, Long Wu suddenly halted. "What is it?" Kowloon asked. Though skilled, Kowloon lacked Long Wu's battlefield-honed perception. Yichio, however, had already turned toward the alley behind them. "Enough, come out." At his words, Gao Jin emerged from the opposite end of the alley, smiling faintly. "Indeed, you knew I'd come." Kowloon blinked, puzzled by the remark. Long Wu, though equally perplexed, remained silent, asking nothing. "Would you dare not come?" Yichio said with a mild smile, a statement audacious in tone, yet no one perceived it as arrogance. Given Yichio's current stature, a formal assassination order against them would trigger catastrophic repercussions. Few on the streets dared defy him, and his own power base rendered resistance futile. Unless Gao Jin renounced Hong Kong forever and abandoned gambling entirely, finding them would prove effortless. Gao Jin's expression remained calm, yet a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. "Brother Chiu, surely at your level you wouldn't trouble yourself over 10 million. He was testing the waters. If money were truly the motive, he'd sacrifice it gladly to ensure his family's safety. Yichio shook his head. "I have no interest in your money." 10 million was substantial, but Yichio lacked for nothing. With control over Dongxing's 3 major branches, Gao Jin some barely registered. "Speak plainly, Brother Chiu," Gao Jin said gravely. "Dealing with intelligent people is refreshingly direct." Yichio replied with a knowing smile. "Would you consider joining me?" The question startled even Kowloon and Long Wu. "Join you?" Gao Jin paused, taken aback. "I'm merely a gambler, not a Triad member." "Brother Chiu, that's hardly a joke. The gambling world is a jianghu. The Triads are also a jianghu," Yichio mused. One drifts through the rivers and lakes. Yet who escapes the blade? Even gamblers walk perilous ground wherever money flows. Sooner or later someone will come hunting you. This was no idle threat. Gao Jin possessed uncanny resilience, but fortune rarely favored him beyond the gaming table. Join you. Gao Jin hesitated again. I'm merely a gambler, not a Triad member. Brother Chiu, that's hardly a joke. This was no bluff. Gao Jin's life was charmed, but his luck outside the casino was notoriously abysmal. Though he would later rise as the gambling god, his fortune elsewhere was catastrophically poor. Before fame, he was betrayed by his patron and nearly executed with a single gunshot, leaving him with partial amnesia. After rising as the god of gambling, his wife was murdered, his underlings turned traitor, and he suffered amnesia once more. That was not the end. Later, having avenged himself by defeating the gambling king, he enjoyed only 2 years of peace before his second wife met a tragic end. Thus Gao Jin appeared to the world as an unrivaled gambling deity. Yet behind that glittering facade lay a life scarred by relentless misfortune. Consider those astronomical wagers, tens or even hundreds of millions, where desperation clouds reason. What wouldn't a man driven mad by loss do beneath the veneer of civility? Who could guarantee he wouldn't seek vengeance beyond the green felt? Gao Jin paused, then replied with quiet composure, Brother Chiu, is this a threat? If I refuse you today, will I be permitted to leave? I never threaten anyone, Yi Chiu said with a faint, enigmatic smile, then shifted tone abruptly. You may go. HM. Gao Jin blinked in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. Let him go. After such a deliberate, high-profile summons, was it truly over? You heard correctly, Yi Chiu replied, his smile unchanged yet inscrutable. You're free to leave. In truth, he knew recruiting Gao Jin would be far less straightforward than bringing Longwu aboard. People often need several crushing blows before they grasp what they've truly lost. When Gao Jin's losses mount, and when despair closes in, he'll finally understand how vital it is to have a pillar to lean upon. So Yi Chiu felt no urgency and offered no further persuasion. I find myself suddenly unable to read you, Gao Jin remarked, foregoing the honorific Brother Chiu for the first time, his tone now stripped of earlier reserve. You'll understand in time, Yi Chiu said. Memorize my number. You'll need it someday. Call any time should trouble arise. He recited a string of digits. Understood, Gao Jin replied. His professional instinct sharp, a single hearing was enough. As he committed the number to memory, an uncanny certainty stirred within him, a quiet conviction that this sequence might one day save his life. Yi Chiu said nothing more, turning instead to walk back toward the hotel with Longwu and Kowloon. Gao Jin remained rooted where he stood, watching the retreating figure, and smiled thoughtfully. What an intriguing man. Days later, having settled all affairs in Macau, Yi Chiu prepared to depart. Though the city shimmered with decadent glamour, it was not his territory, and thus held little sense of belonging. Jimmy had been safely repositioned with matters concluded. It was time to return to Hong Kong. Yet just as he readied himself to leave, a call came from Jiang Tiansheng. Hello. Yi Chiu answered immediately, suspecting Jiang Tiansheng sought a favor. After all, Hung Hing and Dong Xing shared no personal bond, only the pragmatic alliance forged through their Macau casino venture. Cooperation was strictly transactional. Yi Chiu held equity and collected dividends, dispatching agents solely to collect payments. Beyond that commercial link, Hung Hing remained Hung Hing, and Yi Chiu ever and always was Dong Xing's Yi Chiu. Jiang Tiansheng's unsolicited call signaled clear intent. As expected, the voice on the line confirmed it. Ah Chiu, are you still in Macau? Yi Chiu's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile. I'm preparing to leave. Mr. Jiang, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Jiang Tiansheng caught the implication and responded directly, then you haven't left yet. I need your help with something. Without delay, he recounted the incident involving Sang Biao's extortion of protection fees from every casino. Lately, a man named Sang Biao has emerged in Macau. No one knows his origins, but he demands 30% commission from every casino. Others' casinos are none of my concern, but mine will never pay. So I sent several Hung Hing brothers to handle it. Yi Chiu remained silent, listening intently. He already knew the facts. What intrigued him was Jiang Tiansheng's motive in seeking him out. Jiang Tiansheng's voice sharpened with irritation. My men failed. They didn't cut down Sang Biao. Now they're trapped in Macau, unable to return. At that, Yi Chiu understood completely. No wonder Jiang Tiansheng had called. It was a plea for extraction. If his memory served, in the original timeline, Jiang Tiansheng had dispatched Chan Ho Nam and Shan Ji, only for Liang Quan to sabotage them, secretly resulting in catastrophic failure and grave transgression. Now turning to him instead, Jiang Tiansheng clearly intended to leverage his influence to resolve the crisis. Ah Chiu, you hold stakes in these casinos too. Since my men have reached an impasse, it's only fitting you intervene. Jiang Tiansheng paused, lowering his voice. So, I ask you to eliminate Liang Quan. Then quietly, and ensure my brothers return safely to Hong Kong. I owe you a debt. With that, Jiang Tiansheng sealed his promise. He was staking much. Personal debts were among the hardest to repay, especially when voluntarily incurred. Yet he had no choice. From the moment Chan Ho Nam ran into trouble, he'd suspected treachery within the Triad. and now found himself besieged on all sides. One front demanded action from senior brother B, insisting the men be rescued at all costs. Another concealed currents of betrayal within the organization itself, while Leung Quan watched like a predator biding his time. Tom was critical. He needed resolution in Macau without delay, for if Leung Quan seized the opportunity to eliminate Sang Biao, his prestige within Hung Hing would surge, directly threatening Jiang Tiansheng's position as Dragon Head. Yi Qiu fully grasped the internal rifts within Hung Hing, and he had deliberately preserved Leung Quan, that agitator, precisely for this moment. Agreed. Yi Qiu smiled faintly and ended the call. Immediately he instructed Kowloon to contact Chan Ho Nam. Jiang Tiansheng had already provided the details. Kowloon alone would suffice. Chan Ho Nam's greatest obstacle was the blockade of maritime routes imposed by Sang Biao's men. Once Sang Biao fell, the blockade would dissolve naturally. Thus Yi Qiu decided to borrow manpower, and he already knew whom to approach: the Wei, the boss of the Wei faction, whom he'd encountered at the gambling table days earlier. Originally, Yi Qiu had no intention of seeking his aid, not only because their relative stature made such a request seem undignified, but also because he had no plans to recruit in Macau at present. Now, however, the Wei's services were indispensable. Fortunately, he'd accepted that business card that night. The Wei faction, its name alone suggested a modest syndicate. Triad factions named after characters typically operated on a smaller scale, whereas established major societies bore names steeped in tradition and gravitas. Since that fateful gambling night, the Wei had remained sullen, glaring at everyone as though each owed him money. His underlings whispered, privately speculating whether Yi Qiu's perceived slight had wounded his pride. In truth, the Wei was furious, but not at Yi Qiu. Rather, he seethed at Gao Jin and his father and brother. Only after extensive inquiries did he learn the mark he'd so eagerly lured to his table was none other than the legendary gambling master Jin Nun. The mere thought of challenging a master gambler he'd made his liver tremble. Worse still when he'd sent men to recover the on $1 million cashier's check they'd been killed. Just then the phone rang, its shrill tone deepening Da Wei's agitation. Still he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "This is Yi Qiu." A calm voice echoed from the receiver. Da Wei froze, then forced a broad grin. "Brother Qiu, what brings you calling so late? Anything urgent?" "Do you know Sang Biao?" Yi Qiu asked. Da Wei chuckled instantly. He'd spent half a lifetime navigating Macau's underworld and recognized the subtext at once. Yi Qiu required assistance. "Sang Biao? Yes, I know him. A rabid newcomer with some muscle, but no backing from any major society. Rumor has it he's courting ties with the Haoma gang, possibly seeking formal induction, hence his inflated arrogance." Here Da Wei added lightly, "Brother Qiu, has Sang Biao crossed you?" The Haoma gang, like Hung Hing and Dong Xing, was a venerable triad with branches in both Hong Kong and Macau. Though its standing in Hong Kong was merely respectable, while in Macau, its influence ran deep. "We have unsettled scores," Yi Qiu admitted plainly. "So he hasn't joined yet?" "Correct. Then that settles it." Yi Qiu now possessed the intelligence he needed. Sang Biao, a self-taught outlaw, clearly ignored the unspoken rule that every casino operated under triad patronage and brazenly demanded tribute upon arrival. Such ignorance was not boldness, it was fatal folly. Even without Jiang Tiansheng's intervention, once word spread, Sang Biao would inevitably draw lethal retribution. This man wasn't reckless, he was dangerously stupid. Yi Qiu wasted no further words. "Where is he now?" "I know," Da Wei replied instantly. "Fine, I'll lend you men," Yi Qiu said coolly. "Tonight I'll erase him. And his territory, you'll inherit it when the dust settles." "Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Qiu." Though Dong Xing thrived in Hong Kong, renowned and formidable, its presence in Macau remained that of a dragon crossing unfamiliar waters, lacking the entrenched authority of native powerhouses. Still, most minor syndicates hesitated to antagonize such an outsider. Da Wei, however, was elated, never imagining he'd so effortlessly secure Yi Qiu's patronage. Learning Yi Qiu intended to storm Sang Biao's stronghold, Da Wei grew even more eager, offering men weapons, anything required, since Yi Qiu had promised him the spoils. In the underworld, what mattered most? Territory. To acquire land outright, with minimal cost and manpower, was pure profit. Nor did Da Wei fear Yi Qiu reneging on his word. This was Macau, not Hong Kong, and Dong Xing held no roots here. Without planting banners or establishing pillars, Yi Qiu couldn't hold conquered ground. Da Wei, however, was different. After losing his banner on Pottinger Street, he'd retreated to Macau to cultivate this modest domain. Now aligning with Yi Qiu, even without territorial reward, was worth the risk. Perhaps one day this connection would pave his way back to Hong Kong. Da Wei had built the Wei faction from nothing, a testament to genuine acumen. Though minor in Macau's hierarchy, small players dared to gamble, and precisely because he operated at that level, Da Wei possessed intimate knowledge of every facet of the city's underworld. It was precisely this insight that led Yi Qiu to enlist him. Back at Yi Qiu's side, Long Wu spoke up. "Shall we move now?" Long Wu admired Yi Qiu's decisiveness above all. To kill one must first locate, and then strike without hesitation. Hesitation before bloodshed was simply unbecoming. To follow such a leader was exhilarating. And so far Yi Qiu had exceeded all expectations. Indeed, Yi Qiu replied with a faint smile. Meals taste best hot, men die best young. I abhor procrastination. Calling Do Wei had served one purpose only, to learn Sang Biao's whereabouts. Having obtained that, why wait? Strategic scheming. Unnecessary. For a rabid dog, direct action sufficed. In Macau, inside a private gambling den, Sang Biao sat brazenly on the master's seat, reserved for the den's owner, legs crossed, radiating arrogance. From today onward, I'm taking this place under my protection. Monthly commissions go to me. Understood. The term commission was merely a euphemism for protection money. Macau's gambling industry dominated the region, whether extracting commissions from licensed casinos or extorting protection fees, the essence remained identical. Pay up, and your operation stays untroubled. Brother Sang Biao, the den's owner said hesitantly, this is a XING establishment. Paying you the commission, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Clearly the owner knew Sang Biao's reputation, a reckless, untamable thug. Just recently the man had dared storm a Hunghing den to demand tribute, so the owner now treaded carefully, avoiding provocation at all costs. What of XING? Sang Biao slammed his palm onto the table, voice laced with menace. Here, whether it's Hunghing or XING, dragons must coil low, tigers must lie still. Let XING come find me themselves. From now on your commissions belong to me. Any objections? His ferocious visage was genuinely intimidating. Coupled with his swaggering, volatile demeanor, he exuded the unmistakable aura of a man ready to smash the entire place at a moment's notice. In Macau, Sang Biao had earned a fearsome name. Rising from the ranks of street enforcers, he knew brutality was the bedrock of authority. Without it, power crumbled. Now feared citywide, he commanded a loyal band of underlings and held territory, but lacked wealth. Thus he naturally turned his gaze toward gambling parlors run by Hong Kong Triads. To him, local Macau dens were entangled with major homegrown societies, untouchable. But those operated by outsiders. Fair game. After all, could these river-crossing dragons truly dare rampage in Macau? Moreover, his recent alliance with the Haoma gang lent him a sense of invulnerability. With this perceived backing, Sang Biao launched into open, flamboyant self-aggrandizement, convinced he'd ascended beyond mere street thug status. In truth, other societies saw him as nothing more than a clownish rabble-rouser, a rabid cur. They left him be, not out of respect, but simply because his teeth hadn't yet sunk into their flesh. Lately he'd been touring Hong Kong Triad-affiliated parlors with his men, one after another, flaunting his audacity. Now, sensing the owner's hesitation, Sang Biao abruptly kicked over the table before him. Damn it, he roared. I won't repeat myself. Will you pay or not? I'll pay, the owner gritted out. In the underworld, when you cannot fight, you submit. Ah, there we go. Sang Biao sneered at the man's suppressed fury, his grin dripping with contempt. Running a business in Macau, why seek shelter under some Hong Kong Triad? Can they even protect you? At that very moment, a commotion erupted outside the den. Then, without warning, a group barged in. Hardened, imposing, unstoppable. Sang Biao's own men were swept aside like chaff. At their head stood a young man, cold-eyed, impassive, his gaze sweeping across the room with detached precision. His movements were swift, precise, lethal. This was Long Wu, and Yi Qiu had arrived. Having tracked Sang Biao's whereabouts, Yi Qiu immediately sought out Do Wei of the Wei faction, borrowed a squad of enforcers, and began systematically clearing Sang Biao's territories. Long Wu struck lucky. After raiding only a few locations, he learned Sang Biao was negotiating at this very den. He moved, instantly storming the premises with his men. Upon seeing Long Wu, Sang Biao froze, then faltered. Who was this ruthless stranger? Yet no face matched his memory. Rising slowly, Sang Biao strode forward, jaw set, eyes narrowed. Are you from XING? Here to settle scores for them. In his mind, Long Wu was clearly the owner's hired muscle. Alas, his menacing glare held zero effect on Long Wu. Long Wu stared blankly at him. You're Sang Biao? Instinctively, Sang Biao nodded. That's right. I'm Sang Biao, you little. He meant to demand Long Wu's identity, but before the words fully formed, thud, Long Wu moved. A single brutal grappling technique sent Sang Biao's skull crashing onto the floor. In the next breath, Long Wu produced a steel pen from nowhere and pressed its tip hard against Sang Biao's throat, piercing skin, drawing blood. The searing pain jolted Sang Biao back to full consciousness. He screamed, damn it! Who are you? And why do you want me dead? Just then Yi Qiu entered, cloaked in black, silent, commanding. That question, Yi Qiu said calmly, I can answer. Pressed face down, Sang Biao strained upward, desperate to see who stood above him. Even a fool would grasp the truth now. This was the true mastermind. Who are you? Who are you both? Yi Qiu lowered his gaze, looking down with serene disdain. My name is Yi Qiu. You've surely heard it before. His tone remained direct, even brash, yet no one questioned it, because it was fact. They might never have laid eyes on Yi Qiu himself, but none dared claim ignorance of his name. Not of his status as one of the East Star 5 Tigers, nor of his control over 3 major branches, nor of his role in elevating Big D and brokering peace with the Liansheng Society. His legend echoed through every alleyway. Sang Biao, of course, knew the name well. Yet what baffled him was why Yi Qiu had come to kill him. As far as he recalled, he'd avoided East Star's operations entirely. In truth, Sang Biao hadn't touched East Star's venues, because East Star operated no gambling parlors in Macau. The moniker, Zijai East Star, carried too much infamy. Parlor owners distrusted them outright. Besides, running casinos demanded discretion. No one wanted entanglement with the flower trade. And unlike Hunghing, East Star lacked raw fighting prowess. Most proprietors kept their distance, and East Star, content with high-margin flower profits, saw no reason to force its way in. Over time, East Star vanished from Macau's gambling map, at least for now. Had such venues existed, Sang Biao, the ultimate opportunist, wouldn't have spared them either. But since none did, he could still bluff with a modicum of bravado. East Star, he choked out, struggling. Yi Qiu, we've no grudge. What's the meaning of this? Yi Qiu's boot descended onto Sang Biao's skull. No grudge, he mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. You didn't speak that way when you invaded my territory just weeks ago. Sang Biao's head slammed back, down, pinned, suffocating. Cough, cough. When did I ever invade your territory? Yi Qiu chuckled. Hunghing's Jiang Tiansheng's parlors. I hold a stake there. Must I spell it out? Jiang Tiansheng's parlors. Sang Biao's mind reeled. Could Hunghing and East Star actually collaborate? It was like a dagger up the backside, utterly unprecedented. Precedent or not, learning that Yi Qiu stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Tiansheng chilled him to the bone. His swagger evaporated, gone in an instant. Yi Qiu's fearsome reputation preceded him. Societies he'd dismantled weren't counted on fingers. It was a grim tally. A true predator. Trapped in his clutches, defiance meant death. Yi Qiu gulped. Sang Biao's voice cracked. I was blind. I mistook a mountain for a molehill. I yield. Gasping, he hurried on. Your partnership with Mr. Jiang, I'll leave it untouched. And I swear, I'll cease hunting those Hunghing youths. Yi Qiu actually smiled. He hadn't expected this rabid dog to fold so swiftly. He'd assumed a longer standoff, only to discover a hollow shell beneath the bluster. Regrettably, Yi Qiu shook his head, voice quiet. It's too late. He bore no personal vendetta against Sang Biao, but the moment he pledged allegiance to Jiang Tiansheng, Sang Biao's fate was sealed. Today, no plea would sway him. Yi Qiu spoke no further. His foot ground down, shoe sole scraping across Sang Biao's cheek. Then he turned and tossed a single command to Long Wu, deal with him. Feeling the icy pin tip pierce deeper into his throat, Sang Biao shrieked. Yi Qiu, don't push too far. I'm connected to the Haoma gang. Kill me, and they'll hunt you down. Yi Qiu didn't even glance back. He offered only a dry, dismissive remark, mentioning the Haoma gang before me. How quaint. You might as well invoke Macau's 4 great families. Indeed, the Haoma gang held little terror for Yi Qiu, not even if Sang Biao were a sworn member, which he wasn't. Though a venerable top-tier society in Hong Kong, with footholds in Macau, their strength was diluted across 2 cities. Their localized power paled beside expectations. At best, they matched the Liansheng society. And who was Yi Qiu? He'd nearly eradicated Liansheng's entire elder council. Would he fear a faction like Haoma? Shink. The pin vanished completely beneath skin. Blood gushed forth. Defiance flickered once in Sang Biao's eyes, then extinguished. Stillness followed. He was dead. With their leader gone, his underlings froze, then exchanged glances. Not one raised a hand in vengeance. In moments, they scattered like startled birds. Such was the underworld's cold calculus. While you ruled, sycophants flocked. The moment you fell, even vengeance became a luxury no one could afford. Yi Qiu found it unsurprising. He raised a hand. To the Wei faction enforcers behind him, he uttered a single word: kill. The order was unequivocal, total annihilation. Within minutes, those who hadn't fled were eliminated. Then, Wei, the Wei faction's leader, strode briskly to Yi Qiu's side. Brother Qiu, he beamed. I've safely escorted those Hunghing youths onto the vessel. There was unmistakable pride in his tone. After all, he'd orchestrated every detail. Having labored tirelessly from start to finish, he now sought acknowledgement, proof his efforts mattered. Well done, Yi Qiu replied with a slight smile, reading between the lines. Take over Sang Biao's territory. You've earned it. He intended to honor that promise. The Wei faction had delivered crucial manpower at a pivotal moment. He owed them loyalty. Besides, Yi Qiu had no intention of planting his flag in Macau. Conquered land served no purpose. Better to grant it as gratitude, settling his debt in full. Meanwhile, the gambling den's owner rushed over, relief etched across his face. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Without you, that brute Sang Biao would have stripped us bare. Yi Qiu smiled. No thanks are necessary, he said, then shifted tone abruptly and asked directly, how would you like to switch under a different syndicate's protection? The gambling den owner blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Yi Qiu to be so straightforward. The implication was clear: his assistance came at a price. Yet he was no fool. After only a moment's hesitation, he nodded decisively. If Mr. Yi is a partner of Mr. Jiang, I trust him implicitly. Yi Qiu gave a slight nod. He preferred dealing with intelligent people. It saved time and trouble. Without delay, he smoothly introduced the gambling den owner to Wei. Wei's grin stretched nearly to his ears. The gloom from losing 10 million in promissory notes vanished instantly. Indeed, aligning with Yi Qiu brought tangible immediate benefits. Just as Yi Qiu wrapped up these minor affairs, Keela returned from outside. He slipped quietly beside Yi Qiu, tilted his head toward the door, and murmured low, "Brother Qiu, people from Liang Quan's camp have arrived." Yi Qiu nodded, his mind already clear. Liang Quan's men had come to complete what Chan Honam had left unfinished, eliminating Sang Biao. Alas, Sang Biao was already dead, cut down by Yi Qiu himself. Liang Quan's chance to prove himself within the Hung Hing had vanished entirely. Yi Qiu stepped out of the gambling den to find dozens of Hung Hing members already gathered outside. At their head stood Shu Kung, Liang Quan's most trusted lieutenant, flanked by scores of underlings. The moment Shu Kung spotted him, his face darkened. He opened his mouth, then hesitated, unwilling to address Yi Qiu by name. "Brother Qiu, is that you here too?" Yi Qiu lit a cigarette and exhaled a slow curling plume of smoke. "You may leave. Sang Biao is dead." Dead. A chill ran through Shu Kung. He'd feared this above all else. Yet he couldn't fathom how Yi Qiu had moved so swiftly. Just then Dewei finished speaking with the gambling den owner and emerged accompanied by his men. "Brother Qiu," Dewei glanced over. "Who are they?" Shu Kung instinctively shrank back. Any further words died unspoken. "Sorry for the intrusion, Brother Qiu," he muttered hastily before turning on his heel and striding away, his pace quickening, as if terrified Yi Qiu might change his mind. Clearly Dongguan Zai's lessons still lingered fresh in his memory. Yi Qiu's announcement had been delivered with such casual nonchalance, as if commenting on the weather, yet Shu Kung dared not utter even a whisper. After all, if he couldn't afford to cross Dongguan Zai, how much less could he risk provoking Dongguan Zai's own boss? Liang Quan received the call shortly thereafter. Upon hearing that Sang Biao had been eliminated by Yi Qiu, he exploded. Damn it! That accursed Yi Qiu again. He'd planned to leverage this incident to assert himself before Jiang Tianxing and earn prestige within the syndicate. Now it was all ruined. The credit and glory belonged solely to Yi Qiu. "Damn it," he roared into the phone. "What are you lot doing? How long does it take to handle just one Sang Biao?" Shu Kung cowered silently on the other end, enduring the tirade, only daring to mutter faintly during Liang Quan's brief pause for breath, "Blame me for everything. But borrowing men takes time, doesn't it? With so little money, where am I supposed to recruit thugs to take Sang Biao down?" He'd forgotten. The line was still open. "Go to hell, Shu Kung. You're blaming me now." Liang Quan's voice rose sharply. "No, Brother Quan. Don't whisper behind my back. I've got sharp ears. Remember that." And with that he slammed the phone down, still cursing under his breath. Though furious, he knew the damage was done. Losing Sang Biao meant merely forfeiting an opportunity to polish his image, not derailing his broader ambitions. After all the money had already been paid to Chan Yu and Ji Gore, the position of Hung Hing's dragon head was his to claim. "Yi Qiu." Liang Quan narrowed his eyes. "This debt I'll remember well. Once I pull Jiang Tianxing down and ascend as dragon head, will settle this account, slowly, deliberately." With Sang Biao gone, Yi Qiu departed without delay. Outside the gambling den, local Macau factions watched in silence as he and his men walked away. It wasn't until some time later that someone finally voiced resentment. "That East Star Yi Qiu, he's far too arrogant. This is Macau, not East Star territory, yet he strikes without warning." "Justice," another scoffed. "Sang Biao invaded their premises first, now he's dead. What justice does he deserve? They'd have more right to demand justice from you." "Fair enough," the first man waved dismissively. "Forget it. One dead Sang Biao changes nothing. Macau remains Macau, if the sky won't fall." "Though I hear Sang Biao had ties to the number gang," someone else interjected. "Let them worry about this headache." Within moments the conversation moved on. They might have known Sang Biao, but only while he was alive. Once gone, he ceased to matter. What they didn't know was that the number gang held an even more formidable reputation in Macau, under the name 14K. Sang Biao, that rabid cur, was nothing but a clown chasing cheap attention, a voice murmured from the shadows. "All he ever did was create trouble for us. He's dead now, no point dwelling on it. In any case, avoid crossing Yi Qiu at all costs. Should he become an enemy, he'll prove a grave threat. Pass the word down, henceforth keep your distance from the venues jointly operated by Yi Qiu and Jiang Tianxing. No provocations, no incidents." By then Yi Qiu was already aboard a vessel sailing away. He remained unaware that eliminating Sang Biao had quietly earned him a fearsome reputation across Macau's underworld. With Jiang Tianxing's Macau commission fulfilled, Yi Qiu saw no reason to linger. This was not his turf. Killing Sang Biao was trivial, but staying too long risked clashing with local powers who viewed him with suspicion, inviting unnecessary complications. Yi Qiu welcomed challenges, but never sought them out. He had far more pressing matters ahead and refused to waste energy on petty conflicts. Thus the next day he returned to Hong Kong with Long Wu and Keela. During Yi Qiu's absence, his subordinates at the Mong Kok branch had performed admirably, especially Fei Ji and Dongguan Zai. Since their legendary clash in Causeway Bay, their fame had soared. Everyone now knew Yi Qiu commanded two new Red Pole enforcers renowned for their ferocity and audacity, true heirs to their master's legacy. By comparison, the leader of the Sha Tin 16 district had faded somewhat in prominence. Still, they understood full well Fei Ji and Dong Guanzai enjoyed Yi Qiu's far greater trust, so there was little left to say. "Boss, you're back." At Yi Qiu's return, Dong Guanzai and Fei Ji hurried forward, posture respectful, eyes brimming with undisguised awe. News of the Macau affair had already spread through syndicate circles. They were fully aware. Yi Qiu studied the two and smiled faintly. His expectations of subordinates were simple competence and loyalty. So long as those two conditions were met, he never withheld what they desired. Whether bold or reserved, personality mattered little to him. After brief greetings with the others, he dismissed them, then called aside, "See Yesu alone." "See Yesu?" Yi Qiu asked. "I hear you have a close friend in the number gang." The Sang Biao incident had prompted him to take a closer look at the number gang. Vaguely, he recalled a formidable figure from the original storyline, one who later aided Jimmy in resolving numerous crises. To Yi Qiu, people fell into three categories: subordinates, potential subordinates, and enemies. His friend Si Yesu clearly belonged to the second category. His name was Ah Wu, later famed across the underworld as Brother Jia Qian, the Paymore brother. Had it not been for Sang Biao, Yi Qiu might never have recalled this figure from the number gang. Now that he had no intention of letting the opportunity slip away. After all, Ah Wu was precisely the kind of man easily recruited. If the price was right, he'd dare almost anything. And money. That was the one thing Yi Qiu lacked least. Si Yesu was genuinely surprised to be singled out by Yi Qiu. Among his ranks, he neither matched Jimmy's capability nor rivaled Fei Ji and Dong Guanzai's combat prowess. Since transferring from the Wuxing Sun, his ascent had been the slowest. Yet he knew his limits and harbored no grand ambitions, so he bore no resentment. Still, Yi Qiu summoning him immediately upon returning from Macau left him thoroughly puzzled. "Brother Qiu," Si Yesu hesitated. "Do you mean Ah Wu?" "Yes, that's him," Yi Qiu confirmed with a nod. "I understand you're quite close." Indeed, he intended genuine recruitment, not temporary hire, but full integration into his inner circle. "Close, yes," Si Yesu replied with a wry smile. "But if you wish to meet him, it's unlikely to happen anytime soon." "Why so?" Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. "He was arrested recently," Si Yesu offered candidly, "and I handled his defense." Yi Qiu was momentarily speechless. He'd forgotten. Ah Wu, the Paymore brother, was notorious for taking any job for the right price and for possessing nerves of steel. As for Si Yesu's background as a lawyer, defending him was hardly surprising. Can he be bailed out? Yi Qiu paused, then asked the crucial question. He truly was intrigued by this Paymore brother. Beyond his mercenary nature, Yi Qiu deeply admired his unwavering principle: money first, but never betrayal. In the original narrative, though he claimed only to serve cash, his conduct was impeccable, renowned for integrity even among mercenaries. Such a man was eminently usable, infinitely superior to that self-righteous brother Locke, forever preaching brotherhood while dragging rivals to fishing trips. Moreover, his sheer combat prowess was undeniable, especially in that legendary Divine Ascension battle inside the train carriage. First, he single-handedly stormed a coffin shop, then dragging two men across great distances, he entered the carriage and fought four opponents, killing three outright, leaving only Dong Guanzai alive. Such feats testified to extraordinary strength. Had exhaustion not betrayed him at the end, Dong Guanzai would likely not have survived. For a man of both power and principle, Yi Qiu's interest was genuine and profound. "Bail him out?" Si Yesu visibly startled at the question. Could it be done? Of course. These days, sufficient funds could extricate almost anyone. A larger bail sum would suffice. The real issue lay elsewhere. Few bosses spent heavily to rescue underlings. Even the number gang, Ah Wu's own organization, hadn't sent a single soul to visit him after his arrest, let alone pay his fines. That was the brutal truth of syndicate life. When you thrived, brothers surrounded you. When you fell, oblivion followed swiftly. Si Yesu had never imagined Yi Qiu would expend resources to free Ah Wu. "Brother Qiu," Si Yesu hesitated. "Are you acquainted with Ah Wu? Why go to such lengths to rescue him?" It wasn't that he opposed Ah Wu's release. He simply hadn't expected Yi Qiu to spend so freely. In his experience, underlings bore consequences alone. Bosses rarely intervened. Yi Qiu was the first he'd ever seen willing to pay for redemption. What Si Yesu didn't know was that money meant nothing to Yi Qiu. He neither lacked it nor coveted it. To him, wealth bought fleeting pleasure, but little else of lasting value. After all, he was a transmigrator, a cheat-enabled wanderer across realms. If gold could forge an elite, fiercely loyal Red Pole enforcer, he considered it the finest investment imaginable. "I heard that person has some strength," Yi Qiu said. "Go ask him if he is willing to come out with me. If he is willing, no matter how much it costs, I will get him out." Master Su instinctively responded, "What if he is not willing?" As soon as he spoke, he slapped his forehead and laughed. "Look at my memory, I nearly forgot. As long as that guy is paid well, he will do anything." He quickly added, "Brother Qiu, since you said so, I will handle it tomorrow." Yi Qiu nodded and did not say much more. After chatting with Master Su for a few more sentences, he let him leave. As for Brother Jia Qian, the opportunity had been given, and Yi Qiu believed he would make the wisest choice. Not long after Master Su left, Yichio's phone rang. It was Jiang Tianxing. Obviously, this call was about the loss of the bid. Yichio had been so high-profile in Haojiang that Jiang Tianxing had naturally heard the news and knew the bid had failed, though not as early as Liang Kuan. But that did not prevent him from calling to express his gratitude. "Achio, thank you so much this time." Jiang Tianxing's voice on the phone was filled with cheer. Although the loss of the bid was a setback for Chun Haonan, Yichio's timely intervention had alleviated his crisis. Thus, after handling the internal affairs, he immediately called Yichio. Yichio simply smiled lightly. It's just mutual benefit. Compared to the life of the lost bid, Jiang Tianxing's favor was evidently more important in Yichio's eyes. By the way, Yichio suddenly asked, "Isn't the Dragon Head election of Hongxing coming up soon?" Jiang Tianxing paused for a moment when he heard this, but he did not hide it, and replied with a smile, "It's coming up shortly. Why are you so interested in our Hongxing? Why not just come over and join me?" This was not entirely a joke. If Yichio was willing, Jiang Tianxing genuinely wanted to accept him. After all, young people like Yichio, who were capable and resourceful, were truly rare nowadays. Moreover, Yichio did not deal with flour and could fight. He seemed much more like a person from Hongxing. As for Yichio's ambition, Jiang Tianxing was not worried. Hongxing operated on a family inheritance system, and he was not concerned that Yichio would usurp his position. "No need," Yichio declined, without the slightest hesitation. "East Star is more suitable for me." Hongxing. He had no interest. Besides, within East Star, in terms of territory, power, and reputation, he was already at a level close to that of a second-in-command. With that madman Crow by his side, rising to the position of the Dragon Head was merely a matter of time. With success so close at hand, how could he possibly go to Hongxing? Jiang Tianxing must be thinking foolishly. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Tianxing naturally did not know Yichio's thoughts. Hearing Yichio say that East Star was more suitable for him, Jiang Tianxing felt puzzled. What kind of reputation has East Star had in recent years? Who on the street does not know? The flower business was almost a signature. But looking at Yichio from rising to fame, how was he like a person from East Star? In fact, he seemed more like their Hongxing style. Yet Yichio surprisingly chose East Star. Jiang Tianxing found this joke a bit absurd. However, he had no intention of debating it, merely laughing. What a pity. Yichio sensed the meaning behind his words, but was too lazy to explain. A gang is a gang, and he is he. He does not care about the atmosphere, only whether he can rise to the position of the Dragon Head in the future. After all, in East Star, he was never one to content himself with being beneath others, and he was well aware of how long that old man Lu could last. The two did not dwell on this topic and ended the call after exchanging some pleasantries. Jiang Tianxing reiterated his gratitude and explicitly stated that he owed a favor, promising that he could ask for it at any time. Yichio smiled. He had long planned to make use of this favor, but the timing was not yet right. He believed that when the time came, Jiang Tianxing would certainly be taken aback. After hanging up, Yichio recalled Jiang Tianxing's nonchalant attitude towards the Hongxing election and could not help but shake his head. The Hongxing Dragon Head. Jiang Tianxing thought he was comfortably waiting, unaware that Liang Kuan had already set his sights on that position. In fact, in the original plot, Liang Kuan did succeed. Times have changed nowadays. Hongxing cannot rely solely on the name Jiang family to hold the scene. Hongxing is like this, and so is East Star. This is precisely what Yichio is pleased to see, which is why he has not reminded Jiang Tianxing of his plans. "It won't be long," Yichio murmured. "Once Liang Kuan takes his position, my opportunity will come." A few days later, news came from Master Su. A person can be rescued, but money must be spent to arrange it. Fortunately, this is a Hong Kong film world, so operations are not that complicated. After learning this, Yichio did not hesitate and immediately approved the money. With money paving the way, the efficiency was very high. Before long, Brother Jia Qian was released early. To be honest, Brother Jia Qian was also puzzled. In this day and age, besides Master Su, there is actually someone willing to spend money to bail him out. When he first went in, only Master Su had come to see him. As for the number gang, no one cared about him at all. Doing things for the gang, but when something went wrong, no one helped. Now a stranger had helped him. Even if Brother Jia Qian only recognized money, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. On Yichio's side, after receiving the notification from Master Su that the person had been rescued, he only asked him to bring the person over. "Are you Yichio?" Brother Jia Qian had just come out and was not familiar with Yichio's name, so his tone was naturally not respectful. Master Su was anxious. He knew his deadpan friend had a bad temper and was more aware of what kind of methods his boss had. "Ah woo." Master Su hurriedly smoothed things over. "This is my boss, the one who paid to bail you out. Call him Brother Chio." He desperately signaled, fearing that his friend would stir up trouble right after coming out. Brother Jia Qian, however, paid no attention, staring at Yichio seriously. "I know you want me to work for you, but let me make it clear, I only recognize money, not people. Pay me, and I will help you." Yichio looked at his defiant demeanor and instead smiled. "No problem with payment." Yichio nodded, then shifted the topic. "But you must remember, the money spent to bail you out is also from me, and you must repay this debt. Not a single cent less." Brother Jia Qian was taken aback. He originally wanted to establish his stance and clarify the rules, but did not expect the other party to be even more unyielding. With just a few words, he was already subdued in terms of momentum. This guy seems to be even fiercer than him. Before he could open his mouth again, Yi Qiu continued, now, I am giving you two options. One, we only discuss money clear pricing, you get paid as much as you work. Once you pay off your debt to me, you can leave anytime. Or you can acknowledge me as your big brother, you won't have to repay the money, and you can follow me to enjoy the good life. Yi Qiu paused, his tone flat, but carrying weight. Choose between money or a future, it's up to you. Brother Jia Qian was completely bewildered. Making a choice is one thing, but what does that last sentence, money or life, mean? So if you choose the first one, paying off the money means you can leave. Is that how it works? He understood now this was not a choice at all. Conducting business is one thing, but this is quite unfair. This guy is even more shrewd than he is. Thus, facing Yi Qiu's gaze, Brother Jia Qian almost without hesitation blurted out, you're insane. You, of course I choose life. After saying that, he followed Master Su and shouted, Brother Qiu, I'll follow you from now on. Seeing this, Yi Qiu smiled and said, remember what you said. As long as you do well under me, I won't treat you unfairly. He recruited people very simply without talking about ideals. Following him means you get to eat well and enjoy power and fame. That's why his little brothers all rose in position and no one rebelled. Even the arrogant Dongguan boy behaved obediently in front of him. After arranging Brother Jia Qian, Yi Qiu did not stay long with Master Su and turned to find Scar Chi. After being busy in Haojiang for some days, it was time to check on her. In Bolon Street, at Scar Chi's bar, Big Head stood nervously, not daring to look directly at the woman in front of him. He originally wanted to ask why Dongguan boy did not lend people and insisted that he come to find her. But upon seeing Scar Chi, he truly felt the aura of this woman. As Yi Qiu's little brother, Big Head naturally recognized Scar Chi and knew she was his boss's woman. But the imposing presence of the beautiful and cold big sister made him not dare to lift his head. Are you saying, Scar Chi looked at the reserved Big Head, smiling lightly, that the number gang wants to establish a foothold in Mongkok and has already started causing trouble in your territory? Big Head quickly nodded. Yesterday, at 3 venues, today at 2. The losses are not significant, but they are clearly testing our attitude. So I want to borrow some people to retaliate hard. He paused and continued, Dongguan boy said Brother Qiu is not here and he does not dare to make a decision, so he asked me to consult with Sister Chi. Scar Chi chuckled lightly. Dongguan boy understands the rules and knows to ask me about borrowing people. When she smiled, her beautiful and charming aura became even more prominent. All right, Scar Chi said, you go back and tell Dongguan boy that I agree with borrowing people. The number gang is overreaching, with Hongxing and East Star already causing enough chaos in Mongkok. There is no room for them. Upon hearing this, Big Head immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he silently sighed. Perhaps only someone like Brother Qiu could handle this big sister. Just then, Scar Chi's little sister came in and said, Sister Chi, Brother Qiu is back. Big Head left Bolon Street. He finally understood what it meant for a woman to change her face as easily as turning a page. Upon hearing that Yi Qiu was back, Scar Chi's entire demeanor transformed. That coldness instantly faded, revealing a lively and spirited youthful charm. This contrast left Big Head dumbfounded. Finally, he was escorted out and could only shake his head in exasperation, realizing that a straightforward man like him really did not understand women. Of course, while sighing, he did not forget that he still had important matters to attend to. After all, Brother Qiu was back. On Yi Qiu's side, naturally, it was like a sweet reunion. After completing their tasks and unlocking a few new moves, he set off for Bolon Street. Scar Chi had opened a new bar. Like Yi Qiu, she did not deal with the flower business, and the revenue of the venue mostly relied on the bar. In a corner of the bar, a tomboy suddenly became excited, tugging at her companion beside her. Look, that's Scar Chi. Her eyes lit up as she whispered, the big sister of Bolon Street. A woman in charge, how impressive. The pure-looking girl beside her shook her head, looking helpless. 13 May, how much do you admire her? She sighed, every time her bar opens you come to support her, but we're almost out of money. Suddenly, she leaned in close, her eyes filled with teasing. Be honest, do you have a crush on that big sister and want to be her woman? 13 May immediately waved her hands. Aaron, what nonsense are you talking about? She widened her eyes. I 13 May like men. Then she chuckled and lowered her voice. Even if I have a crush, it's a crush on the man of that big sister. Her old man had switched from East Star to Hongxing, so she naturally knew about Yi Qiu. Speaking of which, she was still a little fan of Yi Qiu. The boss man. You've got quite the imagination. Don't you fear Scar Chi will slice you in half? Uffed. 13 sister scoffed. Across Potlon Street, I'm hardly the only one who pines after Brother Qiu. Every flashy, scheming vixen covets him. She grew more animated with every word. My idol is no ordinary man. He rose straight to the East Star 5 tigers and now oversees 2 immaculate branches. Her eyes sparkled. I thought Coke was fearsome enough. Yet someone even bolder exists. With a single punch, he felled Hung Hing's red pole Chan Honam. As she spoke, 13 sister drifted into reverie. She had heard the name Yi Qiu countless times. Though her father was a nobody in the underworld, she understood his weight on the streets better than anyone. At that thought, her gaze blazed with fervent adoration, bordering on deification. Arun, she suddenly gripped her companion's hand. Do you think we'll see Brother Qiu today? Run sighed, exasperated. This is your fourth time asking. She let out a weary breath. Did you spot him the first 3 times? She hated dampening 13 Sisters' spirits, but her wallet could no longer bear it. And even if they did meet, what then? In this day and age, a woman chasing a man was no easy feat. Ultimately, looks still ruled the roost. Though 13 Sister had solid foundations, her androgynous attire. Before Run could protest further, 13 Sister abruptly tugged her arm, trembling with excitement. Run, Yichio. Yichio is really here. Run blinked, following her gaze. Truth be told, she too longed to glimpse the idol who so consumed 13 Sisters' thoughts and discover what kind of man he truly was. She wasn't alone. Every patron in the bar craned their necks. Right now, Yichio's name eclipsed nearly all Triad leaders. His fame burned brightest across the underworld. You might not know the head of any given faction, but you've certainly heard the name Yichio. Soon Yichio stepped into full view. Light fell upon his face, flawlessly handsome, without a single imperfection. So handsome. Is this East Star's Yichio? Hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd. 13 Sister drank in the praise, her smile deepening. She draped an arm around Run, brimming with pride. Well, told you I wasn't lying, didn't I, eh? She grinned playfully. Isn't my idol every bit as dazzling as those A-list celebrities? Run snapped back to reality and nodded. Truly handsome. Yet inwardly, she puzzled, a man of such striking presence, choosing the underworld over stardom. Wouldn't becoming a celebrity suit him far better than bloodshed and brutality? Convinced yet, 13 Sisters' eyes gleamed triumphantly. I told you, Brother Chiyo outshines Coke by miles. Before the words left her lips, she could contain herself no longer, dashing toward Yichio, desperate for a word with her idol. But just then an unwelcome voice sliced through the air from the entrance. Oh, Brother Chiyo's back. Congratulations, congratulations. Another bar opening. May your business flourish. At that grating tone, 13 Sister didn't need to turn to know who it was. Only Liang Quan, that despicable bully, spoke like that. Her father Shui served as Liang Quan's underling. Endlessly exploited, never spared. That voice was etched into her memory. Behind the bar scar, Chi's expression darkened. She muttered a curse under her breath. Damn. That fly again. Yichio raised an eyebrow. Has this fellow been causing trouble at your venue lately? No guesswork was needed. Yichio's mind moved with uncanny precision. Scar Chi grimaced and nodded. That bastard's like a fly, buzzing incessantly around my premises. Lately business has plummeted across several of my establishments. She paused, lowering her voice. And I've heard rumors. Number gang members are trying to stake their claim in Mong Kok, acting bolder than ever. Yet they never touch Hung Hing's venues, only ours. Liang Quan is undoubtedly egging them on. Yichio nodded slowly, yet a faint chilling smile flickered across his lips. Those who knew him well understood when Yichio smiled like that, his fury had already ignited. Scar Chi recounted the situation. It was simple. Liang Quan wanted chaos, but lacked the courage for open confrontation. So lately had been flooding the bar daily under the pretense of showing support, bringing dozens of underlings. They'd order only a few bottles, paying yes, but occupying every seat. Other patrons, intimidated by Liang Quan's reputation, dared not enter. The place stood eerily empty. A bar without dancers, without energy. How could it survive? Liang Quan's tactic was pure psychological warfare, vulgar, contemptible. Scar Chi clenched her teeth. One of these days, if he pushes me too far, he'll smash another bottle over his skull. Yet she knew it was idle talk. Though Liang Quan was loathsome, he never broke rules outright, always cloaking himself in the guise of goodwill. Compounded by his standing within Hung Hing, Scar Chi hesitated to burden Yichio with such petty grievances. Before long, Liang Quan swaggered forward. Brother Chiyo. His face stretched into a grin. Congratulations. I hear you've swept Macau like a storm. Quite the legend, aren't you? Yet that smile, paired with his tone, rang hollow, laced instead with veiled mockery. Yichio heard it instantly. Legendary. A subtle curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Then he laughed. His gaze locked onto Liang Quan. In that single glance, Liang Quan felt an inexplicable chill pierce his core. I don't feel legendary enough. Not yet, Yichio drawled. At the very least, Brother Quan doesn't seem afraid of me. Liang Quan's grin faded to a shadow flickered in his eyes. Afraid of Yichio? He wasn't. Not in the slightest. In truth, had been waiting for Hung Hing's triennial dragon head election. Once he seized that throne, Yichio's Mong Kok territory would be his first target. But for now, patience was essential. The election date remained distant. After a pause, Liang Quan burst into forced laughter. Brother Chiyo jokes. Who in the underworld hasn't heard your name? Yichio regarded him coolly. Is that so? Then why dare you step foot in my establishment? His voice remained calm, yet each word struck like a blade. Do you wish never to walk out alive? Or, Yichio paused deliberately. Did last time's skull-cracking heal too quickly? Shall I refresh your memory? It was a slap delivered barefaced. Liang Quan's expression hardened into stone. Silly Strong stood rigid behind him, muscles taut, terrified his master might snap and ignite open war. Yet Liang Quan possessed greater composure than his lieutenant. Facing such public humiliation, he drew a slow, deep breath and somehow twisted his lips into a strained smile. Brother Chiu, surely reason must prevail, he said smoothly, though barbs hid beneath every syllable. I've come in good faith to support your venue. Surely East Star doesn't ban guests from its doors. He paused, adding softly, of course, if Brother Chiu declares East Star's venues closed to Hung Hing members, he'll leave immediately and never cross this threshold again. Well, silence crashed over the bar. No one anticipated these two branch masters, moments ago exchanging pleasantries, would now stand on the brink of open rupture. The shift was dizzying. Many hadn't yet processed it. Yi Chio smiled, a quiet, unsettling thing. Using Hung Hing to intimidate me. His eyes lifted to Liang Quan. Do you realize I've never cared a whit about Hung Hing, or anything it represents? Liang Quan's face paled slightly. Brother Chiu, what exactly do you mean by that? Before he finished speaking, thud, a muffled impact. Another bottle shattered against Liang Quan's skull. Yi Chio had seized Scar Chi's hand and brought it down with effortless force. What I mean is, Yi Chio released her hand, his voice eerily placid. Keep your distance whenever you see me. Otherwise, they'll strike you down each time our paths cross. Blood gushed instantly, staining half his face crimson. Liang Quan turned deathly pale, his eyes wide with shock and fury. Had never imagined Yi Chio would dare shatter his skull, twice, before such a crowd. It was utter degradation, like being stripped of humanity itself. Just as rage surged through his chest, Yi Chio spoke again. Before me, Yi Chio's voice low yet crystalline cut through the air. Discard those pitiful schemes of yours. I have no interest in exposing your internal Hung Hing squabbles, and frankly, I find your chatter tedious. But this condition stands firm, do not provoke me. Yi Chio leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. Shall I call Jiang Tianxing right now, and recount your recent maneuvers? And ensure you never ascend to that throne or any other? To bystanders, the threat sounded cryptic, but Liang Quan understood instantly. A cold sweat drenched his spine. Yi Chio clearly knew of his bribes to Chan Yu and Ji Brother. If exposed to Jiang Tianxing, his entire web of influence would collapse. And Yi Chio's silence all this time wasn't mercy, it was amusement. Head simply relished watching Hung Hing tear itself apart from within. Liang Quan stared at Yi Chio, blood still streaming down his temple. Yet the icy dread in his heart ran deeper than any wound. Head gravely underestimated Yi Chio, misjudged his cunning and misread his ruthlessness utterly. Well, Yi Chio observed his silence, then asked quietly, was my meaning unclear? Or shall I place that call now and obliterate your grand design? He paused. Or perhaps, end you here today. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet to Liang Quan it sounded like a death knell. You win, Liang Quan ground out between clenched teeth, 3 words wrenched from his throat. He dared utter nothing more, knowing full well that crossing Yi Chio today would seal his fate. Yi Chio casually tossed the broken bottle aside and uttered a single word. Leave. Liang Quan obeyed. Patrons exchanged stunned glances, bewildered, disbelieving. No one imagined the Mongkok pillar of Hung Hing, the equal of Yi Chio himself, would slink away humiliated and silent after 2 skull-shattering blows. Here stood a triad master of equal rank, yet Yi Chio struck without hesitation, commanded without negotiation, and sent him fleeing like a dog, while Liang Quan complied without defiance. Had they not witnessed it themselves, who would believe such a tale? Ah run. Did you see? Did you see it? From the crowd, 13 sister tugged frantically at her friend's sleeve. Liang Quan. My idol reduced him to that, and he didn't dare utter a peep. Shed always despised Liang Quan. Now pure exhilaration flooded her veins. Liang Quan truly departed, and the bar filled with bewildered silence. No one expected the Mongkok overlord to retreat so abjectly. 13 sister remained electrified, yanking Arun's sleeve, her voice rising with glee. Arun, did you see? Did you see it? Liang Quan. My idol shattered him completely, and not a single word escaped his lips. Arun stared at Yi Chio, his handsome features made her falter for a moment, but she quickly looked away and replied perfunctorily, Yes, yes, I know. Your idol is the greatest. Although Liang Kuan was her father's elder brother, Shersan may secretly wished him dead. Her father was usually bossed around by Liang Kuan, so tonight she felt particularly satisfied. Arun knew little about the gangs. She only thought Yi Chio resembled a movie hero, while Liang Kuan embodied a textbook villain. She even fancied herself as the woman in Yi Chio's arms, then scolded herself for being absurd. At that moment, Yi Chio did not know any of this. After Liang Kuan left, he turned to Dao Bachi and smiled. No need to worry now, the trouble is handled. Dao Bachi froze for a beat, then clung to his arm. She knew Yi Chio had stood up for her, and warmth flooded her heart. Outside the bar, Liang Kun's face had gone ashen. His man Sha Chong, experienced at bandaging heads, deftly wrapped Liang Kun's wounds, and could not help but say, Boss, Yi Chio is way too arrogant. Shall we have someone take him out? Liang Kuan kicked at him and snorted, Save your schemes. If you have the nerve, go and kill Yi Chio now. Sha Chong gave an embarrassed smile after the kick and dared not repeat himself. Instead, he asked, Boss, where to now? Liang Kuan cursed, Where to? Where else? Can't you see him hurt? Of course, to the hospital. Unsurprisingly, Liang Kuan went to the same hospital as before. He feared Yi Qiu and had no courage to retaliate. For now, he could only swallow his pride. In the bar, Yi Qiu could hardly be bothered with whether Liang Kuan would seek revenge. If Liang Kuan dared to come, Yi Qiu could extinguish him. Yet this was not the time. He was chatting idly with Dao Bachi, who mentioned the Haoma Bang's reach into Wangjiao while he had been away. She detailed what Dao had done and her plans. Yi Qiu nodded. Well done, but the retaliation is not sufficient. His tone was calm but hard. If they dare to stretch a hand, strike so fiercely they will learn fear. Let Dongguan Zai be ruthless. Do not spare any of those who cause trouble. Dao Bachi answered, understood. A nearby younger girl hesitated and interjected. Qiu Ji Qi Jie, besides Haoma Bang, Lian Xianshi has come to cause trouble too. Yi Qiu waved a hand and said coolly, perfect. Use this chance to sweep them clean. The younger girl startled. Sweep them out. Qiu Ji, do you mean pull down Lian's banner? Yi Qiu said no more, but his meaning was unmistakable. The little sister behind Dao Bachi murmured that they were about to move against 3 gangs at once. Wangjiao would be entirely theirs. Yi Qiu was indeed preparing to act on Wangjiao. Yet Yi Qiu anticipated their eagerness and smiled. No hurry. The cleansing of Wangjiao is only a matter of time. He glanced at Dao Bachi and added, but not now. Prepare yourselves. During this period, aside from Hongxing's banner, which must remain, I do not want to see other gangs in Wangjiao. Dao Bachi nodded. I understand. Having followed Yi Qiu so long, she knew his temperament. When he allowed action, the timing had matured. Yi Qiu instructed, leave Wangjiao to you, Dongguan Zai, and the others. I only want the result. He was no longer the man he had been when he first rose. Unnoticed, his retinue had swelled and rival forces clustered around him. Many matters no longer required Yi Qiu to lead personally. Having Dongguan Zai, Fei Ji, and those enforcers handle it would suffice. Lianhe was little more than a nuisance. Taking their banner would be effortless. Haoma Bang was even less to worry about. They had no real foothold in Wangjiao. Sweeping them away would be child's play. If such affairs still required Yi Qiu to intervene, then his men would indeed be useless. At that moment, a somewhat hesitant voice sounded. Shi Mei arrived with a run. Yi Qiu did not ask whether they knew him. The whole bar had seen him beating Liang Kuan and knew who he was. What puzzled him was that among so many people, only these 2 dared approach. Dao Bachi recognized them and exclaimed, it's you. Shi Mei grinned. Qi Jia, I told you before I want to follow you. This time you won't refuse me, will you? Yi Qiu paused. Since they were acquainted, he said nothing further. Dao Bachi had a favorable impression of Shi Mei. Though she wanted to recruit her, Shi Mei's father belonged to Hongxing, and that complicated matters. When Yi Qiu heard the name Shi Mei, his eyes narrowed. He finally remembered who she was. Shi Mei, the future Bollinger leader for Hongxing. Without his interference, she likely would have become Hongxing's, and with Dao Bachi's help would have secured her position. Absent Yi Qiu's meddling, she probably would have ended up with Hongxing and later, aided by Dao Bachi, sat firmly as a boss. Shi Mei hurried to explain. Qi Jia, although my father is with Hongxing now, he used to be with Dongxing. He's who he is, I'm who I am. Let me follow you. I will obey completely. She glanced at her idol. Her desire to join Dongxing and follow Dao Bachi was driven largely by Yi Qiu. As Yi Qiu's fan, she wanted into Dongxing. She knew her father fared poorly in Hongxing and couldn't be relied upon. Yi Qiu said, if she wants to follow you, then let her. It's a small matter. No need to worry too much. Those words removed Dao Bachi's hesitation. She looked at Shi Mei and said, since Qiu Ji has spoken, you will follow me from now on. Shi Mei beamed. Qiu Ji, thank you. You truly are my idol. Yi Qiu was taken aback. Idol? Shi Mei laughed. Yes, I admire you most. You even cowed Liang Kuan into silence. Yi Qiu shook his head with a rueful smile. He had only acted on a whim, sensing fate between Dao Bachi and Shi Mei, and choosing to oblige. He never imagined he would become the girl's idol. One must admit the world is unpredictable. Shi Mei joined Dongxing and became Dao Bachi's younger sister without making much of a stir. As Yi Qiu had said, it was a trivial matter. Her father was a minor figure, so no one dared speak up. Especially Liang Kuan, who lay in the hospital and dared not utter a word. Compared to the small matter of Shi Mei joining Dongxing, Yi Qiu's reorganization of Wangjiao and the sweeping of other gangs was a major affair. All eyes once again turned to Wangjiao. Everyone knew Yi Qiu had a reputation for making territories homogeneous. I am who I am. Let me follow you. I will be obedient, Shi Mei had insisted. Shi Mei said it and stole a glance at Yi Qiu. Her wish to follow Dao Bachi and join Dongxing was largely inspired by him. As Yi Qiu's admirer, she had long wanted to join Dongxing, and she understood that her father's standing in Hongxing was weak and unreliable. Hearing this, Dao Bachi no longer hesitated and turned to Shi Mei. Since Qiu Ji has spoken, follow me from now on. Shi Mei's face lit up. Qiu Ji, thank you. You truly are my idol. Yi Qiu was startled. Idol? Yes, Shi Mei laughed. I admire you most. Even Liang Kuan is cowed by you. Yi Qiu smiled and shook his head. He had merely given a gentle push, sensing a bond between them, and wishing to oblige, he had not expected to become the little girl's idol. But life is full of surprises. Shan Mai's induction into Tung Sing as Dao Baqi's younger sister passed without fanfare. As Yi Qiu had predicted, it was a minor matter, her father was insignificant, and with Liang Kuan convalescing in hospital, no one dared complain. Compared with the small drama of Shan Mai joining Yi Qiu's campaign to tidy up Wangjiao and purge rival gangs was the true headline. For a time, all gazes fixed upon Wangjiao. Everyone knew Yi Qiu's reputation as a relentless purist. On his turf, other gangs could not even draw breath. Now of his 3 hulls, only Wangjiao had not been fully cleared. Thus his move against Wangjiao surprised no one. People were merely curious how long he would wait before acting. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu finally made his move. In truth, he had long intended to strike at Lianhe, but one matter after another had delayed him. In a sense, Lianhe had been unlucky. Its relationship with Yi Qiu had never been smooth. Their hall leader Xianshi had even confronted Yi Qiu with men the first time he came to Wangjiao. But those were small quarrels. Even when Bolinjia became wholly his, Yi Qiu had not held Lianhe in particular contempt. At that time, Lianhe had willingly yielded territory to Yi Qiu, and he accepted. So in the cleansing of Bolinjia, Lianhe suffered the least. Yi Qiu could sometimes be magnanimous. That was also because Yi Qiu had too many matters demanding his attention. Some things had to be prioritized. A faction like Lianhe could be set aside for a while. Had Liang Kuan not goaded other gangs into causing trouble on Yi Qiu's turf, Yi Qiu might have been too lazy to hunt down Lianhe. But now there was yet another reason to move against Lianhe. The next day, Fei Ji, Dingguanzai, Tu Shi Yesu, and Jia Qiangu were all summoned to Bolinjia. Yi Qiu explained the situation to them. The most radical Dingguanzai thought for a moment and said, "Sweep Lianhe. Fine. Those Lianhe people are a worthless lot. Qiu Ji, leave it to us. Within 5 days, I guarantee that aside from us and Hongxing, there will be no third gang left in Wangjiao." Nearby, the taciturn Jia Qiangu surprisingly spoke up. Haoma Bang is to be targeted as well. At that mention, Dingguanzai, Fei Ji, and the 2 expressions grew strange. They all knew Jia Qiangu had once been with Haoma Bang. This fellow, surely he would not be inclined to spare his old comrades. Brother Wu, the 2 glanced at Master Su before speaking. Surely you aren't still clinging to old loyalties, defending Number Gang. His own turf had recently suffered repeated harassment from Number Gang, so he would show them no mercy in cleansing their influence. To everyone's surprise, Jia Qiangu ignored the 2 entirely and turned solemnly toward Yi Qiu. "Brother Qiu, those men of Number Gang were once my sworn brothers. I need extra payment." The words stunned the room into silence. Dongguanzai scratched his head, suddenly convinced this brute had surpassed even himself in sheer audacity. They'd assumed he'd plead for his old comrades, only to discover this scoundrel was demanding money instead. Extra payment. Not only Dongguanzai, but Fei Ji too recoiled inwardly, silently marveling at the lesson just learned. Only Master Su stood there deeply embarrassed. He knew his old friend all too well. The man was infamous for valuing coin over face. Yi Qiu cast a calm, indifferent glance at Jia Qiangu and said nothing. Jia Qiangu flushed, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem. It's just habit. When doing favors for others, I charge extra, but for Brother Qiu, no fee whatsoever. Only then did he recall that earlier ultimatum, money or life. He'd chosen life. From that day forward, he'd signed his soul away, sworn fealty to Yi Qiu as his master. With no negotiation left on price, what sense was there in demanding more? Seeing Jia Qiangu fall silent, Yi Qiu resumed calmly. As for Number Gang, you'll deliver my warning. Keep your hands off what isn't yours. If they're wise, they'll surrender those who stirred trouble. Jia Qiangu nodded, without asking what awaited them if they refused. After all, Yi Qiu's reputation made the answer self-evident. Understood. He accepted instantly. Truth be told, he'd long nursed a grudge against Number Gang's treacherous turncoats. Meanwhile, at Lian, Xianshi learned of Yi Qiu's return and his intent to seize control. His first reaction was fury. As a branch leader, what was he without territory? The answer was plain. Stripped of his Mongkok domain, he'd be little more than a senior figure in Lian, not a true branch chief. No wonder Xianshi seethed with rage. Yet beneath the anger surged something deeper: fear. A profound, chilling dread. Back on Princess Road, he'd led a mob to ambush Yi Qiu's car, only to suffer a brutal beating that shattered half his eye. Later, when Yi Qiu swept through Bolan Street to impose absolute control, Xianshi surrendered without resistance, ceding Lian his entire Bolan Street operation, emerging as the least damaged among all triads. At the time, Xianshi secretly congratulated himself. Then when Yi Qiu shifted focus to Lian Sheng in North Point, leaving him untouched, Xianshi breathed easier still. Now, hearing Yi Qiu was moving on Mongkok, Xianshi's emotions careened like a roller coaster, plummeting, then soaring, then crashing again. The more he dwelled on it, the more suffocating his anxiety grew, so much so that he feared he'd collapse from sheer terror before Yi Qiu ever laid a hand on him. He cursed under his breath, "That bastard Yi Qiu devours the feast, and leaves not even a drop of broth." Yet beneath the fury simmered deep regret. Had he known this would happen, he'd never have trusted Liang Quan's lies. That most of Hung Hing's senior leadership backed him, and that Jiang Tiansheng would soon be deposed. Had he not believed it, what courage would he have had to challenge Yichio's turf? Now, whether Liang Quan had seized power remained unknown, but Yichio's gaze had locked onto his head. With Liang Quan fighting for survival, aid was out of the question. Desperate, Xian Shi resolved to ally with Fa Fu of Yao Tsimong, only for Fa Fu, still furious over the Bolan Street incident, to refuse even a meeting. Utterly panicked, Xian Shi exploded, "Damn it! None of these bastards honor brotherhood." Meanwhile, at Lian He's Mongkok base, Xian Shi stewed in frustration. Though Lian He bore a formidable name, and its members swaggered with bravado, its actual Mongkok territory was the smallest of all. Previously held in check by Hung Hing and Tung Sing, he dared provoke no one, hence his opportunistic move into Bolan Street. He knew Liang Quan disdained such enterprises, focused on film, and by 2-1 pursued legitimate ventures, avoiding them entirely. But Lian He's very livelihood depended on women of Bolan Street was perfect. Thus, before Yichio's arrival, Lian He dominated Bolan Street, until he raised it all. Now even Mongkok's meager domain felt barren and exposed. Just as he brooded, Dongguanzai and Fei Ji strode in uninvited. Dongguanzai planted his feet and spoke bluntly, "Xian Shi, Brother Yi says Mongkok is no place for Lian He. Will you withdraw, as you did last time, or must we carry you out?" The jab struck raw nerves. But with intruders at his door, Xian Shi had only two choices: surrender his title or stand firm. He stiffened and demanded, "Where is Yichio? Bring him here, to speak with me." He'd rather face the boss than his underlings. But Dongguanzai scoffed, "Speak with Brother Chio. What are you? We alone are enough to sweep Lian He clean." Xian Shi nearly choked. He'd been utterly dismissed. Before he could erupt, Fei Ji cut in coldly, "Enough talk. We're here to pull your flags and clear your turf, not negotiate." A lethal aura radiated from him as he commanded, "Move." Xian Shi paled, cursing inwardly. How did that bastard Yichio gather such ferocious underlings? He felt both envy and bitter resentment, envying Yichio's loyal, battle-hardened lieutenants, resenting his own fall to bargaining with mere foot soldiers. Being beaten by Yichio was tolerable. He was, after all, a top-tier enforcer. But now even his subordinates dared defy him openly, a humiliation too vast to bear. Yet Xian Shi knew the truth: his men excelled at exploiting women, but relied solely on numbers in combat. And which triad today dared outnumber Yichio? He clenched his jaw, preparing to yield, when suddenly a reckless young recruit stepped forward, eyes blazing. "Boss." Cleared. Now even Mongkok's meager domain felt barren and exposed. As he brooded, Dongguanzai and Fei Ji strode in uninvited. At that moment, a reckless young recruit stepped forward, eyes blazing. "Boss. They're outrageous. On our own turf, treating us as if we don't exist." "Damn it, kill them," another recruit roared. Xian Shi's face contorted. He'd already resolved to lower his flag, yet these two fools had just sabotaged everything. Foolish wretches. Instinctively, he glanced over, only to meet the icy, predatory smiles of Fei Ji and Dongguanzai. Kill. Dongguanzai, Yichio's most ruthless enforcer, needed no hurdle to leap. His steel blade flashed with savage grace, felling several Lian He recruits in swift, brutal strokes. Nearby, Fei Ji moved with equal ferocity, dropping one recruit instantly, then snapping his neck with a single merciless twist. Simple. Brutal. De Tu and Master Su followed suit, lacking Fei Ji and Dongguanzai's redstick prowess, yet overwhelming in sheer numbers. While their juniors engaged, they delivered finishing blows, faces grim and unyielding. Witnessing Yichio's men in action, Xian Shi's face turned green. "Damn your ancestors," he thought. "What the hell am I even threatening?" He'd hoped to utter a few defiant lines, save face, at least lose with dignity. But these men launched straight into slaughter, leaving no room for retreat. Bloody hell. Their underlings fight like demons, mine. They betray me at every turn. Even my own men stab me in the back. As a leader, Xian Shi truly feared death. He lacked true grit. All he'd wanted was to posture briefly before withdrawing. Instead, these accursed recruits hurled him straight into mortal peril. In the end, under Fei Ji and Dongguanzai's onslaught, Lian He was eradicated. Mongkok ceased to harbor any trace of the triad. As for Xian Shi, their branch chief, he survived, fleeing amid the chaos. Whether he lived or died mattered little. What mattered was this: Lian He was gone. After clearing Lian He's territories, Fei Ji and Dongguanzai marched directly to Dao Baqi's car. "Sister Qi," Dongguanzai announced. "Done." Dao Baqi, meanwhile, issued commands only. Her underlings executed them. Fei Ji, Dongguanzai, and the others voiced no objection. After all, Dao Baqi's status was unassailable, the undisputed matriarch of Bolan Street and daughter of their own boss. Her authority to command was absolute. Elsewhere, Jia Qiangu approached with his crew, cursing loudly, "Damn it all. Bastards, suddenly remembering brotherhood now? Where were they when I was rotting in prison?" Though he railed, it was clear he'd subdued Number Gang as well. "Sister Qi," Jia Qiange greeted her first, then turned to Dongguan Zai and the others asking, "What's your status? Has Lian He not been dealt with yet? Need help? I can crush them for you, immediately. Fee negotiable." At this, Dongguan Zai and Fei Ji exchanged exasperated glances. How insatiably greedy was this man, even demanding payment from his own allies. Besides, did they look like they'd failed? You fool. There was no way such massive events, Lian He erased number gang dismantled, could remain secret. Indeed, news spread without needing word of mouth. Every major triad received the intelligence instantly. Who wouldn't monitor such seismic shifts? Soon all knew Yi Qiu had struck again. Yet this time he wasn't expanding into new territories. Instead, he was purging Mongkok's existing branches. Unsurprisingly, the news traveled swiftly. Within a single night, it echoed across the underworld. Naturally, it reached Liang Quan, the Mongkok kingpin. Lian He wiped out. Number gang neutralized. Liang Quan blinked in disbelief. He didn't need to ask who was responsible. Only Yi Qiu possessed such power. What about my turf? Liang Quan immediately demanded. At his side, Sha Chong replied, "Our operations remain untouched. Yi Qiu hasn't touched them. Looks like he dares not lay a finger on Hung Hing's turf." Liang Quan neither confirmed nor denied Sha Chong's boast, merely murmured, "That bastard strikes with terrifying speed and finality, launching such a sweeping campaign the moment he returns. Ruthless, decisive, poisonous." Even Liang Quan, the Hung Hing pillar, had been decapitated by Yi Qiu. Whatever Yi Qiu did to Lian He or number gang, Liang Quan found unsurprising. Damn it, he spat, "This election I must secure the top position. Otherwise I might just be taken out by that bastard one day." Although the turmoil in Mongkok caused quite a stir, Yi Qiu remained unconcerned. To be honest, he didn't take the group from Lian seriously. They were merely a bunch of useless nouveau riche. So what if they got swept away? What could they do to him? The only trouble was that the number gang seemed to have a significant grudge against Yi Qiu. In the area of Haokong, Sang Biao was considered half a member of the number gang, but he was taken down by Yi Qiu losing his territory, now that he returned to Mongkok. Now back in Mongkok, Yi Qiu not only took out the number gang's red stick A Wu, but did so ruthlessly, directly sweeping away many members of the number gang. This back and forth left the number gang quite embarrassed, causing instability among their ranks. Thus the number gang had a significant grudge against Yi Qiu. However, although the turmoil in Mongkok brought them trouble, it did not affect much. In the following days, Yi Qiu was busy adjusting to the territory he had just acquired, while the entire underworld erupted. In the battle for Mongkok, Lian He was swept aside, the number gang received warnings, and Hong Xing's Liang Kuan was also taken down by Yi Qiu. Various signs indicated that Mongkok might become Yi Qiu's next stronghold. This matter was a massive shock to other gangs. Even the old man with white hair gasped in disbelief. He secretly marveled at Yi Qiu's audacity. After all these years, no gang had managed to establish 3 strongholds in such a manner as Yi Qiu had. Others had always aspired to do so, but few succeeded. Now Yi Qiu was dominating 3 factions, leaving the others in a quandary. It wasn't just the leaders, even the hall masters and underlings were affected. They felt that Yi Qiu was fierce and capable, and perhaps it was time to follow a new leader. Since they couldn't win against him, it was better to switch sides. Thus some gangs united to discuss resisting Yi Qiu, even going so far as to resist Dongxing. In their view, Dongxing had changed, they could fight, and also disrupt the balance, and no longer considered themselves allies. Among these gangs, the most notable were the number gang and Lian He. In a restaurant, the spokesperson for Lian He slammed the table and shouted angrily, "This is too much. The people from Dongxing are getting increasingly outrageous." He continued, "They clear out everything without so much as a sip of soup left for others. Does Yi Qiu have any respect for rules anymore? I propose that we unite and go to Dongxing to demand an explanation from law. Are we going to ignore our underlings?" He grew angrier as he spoke. With Yi Qiu behaving this way, how are we supposed to survive? It would be better to disband the gang altogether. Lian He had long been displeased with Dongxing, and now Yi Qiu's extreme actions left them feeling disheartened. This guy dared to pull down Lian's banners, and not just one. He swept through Bolan Street and Mongkok. Where would he strike next? Yao Mati. It should be noted that Lian He had a total of 3 hall masters, and now 2 had been swept away, losing half their territory, leaving only the banner of the spokesperson. What's left to play with? Unsurprisingly, the other gangs present echoed his sentiments. A gang leader shouted, "That's right. We need Luotua to give us an explanation." Another added, "If we can't manage our underlings, don't blame us for joining forces against Dongxing." Even the smaller neutral gangs thought Yi Qiu was overstepping, as while it's normal to fight for territory, it shouldn't be to the extent of Yi Qiu's actions. You take all the meat for yourself, at least share some soup. It's disgraceful. The number gang members also fanned the flames, coldly stating, "I haven't provoked him. We've all been attacked. We can't tolerate this." In an instant, many gangs on the streets criticized Yi Qiu for crossing the line, lacking any rules. Only the leader of the Hengzi group, Brother Min, stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, let's take a moment to calm down." He said slowly, Although Yi Qiu is aggressive, he is not reckless. He knows the consequences of taking action against Lianhe and the number gang. So is there a reason behind this? For example, who started this? Brother Min was cunning and spoke half-heartedly, neither supporting Yi Qiu nor offending Lianhe and the number gang. His Hangzhi group aimed for stable development, and with Yao Mati being so close to Mongkok, he didn't want to provoke Yi Qiu. However, the Hangzhi group had always had a poor relationship with Lianhe. Previously, his underlings had conflicts with Lian's home master Huafu. If Yi Qiu found out, wouldn't that give him a chance to sweep over? As soon as Brother Min finished speaking, the spokesperson for the number gang waved his hand. A reason, he sneered. Even if there is a reason, does it justify Yi Qiu's selfishness? In any case, this matter must be addressed. He looked around and proposed, I suggest we head to Yuan Long to directly talk to Law. At this time, the spokesperson for Lianhe also glanced at Brother Min, his tone indifferent. Min, we understand that your Hangzhi group does not dare to provoke Yi Qiu. He paused, his words carrying a warning. But regarding today's events, you better not think about informing Yi Qiu, letting him prepare in advance. Brother Min frowned slightly, but then pretended to be indifferent, nodding. Don't worry, he said, my Hangzhi group is not a chatterbox. However, we won't get involved in this matter. If you want to go to Dongxing to demand an explanation from Luotua, feel free to do so. The two spokespersons from Lianhe and the number gang did not force the Hangzhi group to join them. After all, there were plenty of gangs present today, and whether they had one more or one less, it was enough to put pressure on Dongxing. Many gangs, upon hearing that Hangzhi wouldn't go, began to plot in their hearts. Don't be fooled by their fierce words, most were merely putting on a show. They didn't really want to fight. No matter how fierce Yi Qiu was, he wouldn't know. But if they truly went to demand an explanation from Luotua, that would mean something different. If they didn't get the explanation they sought and ended up putting themselves in jeopardy, that wouldn't be worth it. Thus, this denunciation meeting finally split into two factions. One faction, led by Lianhe and the number gang, decided to go to Dongxing to demand an explanation from Luotua. The other faction, led by Hangzhi and some smaller gangs, neither went to demand an explanation nor informed Dongxing, opting to remain neutral. So the group, led by Lianhe and the number gang, headed straight to Yuan Long after the meeting. Brother Min from the Hangzhi group took his men and left. Outside the restaurant, Brother Min watched their departing figures, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Until he got in the car, his trusted subordinate Yaowen, who was driving, couldn't help but ask, Big brother, how did their talk go? Looking at his number one red stick, Brother Min didn't hide anything. A waste of time, he bluntly stated. Talking to a bunch of brainless fools is pointless. They even want to go demand an explanation from Luotua. He shook his head. They can't see the situation clearly. As he spoke, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Brother Min's mouth. Clearly, he had no faith in these gang leaders demanding an explanation. To put it harshly, while these people seemed to form a formidable alliance, besides Lianhe and the number gang, most were small fry who couldn't make a real impact. Even Lianhe, with the title of Lianhe brings chicken essence, was now effectively half useless. Losing the territories of Mongkok and Bolan Street meant they had only a few smaller players left, and their banners had nearly all been pulled down. The flag of Huafu from Yao Mati hadn't fallen yet, but it was only a matter of time. This time they provoked Yi Qiu. With his vengeful nature, it would be surprising if he didn't retaliate. As for the number gang, they were also a bunch of self-satisfied fools. They didn't understand what Yi Qiu's territory and power meant. What use would it be to demand an explanation from Luotua? You need a reason to back down. Yi Qiu currently had no demands from Dongxing. On the contrary, as long as Luotua wasn't foolish, he would never abandon Yi Qiu's banner. The strength of the three major factions isn't something Luotua could simply sway. Recklessly demanding an explanation would surely lead to failure. They might have good intentions and aspirations, but if they couldn't deal with Yi Qiu, they would instead seek out his older brother. However, they clearly overestimated themselves or severely underestimated Yi Qiu, underestimating his strength, influence, and even more so his importance to Dongxing. Today, Yi Qiu was no longer the Dongxing Five Tigers who relied on a gang, because his backing was no one else but himself, being your own backing. Thus, to deal with such a person, the best method isn't to force a palace coup or demand accountability, but rather to play tricks and act in the shadows. Either don't act at all, but once you do, you must calculate thoroughly and assassinate ruthlessly. If Yi Qiu dies, everything would be resolved. With so many underlings under him, they would naturally stir chaos to ascend to power. Wouldn't that solve everything? And these people think they can just rely on their words to demand an explanation from Luotua. Only a fool would follow them to provoke Yi Qiu. Whether others go or not is their business. He certainly couldn't afford to offend Yi Qiu, nor did he wish to. In the car, Yaowen listened to his brother's words, nodding without asking further. Lately, he had heard Yi Qiu's name so often that it was nearly ingrained in his mind, impossible to forget. After all, their gang was in Yao Mati, right next to Mongkok, too close for comfort. Any movement from Yi Qiu would quickly reach Yao Mati. Over time, Yaowen couldn't avoid knowing Yi Qiu. Suddenly, in the car, Brother Min called out to the driver Yaowen, when you need to go to Mongkok for me. Brother Min paused, deliver a message. After dropping Brother Min off in Yao Mati, Yaowen turned around and headed towards Mongkok. At this moment, only the Hongxing and Dongxing gangs remained in Mongkok. After just taking down Lian's territory, Yi Qiu's men were busy dividing the land. Jia Qiange and Deng Wanzai rarely sat together, but the atmosphere was not very friendly. Deng Wanzai flicked his cigarette, glaring, "Damn. You damn loser, enough is enough. This time I contributed the most to taking down Lianhe, and I killed the most people." He pointed at Jia Qiange. "You only took care of a few from the number gang, and you want to fight me for the last street." Deng Wanzai waved his hand. "In any case, I want this street. Next time let you go first, don't snatch it this time." According to the original plot, these two were enemies with poor relations. But now that they had both followed Yi Qiu, their camps were the same, and their relationship had become somewhat subtle. Jia Qiange lazily leaned back in his chair, saying, "Stop talking so much nonsense. You pay and this street will be yours." Deng Wanzai's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly that this bastard was truly broke, always talking about money. The Dongguan guy sized him up. "Hung Zi Yaowen, what business do you have with our Qiugo?" They had not heard much about the Hengzi faction, but they were somewhat familiar with the name Hengzi Yaowen. Yaowen was taken aback upon seeing the two men. He had long heard that Yi Qiu had many red sticks under his command, but he didn't expect to run into two right away. He secretly rejoiced that he had not spoken too harshly earlier, otherwise he would be in serious trouble today. However, despite his thoughts, Yaowen's expression was still not pleasant, and his tone was stiff. "I have an important message regarding your Qiugo. As for whether to let me see him or tell him, that's up to you. I have delivered the message." The Dongguan guy was displeased, thinking that a small faction leader had quite an attitude. But since the other party spoke so seriously, he dared not delay his boss matters, and could only raise an eyebrow. "All right, follow me. I will take you to see Qiugo." Upon hearing that Hengzi Yaowen was looking for him, Yi Qiu was momentarily stunned, then instructed someone to bring him in. When he saw Yaowen in person, Yi Qiu looked at him a bit longer. After all, this guy would also become a well-known figure in the future. Although the Hengzi faction was not a large organization, Yaowen's personal reputation was even more prominent than that of the faction. The key was that he was not only capable in a fight, but also wise, understanding when to advance and retreat. In the midst of the internal struggles within the faction, he could maintain his integrity, steadily sitting in the second-in-command position, proving himself to be a clever person. This was also why Yi Qiu was willing to meet him. Yi Qiu remembered that the Hengzi faction was a small organization operating in Yumadi with a limited scale and no expansion plans. Such small organizations often have a common flaw: the individual reputation often surpasses that of the faction itself. Yaowen was a typical example. He had made a name for himself in Yumadi with his skills, and it was indeed not easy to have such a position on the territory of an established faction. However, Yi Qiu also knew that Yaowen's future path would not be smooth. In the original plot, his reputation was almost on par with some hall masters, yet he still could not become the leader. This was the nature of small factions. Limited territory and manpower without divisions, one could not become a hall master. Moreover, with the leader refusing to step aside, it was too difficult to rise up. If his leader Min Gu could relinquish his power and allow Yaowen to ascend, the Hengzi faction might have a different outcome. Subsequently, Yi Qiu's gaze fell on Hengzi Yaowen, and he smiled lightly. "Speak, what news do you have for me?" Yi Qiu was indeed curious about Hengzi Yaowen's intentions. After all, he had no prior relationship with the other party, and it was rather intriguing that Yaowen had come to deliver a message unprompted. Lianhe and Haoma gang, due to the recent incident in Mongkok, have summoned several faction leaders for discussion. Yaowen glanced at Yi Qiu. This was the first time he had seen Yi Qiu in person after all this time. Yi Qiu's youth and appearance were completely different from what he had imagined. But precisely because of this, Yaowen understood even more what it took for such a young guy to become one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. He was fiercer than he had expected. He organized his thoughts and continued. "They plan to unite to demand an explanation from your leader. Our Hengzi faction is also among them. But my older brother rejected their invitation. So today I came to inform you of this, firstly, to give you a psychological preparation, and secondly, to make a friend." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu slightly nodded, but a strong killing intent flickered in his eyes. Lianhe Haoma gang. It seemed that he had been too lenient with them before. On the other hand, Yaowen, as the face of the Hengzi faction, was indeed a clever person. At such a time, he did not embellish or excessively boast about his faction's merits. Instead, he simply relayed what he needed to say to Yi Qiu, and that was enough. Even if Yi Qiu offered no benefits, at least this favor existed. When they crossed paths again in the future, there would be some acquaintance. It must be said that Jiang was indeed experienced. Yaowen grasped his older brother's psychology very well, and his leader Min Gu was indeed like that. He would turn around and sell out the Haoma gang and Lianhe. In the eyes of someone like Min Gu, there was never any code of honor, only solid interests were king. After all, keeping their mouths shut for them was of no benefit. Those faction leaders could be plotting against Hengzi from behind. It was better to give Yi Qiu a face, do a favor, and possibly make a friend in the process. Conversations between clever people are often this straightforward and perceptive. At this moment, Yi Qiu listened to Hengzi Yaowen's words without much expression on his face. He didn't even show a hint of anger. Instead, he appeared extremely calm, as if he did not care about the coalition of the major factions. I understand. You go back and tell your older brother that I remember this favor. Yaowen nodded. They were all clever people, and many things did not need to be explained too clearly, everyone understood. All right, Yaowen said, I will definitely convey it. After mingling in this world for so many years, he certainly knew that so-called brotherly loyalty was often unreliable. What truly maintained such loyalty was mostly strength and interests. Just like Yi Qiu at this moment, he was someone whom even Yaowen's older brother wanted to be on good terms with, and naturally, he did not dare to offend. Hearing Yaowen say this, Yi Qiu nodded, then shifted the conversation, smiling. Yao, when I have heard of you, your strength is quite impressive, and your courage is commendable. It's a pity you follow the wrong leader. In a small faction like Hong Zi, there is no future. Are you interested in joining me? Upon hearing this, Jia Qiangu and the Dongguan guy exchanged strange glances. They felt that these words sounded somewhat familiar. Of course, whether they found it familiar or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Yaowen's expression changed, and his gaze flickered after hearing it. Anyone who could reach his level was certainly not a fool. He naturally understood Yi Qiu's meaning. In fact, he was more aware than anyone of what kind of person his leader Min Gu was. After hesitating for a moment, Yaowen still declined. Sorry. Compared to Qiu Gu, I still want to stay with the Hengzi faction. Yi Qiu was not surprised by this. On the contrary, when he asked this question, he had already guessed the answer. Then Yi Qiu instructed his subordinates to see Yaowen off. Heng Zi Yaowen left, but the news he left behind was not so easily forgotten. Upon hearing that Lianhe and Haoma gang were involved, Yi Qiu immediately guessed. This group of guys must have found themselves unable to deal with him, and thus intentionally sought trouble, planning to go to Lata for an explanation. Unfortunately, if it had been when Yi Qiu first rose to power, he might not have been significant enough for Lata to stand on his side. However, now he truly did not fear any trouble from Lata. In fact, Yi Qiu was not worried at all about how Lata would blame him. Thus, this group was destined to be disappointed. Not every hall master would fear the leader's reprimand. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly walked in to remind him. Qiu Gu Yaoyang Gu has arrived. Yi Qiu smiled. What does he want? After collaborating with Lianxing, Yi Qiu's relationship with Lei Yaoyang was also quite good. Usually they would meet for tea, but it was rare for him to come looking for him like this today. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly said, Yaoyang Gu seems to have an unusual expression. We didn't dare to ask too much. Yi Qiu nodded and had someone call him over. Clearly, with Lei Yaoyang coming to find him unexpectedly, Yi Qiu could roughly guess what the other party meant. Lei Yaoyang was a direct subordinate of the Eastern Star's leader. Besides being one of the 5 tigers, he was also considered half a disciple of Lata. Many affairs of the Eastern Star were often handled by him. His visit today was clearly not as simple as just having tea. Calculating it recently, besides Yi Qiu taking down Lian's flag in Mongkok and clearing out the Haoma gang, there seemed to be no other events that would prompt him to make this trip. It seems those guys are acting pretty fast. Yi Qiu smiled, coming to seek me out for an explanation. They are not worthy. Among the 5 tigers of Dongxing in order of closeness to Luotawa, the Thunder Tiger Lei Yaoyang was considered direct. Next were the Downhill Tiger Wu Ya and the Smiling Tiger Ji Wei, who relied more on flattery and respect. Then came the Capturing Tiger Situ Hao Nan, and finally Yi Qiu. Although Situ Hao Nan had been around the longest, his proud nature meant he was more distant in relationship. As for Yi Qiu, everyone knew he was the one who kicked the Golden Hair Tiger out of power. Even if he contributed an extra 30% every month, it couldn't change the fact that he was the newest arrival. Upon seeing Yi Qiu, Lei Yaoyang's expression was a bit strange. Well, buddy, you really know how to stir up trouble. Those faction leaders have all gone to Mr. Luo. He realized that Yi Qiu was not someone who could be content. Just after stirring things up with Lianxing, he went to cause a ruckus in Haogong. It's one thing to take down Sang Biao in Haogong, but now this incident in Mongkok has thoroughly offended both Lianhe and Haoma gang. As a result, now these 2 established factions, along with some miscellaneous factions, all rushed to Luotawa to lodge complaints. Lei Yaoyang had always thought of himself as someone who could cause trouble, but in comparison to Yi Qiu, he suddenly felt like a law-abiding citizen. Oh. Yi Qiu's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. What did they say? Seeing that Yi Qiu was still smiling, Lei Yaoyang was not surprised at all. He shrugged. How would I know? I was originally at the bar listening to Mozart, but then Mr. Luo called and asked me to bring you to Yuan Long. So here I am, listening to Mozart at the bar. This style was indeed very Lei Yaoyang. But having known him for so long, Yi Qiu had long been immune to his pretentiousness. In that case, let's go. Yi Qiu stood up. I am also quite curious about how these faction leaders plan to condemn me. Upon hearing this, Lei Yaoyang also smiled. When it comes to causing trouble, I indeed admire you. But you don't need to worry too much. Of being called in is probably just a formality, merely asking for an explanation to placate those people. Yi Qiu said no more, called Dongguan guy Jia Qiangu and several others, and headed straight to the Dongxing headquarters in Yuanlong. In Yuanlong, due to the Dongxing headquarters being located there, the people in the underworld generally gave Luotawa face, and no outsiders dared to come and plant their flags. However, this time the Lianhe and Haoma gang leaders came with numerous faction heads, creating quite a scene. The Eastern Star's 5 tigers from other districts in the new territories had also heard the wind. Moreover, the news of Yi Qiu sweeping through Lianhe and severely injuring a group from Haoma gang had already spread. Everyone knew Yi Qiu was in trouble. Faced with this turn of events, Xiaoshan, Wuya, and Xiaomian, who were delighted, they scampered off to Yuanlang with obvious glee. But it was not just the three of them. Even Sidu Haonan of Kowloon who had shown up. Inside a village house in Yuanlang Tian Shuiwi, the leaders of Lianhe and Haoma Bang and many venerable society bosses had already taken their seats. Yi Qiu had not yet arrived, so the assembled men resorted to idle chatter and mutual flattery to pass the time. Wuya, weary of the thin pleasantries, sidled up to Sidu Haonan and grinned. Sidu didn't expect to see you come watch the show. Think Yi Qiu will get past this one today. Sidu Haonan didn't bother humoring him. He had always looked down on Wuya's rabid manner and replied with a dismissive calm. Whether he clears it I can't say, but at least he clutches 3 tonko in his hand. Unlike some people who together barely amount to 2 or 3 big and small cats. Wuya and Xiaomian, whose faces darkened instantly, the remark was an obvious taunt. Wuya seethed inwardly, the bastard calling us 2 or 3 cats. What right has he to talk? After waiting along, while some of the minor faction leaders grew impatient, their tones hardened. Mr. Luo, when exactly will Yi Qiu arrive? He's just a junior, you expect the rest of us to wait on him. Yi Qiu carries himself like he's somebody important. The speaker was one of the small faction chiefs, his voice sharp. His aggressive tone stemmed from the fact that one of the many small factions Yi Qiu had swept earlier happened to be his. It's not like we're in a hurry to die. What's your rush? No sooner had he finished that barb than Yi Qiu and Lei Yaoyang strode in, walking deliberately to the center of the room. Yi Qiu's retort was so cutting it silenced the chief, who had been squawking. The other leaders witnessing this quieted themselves for the moment. Rumor on the streets claimed Yi Qiu was very young, but many had not taken it seriously until they saw him in person. Now that he stood before them, those slick veterans realized he looked even younger than the tale suggested. Anyone who trafficked in these societies knew that youth often bred recklessness. The young did the unthinkable. So the previously impatient faction chiefs found themselves taking matters more seriously. Yes, Yi Qiu was Mr. Luo's subordinate, but the deeds this younger man had recently done were things most of them could not dream of in a lifetime. Besides, their own factions had to varying degrees been swept by Yi Qiu, leaving a natural residue of unease. Confronted with Yi Qiu's dominating presence, several leaders felt an inexplicable tightening in their chests. They forced themselves to calm. They had come to raise grievances. Why should they be nervous? So all eyes snapped in unison toward Luta. Mr. Luo, someone spoke up. Is this how you discipline your subordinates? Luotoa heard the question and snorted inwardly. He found it laughable that these people came knocking for redress, and yet expected him to control Yi Qiu. Even if Yi Qiu had erred, given his present standing, he could not be punished by Luotoa. For these men to imagine Luotoa, the acknowledged head, could suppress Yi Qiu was preposterous. Who did they think they were? Frankly, apart from Haoma Bang and Lianhe, all present were minor factions. What did they amount to? What was Lianhe after all? Mere hens and grooms, its banners nearly plucked clean. Haoma Bang was an old society, but could it outlast Dongxing? In Xiangjiang, why should Dongxing fear them? Luotoa paid them little mind, glanced at Yi Qiu, and said coolly, since you are all here, let us discuss what happened properly. Rest assured, with me here matters will be judged on reason. No one will twist right and wrong. Hearing the implication in Luotoa's words, the small faction chiefs' faces shifted. A Lianhe spokesman spoke up bluntly. Mr. Luo, your Dongxing's tiger overlord truly is a scourge. Wherever he goes, he cuts down flags. Our Lianhe banners are taken as easily as that. Everywhere the same, the manner of it is disgraceful. Yi Qiu scoffed at the remark. Disgraceful? You lot, if you're so worthless, just admit it. You can't bear to see anyone stronger than you. What hypocrisy. He paused, then added, by your logic, if Lianhe's conduct is honorable, why not pack up your banners and return to being a mere small faction? Who gave you the face to call my conduct shameless? He spoke that in front of everyone with brazen arrogance. For Yi Qiu, whether he offended people meant little. Since the sweep of Mongkok, he had not worried about consequences. Haoma Bang Lianhe, what were they but dust? They could not touch him. What right did Lianhe have to compare to him? Their banners were nearly gone, and what future could 2 or 3 cats possibly create? By contrast, Yi Qiu now represented Dongxing's face. He was the most influential figure there. Aside from tenure, the leaders of Lianhe and Haoma Bang could not compare to him in any respect, let alone those minor factions. If he wished, he could flatten them at will. To give them face was optional. Without it, they amounted to nothing. As for connections, Dongxing's reputation was not empty talk, and Luotoa was no fool. He would naturally stand by Yi Qiu. No matter how you measured it, Yi Qiu had no reason to fear these men, so he would spare them no courtesy. Yi Qiu, the Lianhe spokesman banged the table, eyes flashing. What do you mean by this? Before Yi Qiu could answer, Luotoa cut in coldly. What? You Lianhe think yourselves great. Who gave you the right to slam the table in my Dongxing's territory? Do you take Dongxing for the dead? Those words startled the Lianhe spokesman. Truth be told, he had been carried away by anger. He hadn't expected Yi Qiu to bite back at Lianhe so fiercely. By the time he recovered, Luotoa's riposte had landed. Just as the Lianhe spokesman was about to protest, a voice sounded outside the council hall. I say. The voice carried its usual swagger. Such a lively society meeting, and you didn't invite me and Heliansheng. Do you disdain me, Di, or do you disdain Heliansheng? Di swaggered into the hall, grinning at Yichio. He grabbed the head of a nearby faction leader and shoved him back, casually claiming the vacant seat as his own. Excuse me, clear away. Whether by design or chance, the man shoved aside was precisely the small faction boss who had earlier yelled at Yichio. You son of a... The boss began to explode. Say that again. Di cocked his head and sneered with roguish insolence. The man immediately lost his nerve. Heliansheng, after all, was a veteran society claiming some 50,000 members. What could a minor boss do to provoke it? So he slunk aside and found another seat. Seeing his retreat, Di snorted with contempt. That's it. He turned his gaze to Yichio and laughed. Xiao-ji, you're really something. Letting a pack of curs come and hassle you. He paused and then raised his voice deliberately. How about I lend you some men, and we sweep these small factions away? Territory split, 3-7. Everyone present was taken aback. No one had expected Heliansheng to step forward on Yichio's behalf. Cooperation was old history from when Di was the top pick. Now he was Heliansheng's leader. His standing had changed. That he would still come out to back Yichio surprised them. More shocking was his shameless proposal to borrow men and split the spoils 3-7, effectively sweeping the small factions away. What a ruthless man. In truth, Di's reasons were simple. He knew Yichio would rise eventually. Better to offer aid now than to wait for him when the time came. After all, Di's own leadership of Heliansheng was not as secure as Dongxing's. His term lasted 2 years, and then a re-election followed with no possibility of immediate renewal. He did not want to sever ties with Yichio. As expected, once Di spoke, the looks the major faction bosses cast at Yichio shifted. Even Luo was not exempt. If Heliansheng's Di would step up, it testified to the depth of Yichio's network. Meanwhile, the Lianhe spokesman was both furious and humiliated. Luotawa's protection for Yichio was bad enough. Now Heliansheng had to add itself to the fray. Di's timing was infuriating. He had dodged previous meetings, and now he arrived only to steal the show. It was maddening. Not long after, a retainer behind Luotawa approached with a phone. Boss, the retainer murmured, a call from Mr. Jiang of Hongxing. At that name, the leaders of Lianhe and Haoma Bang suddenly straightened. Hongxing. With Di on Yichio's side, if Hongxing also meant to come down on them, their position might be steadied. They could not hold the scene much longer. Yet if Hongxing arrived as another enforcer, they would at least gain a measure of backbone and stand firmer. But to their disappointment, when Luotawa picked up the call, Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing began by apologizing. Mr. Lu, we have understood the matter concerning Liang Kuan. He went too far. I called to apologize to you and to offer my apologies to Yichio as well. Hearing that even Haoma Bang had nothing to say, no one had expected Yichio's connections to be so formidable. First Luotawa's protection, then Di's public support, and now Jiang Tiansheng personally phoning to apologize. Damn, this was the sort of network only a true heavyweight possessed. Who were they kidding? Originally, Lianhe and Haoma Bang had planned to use their status to pressure Yichio and demand Dongxing give an account. But their opening salvos were one by one overwhelmed. Their faces slapped hard. Jiang Tiansheng continued on the line, Mr. Lu, in principle, I support Yichio's clearing of Mongkok. From now on, Mongkok will be left to Hongxing and Dongxing. That would be just right. At those words, the Lianhe spokesman's expression darkened further. Clearly, no one had been holding them in regard. Luotawa glanced at the Lianhe spokesman and, smiling into the receiver, said, I understand, Mr. Zhang's meaning. I agree. That would be just right. They spoke no more and hung up. Luotawa then turned to the gathered society bosses and said blandly, all right. After hearing so much, I roughly understand the situation. This is the matter, and such are the circumstances. Now which of you still wants an explanation? He paused, his calm voice carried pressure. I will have Yichio give them a proper explanation. The big bosses from the various minor factions went pale, feeling a sour ache of humiliation and words stuck in their throats. At last, one of the minor faction chiefs gritted his teeth and rose. No need, he declared. Immediately another stood and nodded to Luo. Mr. Luo, sorry to have troubled you. With that, the two turned and left without further protest. Watching the first few leaders depart, the remaining elders seated in the hall felt deeply humiliated. Though they had arrived today with overwhelming force and righteous indignation, they now had no choice but to retreat in disgrace, swallowing that bitter pill whether willingly or not. After all, Luotawa stood firmly behind Yichio, and with both Heliansheng and Hongxing taking clear stances, any move against Yichio had become utterly impossible. Thus, these once unyielding triad heads, who now lacked the backbone to stand their ground, rose one by one, fell silent on the matter of demanding explanations, exchanged perfunctory pleasantries, and departed without further ado. Yet as they left, their minds churned furiously, already cursing the ancestors of Helian's and Haoma Bang's leaders for 18 generations. They had come expecting easy gains, instead they walked away empty-handed, and worse, had needlessly antagonized Dongxing and Yichio. It was a catastrophic loss. Had they known this would happen, they might have followed Hung Zitu's example and stayed entirely aloof. At least then peace would have reigned. Unlike now when they found themselves unwittingly embroiled in enmity with countless powerful factions. Before long, every last Triad representative had vanished from the hall. Only the leaders of Helian and Hao Ma Bang remained seated, suddenly transformed from a formidable coalition into isolated, vulnerable figures. As the convener, Helian's leader gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Helian has no objection. He forced the words through clenched teeth before turning to leave. With everyone dispersed, the hastily assembled alliance was already half dissolved. What else could he do but walk away? But just as he prepared to depart, Ichio spoke, calmly yet unmistakably. Wait. Hearing this, Helian's leader suppressed his fury with visible effort and let out a cold, derisive snort. What more do you have to say? His patience was clearly at its breaking point. Today's confrontation had been a complete rout. He had lost both face and footing, and all he now craved was swift escape, lest further humiliation stain his reputation. Ichio, however, turned his gaze toward him, voice steady and unflinching. One must abide by rules. Since you failed to trouble me today, it is now my turn to trouble you. He paused deliberately, then continued, Mark my words, beginning tomorrow my men will sweep Helian's establishments in Yaomati. I've delivered my message. Ichio held his gaze, so don't later claim I never upheld the code. At those words, every face in the room tightened with unease. So this was open, unapologetic retaliation. Helian's leader paled instantly and shot a desperate glance toward Luo Tua. Mr. Luo, he blurted urgently. What exactly does Tung Sing intend? I merely sought an explanation from Ichio, and now he strikes back preemptively. Does Tung Sing truly disregard the Underworld's code? Having spoken, he met Ichio's emotionless eyes and recoiled, inwardly seized by sudden paralyzing dread. As a Triad head, he had studied Ichio's dossier extensively and knew full well this man never uttered idle threats. When Ichio declared war it would be. Helian had always commanded only 3 banners. 1, the Xian Shi banner, had already been torn down. If Yaomati fell next, what would distinguish Helian from those minor Triads who had just fled? This retaliation was merciless. Luo Tua, unsurprisingly, made no move to intervene on Helian's behalf, only offering a faint, inscrutable smile. Of course I respect the code, Luo Tua replied unruffled. Yet Mr. Ye's point stands. May Helian demand explanations from him, but may he not demand them in return? With that, he shifted his gaze toward Hao Ma Bang's leader, half amused, half challenging. Brother of Hao Ma Bang, what say you? Hao Ma Bang's leader was no fool. He recognized the threat, instantly utter a single word of dissent, and he'd suffer Helian's fate. So he betrayed his ally without hesitation and drove the knife deeper. Mr. Luo speaks wisely. Hao Ma Bang's leader nodded emphatically. Helian's conduct this time was indeed excessive. To him, betraying a temporary self-serving alliance imposed no moral burden. When the stakes were high enough, selling out an ally cost nothing at all. Despicable, opportunistic vultures. Helian's leader's face twisted with anguish, his eyes burned with raw, unvarnished regret. In truth, he had spearheaded this alliance solely for Helian's benefit, dreaming of subduing Ichio and reclaiming dominance in Mongkok. And he was hardly alone in that ambition. The other Triad heads harbored identical motives, hoping to exploit the chaos and seize whatever advantage they could. After all, who would genuinely cooperate without incentive? This coalition had originated with Helian's leader, and thus he had assumed the role of negotiator with Tung Sing. He had never imagined such an outcome, the minor Triads scattering like startled birds, leaving Helian alone to bear the brunt, only to be stabbed in the back by Hao Ma Bang at the critical moment. Damn it, Helian's leader muttered through clenched teeth. In this world, not a single soul honors loyalty. Regret came too late. He glared at Ichio, seething. Ichio, you are ruthless indeed. Ichio remained impassive. If Helian hadn't courted death, how could I possibly grant you the honor of dying by my hand? Leave. He paused, then added coolly. Were I you, I'd waste no breath here, but rush back and prepare. Perhaps you'll survive 2 more days. The arrogance was staggering. Open contempt delivered straight to Helian's face. Yet Helian's leader dared not utter even a whisper of protest. Perhaps his pride had been shattered beyond repair. He said nothing and strode out in silence. Seeing this, Hao Ma Bang's leader quickly offered hollow pleasantries and fled. The storm subsided for now. Even Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who had sat beside Ichio awaiting amusement, now sat utterly deflated. Having witnessed the entire exchange, they suddenly felt like the jesters in their own farce. They had expected Ichio's downfall, yet what unfolded was pure masterful performance. Not only had he publicly humiliated Helian, but he had also secured legitimate grounds to seize Yaomati. Once Mongkok and Yaomati were unified, the entire Yao Tsim district would fall under his sole dominion. Ichio's maneuvers surpassed even his earlier expulsion of Jin Mao, who in precision and speed. What a spectacle! A grand assembly convened to condemn him, and he emerged not only unscathed but poised to seize new power. Bloody hell, Damn your mother. Wu Ye fumed, his fury boiling over. He had scrambled across the city, anticipating Yi Qiu's ruin, and this was the result. His rage was so intense that even Xiao Mian, whose trademark smile had vanished. Only C2 Hao Nan watched Yi Qiu with detached, unreadable calm, as if he had foreseen every twist. Triad representatives departed one by one. Luo Tua did not detain Yi Qiu, offering only brief reassurances before dissolving the meeting and dismissing Dong Xing's 5 tigers. From Luo Tuo's demeanor, it was evident he no longer treated Yi Qiu with the stern admonishment of old. Instead, a subtle warmth had entered their rapport. In truth, he dared not rebuke Yi Qiu anymore. Should he truly drive Yi Qiu from Dongxing, the regret would be his alone, especially given the formidable influence Yi Qiu wielded, a force even Luo Tuo could not ignore. Thus, even as Yi Qiu trampled He Lian so ruthlessly, Luo Tuo remained silent. The Dongxing council adjourned. At that moment, Didi approached Yi Qiu and volunteered, "Need assistance. I can leverage my position as He Liansheng's leader to strike He Lian directly." Lei Yaoyang, overhearing, twitched at the corner of his mouth. This reckless man had grown obsessed with collaborating with Yi Qiu, inserting himself into every affair. It was obvious Yi Qiu intended to settle accounts with He Lian decisively. Why would he require outside help? Predictably, Yi Qiu declined outright, "Unnecessary. He Lian is no great power." A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as he added, "This time I will reduce He Lian to a minor triad. Nothing more." Both Didi and Lei Yaoyang froze stunned. Reduce He Lian to a minor triad. Upon reflection, they realized it was true. Though He Lian ranked among major triads, losing Yao Ma Ti, their banner, their stronghold, their territory, would strip them of all substance, reducing them to insignificance. Indeed, during the Mongkok incident, Yi Qiu had dismissed He Lian lightly, merely tearing down their banner. But now that He Lian had thrust itself forward, bloodshed was inevitable, a fitting requital for their audacity. Turning his attention to Hao Ma Bang, Yi Qiu decided not to spare them either. He looked at Didi and asked, "He Lian is trivial. Would you care for something bolder?" Didi's expression sharpened. "Such as?" Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed. "Such as your sworn enemy, Hao Ma Bang. I recall your relations with Hao Ma Bang are none too amicable." To say they were strained was an understatement. Their rivalry resembled a muted version of Dongxing versus Hongxing. 9 times out of 10, He Liansheng's battles were fought against Hao Ma Bang. Their strengths were evenly matched, their territories contiguous, and their mutual loathing absolute. Hearing that Yi Qiu intended to target Hao Ma Bang as well, Didi seized the offer immediately. He pounded his chest in solemn vow, "No problem. If you move against Hao Ma Bang, I'll commit fully." Yi Qiu nodded, then outlined his plan, first to Didi and naturally including Lei Yaoyang. Yet when they learned he did not intend sequential strikes, but simultaneous warfare against 2 triads, they both stiffened in shock. They stared at Yi Qiu wide-eyed with disbelief. Though he left it unsaid, the implication was unmistakable. He aimed to topple 2 giants in one decisive stroke. Remarkable. Mere hours after Hao Ma Bang and He Lian conspired to challenge him, Yi Qiu was already preparing to retaliate in kind. A true titan of resolve. Unsurprisingly, Didi's blood surged with exhilaration. "Let's do it," Didi declared without hesitation. Lei Yaoyang glanced at him, mildly exasperated. Even he had to admit his partner was growing ever closer to Yi Qiu. This man, once untamed, now bore Yi Qiu's indelible imprint, having mastered not just his methods, but his uncompromising, totalizing style of action. Lei Yaoyang wasted no time. "Damn it. You 2 bastards. You think you can cut me out of the deal? I'm your damned intermediary." He added, "Count me in immediately." Even as Yi Qiu conferred with Didi and Lei Yaoyang, the underworld's currents had already begun to churn. The scale of the incident had been immense, so much so that even minor triads caught wind of it. Those who had abstained from the alliance nonetheless learned through whispers and shadows of He Lian's and Hao Ma Bang's ignominious retreat. More still learned Yi Qiu's imminent assault on He Lian's Yao Ma Ti operations. Instantly, triad heads across the city regarded He Lian with profound relief. If even He Lian, a major triad whose strength eclipsed theirs, had been so thoroughly humbled, what chance did they stand? None at all. Now Yi Qiu had made his intention plain, to reduce Lianhe to a minor faction. Hearing this, they breathed a secret sigh of relief, grateful they had not meddled at the outset. Take the Hengzi banner. When word spread that Yi Qiu intended to strike at Lianhe in Yamadi, Hengzi immediately hatched plans. Brother Min called in his favored henchman Yaowen, and they spoke at length. No one knew what they were discussing. Joy for some meant sorrow for others. Compared with Hengzi, Lianhe, which had also planted its flag in Yamadi, was now shrouded in a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. Huafu no longer wore the cocky air of the old showman doctor. His face had gone ashen. Since the last time Bolin Street had been taught a lesson by Yi Qiu, he knew this was a ruthless sort of trouble not worth courting. Only a short time after the Bolin Street incident, he had been caught in the crossfire again. Twice now Huafu had been collateral damage under Yi Qiu's hand. He was left with nothing but bitter helplessness. Damn it. Wouldn't it have been fine to just mind your own turf instead of provoking Yi Qiu, that walking curse? The angrier he grew, Huafu booted the table before him and spat curses. God damn you, you useless. Eat shit. In his fury, he no longer cared about titles or who was supposed to be in charge. All he could think was if that bastard hadn't gone out of his way to provoke Yichio, would any of this have happened? Clearly Huafu had never dreamed his own people would betray him so cruelly. With one sleazy thug and Lianhe's decision-maker at odds, it felt like they were digging his grave. Of course he knew now that complaints were useless. What had already happened. He could only brace himself and endure. Huafu began to scheme how to weather the crisis. Among Lianhe's 3 major halls, Wang Jiao under Xianshi had once been strongest, but Xianshi was ruined. His men were nearly wiped out, and the hall was gone, clearly unreliable. As for Lianhe's own decision-makers, their unreliability was likewise obvious. After much thought, Huafu could only turn his gaze to the other faction in Yamadi, Hengzi. Though Lianhe and Hengzi opposed one another, they had not always been enemies. They had cooperated before, for example joining forces to divide Yamadi's territory and expel other banners. Because of that, Hengzi had grown prosperous. Together with Lianhe, they dominated the district, making Hengzi an attractive option. Hengzi also enjoyed advantages among Red Staff henchmen thanks to Yaowen. Overall, in Yamadi, Hengzi's strength was comparable to Lianhe's. Of course, that assessment applied only to Yamadi. Hengzi was a relatively small banner, whereas Huafu stood behind Lianhe's 3-flag alliance. Under that balance, his relationship with Hengzi had remained fairly cordial. When trouble arose, he thought of Hengzi first. Huafu was confident he could persuade them. After all, knowing Yichio's temperament, once he decided to sweep Lianhe, he would take the territory. The next step would be to monopolize Yamadi. He believed that cunning brother men of Hengzi would side with him. Xiang. Huafu summoned his confidant. Go find Hengzi's Yaowen and deliver a message. In Yamadi, Wadaleodo, a whole street famed for its fruit wholesale market, was one of Yaowen's territories. Huafu's loyal man, Xiang, accompanied by several Lianhe men, went to seek Hengzi's aid. They arrived at Wadaleodo hoping for support from Yaowen. The entire street was part of Yaowen's domain. To Xiang's surprise, it was Yaowen himself who came out to receive them, not one of his underlings. Since the division of Yamadi, Yaowen's reputation had only grown out locally, he was second only to brother Min. Xiang was slightly awed and hurried forward to pay his respects. Brother Yaowen. Xiang conveyed Huafu's words. Dongxing has been bullying us. They toppled our flag in Wangjiao and now threaten Yamadi. My boss wants to meet with Hengzi's leadership so we can jointly deal with Dongxing. He said it earnestly, eyes fixed on Yaowen. Yaowen merely nodded, his expression coldly indifferent. All right, I've heard you. Yaowen waved him off. You may go now. Xiang was stunned. That was it. Just a curt acknowledgement and nothing more. In past dealings with Hengzi, there would at least be some courtesy. After all, Lianhe was the larger force. But brother Yaowen sent them off without ceremony. Xiang wanted to press for clarity. Would Hengzi help or not? But dared not speak further. Who knew what temper the man had? He was only a lowly henchman. He could not risk offending them. Resigned, Xiang nodded and turned, but as he did, he saw Yaowen gesture. A group of Hengzi men surged forward, and in moments Xiang was silenced on the ground. Yaowen smiled coolly as he pointed at the corpse. I was just about to go speak with Dongxing, he told his men. Bring Huafu's people and send them to Wangjiao. Let that be our show of good faith. Clearly Hengzi had already made its choice. Lianhe, Dongxing. With brother Min's cunning, siding with Dongxing would maximize Hengzi's benefit, perhaps even a chance to turn things in their favor. If Huafu knew, he would likely call himself a fool. Outside Yichio's place in Wangjiao, a car had stopped. Yaowen descended with his men, and Dongxing's boys immediately stepped forward to block them. What do you want? Yaowen smiled politely. Please find brother Dongguan and brother Wu for me. Tell them I am Yaowen of Hengzi and that I have matters to discuss with brother Chiu. They will know who I am. Fortune favored Yaowen's renown. The Dongxing men had heard of him. Before long, Dongguan Zai emerged. When he saw Yaowen, his expression turned oddly acute. Why are you back again? Dongguan Zai remembered Yaowen's previous visit. He didn't hang with Chiu but kept showing up at Dongxing. What was his angle? Showing off. Still, Dongguan Zai also knew Yichio admired Yaowen. He might yet be an ally. He tucked away his swagger and forced a smile. If you're here, come in and speak, Dongguan Zai said as he led him into the venue. Is this the time to talk? What's the matter? Yaowen replied gravely, I would like to see your brother Chiu. Dongguan Zai frowned, ready to refuse, but Yaowen quickly continued. Brother Dongguan, don't be hasty. I truly have urgent business with brother Chiu, Yaowen explained. Some things must be said face to face. It will benefit your sweeping of Lianhe. There is no harm in it. And this is your turf. I have no intent to trick you. Dongguan Zai deliberated and decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He led Yaowen to see Yichio. Yichio greeted Yaowen with a smile on their second meeting. Speak then, what brings you to me? Yaowen wasted no words. Brother Chiu, I know you intend to sweep Lianhe. We of Hengzi are willing to help you deal with Huafu. At that, Dongguan Zai's eyes curled into a sneer. What? Do Dongxing's men mean nothing? Need your help? Dongguan Zai mocked. Who are you to offer? Yaowen was unruffled. He smiled and tapped his chest. Because I am Yaowen of Hengzi, he said. Then he clarified, Brother Chiu, our offer is this: Hengzi will assist you in sweeping Lianhe, but we won't take any of the land. If you trust me, hand Lianhe over to us. If you don't, I'll leave without complaint. He fell silent after that and watched Yi Qiu. As Hengzi's skilled negotiator Yaowen had spoken, well, now it was Yi Qiu's turn to decide. Dongguan's eye was stunned. This proposition seemed absurd. Hengzi volunteering to fight Lianhe and refusing territory. What could they be aiming for? He suspected Hengzi was not foolish. Yi Qiu understood almost immediately. He looked at Yaowen and bluntly exposed the motive. You intend to use the merit of attacking Lianhe to buy Hengzi's safety, don't you? Yaowen's eyes flickered. He had not expected Yi Qiu to see through him so quickly. He had said nothing explicit, yet Yi Qiu had guessed at once. Yaowen realized he had underestimated Yi Qiu. Indeed, no one does free labor. Hengzi sought to parlay the credit earned by helping Dongxing defeat Lianhe into a safeguard for their own banner. Everyone knew that once Yi Qiu cleansed Lianhe, Hengzi would likely be next. Better to court favor than passively accept strikes. But Yaowen had not expected his hidden card to be uncovered before negotiations even began. He fell silent, then admitted, yes. Brother Chiu, you are right. The usually confident negotiator felt suddenly drained. With the disparity of power and his motives exposed, how could there be bargaining? His earlier bravado gone, he asked helplessly, so Brother Chiu, do you think this can work? Not likely, Yi Qiu answered curtly. Sweeping a single huafu was not a difficult feat for him. Besides, Hengzi was already on his list. He had the strength to take everything himself. Why bother with unnecessary cooperation? Cooperation required parity, the sort you might find with Lian Sheng's big men. Hengzi plainly did not measure up. Yaowen understood and rose smoothly. Sorry to have troubled you. He thought grimly that next time their meeting might be on the battlefield. As he turned to leave, Yi Qiu called him back. Does Hengzi make you feel so mighty? Yi Qiu asked. You followed your boss for so long. You know the man he is. Yi Qiu fixed him with a steady gaze and continued, small banners have shallow waters. Have you ever thought of changing to a larger pond? Look at the people by my side. Yi Qiu gestured around. Which of them does not carry authority and presence? Even when you meet our elders, you must show deference. Isn't that preferable to struggling for recognition inside Hengzi? Then Yi Qiu laid out his terms without disguise. Join me. Hengzi will come under your stewardship, your men remain as they are, and your territory will remain yours. Yi Qiu did not spell out the consequences of refusal, but his manner made the outcome unmistakable. Yaowen froze. He had not expected Yi Qiu to recruit him so earnestly. A mere Hengzi foot soldier. He had thought the last offer a jest, but now he felt Yi Qiu's sincerity. He had not risen to his current station by luck. He immediately grasped Yi Qiu's implication and could not help asking, though the question seemed naive, why me? Yi Qiu's answer was unexpectedly simple, because you are Yaowen of Hengzi. You deserve it. Those words eased the taut furrow between Yaowen's brows. Everyone loves flattering words, but this was more. It was recognition of ability that he had never received from his own bosses. Staying in Hengzi offers no future, Yi Qiu added finally. He continued without pause, unless you can rise to become Hengzi's actual leader. Only then would you have a voice. Do you believe you have that chance? Yaowen shook his head. He knew his elder brother too well. The position of the leader would never be given to anyone else, including himself. Yi Qiu smiled. I prefer dealing with smart people, no need for useless chatter. Then his voice lowered. I rarely recruit the same person twice, so think carefully. Yaowen struggled internally, finally raising his head to ask, if I agree, can I keep the character Hung? Regarding Hung, Yaowen had an obsession, after all he had been with it for so many years, and his feelings ran deep. Yi Qiu shook his head. The character Hung cannot be kept. If it remains, sweeping away Hung would be meaningless. However, you can keep those loyal brothers who have fought alongside you. With them around, the character head makes no difference to you. Yaowen remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I agree. Exiting Mong Kok, he turned back to gaze at Yao Ma Ti, suddenly clenching his fist, a cold expression appearing on his face. At that moment, he was a completely different person compared to his usual gentle demeanor. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. Having made his choice, he could only follow Yi Qiu down the dark path. Moreover, Yaowen knew he made the right choice. Over the years under Mingu, he had done so much for Hung he knew best. One could say he had done more than the elder brother at the helm. And what about the elder brother? Apart from establishing the character head, he spent all day calculating and making money doing nothing for Hung. Why has Hung always remained a small character head? Ultimately, it was because the elder brother feared rebellion and refused to delegate power. Yaowen understood all too well that the boss was both suspicious and ruthless. With very few brothers left from their earlier struggles, the disputes over leadership never led to resolution. Because he understood the filth within, he had long given up hope for leadership. But now it was different. Yi Qiu wanted to take action against Yao Ma Ti, and once Lian, he was gone, only Hung would remain. Rather than waiting for Yi Qiu to eliminate Hung, it was better for him to take control and preserve his little brothers. Yi Qiu had promised him, since there were no more worries, what was there to hesitate about? Having been with Hung for so many years, it was now his turn to rise. Undoubtedly, Hung this time lost both the wife and the soldiers. Mingu would never have dreamed that Yao Wen sent to negotiate would instead be recruited by Yiqiu. After Yao Wen left Jia, Qian Gufei Ji to and Si Su brought their men over. Yiqiu wasted no words and led everyone directly to Yao Mati. This time Yiqiu personally led the team. One must keep their word. If he said he would sweep Lian He's territory, he would do it himself. Not only would he clear Yao Mati, but he would also drive Lian He back to being a character head. At the Lian He venue in Yao Mati today, the little brothers were especially numerous, all forced by Yiqiu. Everyone on the street knew that Yiqiu was determined to take revenge, and he would not rest until Lian He was eradicated. In Hua Fu's view, Yiqiu was a complete madman, reckless and unrestrained. Now that the wet market had been wiped out, he had to hold his ground. Wow, quite a show. Dongguan Zai's voice rang out as he stepped forward, striding confidently, jumping over the railing with swagger. Dongguan Zai led nearly 100 men towards the venue, causing passers-by to dodge, watching with curiosity. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Someone whispered. Following Dongguan Zai, Fei Ji emerged, his little brothers behind him, brimming with ferocity. Next came De Tu Si Yi Su and Jia Qiangu. De Tu Si Yi Su and Jia Qiangu arrived with their men, and soon all of Yiqiu's subordinates gathered in Yao Mati. However, passers-by sensed something was off, and someone approached a phone booth, intending to call the police. A pedestrian grabbed him, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you want to watch the show? We all want to see it too." Others chimed in, "Yeah, let's watch. Watch the show." Thus, everyone clamored to prevent the police from being called, eagerly waiting to see the spectacle. On Lian He's side, seeing Yiqiu's little brothers approaching, everyone felt that the newcomers were not friendly. Hua Fu's expression grew serious. He knew that Lian He's spokesperson had previously provoked Yiqiu, and the enmity was deep. When Yiqiu appeared, Hua Fu immediately lowered his stance. Hua Fu said, "Brother Qiu, it's just a misunderstanding. It shouldn't come to this, right? Give me some face, and let me have a way out." His attitude surprised many. After all, Hua Fu had mixed in Yao Mati for many years and was quite famous, yet now he was so obsequious. Yiqiu looked at Hua Fu with a half-smile. This guy could endure more than Lian He's spokesperson, deliberately lowering his stance to seek a way out. Unfortunately, Hua Fu didn't understand Yiqiu. Yiqiu's ruthlessness would not change with a lowly posture. One could only say that Hua Fu wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. If he had fled earlier, Yiqiu would have had difficulty finding him, but since he stayed and blocked the way, he could not blame Yiqiu for being ruthless. Yiqiu commanded, "Make your move." Fei Ji and Dongguan Zai immediately led their men to charge in. Seeing that Yiqiu was unyielding, Hua Fu tore off his disguise. Hua Fu gritted his teeth. "Yiqiu, how dare you show me disrespect? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Today I brought over people from another faction. Let's see who walks out alive." Yiqiu lazily ignored him, leaning against a telephone pole, lighting a cigarette. He smoked while watching the battlefield, exuding a calm and carefree demeanor. On the battlefield, Hua Fu overestimated the strength of Lian He's little brothers. These little brothers who relied on money were no match for Dongguan Zai, Fei Ji, and the others. One must know that Yiqiu's men had fought everywhere, seen blood, and acted ruthlessly. Moreover, Fei Ji, Dongguan Zai, and Jia Qiangu were the best of the best among the Red Sticks. Lian He simply could not withstand them. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Lian He was no match for Dongxing. Yiqiu had murderous intent towards Lian He. From the moment he began sweeping Mong Kok, the annihilation of Lian He in Yao Mati was predetermined. Before he finished his cigarette, Lian He couldn't hold on any longer. The formation fell apart, and they scattered in flight. Hua Fu realized he had lost. He initially thought that having many people would lead to victory, but now he knew how foolish that was. Yiqiu's men were even fiercer than Hongxing, and numbers were useless. Helpless, Hua Fu fought while retreating, taking down a few Dongxing little brothers, and seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Although Hua Fu was not particularly strong, he had once been half a red stick, and in the face of life and death, he erupted, carving out a path. At this moment, Yiqiu threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out, picking up a baton as he walked forward. Hua Fu shouted, "Brother Qiu." Yiqiu swung the baton, striking Hua Fu, who let out a cry. Hua Fu said, "I lost, I concede, and I am willing to leave Yao Mati." Yiqiu swung the baton again, hitting Hua Fu twice. Hua Fu collapsed to the ground lifeless. The Lian He forces completely collapsed, with the situation overwhelmingly leaning against them. Thus, the Lian He venue in Yao Mati was obliterated. Yiqiu from start to finish did not utter a single word of nonsense. Half an hour later, Lian He's little brothers were terrified and could no longer be seen in Yao Mati. Seeing this, Yiqiu lost interest in staying any longer. He called Dongguan Zai and Fei Ji to clean up the battlefield. Same old rule. Yiqiu said, "The territory and venue we take down, you divide among yourselves." He then instructed, "Be quick, throw these people into Lian He's last venue. I want to send them a grand gift for their leadership." After saying this, Yiqiu casually tossed the baton aside and turned to leave. Dongguan Zai and Fei Ji were immediately delighted. Cleaning up territory was their favorite task. With money coming in and territory to divide following, Yiqiu offered them the most tangible benefits. The boss never meddled in the minutiae. Watching Yiqiu leave Dongguan, I cheerfully asked, "Brother Qiu Lian, he is taken care of. When will we move on Hong?" Yiqiu waved his hand without turning back, saying, "It's still early tonight." He paused, his tone decisive. "Let's deal with them all at once." This statement was made with such flair that the little brothers looked at him with admiration. The spokesperson of Lian, he already knew that Yiqiu was going to act tonight, and had been feeling uneasy. However, he thought about it, and felt that he had already lent 8 out of 10 little brothers from the gang to Hua Fu. With so many people, it should not be a significant problem. Even though Yiqiu had many subordinates, he could not mobilize that many in such a short time. Moreover, there was still Hung and Yao Ma Ti. They couldn't possibly not know Yiqiu's character. They had to lend a hand, right? With so many advantages in place, the spokesperson of Lian, he felt that even if Yiqiu went hard, he wouldn't be afraid. "I must be overthinking this," he repeatedly reassured himself. But just then a series of ear-piercing break sounds suddenly came from outside the venue. The spokesperson of Lian, he jumped up, pushed the door, and shouted, "What's going on now? Who is causing trouble on my turf?" He saw several cars ignoring him entirely. When the doors opened, they threw Hua Fu and a group of Lian, he members out like trash, then sped away. A few little brothers rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly, "Boss, it's bad. Hua Fu has been taken out, and his turf has been wiped out." The spokesperson of Lian, he staggered, shouting, "Impossible." He couldn't believe it. Having lent so many people to Hua Fu, Yao Ma Ti still fell. Not far away, a few Lian, he little brothers had faces full of despair, saying, "Boss, Hua Fu's body is here." This statement completely shattered his last shred of hope. The spokesperson of Lian, he hurried over, and when he saw it, his eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qiu." Having mixed in the underworld for so many years and clashing with so many gangs, they had never lost so many people. This time Yiqiu was truly ruthless. Hua Fu was gone, and Yao Ma Ti's venue was lost. Now among Lian He's 3 major venues, only this one flag remained in his hands. Just as Yiqiu had said, he wanted to reduce Lian He from a gang to a character head. Now Lian He had truly reverted to being a character head. The spokesperson of Lian, he was filled with regret. Regret for why he had sought death. If he hadn't jumped out to oppose Yiqiu back then, or sought an explanation from Luo Tua, he wouldn't have been caught up in this conflict, and would not have lost Yao Ma Ti's venue. Now Lian He had been directly beaten back from a large gang to a character head, and it would be even harder to turn things around. On the other side of Yao Ma Ti, the territory of Hong. Tonight's huge commotion as the last remaining character head in Yao Ma Ti, Min Gu, found it hard not to know. Inside the Hung venue, Min Gu sat, silently looking at the messages from his subordinates. Upon learning that Yiqiu had decisively wiped out Lian, he furrowed his brows slightly. Yiqiu had indeed acted, and he had done so personally. He hadn't borrowed any strength from Hung, not even mentioning it. Min Gu realized he had underestimated Yiqiu. In less than an hour, Yiqiu had caused havoc in Lian He's venue, making Lian He a thing of the past. This move was indeed ruthless. Even Min Gu at this moment did not know how to evaluate Yiqiu. However, one thing was certain: from today onwards, Lian He, like them at Hung, was merely a character head, no longer a large gang. After a long silence, Min Gu turned to ask the hot-tempered Ming beside him, "Where's A1? Hasn't he returned yet?" Before Ming could speak, Yao Wen had already pushed the door and entered. "Elder brother," Yao Wen called out. Min Gu nodded and hurriedly asked, "How is it? What did Yiqiu say?" At this moment, the leader of Hung couldn't sit still either. Yiqiu took action this time, without utilizing Hung. Was it a rejection, or was there another reason? He needed to find out. Yao Wen paused before speaking. Yiqiu said. Yao Wen paused again before saying, Yiqiu said. Hung can stay. What he said was true. Yiqiu had indeed said as much. Yet beneath that remark lay another layer. Hangzhi could keep its men and its turf, but not the banner itself. Of course, Yao Wen would never tell Mingu that. Hearing this, Mingu finally breathed easier. He had always trusted Yao Wen's negotiating skill, and the hot-tempered Hua Bao Ming beside him visibly relaxed as well. Yiqiu's fearsome reputation preceded him. Nobody wished to provoke him, lest they end up like Lianhe. Mingu nodded in satisfaction, and said to Yao Wen, "On, well done. You have done great service this time." He patted Yao Wen's shoulder, and continued, "Rest assured, I remember everything you've done for the banner. At the next election for the seat of leadership, I will see you installed." Hua Bao Ming's face darkened instantly. After years of vying with Yao Wen, he could not believe their boss would prop Yao Wen up. What did that leave him? Yao Wen's face remained composed, but he sneered inwardly. Having served Mingu so long, he knew this man intimately. The seat. Don't talk about the next election. There would be no chance even in the one after that. Mingu would never relinquish that seat willingly, not until his dying breath. His professed familial concerns were merely a guise for clinging to power. Only a fool like Hua Bao Ming would be persuaded. Mingu kept praising Yao Wen, deliberately ignoring Hua Bao Ming's glances. He elevated Yao Wen on purpose to stoke Hua Bao Ming's jealousy, or should Yao Wen betray him, he could incite Hua Bao Ming to strike, and thus secure his own position. Losing a lieutenant like Yao Wen was tolerable. One could train new men. He had used this tactic so often that his seat remained as stable as a mountain. At that moment, a sudden clamor of battle erupted outside Hangzhi's territory. Hua Baoming, already seething, sprang up and shoved open the door, barking, "What's all this noise out there? Didn't you see we're discussing business?" A flustered underling dashed in and cried, "Mingji, bad news. Over at Dongxing, Yiqiu has led his men in an attack." Hua Baoming slapped the man across the face and shouted, "Dongxing, my foot." Yaowen said Hengzi could stay. Why are they attacking? Although he was at odds with Yaowen, Hua Baoming trusted Yaowen more than the panicked underling. The underling, rubbing his bruised cheek, whimpered, "Mingji, it's true. I wouldn't lie. Go see for yourself. Dongxing's men have already broken in." Hua Baoming froze. He was not the only one. Minggu and the others in the room were stunned as well. Among them all, only Yaowen clearly knew what was unfolding, but of course he remained silent. Min Ji's expression shifted as he snapped, "What? Let's go see." He grabbed Hua Baoming and Yaowen and rushed outside. The air was thick with shouts and the clash of blades. Hengzi, though a local power, was being driven back step by step and barely managing a defense. Keilei Dongguan, Zai Fei Ji, and Jia Qiangu, Yiqiu's four notorious enforcers, charged at the front, carving a bloody path across Hengzi's turf. Hengzi's men recognized them and cried out, "Those are Yiqiu's ruthless fellows." After the battle in Kowloon, their notoriety had only grown, and no one expected Yiqiu, having just swept Lianhe, to turn immediately on Hengzi. At the sight, Min Ji's eyes reddened. He could not fathom it. He had no grievance with Yiqiu. He had even extended olive branches, yet Yiqiu struck him so mercilessly. Hengzi was no match for Lianhe. Under Yiqiu's sudden assault, they were crushed. Min Gu bellowed, "Stop. Dongxing Min, what do you mean by this?" He fixed his gaze on the melee and raised his voice, "Does Dongxing still observe any rules? I want to see Yiqiu." Hengzi's men were bewildered. By all accounts, Yiqiu's actions made no sense. A cool voice answered from outside. "You want to see me?" At the sound, Dongguan Zai and Fei Ji cut a path through the fight. Yiqiu emerged in a trench coat, walking out as if it were merely a stroll. Mingu stared at Yiqiu, speechless at first. Strictly speaking, this was his first time meeting the man with the fearsome reputation. He knew much about Yiqiu, but seeing him in person, the man seemed impossibly young. Mingu fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Yiqiu," he continued, "you swept Lianhe. I can understand that." His tone shifted sharply. "But why sweep Hengzi? When have we provoked Dongxing? If we must die, at least let us die with understanding." Unbeknownst to him, that plea made Yiqiu smile. "Because you Hengzi stand in my way," Yiqiu said calmly. "Is that explanation sufficient?" The simple sentence silenced Mingu. As Yiqiu had stated, he had come to kill. What did etiquette matter? Standing in the way was the only reason. Mingu paused, attempting a final protest. "Is there truly no room for reconciliation?" "What do you think?" Yiqiu asked from opposite him, smiling with tranquil cruelty. Yiqiu's ruthlessness exceeded Min Ji's imagination. Only now did Mingu realize that Yiqiu had planned the cleansing of the whole Yamadi long before striking Lianhe. What he could not comprehend was this: if Yiqiu intended to wipe out Hengzi too, why had he promised Hengzi could stay? Carrying that question, Mingu could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, "If you had already decided to wipe out Hengzi, why send on back to tell me Hengzi could remain?" Before Yiqiu could answer, Yaowen stepped forward. He turned to Mingu and said, "I can answer that for Brother Qiu. Hengzi can remain," Yaowen said deliberately, "but not the banner itself. What remains is me and the men under me from Hengzi." Mingu was taken aback. He stammered, "You betrayed me." Yaowen's face was impassive. "Brother, you have sat in that seat too long. Look at how many of the brothers who started alongside you are left. Do you really think I don't know what you intended?" His tone grew cold and hard. Those words struck deep, and everyone around froze. Even Hua Baoming wondered if Yaowen had lost his mind. Yaowen had been Min Ji's most loyal supporter, the one who followed orders without question. For him to speak so to his boss was unthinkable. That very incongruity is what made Min Ji's initial shock turn to furious rage. He roared on, "Have you gone mad? Do you know what you're saying?" He had never imagined that the ever-subservient Yaowen would speak like this today. Yet Yaowen showed no fear, only iciness. "Of course I know what I'm saying." He fixed Mingu with a stare. "Brother, how many of those who bled and died for you, how many gave their lives for this society? And you, how many have you killed to cling to that seat?" Yaowen continued, "Today you must die?" Hearing that, Mingu was utterly stunned. He had never guessed that Yaowen harbored such a surging concealed hatred. But why had it erupted only now? It had to be Yiqiu. Yiqiu had given Yaowen the confidence and the promise to act. "Was it you?" Mingu glared at Yiqiu, his face contorted with rage. "You engineered Yaowen's betrayal? Seems you are not entirely foolish." Yiqiu nodded. "Old man, never underestimate the wrath of those beneath you." His tone was even, each word a condemnation. "You have overstayed in that seat. When you die and your banner is extinguished, I assure you the applause will far outnumber those who pity you, you ancient excuse for a leader. Do you believe me?" Yiqiu took a steel blade from Jia Qiangu and casually handed it to Yaowen. Yaowen did not hesitate. He accepted the blade outright. The motion froze everyone around. Moments later, killing intent flooded Yaowen's features as he drove the blade into his elder brother. This strike had been long withheld, not for himself, but for the brothers who had tried to rise and fallen in the attempt. Min Ge hunched over unbelievingly watching Yao Wen. Before Min Ge could speak, Hua Baoming, seeing the tide, turned plunged his own blade in. Old man. Hua Baoming gritted his teeth. I have borne you for too long. One blow was not enough. A second, a third followed. Min Ge died, finally felled by the more brutal hand of Hua Baoming. Hengzi's men stared at Yao Wen and Hua Baoming in horror. The scene was surreal, but the truth was undeniable. Their boss had been brought down by his own household. Hua Baoming dropped his knife and strode toward Yiqiu. Brother Qiu, I no longer wish to stay with Hengzi. I want to join you. He spoke with a sincerity that bordered on pleading, but Yiqiu only glanced at him and turned away. Yiqiu said to Yao, when this place is yours. If you cannot finish it, Dingguanzai will help. With that, Yiqiu turned and left. Brother Qiu. Hua Baoming tried to follow, but Jia Qiange gave him no chance and plunged a knife into him. You swine. Did you even name Brother Qiu? Hua Baoming fell, eyes filled with bitter resentment. Yao Wen had meant to stop him, but it was already too late. Yao Wen felt little kinship for this relative, so he said nothing. Jia Qiange withdrew the bloody blade and urged Yao Wen, what are you waiting for? Clean house fast so we can divide the turf. That bastard Dingguanzai still owes me a street. He sneered and added, if you can't bear it, pay me, and I'll take care of it for you. No need. Yao Wen came to himself, his voice even. I will handle Hengzi's men myself. He immediately ordered his own to begin the purge. Yiqiu's followers watched with amusement from the sidelines. Dingguanzai approached the corpse of Hua Baoming and shook his head. That fool thought killing the boss would win him Brother Qiu's favor. Jia Qiange flicked blood from his blade and scoffed, that dog's beneath my notice. Why would Brother Qiu want him? They had followed Yiqiu long enough to understand his temperament. Yiqiu chose Yao Wen because he was worthy. Hua Baoming. What was he but a piece of refuse? With Hengzi's remnant no longer a threat, Dingguanzai and Jia Qiange ceased their attacks. The cleanup fell entirely to Yao Wen. He proved deserving of Hengzi's reputation. Before long, the necessary purging was done and the handovers completed. Although Min Ge had been the titular head, Yao Wen had handled most of the day-to-day matters and therefore knew Hengzi better than his boss. That earned him greater loyalty from the underlings. After a thorough reorganization, most of the remaining men accepted the new reality. The last banner of Yamadi now lay wholly in Yiqiu's hands. With the turf secured, it was time to divide spoils. The underlings straightened, eager for their shares. Yiqiu did not mince words and directly declared, the territory of the Hung character will henceforth be managed by Yao Wen. Yao Wen immediately stood up and sincerely said, thank you, Brother Qiu. He originally thought that the territory of the Hung character would be partially given to Dingguanzai and the others. However, Yiqiu left it all to him. This approach was completely different from the way he used to follow his previous boss. His older brother only ever issued empty promises, while with Yiqiu, he directly received the entire territory of the Hung character. The difference was indeed significant. Yiqiu waved his hand and continued, the territory of Lianhe will be divided, A Wu Dingguanzai and Feiji you three will manage it. Huh. Thank you, Brother Qiu, then we can divide it privately. Dingguanzai and the others nodded with smiles, clearly satisfied. After all, the territory of Lianhe was much larger than that of Hung, and even if they divided it, it was still more lucrative than managing just Hung alone. This was indeed reasonable. Lianhe was originally a large organization and Hua Fu had always been arrogant. Hung had been heavily suppressed before. When Min Ge was in charge, he didn't dare to provoke them and often exploited his own people instead. Therefore, Yiqiu's distribution met with no objections from others. Among his subordinates, the strongest were the Red Stick members, Dingguanzai brother Jia Qian and Feiji, who contributed the most effort. People like De Tu and Master Su were better suited for management and weren't skilled in fighting. They could make up for any shortcomings later with extra money. Kailei actually had the ability to manage a territory, but with his temperament. Killing was fine, but being a leader was another matter. So like Long Wu, he didn't ask for a territory, but stayed by Yiqiu's side, gaining a higher status somewhat akin to Chun Yao of the Hongxing group. Once the territories were divided, Mong Kok Potland Street and Yao Ma Ti essentially fell into Yiqiu's hands. Compared to when he first arrived in Mong Kok, he had now truly grasped the majority of the power in Yao Tsim Mong. Although Liang Kuan still held some territory in Mong Kok, and there were still people from the Prince and New Qi in Sim Sha Sui, the unstoppable momentum of Yiqiu had already taken shape. This was akin to how the new territories were essentially the territory of Dongxing, making outsiders perceive Dongxing as the local emperor of the new territories. Yiqiu understood that he couldn't hide his dealings with Lianhe, so he simply released the information. He wanted everyone on the road to see what would happen to those who provoked Yiqiu. Lianhe was a living example. Once the news of Yao Ma Ti spread, it instantly sent ripples through the underworld. Goodness, Yao Ma Ti is completely under his control. Lianhe is now left in the lurch. Lianhe has really fallen into bad luck, being reduced from a large organization back to its roots. Dongxing fighting with Lianhe while the Hung character was wiped out is simply a disaster from the heavens. Now all that's left is the number gang. I wonder if they're panicking. Yiqiu naturally couldn't care less about the speculations outside. With Lian's matter settled, he was pondering about making a move on the number gang when an unexpected phone call came in. It was Gao Jin. There was no casual greeting on the other and only 4 words, "This is Gao Jin." Yi Qiu keenly detected the immense pain suppressed in Gao Jin's voice. He calmly asked, "What happened on your side?" Sure enough, Gao Jin remained silent for a long time before slowly opening up. "Can I trust you?" Hearing this, Yi Qiu knew his guess was correct. Gao Jin had been betrayed. In the original plot, this gambling god had often been backstabbed by those close to him. Yi Qiu countered, "Since you're making this call, doesn't that mean you already have your answer? Speak what happened." This time Gao Jin did not remain silent. Just as Yi Qiu said, if he didn't trust him, this call would never have been made. He clearly regarded Yi Qiu as his last lifeline. Gao Jin slowly recounted his experiences during this period. After Yi Qiu listened, a strange light flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected so much to have happened in such a short time after leaving Hong Kong. It was indeed fascinating. Similar to the original plot, after parting ways with Yi Qiu, Gao Jin returned to his adoptive father Jin Nun. He later learned that a Southeast Asia gambling god competition would soon be held in Hong Kong. This competition would not only crown the gambling god of Southeast Asia, but the winner would also be invited by major casino alliances to become the president of Southeast Asian casinos, responsible for overseeing and protecting the interests of the casinos, preventing cheating. In simple terms, this was an opportunity for cheaters to wash themselves clean and rise to the surface, a win-win situation for both sides. Gao Jin himself wasn't very interested, but his adoptive father Jin Nun was extremely interested. Having been a cheater his entire life, now having the chance to become a guest of honor or even a manager at a casino was undoubtedly his dream come true. Thus, under the arrangement of King of Cheating Jin Nun, Gao Jin did indeed participate in this gambling god competition. However, just as he was about to seize the honor of gambling god, he encountered a mishap. More accurately, he was betrayed and schemed against by his own adoptive father. Now Gao Jin had not only lost the title of Southeast Asia gambling god, but also lay in the hospital due to a bullet wound to the head. At this moment, no one knew that he had awakened, and Gao Jin had not contacted anyone. He now trusted no one. Even this time, when he was saved and taken to the hospital by Shi Qi, was no exception. In the past, Gao Jin had the protection of his king of cheating adoptive father and was a master gambler, so he naturally feared nothing. But now he was just a weak patient facing constant danger completely alone. Thus, he trusted no one. In this dire situation, Gao Jin thought of Yi Qiu, the only option he could think of. Fortunately, as a professional gambler, he had memorized that phone number. And this became his last lifeline. Isn't it ridiculous? After recounting his recent experiences, Gao Jin suddenly asked. It was not hard to hear that the blow of being betrayed by a close one weighed heavily on him. Because of this, he had changed from his usual gentle demeanor to become somewhat taciturn. Yi Qiu on the other end of the phone replied with a calm tone, "I don't find it ridiculous." In fact, he had long known what kind of person King of Cheating Jin Neng was. In the original plot, Jin Neng's identity and hidden past were quite extraordinary. Not to mention, just between him and Gao Jin, there was no true father-son bond, as Gao Jin's family tragedy was precisely due to this adoptive father. However, at this moment, Gao Jin only regarded Yi Qiu's words as comfort. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed the true purpose of this call. "In the past, I didn't agree with what you said, but now I believe it. Indeed, someone like me, a gambler, could be hunted down any day." He paused, seemingly having made a certain resolution, and continued, "Brother Qiu does what you said before still count." Yi Qiu knew that Gao Jin was serious this time. After hitting rock bottom in life, he finally understood how dangerous it was to have no support. Yi Qiu immediately smiled. "My words have always been valid. As long as you agree, I will definitely avenge you." Gao Jin was somewhat moved. In his eyes, the current version of himself was almost useless. Seeking protection from Yi Qiu was already asking for too much, yet he hadn't expected the other party to directly promise to help him take revenge. He no longer hesitated and nodded. "All right, from now on, I'll only acknowledge you as Brother Qiu." Yi Qiu smiled at this. If it were someone else's promise, he might not believe it, but he had no doubts about the promise of this future gambling god. "Tell me your hospital address." Although Yi Qiu was not in Hong Kong, his influence now extended across the underworld. In Hong Kong, he had connections with the Wei character, and with a phone call, the person in charge would surely give him some face. If someone wanted to harm Gao Jin, they had to consider Yi Qiu's reputation first. Then Yi Qiu chatted for a few more moments before hanging up the phone. Since he received Gao Jin's willingness to accept the recruitment, Yi Qiu did not delay. He directly dialed the phone number of the person in charge of the Wei character in Hong Kong. Regardless, Gao Jin was now considered his person. With this connection, he could not ignore Gao Jin's situation. Moreover, he wanted to see if King of Cheating Jin Neng dared to refuse him this face. If the other party was uncooperative, Yi Qiu wouldn't mind letting Gao Jin's revenge drama unfold ahead of schedule. At this moment, Dewey, the person in charge of the Wei character, was at a karaoke bar embracing a girl and singing, pondering how to have a good time that night. He had been living quite comfortably lately, and in his view, building a good relationship with Yi Qiu was the wisest choice. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Shang Biao, that fortune-bringing boy. If it weren't for him, how could he have latched onto Yi Qiu, gaining a lot of territory for free? Now he was even beginning to plan on opening a branch. Although he was still far from being a large organization, at least he had laid a foundation. If he mixed well with Yi Qiu in the future, there was no reason he couldn't expand the Wei character. Just then a little brother pushed the door open and came in. "Boss, your phone is ringing." Wei was about to get angry when the little brother hurriedly added, "It's a call from that person of Dongxing." Hearing this, Wei pushed the girl in his arms away and answered the phone. "Hello, Brother Qiu." His tone immediately became very polite. "Hey, Brother Qiu, there's no need to be so polite with me. What's the matter? Just tell me, and I promise to handle it beautifully." "Hospital. All right, no problem, Brother Qiu, your matter is my matter. I'll go bring people over to protect him right now." After hanging up the phone, Wei lost interest in tonight's show. He immediately got up, took a group of little brothers, and headed straight for the hospital, where Gao Jin was. Gao Jin lay on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling. After the phone call, he felt much more at ease. He believed he had not misjudged him. Yi Qiu was indeed trustworthy. This was not some intuition, but rather a judgment he made as a professional gambler. He had been pretending to be in a coma for days, even feigning amnesia. There was no choice. He was too weak now and could only protect himself in this way. However, after speaking with Yi Qiu, he could finally relax a bit and think about his own situation. He could never have imagined that the one who betrayed him was his adoptive father, whom he had treated as family. However, the conversation before the betrayal made him realize many things, such as why Jin Neng wanted to kill him and the truth behind the tragedy of his family years ago. There were too many questions, and he had previously had no time to think about them. Now he needed to sort it all out. In fact, Gao Jin had suspected for a long time, but after all, people are not machines. They are always influenced by emotions in their judgments. However, besides being highly skilled in gambling, his thinking was also extremely meticulous. After pondering for a long time, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Adoptive father." He murmured to himself, "Haha, you really are my good adoptive father." The door to the hospital room was pushed open and Shi Qi entered with Yicha Su. She looked at the comatose Gao Jin and sighed. She sat on the edge of the bed and sighed, saying that if that man had been there, perhaps he would not have been betrayed. She was of course referring to Yi Qiu. It had been so long since they met as she actually missed him. Shi Qi said with some frustration that she could not help. If only she had his contact information. Gao Jin listened with his eyes closed. After a long while he finally opened them. Shi Qi grew excited and leaned closer. Had he awakened? Gao Jin nodded calmly. He said he had survived. He was lucky Jin Neng had shot at his head and still had not killed him. He sat up and solemnly thanked Shi Qi for saving him. At that moment, a clamorous rush of footsteps sounded outside the ward and a crowd surged in. The leader barked, demanding to know who Gao Jin was and saying their boss wanted to see him. Shi Qi's face changed as she moved to shield him. A familiar voice rang out. Wei pushed in laden with bags, snapping that he was here to visit a friend, not to start trouble. His tone was rough and impatient. Shi Qi was momentarily stunned before recognizing him and calling out Uncle Wei. Wei nodded and then turned his gaze toward the bedside, addressing her as the daughter of Guangtou Lu. When he looked more closely, his expression shifted. He recognized Gao Jin, the man who had played the fool and then walked off with 10 million. He wanted to demand the debt at once, but remembering Yi Qiu's instructions over the phone, he swallowed his words. Kid, Wei sneered, "So you're Gao Jin." Wei continued that Gao Jin was lucky because Brother Qiu had sent him to protect him. He should rest and recover, for Brother Qiu would come to fetch him in a couple of days. Shi Qi finally snapped back to herself and asked in confusion what was happening. Seeing they were on Yi Qiu's side, Gao Jin relaxed and admitted that he had called Brother Qiu himself. These people were there to protect him. Shi Qi blurted, incredulous, that he had Yi Qiu's number. Why hadn't he said so sooner? Shi Qi muttered, half laughing at the absurdity. After all the fuss, it turned out they were on the same side. Gao Jin offered no more explanation. Having pretended to be unconscious, his nerves had been taut these days. Now he could finally rest. The next day, Yi Qiu arrived in Haojiang with Kowloon and Long Wu. He was a little surprised to see Gao Jin. Rather than being despondent, Gao Jin's eyes were clear and seemed to have made peace with much. This was a far cry from the Gao Jin in the original plot, who withdrew for 2 months. Back then, he needed the brutal sting from Gao Ao and his fiancée to rouse him. But the current Gao Jin appeared to have skipped that stage ahead of time. His bearing had altered noticeably, not into darkness, but into a steadier, clearer composure. "I have thought it through," Gao Jin told Yi Qiu earnestly. "Although I lost that hand utterly, my life is more than a single table. As the old saying goes, life is like gambling, if the real fear is quitting." By then, Gao Jin had already changed out of the white suit and into a black one. Sitting across from Yi Qiu, he said seriously, "Brother Qiu, thank you. If you hadn't intervened, I probably wouldn't have gotten back up." Yi Qiu smiled. Compared to the old Gao Jin, he preferred the man before him. It seemed people often grew fastest after their hardest falls. Yi Qiu waved him off with a grin and told him to stop acting like that. Now that he was back on his feet, he should come with him. "I told you I'd avenge you," he added. He paused and then said, "Now I'll take you to reclaim what was rightfully yours." Gao Jin's reaction was stunned. What was rightfully his? Gao Jin was suddenly taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. He was no fool. He understood the implication behind Yichio's words. He had assumed those lost things would have to be won back little by little at the table at some unknown year and month. He had not expected that Yichio would be so decisive as to stand up for him directly. In truth, Yichio did intend to act on Gao Jin's behalf this time. The reason was simple: since Gao Jin had climbed out of the low point and grown, he ought to reclaim everything that belonged to him. To be fair, Yichio could have waited until the next global gambling god tournament, until Gao Jin had the strength to win it all back. He could wait, and Gao Jin could endure that period. By the script, the enemies would be dealt with sooner or later. But the point was, if they did it that way, what stake would Yichio have in what Gao Jin regained? Although the two men had a decent camaraderie, now it was limited to finding a patron. It was far from the intimacy Long Wu enjoyed in the original. What was Yichio's real advantage? It was the syndicate. He was not a man of the gambling circle who respected the table's rules. If he intended to act, he would do so by syndicate rules, revenge done cleanly and decisively. Moreover, Yichio did not want to wait idly or squander time enduring some narrative void. Waiting for a chance was not his style. He preferred to knock on the door and solve the problem with blunt force. Revenge done immediately was far more satisfying. An overnight grievance quickly sours. Gao Jin sat silent for a long while before he finally spoke. He hesitated as he looked at Yichio. Brother Chio, they are now the gambling gods of Southeast Asia, and also casino chairman. There is no need to rush to revenge at this moment. What he implied was that he did not want to drag Yichio into trouble. Jin Ning and Gao Ao's present identities were far different from before. Moving against them would inevitably create many complications. Yichio only smiled and waved his hand. You are wrong, he said. Revenge is best served at once. In this world of syndicates, it's seize or be seized. Waiting for opportunities is not for me. He turned to the Wei family boss and instructed Do Wei contact the Casino Alliance, and under the name of my gaming halls call into question the authority of their Southeast Asia gambling god. Wei was taken aback, eyes widening. He had not expected Yichio to contrive such a pretext for retaliation, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. From the perspective of a gaming hall, questioning a gambling god's authority was perfectly normal. This would compel Gao Ao as the guest chairman to step forward and quell doubts, perhaps even to approach them proactively. This reverse maneuver was indeed ruthless. Meanwhile, Gao Ao and Jin Nung had been riding high on fortune and favor. Although Jin Nung carried the title of Qian Wang and had long been a thorn in the gaming hall's side by leveraging Gao Ao, he had become a prized guest of Southeast Asian casinos. From the side bets surrounding the Gao Jin Gao Ao match alone, he had netted $300 million and turned his fortunes around. With hundreds of millions in hand, and the Southeast Asia gambling god, as an adopted son, who could rival such influence? So Jin Nung was in high spirits, overly affectionate toward Gao Ao, fearful that this adopted son and disciple might break away. He even planned to marry his daughter Jin Qing to him simply to bind him tightly. Gao Ao was even more pleased than his godfather. He had long lived under Gao Jin's shadow and had assumed he would be a stepping stone at the last tournament. He never expected Jin Nung to elevate him to gambling god. From having nothing to suddenly possessing everything, the turn of fortune had gone to his head. Watching Gao Jin still lie in the hospital while he enjoyed fame and fortune and stood to marry away the other's fiancée, the feeling of having won everything satisfied him in a near deranged way. Jin Nung squinted and smiled at him, urging that he and Qing should fix the wedding next month. The sooner the better. The old fox knew Gao Ao had changed. It was best to bind him as soon as possible. Marrying his daughter off was the quickest way to control Gao Ao, the same tactic once used against Gao Jin. What Jin Qing thought of it did not matter. Sure enough, Gao Ao laughed at the suggestion. He'll do as Godfather says, he replied. He had waited far too long for this day. A phone rang and cut off Jin Nung mid-sentence. Take it, Jin Ning gestured. Gao Ao nodded and pulled out his phone, frowning slightly. A call at that moment was a nuisance. He answered, identifying himself as Gao Ao. But in the next instant his expression changed and his voice turned cold. What did the caller say? Gao Jin isn't dead. Jin Nung, who had been holding a teacup, nearly stood up at those words. Gao Jin was still alive. The shot had hit the head. How could he have survived? To be honest, Jin Nung had considered making Gao Jin a gambling god, but the pupil's talent was so terrifyingly great that it frightened him. Compared to Gao Ao, Gao Jin was the true threat to his Qian Wang status. Moreover, Gao Jin would eventually discover that it had been Jin Ning's own master who ruined his family. Thus, Gao Jin had to die. Jin Nung had set the scheme to remove his greatest concern while netting $300 million from the side bets. Everything had been calculated precisely except for one unpredictable factor: Gao Jin's extraordinary fate. If Gao Jin were indeed alive, the staged shooting and the switched cards could not remain hidden. The $300 million they had just pocketed would instantly become a death warrant. The losing bosses and syndicates in Southeast Asia would not concern themselves with evidence. They wanted money or blood. Gao Ao ended the call with a grim face. Jin Nung hurried over and asked what had been said. Gao Ao replied in a heavy voice that Gao Jin had not died and had awakened. He added that the gaming hall backing Gao Jin was now pressuring the Southeast Asian casinos, demanding an explanation or threatening to make the matter public. He paused, and then said the casino had asked him to resolve it privately as quickly as possible. Jin Nung was stunned. The gaming hall behind Gao Jin. Where had Gao Jin gotten a backer? This apprentice had always been under Jin Ning's watch. His background had been clear and known. Where had this support come from? Gao Ao hesitated, and then whispered it's Yiqiu. Yiqiu. Jin Ning froze. He had of course heard the name. Yiqiu of Dongxing, now one of the most prominent banners in the underworld. By momentum, he was nearly on par with the old established houses. In time, the whole of Dongxing might be his. How had Gao Jin managed to link up with that line? Jin Ning's mind turned swiftly to that night, when Gao Jin had left alone with a 10 million promissory note. Could that have been the connection? Aside from that evening, he could think of no other possibility. Yiqiu. Jin Ning's expression darkened. That kid Gao Jin has been unbelievably fortunate. Even he found it ridiculous. Surviving a headshot was one thing, but to have found someone like Yiqiu was astonishing. Now the trouble had grown immense. One Gao Jin could be dealt with, but the Yiqiu behind him, who would dare provoke him? Damn it, what stubborn luck. Gao Ao cursed, his mood utterly ruined. He had already secured the title of Southeast Asian gambling god, his fiancée, and the patronage of his godfather. Yet now Yiqiu had emerged to disrupt everything. Casinos across Southeast Asia were pressuring him to clean up the mess, or else suspend cooperation altogether, insisting, "You cannot go to Las Vegas under a cloud of suspicion." Godfather, what do we do now? Gao Ao turned to Jin Ning. After a long silence, Jin Nung could only shake his head. Let's wait and see. Yiqiu is not someone we can easily move against. Gao Ao reluctantly nodded. There was no choice left but to negotiate with Gao Jin. At a gambling hall hotel in Macau, Yiqiu and Gao Jin sat on the second floor sipping wine. Below, gambling tables buzzed with energy, patrons flowing in and out like tides. Gao Jin shook his head. I never imagined I'd sit here again. Yiqiu smiled faintly. If you'd agreed last time, you'd have been sitting here much sooner. True, Gao Jin said, taking a slow sip of wine. My luck has always held, but though delayed, I've finally taken my seat. As they spoke, the gambling hall's entrance swung open. Gao Ao strode in, accompanied by Jin Qing. Yiqiu tilted his chin toward them. The ones we've been waiting for. He signaled staff to escort them upstairs. Ah, Jin, Gao Ao began the moment he saw him. It's truly a relief to see you unharmed. Your attending physician said fewer than 1 in 10,000 survive such odds. The words sounded like concern, but each syllable carried the chilling subtext. Why aren't you dead yet? Gao Jin ignored him, shifting his gaze to Jin Qing. Ah, Qing. She met his eyes, her expression layered with complexity. Are you all right? Oh, that's right, Gao Ao interjected, voice laced with barbed irony. Let me introduce her. She's your new sister-in-law now. Godfather has decreed it. We marry in a few days. A flicker of pain crossed Gao Jin's face, then vanished, replaced by icy composure. From the moment he first laid eyes on Jin Qing, he sensed the change in her. A woman whose heart had turned was not worth his sorrow. And remembering she was Jin Ning's daughter, and had once betrayed him, he felt only cold revulsion. At that moment, Yiqiu spoke, voice calm and detached. Have the pleasantries ended? A trace of smugness froze on Gao Ao's face. He shifted to the matter at hand. Mr. Yi, might there be some misunderstanding between us? He could still posture before Gao Jin, but facing Yiqiu, he found no courage to stand firm. These days, every casino operated under the protection of Triads, and Macau was no exception. Though he bore the title of Southeast Asian gambling god off the gaming table, he was merely an ordinary man. Before true Triad powers, even that title meant nothing. Mr. Yi, Gao Ao continued. I'm here today precisely to speak with you face to face. Yiqiu's expression remained unchanged. He replied coolly, speak with me. Do you even deserve to? His gaze swept over Gao Ao with disdain. A petty cheat who scrapes by through underhanded tricks. You dare presume to speak with me. Either I have you thrown out this instant, or you fetch your godfather Jin Ning. The words struck like open humiliation. Beside him, Jin Qing paled, bracing for Gao Ao's fury, but he swallowed hard and forced a brittle smile. Mr. Yi, I know you're standing up for Gao Jin, yet I won my title fairly. Your accusation, is that a challenge to every casino's judgment across Southeast Asia? Yiqiu didn't deign to answer. Instead, he called out calmly, Long Wu. Throw him out. His tone was mild, but it sent a chill down Gao Ao's spine. He hadn't expected such swift finality, nor dared gamble whether Yiqiu was bluffing. In an instant, Long Wu stepped forward. His face betrayed no emotion, yet the sheer glacial intensity of his presence made Gao Ao instinctively retreat half a step. Long Wu's aura tightened Gao Ao's nerves, until Jin Nung appeared. With a strained chuckle, he said, my adopted son lacks manners, Mr. Yi. Please forgive his rudeness. Gao Ao hurriedly called out, Godfather, finally exhaling in relief. Yet Yiqiu suddenly smiled, a slow, dangerous curve of the lips. Old man, since you asked me to let it go, shall we settle accounts instead, oi? Jin Ning's heart clenched. His smile stiffened into awkwardness. He'd heard rumors of Yi Qiu's ruthlessness, but hadn't imagined it would run this deep. Worse still, he dared not retaliate. Jin Nung forced another smile. Mr. Yi, let's discuss this reasonably. We're all after profit. Why escalate tensions? Yi Qiu nodded once. Agreed. Let's talk about money. Jin Ning's expression flickered. Yi Qiu was clearly laying a trap, but the words were spoken. Our retreat was impossible. In truth, he'd already resolved to pay whatever it took to buy peace. After a pause, Jin Ning asked, how would you like to proceed, Mr. Yi? Yi Qiu replied flatly, simply. You rigged the gambling god tournament. Gao Jin should have won. Compensate the 300 million US dollars wagered on Gao Jin's victory in the side markets. And this ends here. Jin Nung stared speechless. Yi Qiu added no denials. 300 million, down to the last cent. At his side, Long Wu's lips twitched faintly. The demand sounded eerily familiar. Jin Nung and Gao Ao, however, stood stunned. Jin Nung calculated swiftly part of that sum would need to be paid to those who'd bet on Gao Ao, meaning his actual take would fall far short of 300 million. Yi Qiu's demand was tantamount to seizing his coffin fund. As Jin Nung opened his mouth, Yi Qiu cut him off. If you wish to negotiate, do so with proper humility. Remember, it is you who beg me, not I who beg you. Jin Ning's smile vanished. Mr. Yi, the sum is simply too great. Though I am the house, I opened both sides of the market. 300 million backed Gao Jin, but I must also cover Gao Ao's side. He shook his head again. 300 million, I don't possess it. I cannot produce it. Yi Qiu responded icily. Is that so? And what, pray tell, does that have to do with me? All I know is this: without your cheating, Gao Jin would have won. And per the odds, you owe the payout. He paused, then added, 300 million. Pay it, and we continue. Refuse and leave. Jin Ning, Gao Ao, and Jin Xing all paled, but none dared defy him. In that moment, Jin Nung grasped the terrifying truth. Yi Qiu's influence vastly exceeded his worst estimates. A gambler confronting a triad is always at a disadvantage, even a gambling god from Southeast Asia. Casinos rely on triads to maintain order. What then is a gambling god but a figurehead? This has grown serious. Jin Nung had never intended escalation, only a quiet payment to erase the trouble. Yet Yi Qiu's stance was uncompromising, his demand staggering. Yi Qiu, clearly impatient, waved dismissively toward Long Wu. If negotiation isn't desired, show them out. Long Wu strode directly to Jin Nung. His aura, forged in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, was so overwhelming that even this seasoned veteran wavered. Just as Long Wu moved to eject them, Jin Ning gritted his teeth. 200 million US dollars. Mr. Yi, if you accept, I'll transfer it immediately. 200 million. Yi Qiu laughed, a sound edged with contempt. Do you imagine this is haggling? His eyes locked onto Jin Nung, unflinching. Old man, if you withhold a single cent, I will not relent. And if I expose how you cheated, tell me, what would those triad elders who prize money above life itself do to you? Jin Ning's face drained of color. He stood silent for a long while, then exhaled deeply. Mr. Yi, I underestimated you. His stare hardened. I withdraw from this game. I yield. 300 million. I'll pay it. He was genuinely terrified. This man was unhinged, willing to risk death over a grudge. Jin Nung couldn't afford that gamble. He had no choice but to surrender. Between $300 million and the title of gambling god, he chose cash. The title ensured future wealth. Without it, he'd remain a despised low-level cheat, earning pennies, never prestige. Worse still, if Gao Jin's case remained unresolved, the off-market bookmakers would tear him apart. In the end, Jin Nung signed a bank draft for 300 million US dollars. Having conceded, he dared not protest further. Yi Qiu accepted the draft with a faint smile. Mr. Jin, you truly are a man of considerable means. Jin Nung fell silent, mocked as old man before payment, now addressed as Mr. Jin after. Mr. You jest. Watching the draft vanish into Yi Qiu's hands, Jin Nung winced inwardly. It contained not only his tournament profits, over 200 million, but also his retirement savings. A lifetime's accumulation, nearly half gone in one stroke. Beside him, Gao Ao's eyes burned crimson. Though crowned gambling god, he'd never seen such sums, and dared not utter a word. Mr. Yi, Jin Nung turned to Gao Jin, who had remained silent throughout. We are now even, correct? He was reminding. Yi Qiu, payment settled the tournament. No further claims. Yi Qiu nodded. I've accepted the money. Our accounts are settled. We're leaving. Without another word, Jin Nung gestured for Gao Ao and Jin Xing to follow. Yet Long Wu remained rooted in place, blocking their path. Mr. Yi, Jin Ning's voice tightened with dread. What is the meaning of this? Our debt is cleared. Now, it's time to settle your account with Gao Jin. Jin Ning. Jin Ning's face turned ashen. Yi Qiu's words nearly stole his breath. 300 million paid, and still it wasn't enough. He struggled for words, then managed. Mr. Yi, this violates protocol. Yi Qiu shook his head, voice serene. An eye for an eye, a life for a life, a debt repaid in full. That is the ancient law. What transpired between you and me concerns the gambling god tournament alone. You pay. I acknowledge Gao Ao as champion. That debt is closed. He glanced at Long Wu. Long Wu understood instantly. From behind his back, he drew a pistol and placed it gently into Gao Jin's palm. As for you and Gao Jin, Yi Qiu continued, you shot him. That is your debt. Do you dispute it? You, Jin Nung, when I scold. It all clicked into place. From the beginning, Yi Qiu had never intended mercy. First came the money, then the reckoning. Ruthless. Absolute. Yi Qiu. Seeing Gao Jin raise the gun, Gao Ao burst out, voice raw with fury. You've already taken the money. Is this wordplay really necessary? He wasn't defending Jin Nung. He feared far more. Jin Nung, after all, was Gao Jin's godfather, bound by years of care. Gao Jin might hesitate to kill him. But Gao Ao himself had just used Jin Qing to humiliate Gao Jin, brutally publicly. Now the gun rested in Gao Jin's hand. What if he could stay silent no longer? Yi Qiu looked at Gao Ao, his gaze empty of interest. He held no curiosity for this man. Step aside. Then softly, one more word, and I'll kill you too. Gao Ao flinched violently. He knew Yi Qiu well enough to read that expression. Danger was imminent. He ducked his head and retreated silently. Ah, Jin. Jin Nung truly panicked now. He hadn't foreseen this final twist. Desperate, he forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. After all, I raised you for over a decade. Will you really kill me? Jin Qing cried out in terror. Ah, Jin, don't kill my father. But the instant her plea left her lips, Gao Jin pulled the trigger. Lian Gao was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Gao Jin's temperament would make it nearly impossible for him to pull the trigger on Jin Nung. Yet not only did Gao Jin fire, but he did so with astonishing speed. Bang! A bullet tore through the air and struck Jin Nung, more precisely shattered his left leg. Arg! Jin Nung screamed in agony as searing pain pierced his core. Gao Jin's shot had been decisive. Not fatal, but devastating, one leg irreparably ruined. Gao Jin lowered his gun and approached Jin Nung, his expression utterly calm. This shot repays your last offense, he said. As for our unresolved grudges, I'll settle them all at the next God of Gambling tournament. Jin Qing trembled as she helped her father rise, gazing at Gao Jin with hollow, despairing eyes. Ah, Jin. Gao Jin looked upon his former lover and uttered a single word, cold and unyielding. Leave. Lian Gao dared not hesitate. He dragged Jin Qing and Jin Nung away in silence, vanishing without another word. Within moments, only Gao Jin, Yi Qiu, and Long Wu remained in the gambling hall. Long Wu's expression shifted, odd, almost disbelieving, as if seeing Gao Jin for the first time. He hadn't expected mercy. Yi Qiu, by contrast, remained perfectly composed. He'd anticipated this outcome all along. After all, protagonists are often like this, merciful, even soft-hearted. Had Gao Jin possessed Yi Qiu's ruthlessness, he would no longer be Gao Jin. Yi Qiu would have shown no regard for gratitude or upbringing. He would have eradicated every trace. But Yi Qiu is Yi Qiu, Gao Jin is Gao Jin. They were never cut from the same cloth. Once matters were settled, Gao Jin bowed deeply to Yi Qiu. Brother Qiu, I owe you everything this time. Yi Qiu waved dismissively. Between us, gratitude creates distance. He continued, you've pledged yourself to me. I must protect you. My people are not to be trifled with by anyone. Hearing those words, raw, unvarnished, steeped in the code of the underworld, Gao Jin smiled faintly, though his eyes shimmered with quiet emotion. He knew how perilously close he had come. Without Yi Qiu, he would have had no choice but to feign idiocy to survive, a humiliation no man willingly bears. Though he now stood unscathed, without Yi Qiu's backing, his future would be fraught with lethal uncertainty. He recalled the moment he first awoke, truly perilous. Then he lay helpless in a hospital bed, gravely injured, surrounded by no one he could trust. In such vulnerability, death could arrive at any moment. Had Jin Nung and Lian Gao glanced twice, had they discovered he still lived, their renewed intent to kill would have left him powerless, awaiting execution. Fortunately, he'd wagered correctly that call to Yi Qiu had rewritten fate. His gratitude was sincere. Today's events had cemented his loyalty beyond doubt, irrevocable and absolute. Outside the gambling hall, Jin Nang's face darkened with fury. Jin Qing stood numb, unable to process what had just transpired. Lian Gao supported the wounded Jin Nung step by slow, painful step. Jin Nang's heart boiled with hatred as he ground out two names between clenched teeth. Gao Jin. Yi Qiu. He understood, though Gao Jin had spared his life, he had offered no path to survival. With Yi Qiu's patronage, Gao Jin would inevitably ascend as the new sovereign of the gambling world and target them without mercy. One more loss, and utter ruin would be inevitable. How wretched. Jin Nung spat in bitter regret. I should have fired again, finished it then and there. He had spent a lifetime exercising caution, yet faltered catastrophically with Gao Jin. Had he inspected the body more thoroughly, none of this would have happened. His arrogance had blinded him. He'd been certain Gao Jin was dead. Yet against all odds, against a million-to-1 probability, Gao Jin had survived. Mistakes happen, but Jin Nung possessed one redeeming trait: he knew when to reassess reality. A flash of icy resolve lit his gaze as he turned to Lien Gao. These days go overseas. Recruit mercenaries. I need reinforcements. Ding. Daily sign-in complete. Reward HK1000. Combat skill card expert card throwing. In Macau, Yi Qiu completed his routine daily sign-in. This time a new skill had emerged, an unexpected surprise. Expert card throwing. Yi Qiu studied the card and smiled. First came mastery of poker. Now this. Intriguing. He crushed the card in his palm, and the skill instantly integrated into his being. Now each playing card in his hands could become a lethal projectile, an elegant, versatile weapon. Inside the gambling hall, once affairs were concluded, Yi Qiu prepared to return to Hong Kong. His trip had been solely for Gao Jin's sake. He had no intention of lingering. After all, the number gang crisis in Hong Kong remained unresolved. The Di and Lei Yaoyang had waited long enough. Before departing, Yi Qiu summoned Gao Jin and handed him a bank draft. 300 million US dollars, Yi Qiu said. Your starting capital. Use it wisely and earn well. Gao Jin froze. Brother Qiu, your $300 million, offered without hesitation. Penniless and adrift, Gao Jin understood the staggering weight of that sum. Yi Qiu smiled faintly. You once said your life isn't confined to a single game of cards. Here is your stake. Now win for me. He paused. Profits will be split. 3 parts for me, 7 for you. Any objection? Yi Qiu knew full well that money meant little in his own hands, but in Gao Jin's it could multiply into countless hundreds of millions. To ignore a god of gambling while insisting on playing oneself, that would be true folly. Gao Jin accepted the bank draft and nodded. Thank you, Brother Qiu. He said nothing more, but his gaze spoke volumes. Some truths require no articulation. Between men, action carries infinitely greater weight than words. After Yi Qiu departed, Gao Jin returned to the gambling hall and found Long Wu waiting at the entrance. Long Wu extended a small box from Brother Qiu. Gao Jin opened it. Chocolates. He was surprised, since losing his sense of taste, food held no appeal. Yet because it came from Yi Qiu, he unwrapped one and placed it on his tongue. In that instant he froze. He tasted it, a sharp, unmistakable bitterness blooming on his tongue. Gao Jin stared at the chocolate, silently committing its brand to memory. Brother Wu, he lifted his head. Why didn't you leave with Brother Qiu? Long Wu replied flatly. He ordered me to stay. Why, oi? To kill for you. For words. And Gao Jin understood immediately. Yi Qiu feared his mercy, who feared he might hesitate again before Jin Nung. Warmth swelled in Gao Jin's chest. Though neither voiced it, that unspoken understanding moved him deeply. He gave Long Wu a solemn nod. Thank you. Every act, from Yi Qiu's intervention to Long Wu's silent vigil, had been witnessed. True bonds need no declaration. In moments of crisis, they reveal themselves as unshakable foundations. Elsewhere, before returning to Hong Kong, Yi Qiu made a deliberate detour to the Wei clan. He was no Gao Jin, no sentimentality, no misplaced mercy. To deal with a man like Jin Ning, one either refrains entirely or finishes him completely. Though he had accepted $300 million and agreed to settle their feud, Yi Qiu had never promised he wouldn't act. Moreover, Jin Nung had many enemies now, not just Yi Qiu. Dao Wei, patriarch of the Wei clan, had lost $1 million to Jin Ning's elaborate con, and the enforcers he'd sent to collect were all slain by Lien Gao. That debt alone was worth Jin Ning's life. Predictably, Dao Wei raised no objections to Yi Qiu's proposal. Determined to secure this alliance, he obeyed Yi Qiu's will without question. Rest easy, Brother Qiu, Dao Wei grinned knowingly. I'll issue a citywide bounty. If opportunity arises, they won't escape. Yi Qiu merely smiled, advising caution, then departed for Hong Kong with Coke in tow. No sooner had Yi Qiu crossed into Hong Kong territory than Lei Yaoyang and Didi appeared at his door. You're finally back. Didi exhaled in relief. Can we move now? Though Yi Qiu had been gone barely 2 or 3 days, to this fragile alliance it felt like an eternity. Lei Yaoyang and Didi both knew the truth. Yi Qiu was the linchpin, the beating heart of their coalition. Without him, all they could do was wait. It wasn't that they lacked ability. It was that the number gang was a fortress of hardened veterans. Conquering it demanded not just cunning, but overwhelming force and unshakable confidence. Lei Yaoyang possessed brilliant strategy and sharp calculation, but his Tsuanwan branch was small, its manpower limited. The Di commanded the entire Walinsheng, but numbers alone meant little. Among his vast ranks, few possessed genuine combat prowess. Yi Qiu's faction, by contrast, boasted elite operatives, each capable of leading independently, backed by limitless resources. Only Yi Qiu could carry the banner, devise the master plan, and execute it flawlessly. In a secluded location in Mong Kok, Yi Qiu's lieutenants gathered Yao, Wen Jiaqian, Gudongwen, Zi Feiji Kok, plus Sai Su and Tu, all present. The sight left Lei Yaoyang and Didi quietly astonished. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qiu's inner circle had quietly assembled a constellation of elite enforcers, red pole level, each a potential clan leader. Any one of them could command half a triad on their own. Take Yao Wen. He'd once upheld nearly half the Hung clan's authority. In the underworld, strength is the sole currency of territory. Red poles are the core, Their caliber matches that of senior clan heads. And Yichio's roster of red poles now rivaled even the oldest, most established societies. Beyond the top-tier syndicates, Tung Sing Hung Hing. Who else could assemble such a formidable assembly? Most crucially, every one of them answered only to Yichio. Di and Lei Yaoyang exchanged glances, silent admiration unavoidable. Once the final member arrived, Yichio spoke. We begin now. I trust your plan implicitly, Lei Yaoyang said, suppressing his excitement. But one concern remains: if the Macau-based 14K intervenes in our joint assault on the Number Gang, what then? His intelligence network was unparalleled. He grasped the intricate rivalries among clans better than anyone. Yichio merely smirked. Let them interfere. It makes no difference. They aren't local, they're outsiders. The old saying holds true: even a mighty dragon yields to the native serpent. How far dare they truly push? Frankly speaking, he added, they'll likely only mediate, perhaps attempt to broker peace. Do they truly believe they can enter the fray and wage open war against us? Don't forget their roots lie in Macau, not here. They won't overreach. Seeing Yichio's unwavering certainty, Lei Yaoyang broke into a grin. Then let's begin. Damn right. Partnering with a madman like you means living on the edge. Di laughed in agreement. I have no objections whatsoever. Let's go. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the Lantau Islands district of the New Territories, several senior enforcers from Number Gang's branches had been summoned by the Triad leader for an emergency meeting. Judging merely by the number of branches, Number Gang was significantly stronger than the former Lianhe Syndicate, and this did not even account for their influence in Macau. Ever since Lianhe had been dismantled, the leader had lived in quiet dread. He himself had participated in confronting Yichio, an act he now deeply regretted. Only after Lianhe's collapse did he truly grasp the peril he had invited. Yichio's ferocity was legendary across the underworld. Of Lianhe's 3 banners, only one remained standing. Could Number Gang withstand him? The leader harbored no confidence. With no other recourse, he placed an urgent call to 14K in Macau, but though the line had rung for some time, no reinforcements had yet arrived. At that moment, one of the branch chiefs slammed his fist on the table and lamented, I warned you. There was no need to provoke the Mong Kok branch. Yichio has never been a man to trifle with. Now look what's happened. You didn't just stir trouble, you marched straight to Luo Tuo's territory to demand answers. You've branded yourselves enemies beyond redemption. These words darkened the faces of many present. It's all that scoundrel Liang Quan's fault. Had he not egged us on, we'd never have reached into Mong Kok. The Triad leader seated at the head of the table glowered silently. Regretting it now? It's too late. What's done is done. There is no turning back. What good is complaint? If it must be war, then let us commit our entire syndicate. Are we truly afraid of one Eastern Star branch chief? Hardly had he finished speaking when one of the branch chief's underlings burst in, trembling and breathless. Sir, it's dire. The Big D has arrived with members of Wolinshang, and they're raiding our establishments. Moments later, another underling rushed in. Sir, Lei Yaoyang, the Thunder Tiger of Eastern Star, has smashed our premises. And then, hearing these reports, the assembled Number Gang branch chiefs turned ashen, especially those whose establishments had already been destroyed. They looked as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Big D, and Lei Yaoyang too. Their voices quavered. How did they get involved? One Yichio was already nearly insurmountable. Now with the Wolinshang leader and one of Eastern Star's 5 tigers added to the fray, survival seemed utterly impossible. The Triad leader, listening to the reports, stood momentarily stunned. After Lianhe's fall, he had anticipated Yichio would not leave Number Gang untouched. He knew the man well enough. Yet he had never imagined Yichio would act with such unbridled audacity, not only striking personally, but also enlisting Big D and Lei Yaoyang. This man, the leader gritted his teeth, is utterly lawless. Those 4 words were all he could muster. Within the Triad world, certain unwritten rules governed conduct, but Yichio clearly treated them as mere exhalations. A 3-way alliance, to simultaneously topple 3 of Number Gang's most prominent branches. It was ruthless. Did he fear no consequence? No point of no return. He had merely offended Yichio once. Was such ferocity truly warranted? In Yichio's eyes, was the venerable Number Gang no more formidable than the wretched remnants of Lianhe? Just then his trusted lieutenant barged in, voice urgent. Boss. Yichio, he's here. He's already storming several of our establishments. The Number Gang leader's eyes flared wide. He slammed both palms onto the table and rose to his feet. Genuine fury blazed within him. Yichio had dared to strike even his own establishment, the sanctum of the Triad leader himself. Meanwhile, the very branch chief who had earlier voiced complaints now wore a faint sardonic smile. Another branch chief sat with an odd expression. Whether by fortune or coincidence, his branch had escaped the onslaught. Yet watching his fellow brothers suffer, he could not resist speaking up. I told you so. Never provoke that omen of calamity, Yichio. Now retribution has arrived. Yichio cared nothing for whether his target was the Number Gang leader himself. In truth, he had selected this particular branch solely because it lay within the 9 districts of the New Territories. The logic was simple. Hong Kong broadly comprised 3 regions: Hong Kong Island Kowloon, and the New Territories. Eastern Star's branches clustered predominantly in the New Territories, while Hung Hing held sway over Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. Yichio's own territories, Mong Kok Yau Ma Ti and Pottinger Street, were all in Kowloon. The North Point branch he had recently inherited lay at the northern tip of Hong Kong Island. Thus his domain overlapped almost entirely with Hung Hing's. In contrast, the New Territories held little ground for him. Beyond Sha Tin, he possessed no other foothold there. To be precise, the New Territories had long been Eastern Star's stronghold. The Five Tigers each controlled a district with Yuan Long serving as the headquarters. Since confronting Hung Hing was currently infeasible, Yi Chio naturally turned his gaze upon Number Gang. Who else but they had chosen to root themselves precisely in the New Territories, walking straight into the barrel of his gun. So Yi Chio showed no mercy. Recruiting Big D and Lei Yao Yang was a deliberate declaration. He meant to eradicate Number Gang entirely. The rift was already sealed, better to finish it decisively, to strip them bare, leaving nothing but hollow shells. With the landscape transformed, Yi Chio would carve his own path forward. His earlier demonstration of power against Lianhe had proven effective, at least instilling deep trepidation within Number Gang. Now before their branch headquarters, Yi Chio's elite enforcers charged without hesitation. Within moments the defenders were collapsing in disarray. Yi Chio, the branch leader still possessing a measure of courage, stepped forward with his men. Forcing calm, he raised his voice. "I wish to speak with you." Before he could finish, Yi Chio smiled faintly and turned to Dongguan Zai and the others. "Did you hear that? Our esteemed leader wishes to negotiate. If you don't move faster now, don't blame me later when your territory shrinks." The meaning behind those words was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Dongguan Zai, Fei Ji, and the others' eyes burned crimson. With Jia Qiangu especially frenzied, hacking down opponents with such ferocity, it seemed each slash claimed another street. The Number Gang leader faltered. He had hoped to stall for time, waiting for aid from Macau, only to find Yi Chio granting him no reprieve, launching the assault without delay. "Madman, you're all madmen." As the branch headquarters teetered on ruin, the leader's lips trembled, but he swallowed his surrender. Instead, he sighed deeply and withdrew with the shattered remnants of his force retreating, humiliated from Lantau. The fate of the other two branches was now beyond his concern. Knowing Walin Sheng's brutal methods, the outcome required no speculation. Damn your ancestors. The greatest regret of my life was trusting that scoundrel Liang Quan and those bastards from Lianhe. Number Gang had always operated discreetly, following trends rather than leading them, never seeking prominence. Yet goaded by Liang Quan, they gained no territory, only saw their entire organization reduced to rubble by Yi Chio. The leader's heart churned with bitter irony, but defeat was absolute. Territory lost, dignity shattered. Meanwhile, Big D and Lei Yao Yang, who had been assaulting the other two branches, learned that Yi Chio had already concluded his operation and exchanged incredulous glances. Forget it. We simply can't compare with that man." Lei Yao Yang and Big D shook their heads, glancing toward Dongguan Zai, Fei Ji, and Jia Qianji's crew. There was no help for it. Their ferocity was unmatched, their strikes both savage and precise. Yet Yi Chio's swift victory bore unexpected advantage. Word spread instantly that the Lantau branch had fallen and its leader fled, sapping morale among Number Gang's rank and file. If the boss had abandoned ship, why should they fight on? They dropped their weapons and walked away. If the leader fled, why should the underlings die? In moments, more than half of Number Gang's forces scattered. Big D and Lei Yao Yang stared at each other, dumbfounded. What manner of battle was this? Combat halted mid-charge, weapons discarded, men simply departing. Soon news rippled through the Underworld. Number Gang's campaign had ended in total collapse. Every major syndicate grew restless. Following Lianhe, Number Gang became the second organization systematically dismantled by Yi Chio, reduced from a full-fledged triad to a mere character head, a nominal powerless remnant. That said, for a syndicate with deep roots like Number Gang, re-establishing itself was hardly impossible. With firm footholds in both Macau and Hong Kong, they could always retreat, avoid Yi Chio entirely, and rebuild elsewhere. In the Underworld, today's victor becomes tomorrow's victim. It is the natural order. Yet Number Gang's defeat was unprecedented in scale, from a major syndicate to a hollow shell overnight, losing 3 branches in a single stroke. What made it extraordinary was that the architect was not some vast organization, but a single man, Yi Chio. From this moment onward, his name resounded across all corners of the Underworld, known universally without exception. A branch chief wielding more terror than an entire syndicate. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled anywhere. As for Lianhe, its downfall too traced back to Yi Chio. Had he not first raised the Mong Kok branch, shattering the delicate balance, their leader would never have dared confront him. And what followed? Escalation without end until chaos consumed all. In essence, Yi Chio had single-handedly reduced 2 syndicates to character heads. Such conduct defied convention. Yet however one judged it, no syndicate now dared challenge Eastern Star. All feared his retaliation. Lianhe and Number Gang stood as stark, bloody warnings. One truth had become irrefutable: when Yi Chio declared he would strike, he struck. Without equivocation, without mercy. The underworld fell into tense silence. Those most anxious were the smaller gangs with prior grudges against Yichio. The loudest critics now cowered, tails tucked tightly between their legs. Those bearing no ill will felt no immediate fear, yet grew quietly vigilant, launching covert inquiries into Yichio's origins and affiliations. Meanwhile, Yichio's coalition returned and immediately began tallying their gains. The seismic tremors shaking the underworld meant little to him. His objective had been achieved. Number Gang's humiliation was now irreversible. Big D and Lei Yaoyang hosted an impromptu victory banquet with Yichio. This campaign had indeed proved lucrative for both, each now commanded an additional branch. Lei Yaoyang, previously holding only Tsuan Wan, emerged significantly enriched. Among Eastern Star's 5 tigers, he became the second to command dual branches, his territory now surpassing that of his peers. As for Big D, his gains eclipsed even Lei Yaoyang's. Though already Walinsheng's leader, his syndicate possessed relatively few branches. Moreover, Walinsheng and Number Gang had long been sworn enemies. Upon learning of Yichio's intent, Big D leapt at the chance, and even fanned the flames himself. By toppling one of Number Gang's branches, he delivered a decisive shockwave across Walinsheng. Previously defiant branch chiefs now pledged loyalty, no longer daring to feign obedience while secretly resisting. In one stroke, his authority was cemented. Holding aloft his wine cup, his face flushed with triumph, Big D roared, "Damn it all. The night view from our new branch. It's truly something else." He leaned close to Yichio, grinning broadly. "Brother Chio, next time there's something this good, don't forget to call me. And what a joy. Ha 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 ha. And that's the spirit." Profits, shared territory claimed, together. While Yichio's circle buzzed with mirth, Hung Hing spent that night in restless wakefulness. The election for the new dragon head was set for tonight. And inside the assembly hall of Hung Hing's main branch, chaos reigned. Some laughed and chatted, others argued fiercely, a few even shouted obscenities. The place roared with clamor. Yet beneath that din, not all hearts beat with gladness. Take Chen Haonan, just returned to Hong Kong by Yichio's hand. His face was grim silent as he trailed behind Dai Lo Bi. Incuriously, even K. Gore, the ever-boastful braggart, spoke little today. Sure, Yi Chun Yao remained utterly silent, leaning quietly against his chair. A careful observer would notice that even when either man spoke, their words drifted unfocused, minds elsewhere. Their glances kept flickering toward the dragon head's seat, the one long occupied by Jiang Tiansheng, eyes shadowed with hesitation. But each time Liang Quan's gaze swept across them, that hesitation hardened into resolve. Dai Lo Bi slammed his palm onto the table, face livid. Liang Quan. You three exchanging glances like conspirators. What rotten scheme are you hatching now? The Macau operation had ended in disaster. His men had not only failed, but fallen neatly into Liang Quan's trap. No wonder Dai Lo Bi viewed Liang Quan with undisguised contempt. Liang Quan, however, feared no provocation, and shot back instantly, "Oh, brother B." And he tilted his head, chuckling oddly. Your underling's been making waves across Hong Kong lately. His videotape is circulating everywhere on the streets. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? And Dai Lo Bi's expression darkened. Liang Quan, don't push your luck. Me? Pushing luck? Liang Quan dropped his smile, fixing Dai Lo Bi with cold eyes. When your man broke the most sacred rule of the underworld, am I forbidden to speak of it? Don't get too cocky, you bastard. Cocky? I am cocky. Liang Quan leaned forward, voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper. Not satisfied? Bite me. The two stood locked in tension, on the brink of violence. Just then the door swung open, and Jiang Tiansheng walked in. Tempers running high. He scanned them both, voice calm. This is an assembly hall, not a boxing ring. Sit down. Have some tea. Cool your heads. With those few words he quelled the brewing storm. Everyone, please be seated. Nat Jiang Tiansheng's command, the assembled branch leaders, who'd been watching with quiet amusement, returned obediently to their chairs. 12 chairs lined both sides of the long table, each representing one of Hung Hing's 12 branches. By sheer number alone, Hung Hing's dominion was vast. Recall that East Star, even counting Lok Tu and Pak Tao Wang, commanded only 7 branches. But times change. East Star now had Yichio, whose singular presence had nearly erased the gap between the two triads. Hence the street saying, East Star and Hung Hing stand evenly balanced, by just one man, Yichio. And though spoken in jest, it spoke volumes about Yichio's current stature. Once all were seated, sure, Yi Chun Yao cleared his throat. Everyone please settle down, he said. Before we begin the meeting, there is one matter we must address first. Last week we dispatched a team to handle business in Macau, and he paused, voice flat, uninflected. Regrettably the mission failed utterly, brothers dead or wounded. Silence followed his words. Around the table the 12 branch leaders reacted with varied expressions. Hung Hing had never been truly unified. Years of shifting personnel had scattered its loyalties. All eyes drifted, deliberately or not, toward Dai Lo Bi. These were seasoned operators. Everyone knew Jiang Tiansheng had bypassed the entire hierarchy and entrusted the task solely to Dai Lo Bi. Loyalty and favor were laid bare. With the operation ruined, they were content, indeed eager, to watch him squirm. Unpredictably, Dai Lo Bi could no longer sit still. Mr. Jiang, he began, forcing confidence into his voice. Regarding this matter, I wish to explain. Explain what? Liang Quan cut him off before he could finish. When things end like this, every word is empty air. With that single barb, Liang Quan silenced Dai Lo Bi completely. The other leaders, seeing his dominance, held their tongues. It was clear to all Dai Lo Bi's downfall had begun. Liang Quan pressed on, relentless. Wasn't your man famed for his fists? Fighting outsiders shows no skill, but assaulting a brother's wife. That he does with flair, especially while her husband is away. The insult struck like a slap, brutal, public, humiliating. And then, with chilling precision, Liang Quan redirected his fire, straight at Jiang Tiansheng. Brother Sheng, he feigned sincerity, I'm not accusing you of injustice. But had this task been assigned to me rather than Brother Bi, Hung Hing's honor would remain untarnished, and that scoundrel Sang Biao would never have been paraded by East Star as proof of their strength. He claimed no blame, yet every syllable accused Jiang Tiansheng of cronyism. And the air thickened heavy with silence. Quan, Jiang Tiansheng looked directly at him, voice cooler now. Are you implying I've ruled unjustly? How dare I accuse Brother Sheng? Liang Quan evaded his gaze, replying with mocking deference. But in our world, mistakes demand acknowledgement, and punishment must be borne upright. Brother Sheng, am I right? And that question confirmed it. Liang Quan was openly challenging authority. Jiang Tiansheng did not reply, instead turning his gaze toward Dai Lo Bi. The message was unmistakable, and Dai Lo Bi's face paled. After a long hollow silence, he spoke. Mr. Jiang, I know what must be done. Chun Haonan could not escape his fate. Before the entire assembly, Dai Lo Bi administered the clan's punishment, and then banished him from Hung Hing. Yao. Jiang Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes turned faintly frosty. Please continue. Chen Yao glanced first at Liang Quan, then at Jiang Tiansheng, finally, sweeping his gaze across the room. Now the second matter, he announced slowly, is the triennial dragon head election. No sooner had the words left his lips than several neutral branch leaders exchanged knowing smiles. Why hold an election at all? One remarked. Hung Hing was founded by the Jiang family. Of course the dragon head remains Mr. Jiang. Others nodded in agreement. I have no objection either. Under Mr. Jiang's leadership, Hung Hing has prospered these many years. Yet this time the response was different. Beyond those three voices, the rest sat in silence. No affirmations, no objections. Until Liang Quan spoke, leisurely, deliberately. But I am not prospering. The neutral leaders froze, turning to him in stunned disbelief. To target Dai Lo Bi was one thing, but this. They grasped at last the gravity of the moment. Was Liang Quan truly moving to unseat Jiang Tiansheng? Jiang Tiansheng was no fool. Reading Liang Quan's expression, he understood 7 or 8 parts of it already. Quan, he narrowed his eyes. Do you yearn for my seat? The rule states an election every 3 years, Liang Quan replied evenly. Am I not eligible to stand? He turned to Chen Yao. Brother Yao, what say you? Chen Yao straightened slowly in his chair. Yes, he affirmed. Then added quietly, any branch leader of Hung Hing qualifies. As the two exchanged glances, scripted, seamless, the others' faces twisted with dawning realization. Even the blind could see it now. Liang Quan was ascending. From the head seat, Jiang Tiansheng suddenly chuckled. Not only now did he grasp the full weight of Yi Chio's cryptic question during their earlier phone call. Yi Chio had foreseen this day, and yet, he himself had missed the subtext entirely. Jiang Tiansheng felt for the first time a sharp pang of miscalculation. He'd intended to propose a formal alliance with Yi Chio, openly, honorably, tonight. But fate had intervened. Liang Quan chose this moment to strike, demanding his abdication. Worse still, Liang Quan dared this only because Chen Yao backed him. When had they forged this alliance? The situation was slipping beyond control. Jiang Tiansheng closed his eyes, then opened them again, a steely resolve flashing within. Let us vote. He needed to know how many within Hung Hing had already pledged allegiance to Liang Quan. The result stripped him of dignity. Nate assumed his Jiang lineage alone would secure at least half the votes. Reality proved otherwise, aside from Dai Lo Bi, and a handful who abstained, nearly every vote went to Liang Quan. Very well, Jiang Tiansheng said, voice steady. I accept the will of the members. The dragon head seat belongs to Liang Quan. Thus concluded the dragon head election. All present understood with Liang Quan's ascension, Hung Hing's winds would shift. Even fools knew a new leader's first act was always to assert authority, by making an example. There was no need to guess whom he'd choose. NAS expected the moment Liang Quan settled into the dragon head seat, his opening words rang out. East Star has grown far too bold lately. He tapped the table. Gentlemen, does it not grate upon your pride that East Star now overshadows Hung Hing? All turned to him. From his tone, everyone sensed he'd planned this long in advance. I hereby declare, Liang Quan enunciated each word with finality, that Hung Hing under my leadership shall wage war upon Yichio. Stunned silence fell. Dai Lo be shot to his feet. Liang Quan. You're mad. Brother B. Liang Quan cut him off, stepping forward, eyes narrowing. Shut your mouth. He fixed Dai Lo B with a hard stare, voice dropping to a venomous whisper. Who is Hung Hing's dragon head now? You or I? Are you instructing me how to lead? He paused, then stepped closer still. Let me ask you plainly, within Hung Hing, whose authority carries greater weight, the dragon head's or yours? The question stunned the room. No one anticipated Liang Quan would escalate so ruthlessly over such a simple declaration of hierarchy. Dai Lo B clenched his jaw. Yes. He longed to retort, but reason restrained him. To curse now would invite ruin upon his Wanchai territory. To depose a branch leader, the dragon head, required no pretext. Since I hold supreme authority now, Liang Quan sneered, stop your blathering, and sit down to listen. Dai Lo B sat face iron gray, seething inwardly. Liang Quan ignored him, rapping once more upon the table. I know many among you fear Yichio, but remember we are Hung Hing. When enforcers tremble before informants, what kind of organization is that? 12 branch leaders, afraid of a single Tiger King from East Star. He leaned forward, voice rising. Make no mistake, I will confront Yichio. Now those in favor, those opposed, Nin reputation, Yichio currently dominated the streets. In standing, his East Star had long rivaled Hung Hing. Nin personal grievance, Liang Quan had suffered 2 humiliating public beatings at Yichio's hands. That debt, once too dangerous to collect, now demanded repayment. Undoubtedly, targeting Yichio as the first goal after ascending to power is beneficial for Liang Kun's takeover of Hongxing, and even more advantageous for his revenge. Seeing that no one spoke, Liang Kun sneered, since no one is saying anything, you'll take it as your acquiescence. Meeting adjourned. With those words, the internal strife within Hongxing finally came to a close. Once Liang Kun's figure disappeared at the door, the neutral leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging in battle with Yichio was indeed a sensitive matter for them. Everyone clearly understood Liang Kun's temperament. Acting confused at this moment was in fact the safest option. Keeping a distance from his unpredictable nature was wise. What would happen next was not hard to guess. With this thought, the other leaders left one after another, each with their own considerations. Before long, news of Liang Kun taking the lead in Hongxing swept through all the factions in Xiangjiang like a gust of wind. This commotion was even more exaggerated than when Yichio swept through the Lianhe and Haoma gangs, and its impact was far-reaching. Jiang Tianxing actually abdicated to let someone else take over. This could not simply be explained as the collective madness of the 12 leaders of Hongxing. To put it bluntly, even if these people drank fake liquor for an entire night, they wouldn't be able to pull off such a stunt. What kind of place is Hongxing? It is a gang founded and always controlled by the Jiang family. Yet this time Jiang Tianxing actually stepped down. What exactly is going on? In Mongkok, in Yichio's bar. Just after hanging up the phone with Jiang Tianxing, Yichio turned around. Yao Wen, brother Jia Qian, Dongguan boy Fei Ji, and others were present, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Clearly, upon learning of Liang Kun's rise to power, they immediately heard the news of him going to war with Yichio. In fact, it wasn't just them, all the gangs on the streets were waiting to watch the drama unfold. Compared to Liang Kun pulling Jiang Tianxing down, everyone was more concerned about the old grievances between him and Yichio. Every time they clashed in the past, Liang Kun had fallen to Yichio, either getting shot in the head or being beaten badly. So this time, with him taking the helm of Hongxing, would the outcome be reversed? Everyone was curious. Undoubtedly, with Liang Kun's rise, the one most affected would be Yichio. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, brother Jia Qian, however, remained indifferent and addressed Yichio. Brother Chiu, if you pay, I can find an opportunity to privately eliminate Liang Kun. Dongguan boy rolled his eyes. Are you crazy for money? You dare to make money off brother Chiu? Brother Jia Qian spoke with confidence. What's wrong with brother Chiu's money? I can eliminate the leader of Hongxing without having to run away. Do you think running away costs nothing? Yichio waved his hand and smiled. All right, don't be nervous, it hasn't come to that. I anticipated that Liang Kun would play this card. His actions are clearly driven by desperation. So the one who should be panicking is not us but him. What's Hongxing? Even the oldest gangs are still gangs, we've dealt with them before. It must be said that Yichio was indeed the backbone of the group. As long as he was present, the situation would not spiral out of control. All right, you all go ahead and inform your men. Whether Hongxing changes its leader has nothing to do with us, and the brothers will continue their work as usual. We'll carry on as we have before. After saying this, Yichio walked towards the door. Dongguan boy, Fei Ji, come with me. Where are we going? Dongguan boy asked with a grin. Causeway Bay to recruit a little brother. Causeway Bay is one of the most famous territories in the 12 halls of Hongxing. This is the territory of Big Brother B, as well as the hometown of Chunhaonan. In Jiang Tianxing's earlier phone call, he not only explained the internal turmoil of Hongxing, but also mentioned Chunhaonan. After discussing with Big Brother B, they decided to let Chunhaonan switch allegiance to Yichio. The reason was simple. Given Liang Kun's vindictive nature, Chen Haonan would not have a good life after being expelled from Hongxing. Since that was the case, it was better to hand him over to Yi Qiu. During the call, Jiang Tianxing asked Yi Qiu if he was willing to take on this task of receiving Chen Haonan. For Yi Qiu, this was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He naturally wouldn't refuse. He had no ill feelings towards Chen Haonan, who was the protagonist in the original storyline. Since the other party was willing to come along, Yi Qiu had no reason to push him away. Just the fact that this guy valued brotherhood was enough. Besides, Chen Haonan himself had the strength of a red stick. The key point was that by taking in Chen Haonan, he might also reap the benefits of gaining Shanji and De Tian'er as several little brothers. Such a good thing, where else could he find it? Causeway Bay. By the time Yi Qiu arrived, Jiang Tianxing and Big Brother B were already there. Jiang Tianxing's expression was not good, clearly complicated. Having lost the position of leader to Liang Kun and fallen to this state, he believed it was entirely his fault. He had trusted Chen Yao too easily, which led to his betrayal and this predicament. "Ah Qiu, you're here." Upon seeing Yi Qiu, Jiang Tianxing stood up to greet him. "Come with me for a moment." Even though he felt uneasy, Jiang Tianxing had to admit that Yi Qiu's current achievements had long surpassed those of him and his peers. "Brother Qiu." Big Brother B, though feeling down, still stood beside Jiang Tianxing and called out. After all, it was his idea to invite Yi Qiu today. He turned around and gestured behind him. "Haonan, call your people." Chen Haonan walked forward with the help of De Tian'er and others. He had just suffered punishment from the gang rules. His face was somewhat pale and his voice was weak. Yi Qiu waved his hand. "No need to be so formal, we're all familiar with each other." After some simple pleasantries, both Yi Qiu and Jiang Tianxing tacitly avoided mentioning the internal turmoil within Hongxing. The topic directly shifted to the matters discussed over the phone. "Ah Qiu," Jiang Tianxing began, "you know that the leader of Hongxing is now Liang Kun. Haonan is no longer a person of Hongxing, and given his past with Liang Kun, he will inevitably be hunted down." Big Brother B nodded from the side and added, "So my meaning is very direct. Are you willing to take in Haonan?" If this were in the past, it would have been impossible for Jiang Tianxing to transfer his Hongxing people to Dongxing. But times have changed. Chen Haonan was already expelled, no longer considered a member of Hongxing. And with Liang Kun's vindictive nature, even Big Brother B himself was in danger. Who could protect Chen Haonan? Thus, regarding Big Brother B's proposal, Jiang Tianxing did not hesitate and directly called Yi Qiu. "I agree." Yi Qiu smiled lightly, his tone calm. "Let him follow me from now on." Big Brother B wanted to find a safe place for Chen Haonan, and Yi Qiu also needed reliable subordinates who were loyal and capable. To be honest, although he currently had many capable subordinates, he knew he was still lacking personnel. His ambitions extended far beyond just the territory he currently had. Yi Qiu had no reason to refuse Chen Haonan's transfer. "Thank you, Brother Qiu." Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan felt a sense of relief. In fact, he did not resist following Yi Qiu, and moreover, he currently had no right to resist. Although they had not known each other for long, it did not hinder his admiration for the strong. Whether it was being knocked out by a punch or being rescued by the other party in Haojiang, he could not harbor any resentment towards such a person. On the contrary, if he could follow Yi Qiu, it might be a better path for him now. Yi Qiu was in a period of rapid ascent, and even being a little brother was enough for him to enjoy a temporary safe haven. Moreover, given Yi Qiu's bright future, following him would definitely be easier than following Big Brother B. After discussing Chen Haonan's situation, Jiang Tianxing shifted the conversation to Liang Kun. "Ah Qiu, Liang Kun is targeting you this time. Do you have confidence?" Yi Qiu was not surprised by this question. If this former leader had finished discussing serious matters and left, he would actually have found it strange. Having the position of leader snatched away for no reason, everyone wanted to take it back, and Jiang Tianxing was no exception. Yi Qiu had no intention of hiding his plans. He smiled lightly. "If I say I have been waiting for this day, would you believe me?" Jiang Tianxing was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head self-deprecatingly. "I believe, of course. It seems you knew from the start that Liang Kun would usurp my position. The one involved is often confused, and it was indeed ironic that the party concerned couldn't see things as clearly as outsiders. But now that it had come to this, saying more was futile. So what do you plan to do?" Yi Qiu merely smiled and did not answer. This question was meaningless. The solution was very simple. It was merely a matter of strength. In gang rivalries, how could there be conflict without bloodshed? Moreover, he knew Jiang Tianxing's intentions all too well. He simply wanted to use Yi Qiu's hand to eliminate Liang Kun. By then, with Hongxing leaderless, Jiang Tianxing could naturally reclaim his throne. To put it bluntly, Jiang Tianxing wanted to seek help. Yi Qiu wouldn't be foolish enough to willingly step forward. Despite having business dealings in Haojiang, business is business. If he wanted Yi Qiu's assistance, he had to be clear about the terms. There would be no cooperation without benefits. Jiang Tianxing obviously recognized that his question was somewhat foolish. They were both smart individuals, and some things didn't need to be made explicit. Yi Qiu's silence was waiting for him to show sincerity. After a moment of silence, Jiang Tianxing finally spoke again. "I can lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Yi Qiu's face. "How can you help?" Jiang Tianxing had been able to maintain his position as the leader of Hongxing for so many years and expand the gang to 12 halls. He was certainly not a fool. If he wanted to use Yi Chio's connections to help him reclaim his position, he had to pay a price. Chio, I won't keep you guessing anymore, Jiang Tianxing said solemnly regarding Liang Kuan. My stance is the same as yours. That is to kill. Yi Chio nodded. He had been waiting for Jiang Tianxing's words. Although Liang Kuan held the position of leader of Hongxing, the strength he possessed now was incomparable to that of the Haoma and Liana gangs. To be honest, the combined power of the Haoma and Liana gangs was only a few halls, while Hongxing had a full 12 halls. Even if Yi Chio's territory was expanding, taking on Liang Kuan, who was backed by 12 halls, would not be easy. But if Jiang Tianxing cooperated with internal and external pressure, things would be much easier to handle. Although I am no longer the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing continued, Hongxing will always belong to my Jiang family. With my involvement aside from the few halls bought off by Liang Kuan, I can guarantee that the other leaders will not take action. He changed the subject. However, I have one condition that I hope Chio you can agree to. Oh, Yi Chio asked, what condition? When you take action against Liang Kuan, I will not intervene. Yi Chio narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Tianxing. Frankly, he trusted Chun Haonan to a certain degree, but Jiang Tianxing, he had never truly trusted him, not even once. The man wore an amiable countenance resembling an ordinary businessman, yet beneath that placid exterior lay the seasoned leader of the Hongxing society. How could one hold such a position for decades without blood on his hands? Jiang Tianxing's maneuver was ruthless, calculating against Liang Kuan while meticulously insulating himself from suspicion. He remained conspicuously absent, ensuring no trace linked him to Yi Chio's scheme. Should he later betray the alliance, not even a shred of evidence would remain. By then, Jiang Tianxing would still reign unchallenged as Hongxing's dragon head. No one could gainsay him. Yi Chio rapped his knuckles lightly against the table and smiled. Under such terms, my risk far exceeds Mr. Zhang's. The stakes are profoundly unequal. This deal is hardly straightforward. Jiang Tianxing's expression remained unruffled as he replied calmly. Then what do you propose? Upon success, Yi Chio stated, I claim Mong Kok. I will not permit Hongxing to reclaim it. And Sim Sha Sui's territory must also fall under my control. At these words, the faces of those present paled, especially De Lao B's. He had already begrudged Chun Haonan's defection to Yi Chio. Now this demand felt like an audacious brazen overreach. Put bluntly, this was no mere carving of Hongxing's flesh. It was the severing of an entire limb. Mong Kok, Sim Sha Sui. Yi Chio demanded 2 full branch territories in one breath. Of Hongxing's 12 branches, 10 would remain. His appetite was staggering indeed. Yet Yi Chio seemed utterly untroubled. Friendship was friendship, cooperation was cooperation. When interests failed to align, who would lift a finger to aid another? Such was the unwritten code of the underworld. Not sentiment, but self-interest. Brother Chio Yu. De Lao Bi began only to be silenced by a single imperceptible glance from Jiang Tianxing. Indeed, as dragon head of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing possessed remarkable composure. His features betrayed no flicker of surprise. Clearly, he had anticipated Yi Chio's design. By naming Mong Kok and Sim Sha Sui outright, Yi Chio signaled his intent to consolidate absolute dominance over the Yao Tsimong district. Given Yi Chio's ambition, failure to reach agreement today would merely postpone the inevitable assault upon those branches. It was only a matter of time. At that moment, Jiang Tianxing hesitated only briefly before nodding decisively. Agreed, I accept. As a ruler, he understood perfectly how to weigh advantage against cost. If Yi Chio would inevitably move against Mong Kok and Sim Sha Sui, better to negotiate terms while dialogue remained possible. Hongxing commanded many branches and formidable strength. Yet within the Yao Tsimong district, Yi Chio's power reigned supreme. Mong Kok, Yaomati, Pottinger Street. These 3 strategic strongholds conferred upon Yi Chio an innate supremacy, confidence enough to defy any triad. Even Hongxing, with only its Sim Sha Sui branch at stake, stood little chance of holding ground, Jiang Tianxing knew. Rather than face open rupture later, yielding now preserved harmony. And most critically, Jiang Tianxing possessed scant leverage to bargain with Yi Chio at all. Without Liang Kuan's death, the dragon head's throne remained beyond his grasp. Without it, Jiang Tianxing was nothing. Thus, Yi Chio's demands were in essence non-negotiable. Acceptance served Jiang Tianxing's interests more than refusal, at least for now. When refusal is impossible, acceptance becomes the only rational choice, the path taken by most prudent men. De Lao Bi gaped mouth agape, yet uttered not a single word. He longed to protest. How dare they cede 2 branches to Yi Chio? But plainly, in this negotiation between Yi Chio and Jiang Tianxing, his voice held no weight. Magnanimous, Yi Chio remarked with a smile. Conversing with Mr. Jiang is truly a pleasure. He extended his hand deliberately toward Jiang Tianxing. A fruitful partnership. Without hesitation, Jiang Tianxing clasped it firmly. Though he surrendered 2 branches, he regained the dragon head's seat. Undoubtedly a gain aligned precisely with his deepest interests. In truth, this alliance served both parties equally well. All prospered. Yet confronting Liang Quan Heiden, and thereby shattering relations with Hung Hing outright, was patently unrealistic. Thus the key to breaking the deadlock rested squarely with Jiang Tianxing. In fact, his arrival could not have been more timely. Indeed, had Jiang Tianxing not sought him out first, Yi Qiu would have approached him soon enough. It was simply a contest of patience. Whichever side spoke first inevitably weakened its own position and bore the burden of concession. Regrettably, Jiang Tianxing broke first. Unsurprisingly, Yi Qiu seized the opportunity to demand extravagantly. Recognizing urgency, Jiang Tianxing also feared Liang Quan might strike unexpectedly, launching war against Yi Qiu at any moment. Accordingly, once consensus was reached, they swiftly finalized the plan. Yi Qiu would eliminate Liang Quan directly, while Jiang Tianxing, though publicly absent, would privately approach Hung Hing's neutral branch leaders as a Jiang family elder. Naturally, appealing through familial status and past loyalties could only succeed once. That residual authority and goodwill must be spent while Liang Quan's grip on power remained tenuous. To invoke it a second time would invite resentment, a third would invite ridicule. Everyone understood the ancient adage, 3 times is the limit. Hence, to prevent escalation, Jiang Tianxing had to act swiftly, while his lingering prestige still held sway. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu wasted no time lingering in Causeway Bay. Once negotiations concluded, he departed immediately, with Chun Haonan and several lieutenants in tow. In Mongkok at the Dongman Bar, Yao Wen and brother Jiaqian exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing Yi Qiu return accompanied by Hung Hing members. Yao Wen asked, "Brother Qiu, what's the situation with them?" Since defeating Ba by Chun Haonan had fully ascended, his fame now solidified in Causeway Bay, and everyone recognized him instantly. Yi Qiu smiled and introduced them. "From now on, Nan serves under me." Yao Wen and brother Jiaqian nodded silently in acknowledgement. Though surprised, they asked no further questions, and quickly engaged Chun Haonan in conversation. Watching them seamlessly integrate, Yi Qiu allowed himself a quiet smile. Truthfully absorbing Chun Haonan into his ranks granted him an ineffable sense of accomplishment. Once this man bore the fearsome title killer of the 5 Tigers of Eastern Star. In the original narrative, Xia Shanhu, Xiamina Ben Lehu, Qinlonghu, and Jinmu all fell beneath his protagonist's aura. Now, however, Chun Haonan stood as his subordinate. This tangible power to reshape destiny, this first-hand authorship of narrative change, was indescribably intoxicating. After all, as a transmigrator, Yi Qiu had devoured countless web novels. He found absurd those so-called peers who clung desperately to Chun Haonan's coattails, desperate to ride his ascent. "Brother," he scoffed inwardly, "you're a transmigrator too. Must you be so feeble?" Regardless of others' choices, such folly would never stain Yi Qiu's lexicon. He cared nothing for protagonist auras. If anyone blocked his path, he removed them without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, one of Liang Quan's underlings entered the Dongman Bar and sought out Yi Qiu. The youth declared, "Brother Qiu, our new Hung Hing dragon head wishes to speak with you." "New dragon head?" Yi Qiu arched a brow. The youth smirked arrogantly. "It's Brother Quan himself. Liang Quan seeks me." Yi Qiu chuckled. "Conversation is acceptable. Tell him to come here." The youth's expression darkened. After a pause, he retorted, "Yi Qiu, mind your tone. Our brother Quan is now Hung Hing's new dragon head. Is it appropriate for him to attend you?" Yi Qiu offered no reply, only snapped, "Dongguan Zai? Break this fool's limbs and toss him out." At Yi Qiu's command, Dongguan Zai and several henchmen closed in. Fixing the youth with a cold stare, Dongguan Zai sneered, "Boy, you think you're anything at all to speak so freely to Brother Qiu?" Daring to swagger so openly, and even threaten, proved he understood neither hierarchy nor discipline. Fortunately, teaching such lessons was Dongguan Zai's specialty. "You," the youth stammered, instantly cowed. "No, you can't do this. I serve a master who..." Crack. Before he could finish, Dongguan Zai struck, swift, brutal, decisive. He hadn't expected Yi Qiu to act with such merciless finality, not even a sliver of deference granted. Alas, realization came too late. The youth misread the terrain entirely. If Yi Qiu refused to honor Liang Quan's dignity, why should he care about some nameless underling? Moments later, Dongguan Zai hurled the youth outside. Returning, he ordered his men to clean the floor. Meanwhile, at Liang Quan's headquarters, seeing his wounded subordinate dragged back, Liang Quan erupted in fury. "Shit, who did this?" Xiao Chong hesitated, then whispered, "It was Dongguan Zai." "Damn it." Liang Quan narrowed his eyes, icy light flashing. "Again, Yi Qiu's men. That bastard remains as arrogant as ever, even dares strike my people." Yi Qiu again. His past arrogance was tolerable, but now Liang Quan was Hung Hing's dragon head. Swallowing this insult. Unthinkable. Liang Quan had intended to flaunt his authority before Yi Qiu, only to receive a humiliating rebuke instead. With Yi Qiu offering 0 quarter, the rift was irrevocable. Courtesy was now obsolete. He barked, "Xiao Chong." The man hurried close. Liang Quan ordered, "Mobilize everyone. Raid Yi Qiu's establishment." Even if he dismissed his subordinates lightly, allowing his envoy to be maimed and discarded would destroy his credibility. As a leader, he had to respond. Just as rage surged, Xiao Chong tugged his sleeve and murmured low, Brother Quan. Several branches remain ambivalent tonight. Rallying men on short notice won't be easy. Liang Quan's face twisted. He slapped Xiao Chong hard across the head. Idiot. Do you think I don't know that? Then why remind me? Must I hold this grudge forever? Damn it all. He struck again, then again, until his fury subsided slightly. Grabbing Xiao Chong by the collar, he growled, tomorrow. Summon every branch leader. I'm hosting a banquet. Not a single one may miss it. He paused, adding, tell them to bring their district commanders too. 18 tables. I'll lose face if even one remains empty. Xiao Chong cradled his head, nodding rapidly. Understood, Brother Quan. Liang Quan slapped him again. Understand what you fool. Tell them this feast celebrates my ascension to Dragonhead. No one comes empty-handed. Xiao Chong blinked. Then comprehension dawned. This wasn't hospitality, it was extortion. Brilliant. Just installed and already shaking down the branches. 18 tables meant a fortune. Truly his brother, shameless, unblinking, quintessentially Liang Quan. Hastily Xiao Chong bowed. Understood, boss. Without another word, he turned and left. Liang Quan watched him depart, gaze drifting distant, cold, unblinking. Softly he vowed, Yichio, this isn't over. He'd recorded this debt, another grievance to settle when reckoning finally came. Meanwhile, over at Dongxing, some were beginning to scheme. Xiashan Hu Wui A and Xiamayan Hu, though they had been keeping a low profile, had long been waiting for an opening. Seeing Yichio at odds with the newly installed Hongxing dragon, head Liang Kuan, they were secretly delighted. Isn't Yichio always so capable and flamboyant, they thought. Now that he had grievously offended Liang Kuan, the very dragon head of Hongxing, they wondered how long his swagger would last. The two took grim pleasure in anticipating Yichio's misfortune. Yichio, of course, was unaware of these hidden agendas. At that moment, he received news from Jiang Tiansheng. As Jiang had predicted, he had secured half of Hongxing's key enforcers among its 12 halls. The remainder had either been bought off by Liang Kuan or were fence-sitters only after illicit gains. In short, handle things however Yichio sees fit, as long as Liang Kuan can be dealt with. With matters stated so plainly, Yichio was not inclined to be polite. He summoned his men at once. Chun Haonan, punished under the Brotherhood's rules, was not present. Dong Guanzai had always been fearless and answered to no one but Yichio. Standing behind him, eager to strike, he asked, Brother Chiu, shall we make our move now? Yichio smiled, knowing Dong Guanzai's belligerence, and replied simply, of course. Mr. Jiang has held half their forces in check. This is a rare chance. Prepare yourselves, move at a moment's notice. Feiji Jiaqi and Jiao Wan and the others understood immediately and replied, good. We follow Brother Chiu. One had to admit, as underlings, they admired Yichio's decisive style. No hesitation, no dragging things out. If they were to go to war with Hongxing, they would do it thoroughly and fiercely. Following such a leader was invigorating. In the Wangjiao restaurant, Liang Kuan had already booked the main hall and laid out 18 tables. His motives were clear: to recoup his money and to plot how to deal with Yichio. Xia Chonged. In high spirits from the occasion, Liang Kuan had arrived early and arrogantly taken the head seat. Now that his status had changed, he had long abandoned the old brotherly pretenses. He called over Xia Chong and asked, how's it going? Nothing messed up, right? How many promised to come? Xia Chong hesitated, then answered, so far those who firmly confirmed, including Ji Gu, total 6 enforcers. He paused and lowered his voice, the others. They agreed over the phone, but hung up without specifying a time. Liang Kun's expression immediately darkened at the report. These bastards won't cry until they see a coffin, he snorted, then swore. You think I'm harmless if I don't get angry? Although Xia Chong had been ambiguous, Liang Kuan could tell the truth. Those enforcers clearly did not intend to come. He knew all too well that despite sitting as Hongxing's dragon head, his aura did not match what it had been under Jiang Tiansheng. Influence, after all, is intangible, yet forged by deeds. Though he bore the dragon head title, the seat was not yet warmed, and many within Hongxing refused to accept him. Putting aside distant concerns, even Big Boss B would never take Liang Kuan seriously. With that in mind, Liang Kuan stopped pondering and pointed at Xia Chong. Xia Chong, go call your outside men in. 18 tables in total. Not a single seat may be missing. Xia Chong's face grew strange, and he hesitated before asking, Brother Kuan, our own people. Surely they don't need to contribute gift money, right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liang Kuan slapped him. Shame. Liang Kuan glared and barked, your boss is now Hongxing's dragon head. Aren't you proud? What's wrong with chipping in? When you go out, don't you fly my flag. He drew on his cigarette and continued, remember, everyone must chip in, not too little. Having said that, Liang Kuan spat and walked off to see to the guest's cigarette between his lips. Damn, even making our own men pay. Xia Chong muttered into his hand, truly heartless. Before he finished, another slap landed. Liang Kuan turned displeased. What did you say? My ears are sharp. Don't talk trash behind my back. He paused, then added, and you're my trusted man. Give more. Xia Chong could only nod, tearful, but helpless. Understood, big brother. They said the hearts of big men were tainted these days. This big brother's heart might well be blackened. In the Wangjiao Grand Restaurant, invited by Liang Kuan-shun, Yao Ji-gu, and others arrived one after another. Although Liang Kun's character was dubious, he was nevertheless the newly appointed Hongxing Dragon Head and had been elected, so they came to the banquet. After all, during the Dragon Head election, they had taken a great deal of money from Liang Kuan. It would be impolite to refuse. They came to show face. Haha, Ji came. Who needs a gift? Niolao, I heard you won a lot betting on horses recently. Lucky streak. Narrow eyes. Liang Kuan greeted Hongxing's enforcers one by one, though his principal aim was to collect money. To secure these men's loyalty, he had spent 15 million. He had to recoup some of that. The flashy 20 million was unrecoverable, and Wang Jiao's venues had lately been pressed hard by Yi Qiu. Liang Kuan now truly had no surplus left. Frankly, if the restaurant could have set more than 18 tables, he would have felt that even this was too few. Outside the restaurant, when Yi Qiu and his men arrived, the hall was already in full swing. Liang Kun's henchman Sha Chong, cigarette in mouth, was greeting guests at the door. His expression changed when he saw Yi Qiu arrive with Dongguan Zai and the others. Who was Yi Qiu? He was Liang Kun's mortal enemy. With Brother Kuan hosting a banquet inside, what would it mean to allow Yi Qiu entry? Before Sha Chong could speak, Yi Qiu had already said, it's lively in there. He smiled and added, tell Liang Kuan I have come to congratulate him on becoming Hongxing's Dragon Head. Sha Chong was momentarily at a loss, but remembering Yi Qiu's fearsome reputation, he forced out, Brother Qiu, forgive us. Tonight Brother Kuan hosts Hongxing's banquet, and we did not invite you to attend. The other Hongxing men present noticed the scene. Seeing Yi Qiu, they gathered around whispering and did not hurry inside. Who in the underworld did not know Yi Qiu's name? His forced arrival felt ominous. Yet with Hongxing's enforcers all inside, did Yi Qiu really intend to pick a fight with the Dragon Head at such a moment? Yi Qiu paid them no mind and said with apparent entitlement, yesterday your Hongxing footmen came to my place and said Liang Kuan wanted to see me. And now you tell me there's a Hongxing banquet and I wasn't invited. He fixed Sha Chong with his gaze. Are you playing me? Sha Chong looked bewildered. They had gone to see Yi Qiu last night because Liang Kuan wanted to swagger as Dragon Head. Besides, their men had been beaten and you did not come. So what is the meaning of your showing up today? Seeing Sha Chong unable to respond, Dongguan Zai, at Yi Qiu's side, lost his patience. What? We announced Brother Qiu's name and stated our purpose, and still you won't let us in. Dongguan Zai stepped forward. Do you Hongxing people look down on our Brother Qiu? His arrogance frightened Sha Chong into silence. At that moment, Chen Yao's voice cut through and interrupted the confrontation. He stepped from the crowd and said coldly, Dongxing boasts a great deal, but sadly, it only shows against foot soldiers. He turned to Yi Qiu. You are one of Dongxing's 5 tigers. What does bullying Hongxing's foot soldiers prove? The Hongxing men perked up and greeted Yao Go. Yi Qiu only glanced at Chen Yao and said calmly, bullying foot soldiers is no feat. How about I bully you instead? Chen Yao's face paled. Though Hongxing's strategist, he had no real power. Yet in this setting, Hongxing could not lose face, so he forced himself to say, Yi Qiu, don't be too arrogant. This is Hongxing's turf. Yi Qiu laughed softly, and Dongguan Zai grabbed Chen Yao by the collar. Hongxing's men tried to rush forward, but were held back firmly by Yi Qiu's men. Dongguan Zai said bluntly, this is Wang Jiao. Are you out of your mind? Want me to tell you whose turf it is? Then he kicked, sending Chen Yao rolling out. Liang Kuan arrived with Ji Gu and the others frowning. What is happening? Chen Yao rose and took the chance to step down the stairs. Brother Kuan, Dongxing's men have come to cause trouble. Yi Qiu replied calmly, Chen Yao, mind your words. He turned to Sha Chong. Last night your dragon had sent men to find me. Today you deny it. Shouldn't you be punished? Sha Chong hastily protested. Last night is last night. You cannot equate them. Yi Qiu smiled. Hear that? Sha Chong shivered with anger, but dared not speak further. Liang Kuan slapped Sha Chong and reprimanded him. How do you handle things? Brother Qiu came personally, and you blocked him. Sha Chong could only lower his head and remain silent. Yi Qiu said lightly, you're right. Such short-sighted men should simply be taken care of. Liang Kun's expression froze, and those around him gaped. Liang Kuan pretended not to hear and smiled carelessly. Brother Qiu, you jest. Since you're here, please enter. In truth, Liang Kuan was annoyed by Yi Qiu's uninvited presence. He had arranged the banquet to win over Hongxing's halls, and then to attack Yi Qiu. The irony of Yi Qiu turning up himself was not lost on him. Yi Qiu had pushed things so far that Liang Kuan realized if he refused entry outright, a fight would likely break out. After all, Yi Qiu had insisted on a meeting last night and put on airs. Thinking it over, Liang Kuan felt indifferent. With such a grand display today, it was an opportunity to humble Yi Qiu. The hall was full of his Hongxing men. Was he afraid of a single Yi Qiu? He could close the doors and settle both new and old scores. Originally, as an uninvited guest, no seat had been set for Yi Qiu. But now that they had come, he could not seat them elsewhere and place them at the main table. He even arranged seats for Yi Qiu's men. With his own people filling the hall, shifting a few places was simple. The only difference was that Yi Qiu and his men would not be expected to contribute gift money. Liang Kuan glanced around. At his side sat all of Hongxing's enforcers. He dropped the pretense and looking at Yi Qiu with a half-smile said, "Brother Qiu, you truly have guts. A man of stature speaks plainly. Now that I've ascended to the dragon head position of the Hung Hing Society, your days ahead will undoubtedly grow perilous." Liang Kuan said, unable to suppress a grin as he raised his thumb in admiration. "You knew full well today's banquet was convened exclusively for the heads of all Hung Hing branches, yet you dared walk in regardless. Truly fearless, you'd rather die here than back down." As he spoke, Liang Kuan felt a surge of cruel satisfaction. He anticipated one of three possible reactions from Yi Qiu. The first, an immediate explosive confrontation, but Liang Kuan feared this least of all. 18 tables throughout the banquet hall were occupied entirely by Hung Hing men. Should Yi Qiu dare defy him, Liang Kuan would overturn the table without hesitation. Locked behind closed doors, they would brawl, and it would be a dozen against one. He had no fear whatsoever. The second possibility, Yi Qiu might invoke his authority as head of the Eastern Star Branch to assert dominance. Yet Liang Kuan feared that even less. Every man seated at this table was himself a branch chief of the Hung Hing Society, and Liang Kuan, now its dragon head, held supreme authority over them all, easily crushing Yi Qiu beneath it. The third option, exactly what was unfolding now, was for Yi Qiu to swallow his pride and endure the humiliation in silence. Whichever path Yi Qiu chose, Liang Kuan found it deeply gratifying. In short, today, he had Yi Qiu cornered. No intervention, however powerful, could change that. Yet just as Liang Kuan basked in quiet triumph, Yi Qiu suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yi Qiu fixed his gaze upon Liang Kuan, voice grave and deliberate. "Do you know why I dared enter?" Liang Kuan was no novice in dealing with Yi Qiu. He knew well that whenever Yi Qiu wore that expression, he was likely about to hurl a liquor bottle. Having been struck twice on the head by such throws, Liang Kuan remembered the lesson vividly. After all, narrow-eyed men tended to be exceptionally ruthless. Fortunately, no alcohol had yet been served, offering Liang Kuan fleeting reassurance. He retorted coldly, "Yi Qiu, what do you mean?" An instinct whispered that Yi Qiu hadn't arrived unprepared. At last Yi Qiu spoke truth, "I came here specifically to cause you trouble. Now's perfect. The threats are already delivered, so I needn't waste breath on pleasantries." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Qiu swept his hand across the table, and it flipped over with a thunderous crash. Clearly, appending tables wasn't the sole domain of crows. Yi Qiu did it too. It was after all an Eastern Star tradition. A madman, truly a raving lunatic. The other Hung Hing branch chiefs instantly recoiled, eyes flashing with alarm. None had imagined Yi Qiu would strike here, and not merely fight, but deliberately overturn the table. Even they had to concede Yi Qiu was no ordinary brute. Having just crushed the Luenhua and Number Gang, he now turned his sights on the Hung Hing Society. What was he aiming for? To dismantle every major triad in Hong Kong one by one. Liang Kuan watched the scene unfold, then let out a low, icy chuckle. Excellent. Excellent. Yi Qiu, you've got guts. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for what follows. Rage seethed within Liang Kuan. He'd rehearsed a grand, humiliating speech, designed to strip Yi Qiu bare before the entire society. Instead, Yi Qiu denied him even the chance to deliver it, and overturned the table first, outdoing him in sheer audacity. He deserved death, truly he did. Now dragon head of the Hung Hing Society, Liang Kuan's command carried absolute weight. In an instant, dozens of Hung Hing underlings rose as one from surrounding tables, sealing off the entire banquet hall. Damn it, with so many of us here, we could drown them in spit alone. What's there to fear? Eastern Star men daring to swagger like this, in our own territory. Attack. Wipe out these Eastern Star dogs. Had he hesitated half a second longer, he'd have been the one lying motionless on the floor. He's absolutely suicidal, a raving madman. Liang Kuan had lost count of how many times he'd cursed Yi Qiu inwardly, yet he'd never encountered anyone quite so ferocious. Goddamned hell. Several of his underlings had already thrown themselves into harm's way to shield him. Though Liang Kuan had once been a famed red pole enforcer in the Hung Hing Society, years of comfort had long since dulled his reflexes. At this moment, he dared not raise a hand against Yi Qiu. He only wanted to flee. Escape, now. Before Yi Qiu, he couldn't even summon the will to resist, staying any longer risked leaving his life behind. Without life, what revenge remained? So Liang Kuan resolved to feint and bolt, but Yi Qiu gave him no opening. After cutting down 3 or 4 underlings blocking his path, Yi Qiu swung his blade straight into Liang Kuan's back, ripping through his suit, laying open flesh down to the bone. Agony fused with the brutal force of a seasoned red pole sent Liang Kuan crashing to the floor. His eyes bulged wide, not with pain but disbelief. This was the third time he'd fallen to Yi Qiu, and unlike the first two, this time Yi Qiu intended to kill him. The irony was staggering. He'd initiated the conflict precisely after ascending to Dragon Head, yet still ended broken upon the ground. Next lifetime, remember to keep your eyes sharp, don't stand in my way. As the words faded, steel flashed. Liang Kuan's final vision was one of searing, unrelenting resentment. He simply couldn't comprehend it. Having just become Dragon Head, why had death come swifter than ever? But resentment changed nothing. With a heavy thud, he collapsed, lifeless, silent. Liang Kuan was dead. Not even he had foreseen it, nor had the other Hung Hing branch chiefs standing nearby, who stood frozen in shock. After all, Liang Kuan was the dragon head of the Hung Hing society, slain publicly mere moments after assuming power. Such a spectacle shattered every expectation. All the branch chiefs stared at Yi Qiu, incredulity etched across their faces. They truly hadn't believed he'd dare. Yet Liang Kuan lay cold, and still, who among them would now rise to avenge him? Damn, this feast has turned into a funeral. Jigo, Chanyu, and Now Lu exchanged uneasy glances, and immediately prepared to leave. But then Yi Qiu spoke, voice calm and unyielding. No one moves. The banquet isn't over. Departing early violates protocol. Jigo and Chanyu froze mid-step, their forced smiles twisting into grimaces more painful than tears. What did Yi Qiu intend? Was he planning to eradicate them all? Inside the banquet hall, Hung Hing underlings lay dead or wounded. Those remaining fell utterly still. Those who'd shouted vows of vengeance for Liang Kuan had already joined him in death. Surveying the carnage strewn across the floor, Jigo and Chanyu shuddered involuntarily. They'd heard tales of Yi Qiu's ruthlessness, but until now those stories had lacked visceral weight. Now, they had witnessed it firsthand. Ruthless, truly devastatingly so. Even the dragon head of the Hung Hing society hadn't been spared his lethal intent. As the others waited uncertain of Yi Qiu's next move, Ding Guanzai signaled his men to bring in chairs and set up a large table. Yi Qiu sat without hesitation, then dialed Jiang Tianxing. "I've finished here. It's your turn to clean up." Jiang Tianxing was sipping tea with Dai Lor Bi and several Hung Hing branch chiefs when Yi Qiu's call came through, and only then did he finally exhale in relief. He had staked the Jiang family's credibility and his own future on this gamble with Yi Qiu. The wager was immense win, and he reclaimed the dragon head seat. Lose, and his days as former dragon head would be fraught with peril. Thankfully, Yi Qiu had won. Even against the newly crowned dragon head, he had turned the tide, and Jiang Tianxing as co-better emerged victorious alongside him. Hanging up, Jiang Tianxing stretched lazily and offered a faint smile. "Gentlemen, you may depart. Of course, if you wish to accompany me and witness the conclusion, you're welcome to join." Hearing those words, none present were fools. They grasped the outcome instantly. They hastened to declare loyalty. "Mr. Jiang, we follow you without question. The Hung Hing society recognizes only Mr. Jiang, Liang Kuan. We never acknowledged him." Jiang Tianxing smiled faintly, said nothing more, and led his entourage toward the banquet hall where Yi Qiu waited. Behind him marched another cohort of Hung Hing branch chiefs, imposing, resolute. Inside the hall, Jigo and Chanyu's faces paled the moment they saw them. Jiang Tianxing had arrived. How was that possible? By now, even the slowest among them understood Yi Qiu and Jiang Tianxing had been allies all along. That explained why, though Liang Kuan had summoned all branch chiefs, only these few had answered his call, while the rest had gone to Jiang Tianxing instead. Yi Qiu and Jiang Tianxing had conspired together. Glancing at the ruined banquet and Liang Kuan's corpse, even the densest among them could now piece it together. Jiang Tianxing's abdication had been no retreat. It had been a meticulously laid trap. And they had been the fish that took the bait. Whoa, what a lively gathering tonight. With effortless composure, Jiang Tianxing assumed control of the scene. His gaze swept across Chanyu and the others, then lingered briefly on Liang Kuan's lifeless form, before settling coolly upon Chanyu. "Chanyu, you explain. What happened?" Summoned by name, Chanyu flinched inwardly. "Mr. Jiang." Indeed, this was the reckoning. Had Liang Kuan still lived, Chanyu could have sheltered beneath his authority and ignored Jiang Tianxing outright. But now Liang Kuan was gone. As scion of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianxing was all but certain to reclaim the dragon head throne. To speak in Liang Kuan's defense now would be sheer folly. Yet everyone present, with eyes unclouded, had seen Yi Qiu strike the fatal blow. Worse still, Yi Qiu clearly stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Tianxing. What could Chanyu possibly say? What dared he say? How could he possibly justify it? For a moment, even Chanyu, the Hung Hing society's most seasoned strategist, found himself speechless. Then Yi Qiu spoke. "Ah Wu, bring the ledger." As if expecting the moment, he accepted a thick stack of account books from Jia Qiange. These records had been procured from Lei Yaoyang. Indeed, Lei Yaoyang excelled at compiling damning evidence, unearthing even decades-old transgressions. What Yi Qiu now tossed onto the table were irrefutable proofs: Liang Kuan's betrayal of sworn brothers, embezzlement from the Hung Hing society, and photographs documenting his clandestine narcotics trade. Pile after pile accumulated upon the table. These are the evidences of Liang Kuan's sustained sabotage of Hung Hing interests. Verify their authenticity yourselves. Yu Hung Hing society grows weaker with each passing year. Anyone can ascend to Dragon Head. Yi Qiu delivered the barb without restraint, sweeping Chanyu, Jigo and the rest into its sting. Then he shifted tone naturally. "Whether Liang Kuan wears the Dragon Head title means nothing to me. I produced these documents because he provoked me. You've all witnessed today's events. Liang Kuan moved first to eliminate me, and so I've done you the service of purging your ranks. No thanks necessary. Having spoken, Yi Qiu stepped aside as Jiang Tianxing casually picked up the evidence and began leafing through it. Frankly, he hadn't expected Yi Qiu to produce such evidence. Still, it was just as well. No need to fabricate excuses on Yi Qiu's behalf. Jiang Tianxing studied the ledger and photographs, his expression unreadable, neither pleased nor angered. What? Several senior enforcers accompanying Jiang Tianxing were visibly startled upon seeing the proof. Brother B erupted in fury. That despicable Liang Quan actually did this. Damn it. If he weren't already dead, I'd enforce the Triads code upon him myself. Hearing the words, enforce the Triads code, Chun Yao and Brother Qi exchanged uneasy glances. Had this man recently been influenced by Chan Honam? Lately, every other phrase out of his mouth was about Triad discipline. As the sect strategist, and the first to pledge allegiance to Liang Quan, Chun Yao had originally intended to offer a few words in his defense. But the evidence was irrefutable. He could not utter a single rebuttal. After Jiang Tianxing finished reviewing the evidence, he finally lifted his head and addressed Chun Yao, Brother Qi, and the others with grave solemnity. Ah Yao, is this the dragon head you chose? He was your first supporter? Is this how you serve as Hung Hing's strategist? Though Jiang Tianxing no longer held the title of dragon head, Hung Hing itself had been founded by his father Jiang Zhen. As a Jiang family scion, he possessed every right to intervene. Mr. Jiang, we were blind. We placed our trust in that treacherous wretch Liang Quan. Named and rebuked by Jiang Tianxing, Chun Yao trembled from head to toe and hastily deflected blame. We were mistaken. Inwardly, he knew the tide had turned irrevocably. Without immediate redress, his fate would be grim indeed. I move that Mr. Jiang returned to lead us once more. Hung Hing cannot thrive without Mr. Jiang. At this point, Chun Yao had capitulated utterly. The truth was now unmistakable. Jiang Tianxing and Yi Qiu had long been allied. His face betrayed neither joy nor anger, yet their combined strength far exceeded Chun Yao's expectations. With Liang Quan dead and Jiang Tianxing openly shielding Yi Qiu, further resistance was futile. Most importantly, Chun Yao truly feared Yi Qiu. Who was Liang Quan? The newly anointed dragon head of Hung Hing. And yet, Yi Qiu stormed his stronghold without hesitation and struck him down without mercy. How could anyone not fear such a man? Dare they provoke Yi Qiu? Would they dare? True enough, the moment Chun Yao spoke, Brother Qi, Brother Niu, and Brother Sai Yin rushed to echo his words. Wiping sweat from his brow, Brother Qi said, Brother Yao speaks wisely. Hung Hing cannot endure without Mr. Jiang. Brother Sai Yin swiftly added, we support Mr. Jiang's return as dragon head to restore order and lead us once more. Now none dared dwell on Liang Quan's murder at Yi Qiu's hands. All they prayed for was that Jiang Tianxing would not settle old scores, otherwise today would end in disaster. As for the deceased Liang Quan, his death had become meaningless. In an instant, the entire current had shifted. Just days earlier, all had celebrated Liang Quan's ascension with jubilation. Now each vied to declare unwavering loyalty and plead for Jiang Tianxing's return. Ironically, Liang Quan's demise carried a cruel twist. After a long silence, Jiang Tianxing spoke calmly. Enough blood has been spilled today. I wish to shed no more. Ah Yao, Brother Qi, you misjudge character. I shall hold no grudge against you. At these words, Chun Yao and the others exhaled in palpable relief. Yet before that breath had even left their lungs, Jiang Tianxing continued. Still, wrongdoing must be acknowledged. One must always bear the consequences of one's own deeds. How much money you accepted from Liang Quan is none of my concern, but he bears great responsibility for today's chaos. Therefore, each of you shall contribute 10 million. Only then will this matter be settled. This pronouncement struck Chun Yao and Brother Qi like lightning. 10 million per household. Their total earnings from Liang Quan had amounted to only 15 million. To demand such a sum outright seemed excessively harsh. Before they could protest, however, Yi Qiu spoke, calmly, almost casually. Yi Qiu brushed dust from his jacket. Many of my East Star brothers sustained injuries. You will compensate them as well. What? Did he have no shame at all? Jiang Tianxing demanded payment to cover the Triads' losses and to fund post-battle resettlement. But East Star had initiated the violence. Why should they demand compensation? Was there any dignity left? Chun Yao could restrain himself no longer. Why don't you just rob us outright? Jiang Tianxing's demand sought to resolve the mess Liang Quan had left behind. They had accepted Liang Quan's bribes, and thus accepted being implicated in his downfall. But Yi Qiu's demand was pure extortion. Chun Yao, Brother Qi, and the rest would never comply. Absolutely not. Liang Quan had fallen by Yi Qiu's hand. Would they now pay him as if subsidizing his violence? Put bluntly, paying him would be like letting Yi Qiu slap them across the face, then handing him water to wash his hands, saying, thank you for your effort. Were they truly so debased? Yet the moment Chun Yao and Brother Qi voiced their refusal, Yi Qiu merely smiled, unfazed. Shrugging lightly, he said, if you refuse, it makes no difference to me. Then my brothers will simply collect from Liang Quan's establishments. As for the bars and saunas in Mongkok, joint ventures you co-invested in with him, that of course is none of my concern. Brother Qi and Chun Yao instantly wilted. No further protest dared escape their lips. They paid up without complaint. After all, they had partnered with Liang Quan in those ventures long ago. With Liang Quan failing to reclaim control meant certain ruin. If Yi Qiu sent men to ransack and demolish, nothing would remain, not even ashes. Liang Quan's fate stood before them as stark warning. Who among them dared negotiate terms with Yi Qiu now? Indeed, raw power remained the most eloquent language of all. This time Yi Qiu hadn't merely killed a chicken to frighten the monkeys. He had slaughtered the Monkey King himself. They had no choice but to yield. Finally, seeing Chun Yao and Brother Qi bow their heads, Yi Qiu uttered no further word. He simply raised his hand in dismissal. Let's go. He departed with Brother Jiaqian and Dongguan Boy in tow. Thus concluded Liang Quan's demise. Sometimes morality and success resist easy judgment. One can only say, Liang Quan truly courted his own destruction. Even had he escaped Yi Qiu's blade, his nature guaranteed his eventual fall. At the very least, Jiang Tianxing would never have spared him. Within Hung Hing, Jiang Tianxing smoothly assumed the dragon head position, though a mountain of unresolved affairs still awaited him. By contrast, Yi Qiu, who had helped Jiang Tianxing eliminate Liang Quan, emerged indisputably as the greatest victor. Not only had he removed Liang Quan, but he had also seized 2 entire Hung Hing branches. Truly a decisive triumph. Naturally, Yi Qiu's meticulous planning justified his long patience. In truth, had Liang Quan not provoked his own downfall by attempting to depose Jiang Tianxing, Yi Qiu would never have been able to move against him. For this operation's success owed much to Jiang Tianxing's silent orchestration. Put plainly, had Liang Quan not grievously offended Jiang Tianxing, Jiang would never have joined forces with Yi Qiu to destroy him. Thus, Liang Quan's death was profoundly deserved. Utterly deserved. Within half a day, news spread across Hong Kong. Yi Qiu had slain Hung Hing's newly installed dragon head Liang Quan. Or rather, the entire underworld of Hong Kong exploded in shock. Liang Quan's stature was unprecedented, freshly crowned dragon head of Hung Hing, yet cut down by Yi Qiu's hand. The revelation stunned the Triad world. Compared to Yi Qiu's past purges of minor gangs, eliminating the dragon head of Hung Hing was unthinkable. Yet Hung Hing itself confirmed Liang Quan's death, leaving no room for doubt. Surely Jiang Tianxing and the entire Hung Hing hierarchy would not jest about such a matter. Therefore it was true. Yet what left everyone speechless was how effortlessly Liang Quan, the mighty dragon head of Hung Hing, had perished. Soon after, Hung Hing issued another statement. Liang Quan had betrayed the Triad, and thus deserved death. Other gangs fell silent. Even the principal party offered no objection. Nonetheless, the underworld remained awestruck by Yi Qiu's power and ruthlessness. Liang Quan had declared war one day, and lay dead the next. And immediately afterward, Hung Hing recalled Jiang Tianxing. Who could believe there was no hidden narrative behind this? Remarkable, someone remarked. First day in office, and already dead. Liang Quan must be the shortest reigning dragon head in history. Mainly because Yi Qiu is merciless. This man is a true harbinger of calamity, slaughtering wherever he treads. Remember, keep your distance whenever you see him. He's untouchable. Through this single confrontation, Yi Qiu's fearsome reputation became legendary. First, the Luanhua and Number gangs were eradicated. Then the dragon head of Hung Hing fell. Yi Qiu's name became taboo among all major triads. A consensus emerged when encountering Yi Qiu: flee as far and fast as possible, for he is simply beyond challenge. Meanwhile, East Star found itself utterly bewildered. Its dragon head locked to massaged his temples in frustration. Yi Qiu stirred too much trouble. Strong subordinates were an asset, but his penchant for provocation overwhelmed Lock 2. Yi Qiu could act without restraint. A Lock 2 as dragon head bore responsibility for the Triads standing in the underworld. At this rate, East Star would collapse under the strain. Yet Yi Qiu's ascendancy was irreversible. Lock 2 could neither punish nor reprimand him. All he could do was sigh. Each generation births its own prodigies. Truly, this is the era of youth. These days, being a Triad dragon head was no easy feat. Soon the title might rank among the most perilous occupations. If things continued thus, perhaps Lock 2 should begin preparing for retirement. The underworld had grown too dangerous. He longed for quiet retirement. Upon hearing the news, Undermountain Tiger Wu Ya and Smiling Tiger were incredulous. Staring blankly at his subordinate, Wu Ya asked, "What did you say?" That accursed Yi Qiu actually killed Liang Quan. Earlier they'd feared Yi Qiu would face grave repercussions, even targeted by Hung Hing. But reality had inverted their expectations. Not only had Yi Qiu escaped unscathed, he had slain Liang Quan. This outcome felt surreal. Too unbelievable. Wu Ya shook his head. Not even cinema dares script such audacity. Gasp. Lei Yaoyang drew a sharp breath, murmuring, "Could this possibly be real?" Lei Yaoyang had provided Yi Qiu with evidence, knowing Yi Qiu would act against Liang Quan, but never imagined the execution would be so swift, so absolute. It was madness. After Liang Quan's death, Hung Hing did not descend into chaos. Beyond Yi Qiu's growing infamy, other triads remained unchanged, though notably Liang Quan's men withdrew from Mongkok. with Jiang Tianxing restored as Dragon Head Mongkok became an unclaimed territory. Logically, the most fitting successor would be Liang Quan's loyal lieutenant Sha Chong, just as Chan Honam had risen after Brother B's death. But Sha Chong, shattered by Yi Chio's brutality, dared not even mention the prospect. Nor did any other Hung Hing enforcer dare vie for the position. Mongkok was undeniably fertile ground, yet no hand reached out to claim it. All watched the territory lie vacant, and silently agreed to abandon it. After all, if Yi Chio dared kill Liang Quan, what limit existed to his actions? Living beside such a man offered no hope of peaceful coexistence. All understood clearly, having eliminated Liang Quan, Yi Chio's next move would inevitably be the full conquest of Mongkok. Any who attempted to seize the enforcer's seat now would meet certain death, perhaps even swept aside by Yi Chio as an afterthought. Such a gamble held no reward, only ruin. Thus establishing a Hung Hing branch in Mongkok lost all meaning. Jiang Tianxing remained silent. The other enforcers tacitly understood. None dared broach the subject of Mongkok again. It was as though with Liang Quan's death, Mongkok itself had become a relic of Hung Hing's past. Yi Chio certainly would not waste time. He directly took over all the territory left by Liang Quan, completely achieving a unified control. At this point, all the territories under his command had been unified, from the initial Shadian Tongko to Mongkok Pottinger Street, Yao Ma Ti, and then to North Point and the outlying islands, unknowingly possessing 6 major territories. Such a force was no less than the old-school gang Dongxing. Yi Chio smiled and called over his younger brothers Dong Guanzai, Fei Ji, and Yao Wan. "You have followed me for so long," Yi Chio said. "Now that the territories are unified, it's time to reorganize the territories you hold." As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately perked up. Just as Yi Chio said, after following for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. The previous distribution of territories was temporary, with you getting a few streets in one territory and another person getting a few streets, never complete. But there was no way around that. At that time, Yi Chio was in a phase of rapid expansion. Now it was different. With all territories unified, the division became much simpler. Seeing the eager expressions of everyone, Yi Chio no longer wasted words and directly announced, "Achi, you will still manage Pottinger Street." He first pointed to Scar Chi's name. After all, she was his woman, so Yi Chio would certainly arrange for her first. Moreover, Scar Chi had always managed Pottinger Street, and no one had more authority than her. Though she only managed Pottinger Street, her status was such that even Dong Guanzai had to respectfully call her sister Chi. Yi Chio continued, "Dong Guanzai, you will manage Mongkok from now on." Recently, Dong Guanzai had put in a lot of effort and had repeatedly proven his loyalty. The Mongkok territory was rightfully his, and with his usual arrogant character, he could indeed hold the fort. "Thank you, Chio Gup." Dong Guanzai immediately stood up, his tone full of gratitude. He knew all too well what a unified Mongkok represented. From today on, Dong Guanzai would also be the boss of the entire territory. Although he had some neighborhoods before that was merely being a neighborhood boss, now he was truly a powerful figure. This gratitude was sincere. After following De Pu He for so many years, all he got were a few transport routes running errands as a little brother. However, after following Yi Chio, he had continuously risen in status and had now become the boss of Mongkok. This was the difference. Yi Chio smiled faintly. "Now the entire Mongkok is yours, so the territories of other neighborhoods." Dong Guanzai immediately replied, "Rest assured, I understand," without any objections. Yi Chio continued to arrange, "North Point will be managed by Fei Ji." Fei Ji and Dong Guanzai were the two who fought the most under Yi Chio's command, often leading the charge in battles. Despite Fei Ji being quiet, he was actually the most sentimental among everyone. Thus, Yi Chio entrusted the North Point territory to him. "Thank you, Chio Gup." Fei Ji's voice was somewhat excited. He had always dreamed of making a name for himself, and still remembered the scene when Di came to Lei Yu men to recruit him. Never did he expect to surpass the boss Yu Tu Biao so quickly and become the boss of North Point. Thinking of this, Fei Ji secretly rejoiced that he had tightly held onto Yi Chio's thigh. "Like Dong Guanzai, you need to give up the territories of your other neighborhoods." "No problem." After arranging Dong Guanzai and Fei Ji, the remaining people looked eagerly at Yi Chio. Territories were scarce. Who didn't want to be the boss? In this line of work, who didn't want to become a powerful figure? Yao Ma Ti. Yaowen will manage it. Yaowen was previously a hallmark of Hung Zi, strong enough that no one would object to him sitting in this position. Everyone nodded in agreement, not uttering a word. The outlying islands will go to Datu, and Shatian will go to Master Su. Datu and Master Su weren't particularly strong in fights, but they were clever and agile in their dealings. In recent times following Yi Chio, they had handled everything assigned to them satisfactorily, which Yi Chio noted with satisfaction. As each territory was assigned, Jia Qiange listened and discovered that his name was never mentioned. He couldn't sit still. "Chiogu, this isn't fair." Jia Qiange stood up directly and said, "I have contributed too. What about my share?" He paused, suddenly recalling something, his expression slightly darkening. "You wouldn't send me to Causeway Bay, would you?" Jia Qiange clearly remembered that Yi Chio only had 3 streets in Causeway Bay. The more he thought about it, the more he felt disadvantaged raising his voice. The two and Master Su can be bosses, yet I'm so capable and don't even have a territory. If there are no territories, then increase the money. He extended his hand. I only want money. Yi Qiu smiled. What's the rush? He waved his hand. I've already arranged things with Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing. Tsimsha Sui will be handed over. At that time you will go to Tsimsha Sui to be the boss. Tsimsha Sui was the last untouched territory in Yao Tsimong and was an agreement Yi Qiu had made with Jiang Tianxing earlier. Among Yi Qiu's subordinates, Fei Ji and Dong Guanzai were considered capable, but Jia Qiange was actually stronger. Although in the original plot he was taken down by Dong Guanzai, that was after exhausting most of his strength and still managing to kill 3 opponents. He was a fierce character. More importantly, Jia Qiange was intelligent and handled matters more flexibly than Dong Guanzai. So after thinking it over, Yi Qiu decided to hand Tsimsha Sui over to him. The current head of Tsimsha Sui was Hongxing's prince who had risen to power around the same time as Chen Haonan. This person, relying on his skills with dual flower red sticks, was a troublesome character known for being difficult. To take over such a place, Jia Qiange was indeed more suitable. Jia Qiange was momentarily stunned. He originally thought he had no chance this time, but unexpectedly Yi Qiu had other arrangements. However, having been in the underworld for so long, he was well aware of the situation in Tsimsha Sui. Tsimsha Sui. Jia Qiange frowned. Besides Hongxing's territory, doesn't Xing have a foothold there? They have enough manpower, and I would be going there alone to seize territory. He shook his head. This job is too disadvantageous. I need more money. Nearby Dong Guanzai and the others rolled their eyes. This guy really couldn't stop talking about money. Yi Qiu was too lazy to argue with him and directly said, rest assured, Dong Guanzai, Fei Ji, and the others all have territories now. Oh, if you need people, just ask them to transfer. As for Xing, Yi Qiu paused. I will handle it. With that said, Jia Qiange no longer prattled and nodded, sitting back down. With all the territories assigned, everyone had been upgraded from small leaders to true powerful figures. In fact, based on seniority and skills, Kowloon should have had a territory since he had followed Yi Qiu the longest. But his nature was such that while he was skilled in fighting and killing, he wasn't suited to manage younger brothers as a leader. Kowloon was aware of this himself and thus didn't care about this position. In fact, without Yi Qiu needing to say much, everyone knew Kowloon's position was special. Even the arrogant Dong Guanzai would address him respectfully as Brother Lu when they met. Besides Kowloon, Chen Haonan and Long Wu also didn't rise in status. Long Wu shared Kowloon's temperament. He wouldn't say a word for half a day, and it was better to invite him for a meal than to have him manage people. Moreover, he was currently not around Yi Qiu, so no arrangements were made. As for Chen Haonan, he had just transferred over with no achievements or merits and was still nursing his injuries, making it even more unlikely for him to be assigned a territory. With all 6 major unified territories arranged, Yi Qiu's control over the territories was finally clear. Compared to when he first rose to power in less than a year, Yi Qiu had already controlled 6 territories and gained substantial authority. These territories were all conquered by him, unrelated to Dongxing, and were entirely his foundation. After distributing the territories, Yi Qiu's subordinates left to manage their respective territories. He naturally didn't need to report to anyone as his power was evident. Even if Luo Tuo wanted to hold a meeting, it would depend on his mood. Although Yi Qiu was still nominally the leader of Dongxing, everyone knew that his strength was no less than any gang, making him a king without a crown. Before long, Lei Yaoyang came over to invite him for drinks. As soon as Lei Yaoyang entered, he shouted, let's go. Let's drink. By the way, tell me how you took down Liang Kuan. Yi Qiu did not refuse, and the two found a place to sit. After a few drinks, Lei Yaoyang couldn't help but be curious and began to ask about Liang Kuan. Yi Qiu also did not hide anything and directly explained the process. It turned out that Jiang Tianxing and Yi Qiu had joined forces coordinating efforts, and Liang Kuan died without any injustice. Lei Yaoyang shook his head, mourning Liang Kuan for 3 seconds, stating that being the leader of Hongxing was indeed a high-risk profession. After a while, the D also approached, immediately asking about Liang Kuan, clearly gossiping. Yi Qiu explained it once again, and only then did the D understand. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yaoyang shifted the topic to the D, asking, what's going on with you and Lianxing recently? The business seems to have dropped a lot. Are you encountering troubles? The D smacked his forehead and said, you reminded me. Ooh, I almost forgot. I came to find you for help today. Lei Yaoyang pointed at Yi Qiu and laughed. If you have something to say it. Let this guy handle it. His name is infamous now, just right for intimidating people. The D's eyelids twitched. He indeed had people he found unsatisfactory within Lianxing, such as Deng Bo and those old guys. However, he wasn't tough enough and couldn't do what Yi Qiu did, cutting the roots. The D turned to Yi Qiu and said seriously, now there's a gang that has been constantly rubbing shoulders with me, and they also have some conflicts with Yi Qiu Go. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. Which gang? The D spat out 2 words, Xing. Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be Xing. He had just promised Jia Qiange to deal with Xing, and now it was quite timely. The D continued to explain the disputes with Xing. The 2 territories were adjacent, And although their cooperation was fine at first, after the number gang collapsed, Xianji's attitude changed dramatically, not only cutting off cooperation, but also stealing business, and even secretly colluding with the veterans of Lianqing. Lei Yaoyang finally understood. He raised an eyebrow, surprised that the elders of Lianqing could still contrive so many tricks. I must admit, Lei Yaoyang shook his head, these uncles become more troublesome with age. After slaughtering so many last time, they still have no sense. Didi looked displeased. His face hardened as he said, then it is decided. We deal with Xing first, then go settle those restless old men. He snorted coldly and continued, do they really think that hiding behind the uncle's name will stop me? A bunch who learn only how to take and not how to be struck. Yi Qiu smiled, lightly unconcerned by Didi's fury. Knocking the table, he said, very well, I will move against this Xing for you. That was his way, whoever stood in his path he would remove. He had already planned to act over Jian Shazui. This merely gave him another pretext. Seeing Yi Qiu agree, Lei Yaoyang considered for a moment. Xing is not difficult. This term has two leaders who share power, neither is specially capable, both are mediocre. He paused, then proposed, if you decide to strike, I can first dig up dirt on them. Let them turn on one another, we then pick them off one by one and collapse them from within. Clearly Lei Yaoyang was a veteran of intrigue, always ready with salacious material. In these circles few sit cleanly upon their seats. With Lei Yaoyang's skill, uncovering a little scandal would be easy. Yet Yi Qiu waved it off. Yi Qiu replied calmly, no need to make it so complicated. He looked at Didi and said, I will go to them directly. In front of both leaders, I will invite one to dinner, and that will be enough. Didi was stunned and momentarily speechless. That's simple, he blurted. Lei Yaoyang, however, immediately sensed Yi Qiu's implication and stroked his chin. Lei Yaoyang thought to himself that Yi Qiu could be more devious than he was. Yi Qiu did not elaborate, only smiled faintly, and said, exactly that simple. Why muddy the waters when fame alone will do? He added, no need for dirt. We only need to sow discord and make them afraid. As long as they believe one will die tomorrow, and only one can survive, they will tear each other apart first. At that, Didi finally understood. He suddenly felt he had been naive. He was grateful he was not Yi Qiu or Lei Yaoyang's enemy. Dealing with those two would mean being toyed with until ruined. As expected, when Xing received Didi's message relayed on Yi Qiu's behalf, they were nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood. The two leaders of Xing were baffled. They had not provoked Yi Qiu, so why was trouble knocking at their door? They held their breath for a long moment before finally speaking. Their first reaction was anger, quickly replaced by fear. When Hao Ma Bang had been swept aside by Yi Qiu, they had watched a major organization reduced to a minor faction. At the time, they had secretly felt fortunate that they had not crossed Yi Qiu. Actually, Hao Ma Bang had once tried to recruit them to join in raising grievances against Dongxing. But recalling Yi Qiu's brutal methods against Lianqing, they ultimately refused. That decision proved wise. Yi Qiu then turned and swept through Lianhe, Hao Ma Bang, and other groups. That made them even more relieved. Yet fate willed that though they stirred no trouble, trouble still sought them out. Xing was an old established organization, and as a rare club with two leaders, it was often criticized. After all, one club with two bosses, whom should one obey? When that precedent broke, many within other clubs who had failed in internal struggles were tempted. If Xing could run dual leadership, why not others? The trend spread, unsettling loyalties in many groups. They did not know the true reason Xing could sustain two leaders. The two bosses were real brothers. In earlier years, Xing had been passed from father to son, like the Jiang family of Hongxing or the Luo family of Dongxing. Now the Xiang brothers sat facing one another, an unusual scene of silence. For a long time they had nothing to say, they did not know where to begin. Yi Qiu's strength was an open fact. The 6 major halls were unanimous. He first cleansed Lianhe, and Hao Ma Bang then eliminated the Hongxing leader. Though he was only the Dongxing hall master, his power rivaled that of top organizations. Such an unacknowledged sovereign was not to be trifled with. They thought Liang Kun's provocation would remove Yi Qiu, but Yi Qiu remained unscathed, while Liang Kun perished. Mr. Xiang finally spoke. What do you think now, eh? Xiang Xianxing smiled wryly. What else can we think? Do you dare to take Yi Qiu head on? I certainly do not. For a respected leader to admit he did not dare to fight reveals the pressure Yi Qiu exerted. Mr. Xiang was silent because he too lacked the nerve. Nowadays few on the street, hearing Yi Qiu's name, did not feel a headache. Xiang Xianxing continued, enough. There is no need to offend Yi Qiu on behalf of those old men from Lianqing. Hao Ma Bang had been reduced to a minor faction. He feared losing Xing entirely. They had no deep ties with Lianqing's elders, but had been swayed by filial considerations and promises of gain. They had intended to exploit Xing's dual leadership to drive a wedge in Lianqing, not anticipating that Yi Qiu would ally with Didi. Mr. Xiang nodded. Those old men of Lianqing, after so many deaths, still try to make trouble. They deserve their fate. After discussion, they chose to abandon Lianqing and seek peace with Yi Qiu and Didi. Though they held status in the circles, such prestige mattered less than the survival of the organization. Refusing to negotiate meant certain death. The lesson of Lianhe and Hao Ma Bang lay plainly before them. Resolute, the two leaders of Xing swiftly gathered men and sped to Lianxing. When Didi saw them, he was bewildered. He had prepared to fight, yet these men came bearing sincere offers of peace. Didi had no choice but to consult Yi Qiu on whether to parley or strike. Yi Qiu was surprised at Xing's attitude. He had underestimated his own deterrent. But since they had come to sue for peace, he naturally would not refuse. Yi Qiu set out for Lianxing. Though the two Xing leaders had never met him before, they had already studied his record prior to coming. After a brief greeting, Mr. Xiang spoke plainly. Mr. Yi, the fault was ours before. Please forgive us. He did not beat around the bush. Mr. Yi, since we have met, perhaps both sides can each take a step back to avoid real bloodshed. What do you think? Yi Qiu smiled. A step back is certainly acceptable, he said casually, though his tone bore no meekness. But are you willing to accept my conditions? The Xing leaders' brows furrowed immediately. They knew Yi Qiu was resolute, but had not expected to encounter such firmness at the first word. They had come to sue for peace, so they did not hesitate long. Lianxing bit his lip and said, Mr. Yi, please state your terms. Yi Qiu regarded them with the same calm voice. I know you have close ties with those old men of Lianxing. He paused, then continued. If we are to talk seriously, you must show good faith. First deal with them. Then we can continue this discussion. How about that? The words were casual, but they struck deep. The two leaders felt a sudden chill. They had only just sat, and already blood was asked for. It was ruthless, yet they knew Yi Qiu was no joker. Once spoken, it was a final ultimatum. To act or not to act, there was no middle course. Sure enough, when Yi Qiu finished speaking, Deng Bo and the others were stunned. They stared as if unable to believe what they had heard. Yi Qiu. Deng Bo sprang to his feet with a loud voice. How dare you? This is Lianxing territory. You have no right to be arrogant here. Before his words finished, the two Xing leaders signaled their men. The next moment, including Deng Bo, 4 senior elders fell to the floor. Silence filled the council hall. Didi looked at the bodies and felt a pang of awe. He had long wished to deal with these elder men, but seeing it done so cleanly left him astonished. Power made all the difference. As a leader, Didi still had to consider reputation before acting, whereas Yi Qiu needed only a word, and Xing obliged. Only then did Didi truly grasp what Yi Qiu represented on the streets. Yi Qiu, however, nodded as if nothing had happened. Very good, he said. I have seen your sincerity. The two Xing leaders breathed a secret sigh of relief. Since they had chosen to negotiate, they would put on the proper posture. With Yi Qiu's nod, a turning point had come. Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiang said, shall we discuss terms now? Yes. Yi Qiu smiled, his tone leaving no room for doubt. My condition is simple regarding Jianshazui. I have already spoken with Hongxing, and they have withdrawn. So if you Xing relinquish the Jianshazui Hall and its territory, we will reconcile. At this, the two Xing leaders nearly went pale. To demand the Jianshazui Hall on the first term was to seize one of Xing's few banners. The blow was severe indeed. They exchanged glances, faces darkened. Lianxing chose his words carefully and asked timidly, Mr. Yi, could we change the terms? What do you suggest? Yi Qiu cut him off, unmoving. From his demeanor, the two leaders understood plainly. Jianshazui was something Yi Qiu was determined to take. If they refused, the negotiation ended. But did they dare to risk everything over Jianshazui? The answer was clearly no. If they had the courage, they would not be seated there now. After a moment of silence, they finally bowed their heads and agreed. From a negotiation to forced cession, Xing had lost this round. They had no choice. Suffering a small loss now was better than a total rupture. The fate of Hao Ma Bang stood as a warning. If one lacked strength, one paid the price. After a brief further discussion, both sides reached an accord. Before long, the two leaders of Xing rose and left. Though inwardly resentful, they harbored little rage. Yi Qiu had risen to such heights that if one could not beat him, one must acknowledge it. Watching their departing figures, Didi shook his head quietly. These are the wise ones sacrificing face to preserve substance. With the foundation of Xing, they can easily establish themselves elsewhere. Compared to those who stubbornly cling to their pride and end up with no chance of redemption, this is much stronger. Yi Qiu turned around and smiled at Didi. It's done. Your troubles are solved. You're impressive. Didi shook his head, truly admiring Yi Qiu's tenacity. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked, what if they regret it later? Regret? Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes. That would mean they don't take me seriously. In that case, I would personally visit Xing to discuss the issue of integrity with them. Upon hearing this, Didi fell silent, even refraining from asking how they would discuss it, because given Yi Qiu's usual style, the answer didn't require guessing. Before long, the two spokespersons from Xing indeed acted as promised. They took the initiative to announce in the Underworld that they were retracting their flag from the Tsim Sha Sui location. This immediately sparked a lot of discussions. Many were puzzled as to why such a large organization as Xing suddenly withdrew from Tsim Sha Sui, until Brother Jiaqian led people to establish a flag. At this point, some perceptive individuals probably began to guess what was happening. On Jiang Tiansheng's side, seeing Xing withdraw his expression became somewhat complicated. Actually, in the past couple of days, he had also been hesitating whether to turn against Yi Qiu and nullify their previous agreement. After all, following the recent chaos caused by Liang Kuan, his prestige in Hongxing had returned, giving him enough confidence to confront Yi Qiu Heiden. What he was considering now was simply whether it was worth it. However, before Jiang Tiansheng could think clearly, Xing had made such a move. This directly disrupted his calculations. Moreover, even if Hongxing did not withdraw, Yi Qiu's flag had already been raised. This left Jiang Tiansheng with no choice but to be cautious. Forget it. There's no need to cause a big scene with Yi Qiu at this moment. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Tiansheng dialed the number of the person in charge at Tsim Sui. It is worth mentioning that at this time the leader of Tsim Sui was not the later prince, but rather an older generation who was a peer of Big Brother B. Therefore, upon receiving Jiang Tiansheng's call, the other side wisely retracted their flag and vacated the territory. On the other side, Yi Qiu was unaware that the issue in Tsim Sui actually lay not with Xing but with Hongxing. Regardless, the matter in Tsim Sui was resolved, albeit in a rather comical manner. However, this did not hinder the birth of Yi Qiu's 7th territory, Tsim Sui Brother Jiaqian. With Brother Jiaqian officially taking over Tsim Sui, all organizations fell silent. The Yao Tsim district would henceforth completely belong to Yi. The name Yi Qiu was rapidly gaining fame, rivaling that of top organizations. One should know that the strength of a faction is never due to a single person, but rather a collective. Just like Hongxing has 12 territories, Dongxing has the 5 tigers of Dongxing. Yi Qiu's 7 territories, aside from Big Head and Chief Advisor Su, the rest are all masters of the red stick level. The gathering of these individuals solidified Yi Qiu's power. Just as Yi Qiu arranged, all of this news arrived from Aojing. Long Wu was in trouble. Long Wu is in trouble. Yi Qiu frowned upon hearing this. If he remembered correctly, Long Wu should be in Aojing, assigned to protect Gao Jin. Logically, there shouldn't have been any issues at this stage. Moreover, before leaving, he had instructed Wei Zidu to keep an eye on things, so it shouldn't have happened. Yi Qiu's first reaction was to think of the gambler Jin Nung, who had been let go by Gao Jin. Could it be him? Intuition told Yi Qiu that things weren't this simple. After all, the butterfly effect sounds mystical, but is the most unpredictable. This is also why Yi Qiu prefers to resolve matters thoroughly, solving everything at once to avoid future troubles. Kale, make arrangements, we are going to Aojing. Gao Jin was a key player in Yi Qiu's plans in Aojing. Unless he no longer intended to engage with the underworld in business, he would definitely need Gao Jin. Thus, upon hearing that Long Wu was in trouble, he immediately set off for Aojing. Not long after arriving, Yi Qiu discovered that the situation was not as severe as he had imagined. Although Long Wu had sustained some injuries, they were not serious. On the contrary, Wei Zida's side was in worse shape. As the boss, Wei had lost a number of subordinates, and he himself had multiple fractures, looking quite tragic. Gao Jin also appeared pale. Seeing that both Gao Jin and Long Wu were relatively unharmed, Yi Qiu finally felt relieved. As for Wei, regardless, he was still half an ally, and this matter couldn't just be left as is. Yi Qiu waved his hand, calling Wei and his band of younger brothers over, frowning as he asked, "What happened? Who did this to you?" "I don't know." Gao Jin's mood was clearly poor, but he still whispered, "I don't recognize them, but I guess they were sent by Jin Nung. Recently, news about the global gambling god competition has surfaced. I suspect that old fox is afraid I will participate and turn the tables, so he sent people to kill me." Gao Jin truly did not know the pursuers, but he was very clear about who had sent them. It was precisely for this reason that he felt somewhat guilty. Wei was still lying in the hospital, and it was somewhat related to his letting Jin Nang go. If he had listened to Yi Qiu's advice and dealt with matters thoroughly back then, perhaps today's troubles could have been avoided. At this moment, Long Wu suddenly spoke up. It was someone from the Wolf Pack. Wolf Pack? Yi Qiu frowned, finding the name unfamiliar. He is not from this side. Long Wu was not talkative, but his tone was cold. After a pause, he added, "I was once hunted by them when I was outside the Nanyu border." "Oh." Yi Qiu initially did not react, but once Long Wu explained, he recalled those killers from outside the Nanyu border. The ones who hunted Long Wu were evidently that group. Compared to the original story, Gao Jin's line had already changed significantly. Originally, at this point in time, Gao Jin would likely still be playing dumb to save his life rather than openly profiting from Yi Qiu. Confirming from Long Wu that it was indeed the Wolf Pack, Yi Qiu was now certain it was indeed, due to his influence, that Jin Nung hired these desperate criminals ahead of time. Without his intervention, Gao Jin would not have exposed himself so early, nor would he have developed such a deep enmity with Jin Nung. At this point, Jin Nung should have been preparing for the gambling match in Las Vegas, aiming to establish his name as the gambling god of Southeast Asia. But now everything was different. Jin Nung, though crippled, clearly sought revenge against Gao Jin, which accelerated everything. If that's the case, it all makes sense. After hearing Long Wu's explanation, a glint of coldness passed through Yi Qiu's eyes. He had originally thought that arranging Wei Zidu to deal with Jin Nung before leaving Aojing would be enough to put an end to them. With the entire force of the Zidu, Jin Ning's life would not be easy, and he could even be eradicated at the first opportunity. In fact, Wei had done just that, and had succeeded to a large extent, but he had overlooked one crucial detail: Jin Nung had also hired mercenaries. Thus this crisis occurred. However, none of this mattered now. Since Yi Qiu was here, what did it matter whether it was a wolf or not? Since they dared to come, they could only enter alive and leave dead. Yi Qiu thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. It's rare to encounter a few experts, but it's time to stretch my muscles. Leave the rest to me. Yi Qiu looked at Long Wu. Do you know where the wolf pack and Jin Ning are? Gao Jin was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Qiu to plan to take action himself. Brother Qiu, are you going personally? Gao Jin couldn't help but say, those people I've dealt with, they're all madmen, difficult to handle. Yi Qiu smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. It's one thing if they don't provoke me, but since they insist on causing trouble here, then I naturally can't let them off. Gao Jin wanted to persuade him again, but heard Long Wu quietly interject. Yi Qiu is more formidable than you think. I can't beat him. Gao Jin fell silent. All right, he had spoken out of turn. Jin Nung, upon hearing that the wolf pack had not killed Gao Jin, was caught off guard, and then his expression darkened completely. You let Long Wu and Gao Jin escape. His tone was hurried. You fought with Long Wu outside the Nanyu border. How could you let him get away? Do you know who is behind them? I told you there is only one chance. If you miss it once Yi Qiu catches on, it will be us who die. A series of questions made the wolf pack frown. He had some rapport with the intermediary between him and Jin Nung, but they were neither superior nor subordinate. He did not want to hear this guy's incessant scolding. To be honest, he was only helping Jin Ning kill for the money. It did not mean he was Jin Ning's dog. As long as there were no conflicts, he did not mind calling Jin Ning sir, but if Jin Ning thought he could boss him around, then the wolf pack would immediately turn hostile. Mr. Jin, a cold glint flashed in the wolf pack's eyes. Are you teaching me how to kill? No. Jin Nung realized he had lost his composure, coughed. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind you that Gao Jin has backing. Yi Qiu is not easy to deal with. This failed attempt at killing Gao Jin could truly be a disaster for us. He adjusted his wording, trying to be as tactful as possible. The wolf pack frowned. As a Southern Yu assassin, he did not know Yi Qiu, but he had heard this name many times from Jin Ning over the past few days. Then kill him together. The wolf pack paused before continuing. In any case, next time I won't let Long Wu get away again. The wolf pack left. Jin Ning knew without asking that the wolf pack had failed to kill and was going back to hunt Long Wu. They had been mortal enemies outside the Nanyu border, and now they were even less likely to spare Long Wu. Though Jin Nung had arranged everything, he still felt uneasy. He knew that this unease did not stem from Long Wu or Gao Jin, but from Yi Qiu. Years of experience in the underworld had cultivated in him a cautious habit, and his sense of crisis was growing stronger. He decided he could not remain there any longer. As soon as the wolf pack left, the smile on Jin Ning's face vanished. He turned towards the shadows and called out in a low voice, Gao Ao. A figure stepped out from the darkness. It was Gao Ao. He asked in a hoarse voice, Godfather, are we really leaving? Didn't the wolf pack go back to kill Long Wu? Jin Nung shook his head, his tone cautious. These killers only recognize money. They are hard to tame. Since the wolf pack let Long Wu and Gao Jin go, Yi Qiu will definitely find out. We cannot afford to provoke that person, but it's better to find a safer place. Gao Ao thought for a moment and said, Isn't it necessary, Godfather? A cautious boat sails for 1,000 years. Jin Ning stood up, no longer explaining. From now on, regardless of whether the wolf pack kills Long Wu and Gao Jin, we will no longer contact them. Yes, Godfather. Gao Ao nodded. Although he could not fathom the thoughts of this Godfather and master, one thing he was clear about: following Jin Nung ensured his survival. Jin Nung had offended so many people, yet still managed to survive until now, which was the best proof. After leaving the villa, Lang Wolf continued his search for Long Wu's whereabouts. Having let Long Wu escape beyond the southern border of Vietnam on their last encounter, he regarded it as a personal disgrace, only to suffer another failure now. This humiliation burned too fiercely to swallow. He began discreetly investigating Long Wu's and Gao Jin's residence, preparing for his next assassination attempt. Meanwhile, Long Wu and Gao Jin had breathed slightly easier since Yi Qiu's arrival. Yi Qiu went nowhere else. He remained quietly atop the rooftop, waiting for Lang Wolf to come to him. He knew full well that such assassins were like rabid dogs; they would not relent until their quarry was dead. Rather than exhaust himself hunting them down, he chose to let them deliver themselves. As he waited, Yi Qiu casually asked Long Wu, You served overseas before. How many others like you, equally formidable, are still alive there? Long Wu shook his head, calm and measured. I know of 2 or 3 others, but whether they're still alive I can't say. That place breeds madmen. A death there is commonplace. Perhaps stirred by memories of the past, Long Wu spoke more than usual. He explained that survival there demanded absolute ruthlessness. Men fought savagely for scraps of food, and in extremis even resorted to cannibalism. He held firm to his own moral line, but acknowledged plainly that only the strongest endured. And yet how long any one man might last remained entirely uncertain. Yi Qiu nodded about to reply, when suddenly his brow furrowed. His ears twitched, faintly catching the softest disturbance from outside. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as he said, "They're here. Prepare to move." With that, he casually picked up a deck of playing cards left behind by Gao Jin for practice. Coincidentally, Yi Qiu himself was a master of card-throwing technique. This time he saw no need for firearms. He wished to test this very skill. The assassins Lang Wolf brought were indeed agile and swift, rivaling even seasoned enforcers in speed and precision. Yet to Yi Qiu, they were merely ordinary. With a flick of his wrist, a single card shot forward, a pliant sheet of paper cleaving the air with a whistling shriek radiating palpable lethality. It flew like a bullet, vanishing in an instant. A figure collapsed with a thunderous thud, his throat slit cleanly by the card's razor edge. Yi Qiu flicked again, how another card launched forth. This mastery of projectile card throwing was one of his most refined close combat arts. When Lang Wolf's men saw their comrade fall, they froze in stunned disbelief. Before they could grasp what had happened, Long Wu erupted forward like a panther. In one seamless sequence, grapple lock choke, he neutralized another assassin. "We've been spotted." One killer instinctively raised his pistol, aiming at Long Wu's head. Yet Long Wu didn't glance back, charging instead toward his next target. Almost simultaneously, a playing card sliced through the air and struck the gun barrel with surgical precision. As the weapon spun away, a second card slashed across the shooter's throat. Darkness swallowed his vision. He crumpled silently. In the blink of an eye, 3 of Lang Wolf's men lay dead. The disparity between them was nothing short of annihilation. While Long Wu dispatched the third, Yi Qiu did not idle. His fingers snapped in rapid succession. Several cards tore through the air, each striking a remaining assassin's wrist. A series of sharp metallic chimes echoed as every firearm clattered to the floor. Brilliant. Long Wu rarely praised aloud, and clearly his bold advance had been possible only because Yi Qiu stood unshaken behind him. Lang Wolf's face paled. He cursed, inwardly furious. Several comrades dead in moments. The surviving overseas killers stared in shock and suspicion, utterly baffled as to where Long Wu had found such an ally. To disarm them, all using mere playing cards, was unheard of. Yi Qiu's technique moved faster than the eye could track, faster than thought itself. But there was no time for reflection. With a silent exchange of glances, the remaining assassins converged on Yi Qiu, determined to eliminate this threat first. Yi Qiu's name had grown legendary in Hong Kong lately, but they had accepted the contract and duty demanded execution regardless. Seeing them close in, Yi Qiu remained unruffled. Since card throwing was no longer convenient, he simply set it aside. Stepping forward, he delivered a devastating kick, raw superhuman power erupting in his limbs. One assassin soared backward 7 or 8 meters, crashing hard into the wall. A true master reveals himself in a single motion. Incredible. The others' hearts clenched, overwhelmed by an instinctive visceral dread born of sheer undeniable supremacy. They had assumed Yi Qiu's strength lay solely in his card throwing, never imagining his hand-to-hand combat would be even more terrifying. From afar, Lang Wolf's eyes widened in genuine horror. What manner of monster was this? Even among the elite killing machines of southern Vietnam, none possessed such raw physical dominance. When had Long Wu acquired such a peerless warrior? By then, Long Wu had already engaged Lang Wolf directly, so Yi Qiu ceased interference. Those lackeys Lang Wolf had brought were merely eyesores. Naturally, he would handle them himself. Yi Qiu surged into the midst of the assassins. Under the mastery of elite martial discipline, he became a flawless instrument of annihilation. Each elbow strike, each knee drive, brutally economical and instantly fatal. Wherever his fists or feet landed, a body fell. His method, brutal, direct, unrelenting, rendered violence itself into pure distilled artistry. Nearby, Lang Wolf, locked in fierce combat with Long Wu, stole a glance at Yi Qiu's onslaught. His mind registered only 4 words: simple, brutal, efficient, final. Before such overwhelming force, his men scattered like chaff, crushed without resistance. Even nearby furniture splintered under the shockwaves of his blows. In moments, over a dozen assassins lay lifeless. Watching his entire team eradicated in the most direct, uncompromising fashion, Lang Wolf remained dazed, still unable to process what had just transpired. He had arrived fully briefed. Jin Nung had provided exhaustive intelligence on Long Wu, and Gao Jin and Lang Wolf had believed himself thoroughly prepared. Yet this sudden, unknown figure had dismantled his entire squad in mere exchanges. A profound sense of peril surged within him. Who was this man? Such power and technical mastery could belong only to someone extraordinary. Even in southern Vietnam's underworld, no anonymous fighter could possess such stature. Suddenly, a name he'd overlooked surfaced in his mind. Lang Wolf jolted upright. It's Yi Qiu. Before he could dwell further, Long Wu's assault resumed. Yi Qiu's strikes embodied violent elegance, but Long Wu's style was equally stripped of ornamentation. His training had always been rooted in lethal efficiency. Every punch, every kick carried undiluted, unadorned force. Caught off guard, Lang Wolf crossed his arms defensively before his chest. But terror had already eroded his composure. His hasty parry lacked solidity. Long Wu's blows rained down relentlessly, driving him staggering backward several paces. The concussive impact churned his internal organs, gasping raggedly. Panic finally seized him. He realized with chilling clarity that he had gravely underestimated Long Wu, and vastly overestimated himself. Facing Long Wu alone was already taxing, yet standing opposite him while Yi Qiu loomed nearby rendered the odds utterly hopeless. Long Wu wasted no words, old grudges and fresh betrayals alike demanded reckoning now. He lunged forward once more, launching a crushing straight punch, then whipping his arm around in a vicious backhand aimed at Lang Wolf's face. Wounded and shaken, Lang Wolf failed utterly to block the combination, and was hurled backward again. This time he collapsed to his knees, spitting blood. Crimson foam seeped from his lips as he lifted his gaze to Long Wu. Disbelief etched across his features. He couldn't believe he'd lost even to Long Wu. Yet he seemed to have forgotten his prior victory in southern Vietnam had never rested on fair combat. It had relied on numerical superiority, terrain exploitation, and coordinated encirclement, deliberately constraining Long Wu's mobility and options. Fleeing then had been the only rational choice. Now, with Yi Qiu having eliminated every subordinate, the true gulf between their capabilities stood exposed, naked and irrefutable. As Long Wu stepped forward to deliver the final blow, Yi Qiu spoke. "Don't kill him. Leave him alive." Long Wu halted mid-motion, turning with quiet curiosity. "I have questions," Yi Qiu said, approaching Lang Wolf. "Tell me, where is Jin Ning now? And how strong is your overseas assassination syndicate? Are there more formidable operatives?" Lang Wolf was half dead, struggling feebly to rise, but his injuries left him trembling uncontrollably. He abandoned the effort. When Yi Qiu questioned him, he scoffed and remained silent. Yi Qiu nodded. "Courageous." Before the words fully faded, he stomped down, snapping both of Lang Wolf's legs with sickening finality. Arg! The agony wrenched a scream from Lang Wolf's throat. Seeing Yi Qiu's gaze shift toward his hands, he shrieked, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Jin Nung rented a temporary villa. Gao Ao is there too. As for my organization, I'm only a peripheral member. I've never been granted access to internal operations." All pretense of assassin's honor evaporated instantly. Lang Wolf spilled every scrap of knowledge he possessed, then fixed Yi Qiu with a desperate, pleading stare. "Mr. Yi, I've told you all I know. Will you spare my life?" Yi Qiu gently patted Lang Wolf's head. "Relax, I won't kill you." Then he rose, lit a cigarette, and turned to Long Wu. "Long Wu." Before Lang Wolf could exhale in relief, Yi Qiu added, "You may proceed." Long Wu struck without hesitation. Lang Wolf flinched, trying to evade, but evasion was impossible. In less than a heartbeat, he lay flat on his back, utterly lifeless. Yi Qiu exhaled a slow, perfect smoke ring, his expression serene. In this world, one's word was sacred. As he'd promised, he hadn't killed Lang Wolf. Whether Long Wu chose to do so was entirely beyond his purview. "Send the Wei clan enforcers to Jin Ning's villa," Yi Qiu said, tapping ash from his cigarette. "Don't let that old fox slip away." Outside Jin Ning's villa, not a soul stirred, not even a shadow. Jin Nung and Gao Ao had vanished without trace. Soon Wei clan operatives combed the villa top to bottom, emerging to find Yi Qiu standing calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "Brother Qiu," the old man got away. At that moment, Yi Qiu exuded the unmistakable aura of command. Wei clan members stood ready at his disposal. None dared question his orders. Dao Wei, recovering from injury, had entrusted his entire cadre to Yi Qiu's authority upon learning of his urgent need. Yi Qiu accepted without hesitation, assigning teams for surveillance and investigation, reserving only strategic direction for himself. The Wei clan foot soldiers offered no protest. After all, Yi Qiu's prowess needed no introduction. To lead a single clan branch was impressive, but commanding the entire syndicate, he possessed unquestionable legitimacy for that too. "Humph," Yi Qiu murmured, nodding. "So the old fox escaped after all." He felt surprise, but not shock. Jin Nung, that wily old fox, had always been cautious. The slightest anomaly would trigger his alarm. Though he manipulated offshore gambling rings with dazzling cunning, his nature was fundamentally furtive. He avoided life-or-death gambles and refused ventures without near-certain success. If Yi Qiu could deduce Jin Ning's involvement, Jin Nung could likewise anticipate Yi Qiu's likely arrival in Hong Kong. Moreover, as a veteran connoisseur of deception, evasion was his birthright. Without such mastery, he would never have earned the title King of the Thousand Deceptions. Long Wu frowned at the sight. Could it be that the wolf has deceived us? He wouldn't dare. Yi Qiu squinted. He must have predicted the crisis and fled in advance. How did he predict that? Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. "You're quite skilled, but you're still lacking a bit in cunning. What do you think is the most powerful skill of a master cheat apart from cheating?" Long Wu pondered for a moment, then suddenly nodded in realization. "Let's go." Yi Qiu turned around. "That old man is as slippery as an eel. If he ran, then he ran. When the International Gambling God competition arrives, I'm not worried about him not showing up." Upon returning to the gambling hall, Gao Jin was already waiting there. Shi Qi stood to the side, clearly startled by the previous commotion. The security personnel were busy cleaning the rooftop and the rooms, and the mess was gradually being tidied up. Upon seeing Yi Qiu return, Shi immediately put down Gao Jin and jogged over Yi Qiu. Are you guys okay? Yi Qiu waved his hand casually. It's nothing. It's a pity that Jin Ning got away again. He paused. By the way, what are you doing here? Behind him, Su awkwardly tapped his forehead, wanting to complain, but not daring to speak up. The girl asked with genuine concern about their safety, yet this person first brought up something else. At this moment, Gao Jin took over the conversation. It was to be expected. That old man is always cautious, always saying it's not the million I fear, but the 1 in 10,000. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, with the International Gambling God competition approaching, he will definitely participate with a sense of pride. The implication was clear. This time, he would not let Jin Nung escape. After this ordeal, Gao Jin finally understood some truths. Yi Qiu was right. One should either not act or act decisively. Those who cling to old feelings do not live long. Only by cutting the weeds at the root can trouble be avoided. This time he was besieged and nearly killed, wasn't it? Because he hadn't dealt with Jin Ning completely back then. If he had listened to Yi Qiu sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Qiu noticed the change in his mentality, nodded, and patted his shoulder. Prepare well. This time you can't afford to lose the title of Gambling God. The first time Gao Jin let Jin Ning go, Yi Qiu already saw that he didn't have enough ruthlessness. As long as it didn't touch his bottom line, this person always left himself some leeway. But often this lack of ruthlessness invited countless crises. That said, having such a person as a friend is quite reliable. At least one never has to worry about betrayal. On the other side, Su could no longer hold back. Sister Xiaoqi, don't you have something to say to Brother Qiu? Yi Qiu was taken aback and turned to look at Shi. Shi hurriedly waved her hands. No. Don't listen to Su's nonsense. After saying that, she dragged Su away. Yi Qiu didn't pursue the matter further. Shi could indeed be considered a beauty, but she was that kind of strikingly pretty woman. Coupled with her usual demeanor, she truly did not resemble an ordinary girl. Moreover, in the original plot, she had liked Gao Jin since childhood, so it was natural for her not to have any thoughts about herself. However, Yi Qiu was unaware that after their first meeting, Shi's feelings had quietly changed. After dealing with the wolf, Yi Qiu was not in a hurry to return to Xiangjiang and decided to stay at the Haojiang Gambling Hall. After all, the 7 halls on the Xiangjiang side were all being reorganized, and it was just the right time to handle matters regarding Jin Nung. Although the wolf was resolved, the grudges Gao Jin had in the International Gambling God competition were not settled. As his superior, Yi Qiu naturally had to stand on this stage. However, Jin Nung was indeed slippery. Although Gao Jin now had the ability to kill him, he could never find a suitable opportunity. Since Yi Qiu had come specifically for this matter, he naturally did not intend to give up halfway. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years, but Yi Qiu only looks at mood and timing when he helps others. Coincidentally, he currently possessed both, and the International Gambling God competition was an opportunity not to be missed. Interestingly, Yi Qiu originally planned to quietly wait for the competition to open in Haojiang, but some people seemed to be born restless. Even if he didn't want to stir up trouble, it always found him. Yi Qiu was probably one of those kinds of people. One day, the manager of the gambling hall suddenly came to find him, saying someone insisted on meeting him. The name they reported was the Poison Snake Gang. Poison Snake Gang. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu guessed it was a small gang. After all, a well-established gang would never choose such a name. As for such a low-profile gang, Yi Qiu really hadn't heard of it. It's not that he was arrogant, but with his current status, he mostly dealt with established or top-tier gangs. He wasn't even familiar with the smaller gangs in Xiangjiang, let alone those in Haojiang. Originally, Yi Qiu intended to refuse directly, but the manager continued, saying that the person had already arrived and made it clear if Yi Qiu did not meet her, she would wait indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu became somewhat curious. Where did this person get her confidence? So he no longer declined and agreed to meet. As he walked to the meeting area, the manager seemed to have heard of the Poison Snake Gang and explained to Yi Qiu along the way. Sure enough, as Yi Qiu had guessed, this was just a small gang, but interestingly, it was not a local gang from Haojiang, but one that had transferred from Xiangjiang. In Xiangjiang, it was quite powerful, but what it was more famous for was its style of operation. Like a venomous snake, once enmity was established, it would be a fight to the death. Even gangs stronger than it were reluctant to provoke this poisonous snake. However, it was unclear why it had become much lower key since moving to Haojiang recently. Yi Qiu found it somewhat amusing. It was clear that they could not survive in Xiangjiang and had come to Haojiang to make a living. But when he actually met the person, he couldn't help but be taken aback. A woman. Yi Qiu had guessed various identities for the visitor from the Poison Snake Gang, but he never expected it to be a woman. Moreover, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. How beautiful was she? At first glance, even Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with an indescribable allure in her demeanor. She looked to be in her early 20s, yet her features bore a hint of mature charm. Clearly, her expression was cold and stunning, but combined with her looks and figure, she exuded a captivating allure. In short, she was the kind of woman that easily stirred the imagination. At this moment, while Yi Qiu was observing her, she was also studying him, her gaze flashing with surprise, as if this man before her was far from the notorious E-star Yi Qiu she had heard about. After a moment, she regained her composure and extended her hand. Mr. Yi, hello, she greeted in a clear voice. I am Ding Yao, the current leader of the Poison Snake Gang. The leader of the Poison Snake Gang. Ding Yao. At first, Yi Qiu didn't react, but then his gaze sharpened slightly. He finally remembered who she was. For most people in the gang, the name Ding Yao might be unfamiliar, but Yi Qiu was different. As a time traveler, he knew very well her background. She was a truly formidable character. In the future, she would manipulate the entire Sanlian gang in the palm of her hand. Yi Qiu truly hadn't expected that this alluring woman before him was the spokesperson of the Poison Snake Gang. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Qiu smiled faintly. I heard you insisted on seeing me. His tone was calm. Feel free to speak your mind. Faced with this notoriously venomous woman, Yi Qiu felt a bit more distant. He didn't want to be inexplicably stabbed by her. At that moment, Ding Yao suddenly stepped forward. Mr. Yi, a hint of a smile blossomed on her cold and beautiful face. I am here to thank you. Thank me for what? Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow, his expression still calm. Thank you for killing Liang Kuan for me. Ding Yao looked directly at Yi Qiu, her gaze unwavering. Liang Kuan killed my brother, and you killed Liang Kuan. She paused, then continued, of course I must thank you. A glint of realization flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. No wonder this woman would take the initiative to find him. It turned out to be because of Liang Kuan. In the original plot, Ding Yao should soon become the woman of Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu suddenly guessed something. In the original version, Shanji later went to the Sanlian gang and hurriedly sought revenge for Chen Haonan. It seemed that there was likely more than just revenge at play, but also Ding Yao's instigation. Otherwise, how could Shanji have quickly secured the position of Hall Master and even gotten money to bribe the upper echelons of Hongxing? If Ding Yao was behind the scenes, then it made sense. At this moment, a hint of unusual color appeared in Ding Yao's gaze. Brother Qiu, she said softly, can I call you that? Yi Qiu did not respond, only saying lightly, call me whatever you want, it's all fine by me. Seeing Yi Qiu not object, Ding Yao smiled. Then she continued, Brother Qiu, actually I came to find you today to discuss something with you. Yi Qiu was slightly taken aback, sensing that Ding Yao's tone was somewhat off. This woman's personality was unpredictable, but she was definitely deeply scheming. However, now her tone was very formal, showing no signs of manipulation. This only made Yi Qiu more curious. Just speak your mind, Yi Qiu said. Ding Yao fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I want to merge the Poison Snake Gang with the East Star. Or rather, I want to hand it over to you, Brother Qiu, to manage. What the hell? Hearing this, Yi Qiu was clearly taken aback. He never expected that Ding Yao would come to him to hand over the Poison Snake Gang. Is this woman out of her mind? When Ding Yao voluntarily proposed to hand over the Poison Snake Gang to Yi Qiu, his first reaction was that this woman must be crazy. Who is Yi Qiu? He is the true uncrowned king of East Star with 7 powerful halls under him. And the Poison Snake Gang, just a small gang. While accepting the Poison Snake Gang would add another branch and enhance strength, Yi Qiu's status in the underworld was something Ding Yao should be aware of. Where did she get her confidence to approach a gang that couldn't even survive in Xianjiang? No matter how one looked at it, this approach seemed like she was trying to stand and ask for help. Why should she? After all, the two of them weren't even familiar enough for that. At this moment, Ding Yao seemed to understand his thoughts and explained, this time my brother was killed by Liang Kuan, which made me realize a truth. That is, when you are not strong enough, anyone can kill you. So I want to give the Poison Snake Gang a strong backing for myself. Being smart, Yi Qiu understood the meaning of having a backing. At this point, Ding Yao looked at Yi Qiu with a hint of unusual emotion. In fact, she had always been very interested in Yi Qiu. Due to her brother Ding, Yao had already witnessed the struggles of the gangs. She had seen many gang leaders, even Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang. However, those spokespersons were mostly older individuals. Yi Qiu was definitely the first to reach such heights at such a young age. For an ambitious woman, Ding Yao knew her strength was low. The Poison Snake Gang was weak, and it was merely a small gang. In simple terms, such a force did not match her ambitions. Therefore, Ding Yao's goal was clear: to become the woman of the boss. Compared to those elderly gang leaders, Ding Yao was not blind. Between them and Yi Qiu, any woman would know how to choose. Moreover, in terms of appearance and charm, Yi Qiu's stunning looks, scoring a perfect 95, were enough to overshadow any movie star, and his aura was top-notch. How could Ding Yao possibly let go of such a man? If she didn't choose Yi Qiu, would she choose those old geezers? Yi Qiu was not aware of Ding Yao's thoughts, but that did not hinder his understanding of her. Hence, he did not fully trust her words. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Ding Yao. To be honest, he had never felt at ease with this woman. Seeing Yi Qiu remain silent, Ding Yao did not mind, and continued, Actually, I am not a qualified helper to choose for my master. By rights, the Poisonous Snake Gang should have given up on me. But after all, it was my brother who built this foundation from scratch. Moreover, I do not want to give it up. Therefore, I wish to merge the Poisonous Snake Gang under your command, Brother Qiu, even if it is merely as a branch. After finishing her words, Ding Yao faced Yi Qiu directly, revealing her inner thoughts without any concealment. She knew. Ding Yao understood that Yi Qiu was not a fool. Rather than speak falsehoods, it was better to be straightforward. She believed her beauty was unparalleled, and with the poisonous snake gang as her dowry, she firmly believed that no man would refuse such an offer. However, the butterfly effect is indeed terrifying. If Yi Qiu had not eliminated Liang Kuan, Ding Yao likely would not have sought him out, and naturally these events would not have transpired. After hearing Ding Yao's words, Yi Qiu finally understood what was happening. He had some understanding of Ding Yao in the original plot, but it was not detailed. He knew this woman was as ruthless as a viper, willing to do anything to ascend in status. As for how she got involved with the Sanlian gang and transformed the poisonous snake gang into the poisonous snake hall, Yi Qiu was unclear. In fact, Yi Qiu had always been curious about how these events unfolded. Now he understood that there was this layer of connection. If he guessed correctly, had he not eliminated Liang Kuan, Ding Yao's backing would have been Lei Gong, and she might have approached Lei Gong much earlier. She was simply influenced by him. In the original plot, Liang Kuan did not die and remained firmly in control of the Hongxing. But now, because Yi Qiu took action, Liang Kuan died prematurely, and everything changed, leading Ding Yao to take the initiative to ally with him. These butterfly effects made Yi Qiu reflect that as a transmigrator, his narrative advantage was growing larger. The greater the power, the more people he could influence. Suppressing his emotions, Yi Qiu looked at Ding Yao with a half-smile, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, I am not your first choice, am I?" Ding Yao was taken aback. She had expected Yi Qiu to agree immediately. After all, it was a free branch, and even a fool would accept. Yet Yi Qiu did not seem interested at all. Ding Yao hesitated for a moment and replied yes. She understood Yi Qiu's character and knew that hiding the truth would only make him dislike her, so she admitted it. The facts were much like Yi Qiu guessed. Initially, Ding Yao had wavered on whether to seek Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang. Through her brother's introduction, she had known Lei Gong for some time and had some connections. The key point was that the Sanlian gang was no weaker than Hongxing, and if Lei Gong accepted her, she would have nothing to fear from Liang Kuan. However, Ding Yao was well aware of Lei Gong's greed. If she approached him, it would be more of a mutual exploitation, with interests coming first, and a woman could be tossed aside. This was precisely why Ding Yao hesitated and could not make up her mind. It was only after Yi Qiu eliminated Liang Kuan that Ding Yao no longer hesitated and decisively chose Yi Qiu. Seeing her direct admission, a smile appeared on Yi Qiu's face. Yi Qiu said, "I can see you are quite clever. If you had lied or hesitated just now, I would not have given you this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Ding Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had bet correctly. Yi Qiu continued, "Your poisonous snake gang will now be incorporated under my command. However, there is no point in transferring it to Xiangjiang. It will remain in Haokong for development from now on." He paused and added, "Although a small gang has weak power, it is sufficient to serve as the first stepping stone in Haokong." With Yi Qiu's promise, Ding Yao felt ecstatic. She had finally taken this step. Yi Qiu's agreement to ally with her and accept the poisonous snake gang meant she had successfully linked up with him. Although she was only accepting the poisonous snake gang for now, Ding Yao believed that with her beauty, she would surely climb the ranks and become one of Yi Qiu's women. Even in the future, if Yi Qiu became the leader of Dongxing, she could become the sister-in-law of the leader. This was Ding Yao's ambition. Had she not had ambition, she could have easily leveraged her beauty to find a gang to ascend. This was not blind confidence, but rather a reality. Ding Yao had never doubted her abilities. She was well aware of what the greatest skill of a woman was. However, Ding Yao was unwilling to simply rely on a large gang. She preferred to maintain the slow development of the poisonous snake gang, rather than easily submit to someone. For she aimed to sell herself at the best, largest, and most expensive price. Undoubtedly, the most suitable buyer was Yi Qiu. Ding Yao said, "Thank you, brother Qiu." A smile appeared on her face, yet Yi Qiu had already seen through her intentions. Even Ding Yao herself did not realize how well Yi Qiu understood her. Because of this, Yi Qiu spoke with a faint smile, his tone carrying a warning. "Remember, I do not fear greedy or ambitious women by my side. Human nature is inherently greedy. Ambition fuels motivation. I can cooperate and tolerate ambition, but I cannot tolerate foolish women. Do you understand?" For Yi Qiu, accepting Ding Yao and the poisonous snake gang was beneficial. He had already established a stronghold in Xiangjiang, becoming the de facto leader of Dongxing, so he began to lay out his power in Haokong. After the incident with Jin Nung, he realized that while Haokong had many business opportunities, it lacked manpower, which was clearly a shortcoming. Although people from Wei Zitao could be mobilized, they were not as reliable. Now that Ding Yao brought the poisonous snake gang to him, it was perfect to fill this gap. With the beauty and power delivered to him, Yi Qiu had no reason to refuse. Ding Yao understood Yi Qiu's words, which essentially meant to obey. She was a smart woman and naturally understood that this was a warning, yet she had no objections. She knew what kind of person Yi Qiu was. If it were another man, she would have climbed to power over him, but Yi Qiu was different. He was even more ambitious than her, and Ding Yao was willing to be the sister-in-law behind him. "Brother Qiu, rest assured, I will definitely obey." Ding Yao looked at Yi Qiu, her eyes glancing slightly. I know there is a natural hot spring nearby. It's still early, shall we go soak for a while? A few days later, Ding Yao kept her promise and handed the poisonous snake gang over to Yi Qiu. The poisonous snake gang was not weak and had been doing well in Xiangjiang, daring to stand up to Hongxing. Although they had been forced to Haokong, they were still quite good among small gangs. Now that they changed their name to Poisonous Snake Hall, it would be different. Ding Yao gathered her underlings and pointed at Yi Qiu, saying, "Everyone, this is Yi Qiu from Dongxing, willing to incorporate the Poisonous Snake Gang under his command. He will not let you down. If you are unwilling, I will still find another way." The members of the Poisonous Snake Gang exchanged glances and quickly said, "Since Sister Yao has said so, we are certainly willing." They were not foolish. They understood the reputation and power of Yi Qiu from Dongxing, and following him was not a disgrace. Moreover, from Ding Yao's gaze, they sensed some underlying connection between the two and were inclined to recognize Yi Qiu as their leader. Yi Qiu smiled slightly and said, "Since you have followed me, I will ensure your safety. I cannot promise a grand future, but I will not let you suffer disgrace." As he spoke, he entrusted the security of several gambling houses to the Poisonous Snake Hall. A few days later, the global gambling god competition in Haokong was about to begin. The people from Gao Jin's side had arrived, and Shiqi also came, bringing her father and Yachisu. Yi Qiu was surprised, saying, "I only asked Gao Jin to come. Why did you all come too?" Shiqi seemed much more ladylike before Yi Qiu, softly saying, "Gao Jin said he might need Yachisu's help, so he asked me to bring him along." "Brother Qiu, what have you been busy with lately?" As she spoke, she covertly scrutinized Ding Yao, her eyes filled with hostility. Naturally, Shiqi would not admit that she was concerned about Yi Qiu spending all day in the hot spring, with Ding Yao feeling somewhat jealous, and thus insisted on coming with Gao Jin. As for what Yi Qiu was busy with, that goes without saying. He was naturally busy soaking in the hot spring. Ding Yao sensed Shiqi's gaze and found it amusing. She had seen all kinds of situations in the Poisonous Snake Gang, and she found Shiqi's little schemes rather childish, even too lazy to bother with them. However, Yi Qiu seemed oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between the two women. He was not in the mood to pay attention to these matters at this moment, and simply waved his hand, saying, "All right, let's go." This international gambling god competition is just the right occasion to settle the scores once and for all. This international gambling god competition was essentially the Global Gambling God Conference. Compared to the previous event limited to Southeast Asian casinos, this one obviously had a higher standard and greater significance. However, precisely because of this, the rules had also changed. Each participant must be nominated by a casino to serve as the representative of that region. Thus, this was not only a contest of gambling skills, but also a game between various casinos. After all, the interests among casinos were intricately intertwined, and those Westerners were not keen on seeing an Asian crowned as the gambling god. In their eyes, Southeast Asian casinos lacked professionalism and were always infiltrated by gang forces. How could such a place produce a gambling god? They could not afford to lose face. Furthermore, the casino that nominated the winning representative would see a tremendous boost to its reputation. Who would dare question the fairness and safety of a casino overseen by a global gambling god? This was the true benefit behind this competition. In recent days, through Yi Qiu's operations, Gao Jin had earned recognition from the major casinos in Haokong, securing his qualification as the representative of Haokong. In the original plot, Gao Jin had collaborated with Australia's Gold Coast, resulting in a win-win situation. But this time, with Yi Qiu as Gao Jin's backing, this benefit was naturally unnecessary to share with outsiders. Thus, Yi Qiu arranged for Gao Jin to make the rounds at various casinos, letting his strength speak for itself, thereby solidifying his position as the representative of Haokong. As for the arrogant ones, they flaunted the title of Southeast Asian Gambling God, being treated as esteemed guests wherever they went. However, before Yi Qiu, they did not even have the courage to show their faces, let alone compete with Gao Jin for this position. The press conference for the International Gambling God competition. Representatives from various parties entered one after another, and everyone's attention gradually focused on this event. Now please welcome the representative of Haokong, Mr. Gao Jin. On the Haokong side, Yi Qiu walked into the venue alongside Gao Jin. Whether it was due to an aura or because of their striking appearances, the crowd's gaze unconsciously fell upon Yi Qiu beside Gao Jin. In terms of looks, the young and mysterious Gao Jin was considered handsome. Yet standing next to Yi Qiu, he suddenly appeared somewhat inferior. Yi Qiu exuded a unique charm paired with a flawless face, making many present secretly sigh. It was fine to be in the same frame with anyone, but one must not stand next to Yi Qiu. He seemed to be born to be the center of attention, with others merely serving as a background. It was only at this moment that many realized that the recently famous Dongxing Yi Qiu was actually such an extraordinarily handsome young man. Had they not known his identity beforehand, who could have linked him to the crownless king of Dongxing? "Brother Qiu," Gao Jin said somewhat helplessly, "you've stolen all my limelight. Who is the one actually competing here?" Before Yi Qiu could respond, Ding Yao, who was linked to his arm, chuckled softly. Compared to the uniformity of suits at the press conference, Yi Qiu's combination of a shirt and a long trench coat made him stand tall and particularly eye-catching. Standing there, it was hard not to attract attention. At least the gazes of many ladies present had not shifted since he entered. Next, we invite the representative from the Treasure Island, who is also the winner of the last Southeast Asia Gambling God competition, Mr. Gao Ao. As the voice fell the long mist, Gao Ao walked out with a face full of spring breeze. Interestingly, he was not accompanied by Jin Neng. Instead, there was a sprightly, elderly man in a well-tailored suit beside him. The old man walked gracefully, exuding an air of aristocracy in his every gesture. As the current Southeast Asia Gambling God, Gao Ao's fame was naturally much louder than Gao Jin's. Thus, when the host read out his name, almost everyone's gaze in the room turned to him simultaneously. Even Yichio's attention was drawn in his direction. Yichio did not look at Gao Ao, but his gaze fell on the elderly man in the suit beside him. He was indeed curious about who the old man was to be able to stand by Gao Ao on behalf of the casino. However, the identity of the Treasure Island representative made Yichio think of something. At that moment, Ding Yao, linking her arm with him, suddenly whispered, "Gu, the one beside Gao Ao, is Lei Gong." She paused and added, "The leader of the Sanlian gang from Treasure Island." Upon hearing this, Yichio's expression turned slightly odd. Lei Gong. So it was this old fellow. Just as Yichio was sizing up Lei Gong, the latter was also looking at him. After Gao Ao and Lei Gong took their seats, the former turned and asked, "Is this the person you mentioned who injured Jin Neng?" Yichio from the East Star. "Yes, that's him." Gao Ao stared at Gao Jin, not far away, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. However, he only dared to hate Gao Jin, and after all, he had just become the gambling god of Southeast Asia, but due to Gao Jin's support from Yichio, he did not dare to compete for the representative of the Haojiang and could only settle for Treasure Island instead. As for Yichio, Gao Ao did not have the guts to hate him. After all, the gap between gamblers and gangs was too large. However, he was relieved to have Lei Gong as his backing. The Sanlian gang held a prominent position in Treasure Island, and Lei Gong had long wanted to infiltrate the Haojiang gambling hall. Upon learning of Yichio's identity, Lei Gong exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be so young. The younger generation is truly formidable." Then in a plain tone he said, "You can rest assured to prepare for the battle. With me here, Yichio cannot touch you. But you must remember, Gao Jin is Yichio's person, and Yichio is the leader of the East Star. As long as I have not torn my face, you know where to draw the line." Clearly, Lei Gong was not foolish. His assistance to Gao Ao was based on the premise that the latter could become the international gambling god. If he failed, Gao Ao would be of no use, and it would not be worth offending Yichio. Gao Ao was unwilling, but said little. After being with Jin Neng for so long, he had long seen through Lei Gong. This old fellow was ambitious and carried a utilitarian approach in his actions. Lei Gong was willing to cooperate now mainly because he was attracted to Gao Ao's gambling skills. Gao Ao understood very well that if something went wrong in the gambling match, Lei Gong would definitely turn against him ruthlessly. At this moment, Jin Neng interjected, waving his hand with a smile. "All right, Mr. Lei, with our years of friendship, you still doubt my disciple's abilities." Jin Neng glanced at Gao Jin and continued, "Once we defeat Gao Jin, opening more gambling halls and hotels in Haojiang will be the real deal." He understood Lei Gong's temperament. Discussing interests was more effective than anything else. After hearing this, Lei Gong smiled, his mood improving. "I have never doubted this. No matter how formidable Gao Jin is, he is merely your disciple. How could a disciple surpass his master? Not to mention, there is also Gao Yo, the gambling god of Southeast Asia." He lightly praised. "No, he should be the international gambling god." Then Lei Gong changed the subject. "Mr. Jin, how is the betting market for the gambling match looking? Have the odds for Gao Ao winning gone up?" Jin Neng nodded. "Yes, it has gone up 3-2. How much did your Sanlian gang bet?" "Just a small amount. Each hall contributed 20 million to play, betting on Gao Ao to win." Lei Gong said nonchalantly, "I'm betting 100 million myself also on his victory." Jin Neng was taken aback. Goodness, Lei Gong was putting up nearly $200 million, clearly intending to take advantage of the situation. This bet from Lei Gong was not light, and Jin Neng understood clearly that the other party had accurately assessed that he was the largest bookmaker on the periphery. Although this amount made him feel a pinch, he still had to rely on Lei Gong and the Sanlian gang to support the venue. He absolutely could not fall out with them. "Mr. Jin, you won't let me down, will you?" Lei Gong took a sip of wine, his gaze sweeping over. Jin Neng forced a smile and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Lei, we also bet 30 million on our side." The two exchanged glances, reading each other's intentions, and then smiled in unison. "Then let's wish us success in one go." Jin Neng raised his glass. "Absolutely." Lei Gong clinked the edge of the glass and downed the drink. Gao Ao watched coldly from the side, not interjecting. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Gao Jin, not far away. "Gao Jin," he whispered, enunciating each word, "wait and see. Last time I could defeat you, this time will be the same." The press conference wrapped up hastily, followed by the usual wine party. Yichio did not care much about Lei Gong's appearance. The Sanlian gang's influence mainly lay in Treasure Island, and his reach could not extend there for now, while the other party likewise found it hard to establish a foothold in Xinjiang. The two sides were like two parallel lines, especially in Haojiang, where both were formidable figures unable to claim superiority over the other. Ding Yao leaned in closer, explaining in detail about the Sanlian gang. She spoke clearly, and as Yiqiu listened, he gained a deeper understanding of this gang. After all, there were hardly any mentions of them in the original plot. However, compared to the Sanlian gang, Yiqiu was more attentive to Ding Yao herself. This woman was clever and knew how to use submission and loyalty to gain favor. He indeed appreciated such perceptiveness. After Ding Yao finished discussing business, she suddenly smiled and leaned close to Yiqiu's ear. "Qiu Gu," she spoke in a very soft voice with a hint of playfulness. "I can tell that girl Shiqi likes you. Want me to give you a hand?" This bold suggestion was somewhat abrupt. Yiqiu turned his head to glance at her, a hint of amusement in his expression. "She likes Gao Jin." He shook his head. No, no, no." Ding Yao extended her index finger, gently shaking it. "Qiu Gu, you don't understand women. With my intuition, that girl definitely has feelings for you." As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the rear, her smile growing deeper. "Haven't you noticed? She has been staring at me. That hostility can be felt from afar, almost like I stole her man." Yiqiu raised an eyebrow, somewhat helpless. "Any woman would probably have hostility towards you," he said. A woman like Ding Yao possessed a deadly allure to men, but often meant trouble for other women. The more outstanding the woman, the more likely she was to form a natural opposition with her. "Forget it, let's not discuss this." Yiqiu waved his hand. "What's urgent right now is tomorrow's gambling god competition." Ding Yao nodded, saying no more. Not far away, Shiqi quietly withdrew her gaze, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. She herself did not understand why, but whenever she saw Ding Yao close to Yiqiu, an inexplicable irritation surged within her, wanting to push that woman away from Yiqiu. At this moment, Gao Jin was about to walk towards Yiqiu when Shiqi grabbed him. "Ah Jin," she couldn't help but ask, "has that woman been with Qiu Gu for a long time?" After waking up, Gao Jin directly joined Yiqiu and was not particularly familiar with Shiqi, at most just an acquaintance. He was somewhat surprised by her sudden question, but answered, "Not for long." Ding Yao was originally the leader of the Poison Snake Gang, and she only recently merged her forces with the East Star and is now in charge of the Poison Snake Hall. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd, coincidentally locking eyes with Jin Nung. Jin Ning was looking at him from a distance, wearing a meaning-laden smile. Almost simultaneously, Lei Gong was also holding a wine glass, walking over to Yiqiu with a cheerful expression. The long-entrenched aura of authority around Lei Gong loosened imperceptibly. He said coldly to Yiqiu, asking whether the words spoken today truly represented Dongxing, or if Yiqiu meant something else entirely. This was a blatant show of pressure. Before Yiqiu could reply, Ding Yao let out a derisive laugh. Her voice dripped with disdain as she addressed Lei Gong and those old men, confessing a kind of baffled admiration for their pretensions. She stepped forward a half-pace, eyes sharp as blades, and scoffed that his Sanlian gang was a decayed remnant, yet still dared to act like a senior. "Do you really think you can threaten Qiu? Ding Yao's words hit like a slapped palm. Lei Gong's face darkened instantly. She was not joking. The Dusha gang had already been handed to Yiqiu, and although Lei Gong commanded the Sanlian gang, this was Haojiang. One more Dusha hall under Yiqiu's control was enough to keep Lei Gong and his men pinned here. Silence fell over the crowd. No one expected Ding Yao to speak up, much less to threaten Lei Gong so openly. This woman was merciless. Yiqiu glanced sideways at Ding Yao and understood. She knew when to speak and, more importantly, which side to stand on in this moment. Earlier, Lei Gong had greeted him by leaning on his connection with Ding Yao. Had she stayed silent, people might have assumed she sided with Lei Gong. But by threatening Lei Gong outright, she made her stance unmistakable. In defending Yiqiu, she elevated her own position as well. As expected, after Ding Yao spoke, the faces of Lei Gong and the Sanlian gang thugs behind him turned black. Lei Gong was so furious he could not speak. How could he not feel aggrieved? When Ding Yao once brought the Dusha gang before him, her attitude had been more than respectful, it had bordered on obsequiousness. Now she dared to threaten him to his face. The contrast was unbearable. Lei Gong had long suspected Ding Yao's relationship with Yiqiu was unusual. Now that suspicion was confirmed. Where else would she find such confidence? For Yiqiu's sake, or perhaps for the sake of Yiqiu's fists, he swallowed his pride. Lei Gong remained silent for a long moment, then shot Yiqiu a long, resentful look before turning and walking away. He had to admit Ding Yao had been right. Yiqiu did not need to speak for Dongxing. He alone could match any top syndicate. At that point, further argument was pointless. Jin Nung stood there dazed, still trying to process how Lei Gong had gone from furious to leaving so quickly. He did not dare to ask aloud. Instead, he followed Lei Gong cautiously and murmured a suggestion about reallocating men from the Sanlian gang as a precaution. The implication was clear: guard against Yiqiu taking action. Lei Gong shot Jin Nung a sidelong glance without a word, but the chill in that look made Jin Nung fall silent at once. "Are you telling me how to handle things?" Jin Nung blurted awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject, forcing a laugh and proposing they go have a drink to salvage the mood. At the mention of drinking, Lei Gong's expression darkened further. A drink. After being publicly humiliated at Yiqiu's place, it did Jin Ning think he wanted to be reminded. He cursed inwardly, but out of consideration for their partnership and the public setting, Lei Gong said nothing more and turned to leave. He mentally filed away the insult. Once the God of Gamblers tournament concluded and Gao Ao arrogantly took the championship, he would go to Yi Chio's casino and raise a ruckus. That humiliation would be avenged. What Lei Gong did not realize was that from the moment this international tournament began, Gao Ao's glory days in Southeast Asia had already entered their countdown. This grudge he was destined not to settle. The next morning, Yi Chio checked in as usual. A system notification chimed: monthly sign-in successful, awarded HK101 free attribute, .1 skill card, fist mastery, and a casino room. It was a monthly reward, and this time it even included a casino room. Yi Chio casually used the skill card and the attribute point, then set off straight for the arena with Gao Jin. Before long, the International God of Gamblers tournament officially commenced. Since participants represented various factions, the rules were blunt and simple: 5 million chips to start, no upper limit. Bring as much capital as you can. Watching the chips pushed back and forth across the table, Yi Chio shook his head with a smile and rose to step outside. As a man out of time, he found the early rounds utterly uninteresting. Better to get some air, smoke a cigarette, and only return when the last hand decided life or death. The gambler's arc was always like that. The true outcome was determined by the final card. For Gao Jin and Gao Ao, everything to be wagered was only that final card. Yi Chio had just lit his cigarette when Long Wu followed him outside. I have something to tell you, Long Wu said briskly. Yi Chio exhaled smoke, surprised, and asked what it was. In Yi Chio's memory, Long Wu seldom came to him proactively. He usually took orders and carried them out. This sudden approach piqued Yi Chio's curiosity. The last time we killed those jackals, you asked if there were similar experts outside Southern Yue, Long Wu began. I've contacted a few, slightly inferior to me, but not by much. They are out now living hard lives. Do you want to meet them? Yi Chio blinked in surprise. He had mentioned the idea before, but never thought Long Wu would take it seriously, let alone produce results so swiftly. Southern Yue was chaotic, yet it honed men. Recruiting a few good fighters from there would be beneficial, though few managed to survive and return. Where are they? Yi Chio asked. Outside, Long Wu replied tersely. Yi Chio was about to respond when Long Wu's gaze flicked to the side, and he snapped, ordering any skulking figures to come out. At almost the same moment, Yi Chio noticed movement in a shadowed corner of the hall. A young man in a suit stepped forward, smiling, but with a complicated air. He looked superficially like a gambler, yet beneath that veneer was something less pure, a kind of lazy insolence. This, friend, you cannot say it like that, he smiled and spread his hands. This place is not your home. How does standing here make me sneaking around? Long Wu was not one for words. He advanced 2 strides and raised his leg to kick. The young man blanched, dodged hastily, and pleaded for calm, insisting they were civilized people. He then turned to Yi Chio with a grin and introduced himself as Shi Yijian, saying he had come to see him. Yi Chio narrowed his eyes. The name Shi Yijian was not unfamiliar. The man's bearing now made sense. This was the future, so-called magician's hand. Only he was young now, far from the renowned gambling consultant he would later become in Las Vegas. Yi Chio raised a hand to stop Long Wu, then looked at Shi Yijian and asked how he knew him. Understanding instantly that Yi Chio was the one in charge, Shi Yijian relaxed into a broader smile. Who does not know Mr. Yes name, he said with practiced ease. He offered his self-introduction as a security consultant for one of Yi Chio's casinos, producing a stack of papers and saying he had come to hand over the contract for a new casino. What he did not mention was that he also intended to hand in his resignation. New casino, Yi Chio recalled. He had indeed meant to deal with it later, but had been sidetracked by system rewards and the tournament. He had planned to delay the transfer, so he had not expected Shi Yijian to come to him first. And of course this man happened to be the casino security consultant. Apparently the system was thoughtful, gifting not only a casino room, but also a future magician of the tables. Mr. Yi, Shi Yijian said as he extended the contract with a casual tone, if you have nothing else, please sign these. Unbeknownst to many, he had slipped a resignation letter among the documents. With so many papers, he trusted that Yi Chio would not scrutinize every page while signing. Once the signature was there, he could leave without fuss. The tactic was shabby, but Shi Yijian's nerve was thick. He bore no personal grudge against Yi Chio. He simply coveted a larger stage, Las Vegas. He had no interest in the God of Gamblers tournament. What was a gambler's fame? In the end, a gambler was still a gambler. Casinos were the ones who truly profited. He preferred the stable power of being a security consultant. As second only to the owner, he would enjoy clout. When his name grew, casino bosses would answer to him. Was that not preferable to the fickle glory of a gambler? Yi Chio regarded Shi Yijian with a slight frown. Had he not been a man out of time, perhaps he would have been taken in by such eager charm. Unfortunately for Shi Yijian, Yi Chio knew him too well. The man's casual insolence always hid a modicum of earnestness. This sudden eagerness to hand over contracts and then press for a signature was abnormal. Yi Chio composed himself, took the papers, and while signing asked lightly how long Shi Yijian had been working as the casino's security consultant. 1 year and 8 months, Shi Yijian replied with a grin, assuring him that the casino's security was top tier. He thought of this as the parting gift he would leave behind. Suddenly Yi Qiu looked up and asked, comparing the casino to Las Vegas. Sure, Yijian faltered for a moment. A playful expression creased Yi Qiu's face. Did Sure Yijian look down on him already, he asked. Had he just taken over the casino, and the man was already planning to run? Sure Yijian had not yet understood the phrase pack and flee when Yi Qiu produced the resignation letter from the pile, the very paper he had hoped would pass unnoticed. This man truly had the patience to sift through the whole stack. Sure Yijian's caution grew, yet he preserved a composed expression and offered a modest excuse. He felt his abilities were limited and could no longer perform the role adequately. You may leave. Yi Qiu cut him off, glancing toward the arena. But there was a warning he placed before the door. Anyone who left his employ he would expose to the world. Oh, anyone who dared hire them would be opposing him. He paused, the smile on his face deepening, and he would call on the god of gamblers to vouch. If Las Vegas dared to take Sure Yijian, he would have the gamblers smash their venues day after day. Sure Yijian narrowed his eyes, a flash of ferocity passing through them. Were these threats, he asked? Yi Qiu nodded calmly, and replied that he read people well. Letting you go would be trouble for me, he said, so either stay and work for me or... His tone was placid, but the words cut like a blade. I will eliminate you. Yi Qiu's approach imposed constraints upon Sure Yijian while preserving a sliver of hope, yet denied him any legitimate pretext to turn hostile. As he himself had said, his judgment of character was rarely mistaken. Indeed, Sure Yijian was no paragon of virtue. Yet who among the gambling underworld could truly be called good? Would an upright man ever set foot in such a den? Still, Sure Yijian was undeniably gifted, and for talent of this caliber, Yi Qiu saw no harm in wielding both coercion and inducement. After all, Yi Qiu held the upper hand. He possessed choice, Sure Yijian did not. Though unfamiliar with Yi Qiu personally, Sure Yijian had heard enough about his methods to tread cautiously. After a pause thick with unspoken tension, he dared not provoke outright defiance, only offered a strained smile. Mr. Yi, I am but a minor figure, surely unworthy of such singular attention. On the contrary, Yi Qiu replied with a faint, unruffled smile. Your worth is considerable, precisely why I deem you worthy of this overture. At those words, Sure Yijian stared at him as though gazing upon a lunatic. An overture. This bore no resemblance to persuasion, only veiled ultimatums: comply or be erased. In that instant, Sure Yijian realized he was facing someone utterly unbound by convention. Undoubtedly, he had prepared a repertoire of polished rebuttals, but now understood they were useless. With Yi Qiu, every word would be superfluous. Hesitating, he narrowed his eyes, rarely so grave. Mr. Yi, if you truly consider me of such weight, then tell me, what terms do you offer? He paused. Or rather, what might I gain by aligning myself with you? Yi Qiu countered softly. What is it you wish to gain? That question struck deep, straight to the core of Sure Yijian's ambition. I wish to become the foremost chief security consultant in the industry. I wish even casino magnates to defer to my judgment. Yi Qiu laughed, and even applauded. Truly a vision worthy of greatness. In truth, Sure Yijian would later achieve something close, but only just. For beyond renown and title, he lacked the one indispensable element: genuine personal strength. Though he would one day stir the winds of chaos across Macau, he was hunted relentlessly. Had fate not favored him, he would have perished long before. There is, however, one misconception you hold, Yi Qiu said, shaking his head. Even peerless technical mastery remains individual. No matter how exalted your title, you cannot compel every casino tycoon to bow before you. For you lack the backing, the formidable presence that commands their fear. Sure Yijian nodded in quiet agreement. Power always precedes influence. Power, and the authority it confers, I can grant you. Provided you possess sufficient capability, I will ensure you attain both. Yi Qiu's words hung in the air. Sure Yijian frowned, skeptical and credulous. Mr. Yi, are you certain this isn't jest? It wasn't disdain. He simply found the claim preposterous. After all, Yi Qiu had only just begun his foothold in Macau. What foundation could he possibly claim to fulfill such a promise? Observing Sure Yijian's disbelief, Yi Qiu spoke calmly. I know your reservations, but recall my campaign in Macau has only just commenced. And I hold one final decisive trump card. Who? The god of gambling, Gao Jin. Sure Yijian furrowed his brow. Gao Jin. Don't toy with me. I know of Gao Yo, the proud god of gambling in Southeast Asia. Even if Gao Jin earned that title, what connection could he possibly have to you? Yi Qiu shook his head. I owe you no exhaustive justification. One sentence suffices. What you seek, I can deliver. Now choose: stand with me, or fall before me. Choose for yourself. Seeing Yi Qiu circle back to the same stark dichotomy, Sure Yijian fell silent. Then grimaced, a smile more wretched than sorrowful twisting across his face. Is there a third option? Long Wu, you may proceed. Ah, well, perhaps, Mr. Yi, your invitation does merit consideration after all. Thus Yi Qiu effortlessly secured the services of Sure Yijian, the self-proclaimed magician hand, a free agent adrift in Macau's gambling arena. His sullen, downcast expression betrayed his profound reluctance. Yi Qiu, indifferent to such misgivings, accepted him without hesitation, and strode directly toward the tournament hall where the final match had already reached its fever pitch. Piles of U.S. dollars gleamed fiercely atop the gaming table, so dazzling they seared the eyes. Sure, Ejian watched pupils dilated, not out of reverence, but raw visceral greed. Though he disdained such spectacles, he could not deny their blinding allure. Ding Yao glanced at Sure Ejian, curious how Yi Qiu had departed alone and returned with a deflated, listless figure. Yet her intelligence restrained her from inquiry. Instead, she succinctly recounted the prior rounds of play. By now, representatives from all other factions had exhausted their stakes and withdrawn, leaving only Gao Ao and Gao Jin locked in mortal contest. The victor of this international god of gambling tournament would emerge from between them. Yi Qiu entered the hall just as Gao Jin and Gao Ao faced off across the table, two titans poised on the razor's edge. A subtle smile touched Yi Qiu's lips. He had arrived precisely when destiny demanded. At present, Gao Ao held a marginal advantage in visible chips. Gao Jin, he declared, eyes locked upon his own hand, voice laced with supreme confidence. I've roughly 30 million U.S. dollars left. If you dare, go Alan and topple me now. Don't say I denied you the chance. Gao Jin nodded serene. Indeed, the time has come to settle our reckoning. With deliberate calm, he placed a bank draft upon the table. 300 million U.S. dollars. I call. A hush fell, absolute suffocating. No one anticipated such a staggering sum. Gao Ao's composure fractured. He had believed his stack sufficient to dominate. But upon recognizing the draft, the very ransom money Jin Nung had entrusted to Yi Qiu, his face darkened further. Damn it! Gao Ao gritted his teeth. Through the clairvoyant Zhu Laojiu, he had already discerned Gao Jin's hidden hand and instructed Jin Xing to swap it during the blind deal phase. This should have been a guaranteed victory, yet Gao Jin now wagered 300 million. He simply could not match it. Across the table, Jin Ning's face turned ashen. He never imagined Yi Qiu would entrust such a colossal sum to Gao Jin. I don't possess that much. Gao Ao whirled toward the judge's podium. Referee, this is coercion through capital. If this is permitted, what meaning remains to this tournament? He seemed to forget he had initiated the pressure with his own 30 million chip threat. The presiding judge regarded him coolly. From the outset, tournament rules stated minimum, bet 5 million maximum, unlimited. Mr. Gao Ao, we ask once more. Gao Jin has called with 300 million. Do you wish to raise? Gao Ao remained silent. 300 million. Selling his soul would not suffice. His gaze sank, shadowed with venom. Then Lei Gong spoke. We call 300 million. His voice was low, but the hall stilled anew. Lei Gong acted without hesitation. Having aligned himself with Jin Nung, retreat was impossible. Should Gao Ao lose, Lei Gong would forfeit 100 million externally. Thus, victory for Gao Ao was non-negotiable, even at great cost. 300 million was no trivial sum for Lei Gong. It would strain his resources to the breaking point. Yet he had no alternative. Gao Ao's eyes flared with renewed fervor. Excellent. Mr. Lei, you have my word, this hand shall be mine. Lei Gong's intervention reversed the tide once more. No one foresaw the tournament escalating to such extremes. Yet greater shocks lay ahead. Empowered, Gao Ao fixed Gao Jin with a fierce stare and raised his voice. Gao Jin, dare you wager even larger? Let the loser surrender both hands. A collective gasp erupted. To a gambler, severed hands meant ruin. All eyes turned to Gao Ao, as if beholding a madman. Gao Jin, however, remained impassive. Must we stake everything? He paused. You claimed today would end our feud. Why would I grant you another chance to hunt me down? Turning to the judges, he asked, does the tournament permit such a wager? They exchanged glances. The presiding judge replied, private grievances lie beyond our jurisdiction. Gao Jin nodded, then met Gao Ao's gaze again. Very well. I accept. The audience roared, not in celebration, but in stunned disbelief. To them, both men had crossed into madness. Ding Yao leaned close to Yi Qiu, whispering, Brother Qiu, whom do you favor? He smiled faintly. Who wins matters little. What matters is that Gao Ao will die. Sure Ejian, standing behind them, instinctively curled his lip, but inwardly acknowledged the calmer Yi Qiu appeared the more inevitable the outcome became. Indeed, when the whole cards were revealed, all doubt dissolved. Gao Ao stared at his hand, hair-prickling disbelief flooding his features. He had lost. His cards lay exposed upon the table, his lips trembling soundlessly. Why isn't my hand? He choked the words off mid-sentence, his face bleaching white with terror. Gao Jin had won, yet he did not glance at the mountain of chips, only lifted his eyes to Gao Ao, voice chillingly level. Bring an axe. In that moment, all gentleness vanished from Gao Jin, replaced by glacial resolve. He had waited too long for the loss of his fiancée, his title, his fortune. Now, retribution began. Gao Ao, debt demands repayment. A hand for a hand. The lethal intent in his tone silenced even the judges. No voice dared rise. Give them back. Gao Ao staggered backward, instinctively turning to Jin Ning, eyes wide with panic. Father, save me. I cannot lose my hands. Jin Ning's mind reeled. His calculations had been flawless. He intended to eradicate Gao Jin entirely in this very match. Yet Gao Jin's hidden hand bore no resemblance to the one Zhu Laojiu had divined. Had Gao Jin cheated? Yet Jin Nung had never taught him such arts, and when precisely had the deception occurred? Suddenly Gao Jin seemed alien, a stranger whose depth chilled him to the bone. One miscalculation after another stripped away his control. Desperate, he lowered his voice toward Lei Gong. Mr. Lei, lend us aid. If Gao Ao is crippled, who repays your debt? Jin Ning knew he had fallen. From the moment Yi Qiu deployed his forces, the tide had turned irrevocably, yet surrender was unthinkable. Gao Ao's defeat had bled him dry. By past standards, the man deserved death, but now survival demanded his preservation. Ever since he was shot twice by Gao Jin, he had become a broken man. The offshore betting pools had bled him dry, especially the losses incurred with Lei Gong totaling a staggering 400 million US dollars. If he could not even retain Gao Ao's hands, he was truly finished. Mr. Lei. Yet before the words left his mouth, slap. Lei Gong struck him across the face with such force that blood welled at the corner of Jin Ning's mouth. Jin Nung clutched his cheek, stunned into silence. You? Lei Gong glared at him, eyes blazing with fury. Wretched scoundrel. Do you have any idea how much I lost? Because I trusted you. $400 million. Entirely 400 million. Lei Gong was utterly beside himself. He had believed bringing in this father-and-son duo of master con artists would yield enormous profits, and that Macau could serve as his springboard to expand into Hong Kong and establish a branch there. What happened instead? Not only had he lost $100 million in offshore bets, but just moments earlier to prop up Gao Ao, he had poured in another 300 million. All 400 million gone. Though the San Lian gang was wealthy, even they could not withstand such reckless ruin. Most infuriating of all, not a single ripple had been heard. Clutching his burning cheek, Jin Ning forced himself to speak. I know you're furious, but consider this: the money is already lost. Yet if we preserve Gao Ao's hands, he can still earn it back, for you. Lei Gong snorted coldly. That much at least was true. Gao Ao's life held little value, but if his hands were severed here and now, he would die on the spot, and those $400 million would vanish forever. At this juncture, the last flicker of hesitation stirred once more within Lei Gong's heart. Just then Yi Qiu's voice cut through the tension. Lei Gong, stop dreaming. I'm here. Neither of them will ever rise again. Not even Jesus could save them. That's my word. At those words, Jin Ning's and Gao Ao's faces drained of all color, utterly ashen. Even Lei Gong's final sliver of doubt was extinguished. He turned sharply, eyes blazing with murderous intent, toward Yi Qiu. Yet deep down he knew full well that given Yi Qiu's fearsome reputation in the underworld, those words were no idle threat. He had backed Jin Ning for profit alone. Now that profit had spiraled into an abyss, bottomless and unfathomable, he understood exactly what choice he must make. You win. 3 words ground from between Lei Gong's teeth. Then he shoved Jin Nung aside and stepped back. Get out of my sight. Without another word, Lei Gong kicked Jin Nung aside and strode away. The game was over. He had lost, irrevocably, and pressing further would serve no purpose. The San Lian gang's prestige had been utterly shattered. Yi Qiu. Jin Nung spat the name syllable by syllable, feeling every drop of blood surge violently to his skull. He simply could not fathom it. Was he fated to clash with Yi Qiu? Every time they met, he found himself driven to the very brink of ruin. Last time had been the same. Only Gao Jin's mercy spared his hands. And now once again, no chance to catch his breath. Yi Qiu. Jin Nung screamed, voice raw with despair. What possible gain do you seek from this? Just for Gao Jin. Yi Qiu smiled. Because in truth he had struck precisely the right note. Only by crushing Jin Nung utterly could his own timely intervention appear as true salvation. Gao Jin, he said, dismissing Jin Ning's desperate writhing with a casual wave, he's yours. Gao Jin offered Yi Qiu a look of quiet gratitude. Then he turned, his expression hardening, as he fixed his gaze upon Gao Ao. Gao Ao, you still haven't cut off your hands. Gao Ao, long since crushed beneath Yi Qiu's overwhelming aura, had surrendered the last vestige of his pride. His face twisted in supplication, he crawled forward on his knees. Gao Jin, spare me. I'll return a Qing to you. In the Southeast Asian Gambling God Tournament, I lost, because that old devil made a Qing swap your hidden cards for mine. To save his own life, he betrayed everything, revealing Jin Ning's entire scheme without hesitation, even turning on his own adoptive father. Gao Jin, you've sought vengeance for your father all along, haven't you? It was Jin Ning. That wretched old man murdered your entire family. That's why he dared not let you become the Southeast Asian Gambling God. All of it, he orchestrated it. Nothing to do with me. I've told you everything, just spare me. Silence fell like a shroud. No one had anticipated such buried hatred between Gao Jin and Jin Nung. Behind the title of Southeast Asian Gambling God lay a story far darker than anyone imagined. Yi Qiu watched the spectacle unfold unmoved, only faintly amused. Gao Ao truly was worthless, 3 sentences, and he'd spilled every secret. Utterly pathetic. Gao Jin, however, remained perfectly composed. He had foreseen all of this. Spare you, he replied coolly. Then tell me, who spared me back then. Enough talk. Will you cut, or shall I do it for you? Gao Ao snapped completely. He hadn't expected this outcome, even after revealing so much. I'll kill you first. Snatching up the axe lying on the floor, he lunged at Gao Jin with a guttural roar. Simultaneously, Jin Nung drew a second lipstick pistol. He had to eliminate Gao Jin now. The secrets were already exposed, though leaving Gao Jin alive would invite endless peril. Yet the instant Jin Nung squeezed the trigger, a playing card sliced through the air, ting, striking his pistol with surgical precision and sending it flying. Shi Jin's eyes lit up. Damn, that card throw is incredible. He hadn't expected Yi Qiu possessed such mastery. Boss, Shi Jin stepped forward, his face alight with eager deference. That card-throwing technique. Could you possibly teach it to me? Even his address had changed. Just moments earlier outside, he'd addressed him respectfully as Mr. Yi. Now it was outright boss. You don't know how it. Yi Qiu blinked, mildly bewildered. He remembered clearly Shi Jin's signature skill was card-throwing, so why was he now seeking instruction? Of course I don't. Shi Jin beamed even more obsequiously. After all, I'm your man now. I need to sharpen my skills, strengthen my ability to serve you better. In truth, he did possess some rudimentary card-throwing ability, but nowhere near Yi Qiu's effortless grace and pinpoint accuracy. That was precisely why he coveted the art. Though initially coerced into serving as security consultant for the gambling hall, watching the entire Gambling God tournament had profoundly reshaped Shi Jin's perception of Yi Qiu. From Gao Jin's case alone, he saw Yi Qiu as fiercely loyal to those under his protection, no fear of being bullied while under his banner. Moreover, Gao Jin's victory meant he would now be crowned International Gambling God. With such a title behind him, Yi Qiu's gambling halls and hotels were poised for explosive growth. And now, discovering Yi Qiu's mastery of the flying card technique, the last trace of Shi Jin's resistance quietly dissolved, replaced by a dawning conviction remaining here as security consultant might in fact be an excellent decision. Meanwhile, after Yi Qiu disarmed Jin Ning, Gao Jin's pent-up rage and lethal intent finally erupted, fully directed at Gao Ao and Jin Nung. Yet he did not strike personally. Before so many witnesses, he would not jeopardize himself. Gao Jin's voice was colder than ice. Don't you understand yet? To your adoptive father, anyone without utility is unworthy of rescue. A cascade of blows had already shattered Gao Ao's mind. Now, gripping the axe, his eyes bloodshot, he descended irrevocably into madness. He now addressed him outright as boss. And now, learning Yi Qiu also commanded the flying card technique. Unknowingly, the last remnants of Shi Jin's resistance melted away, leaving only the quiet certainty that staying on as security consultant here might indeed be a sound choice. Gao Jin's voice was colder than ice. Don't you understand yet? To your adoptive father, anyone without utility. From this day forward, his future was bleak beyond measure. With a furious cry, Gao Ao could bear it no longer. He raised his blade and charged straight at Jin Nung. In the end, Jin Nung died, and Gao Ao went mad. Gao Jin, having avenged his family, felt no triumph, only a profound, inexplicable sorrow. Fortunately, though his first half-life had been steeped in sorrow, he had at least forged a bond with someone truly trustworthy. Yi Qiu. Composing himself, Gao Jin turned his gaze toward Yi Qiu and smiled. Brother Qiu, I won. Yi Qiu smiled in return. Congratulations, Gambling God. From today onward, you are the true Gambling God. As he spoke, he cast a faint, indifferent glance at Jin Ning's corpse, then turned and walked toward the exit. Let's go. This matter is concluded. We'll return now. The International Gambling God tournament had ended. Through this contest, Gao Jin's title as Gambling God resonated across the entire gambling world. His fame now undeniable, his legend fully cemented. Thanks to Gao Ao's confession, everyone now knew the truth. In that prior tournament, Gao Jin should rightfully have been crowned Southeast Asian Gambling God. Now, through sheer prowess, he had reclaimed what was his, and gone further still, seizing victory in the International Gambling God tournament. This triumph announced unequivocally the arrival of a new sovereign of the gambling realm, the Gambling God. Across the underworld, news of the tournament ignited a firestorm. Why? Because the secrets surrounding Gambling God Gao Jin were explosively sensational, so dramatic they rivaled cinema itself. Each retelling grew more extravagant, painting Gao Jin as the protagonist of an epic film. A tragic lineage, an arduous journey, and ultimately, encountering Yi Qiu, receiving his aid, and ascending to become the era's supreme gambling god. Meanwhile, the very man who had ignited such chaos in Macau paid no heed to external rumors. He stood now inside Yi Qiu's gambling hall. After the tournament, Gao Jin had originally intended to hand over all his winnings to Yi Qiu. After all, without Yi Qiu's support, and without the capital Yi Qiu provided, he would never have qualified to compete. Now, having won such vast sums, including Lei Gong's $300 million, Gao Jin had amassed wealth he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Yi Qiu, however, showed no haste in claiming the funds. With a sweeping gesture, he instructed Shi Jin to coordinate with Gao Jin and open several additional licensed gambling halls. With Gao Jin as their golden standard, and Shi Yijian as chief security consultant. Elsewhere, Long Wu wasted no time. He brought forth the three brothers from southern Vietnam, as previously promised to Yichio. These are the three. Yichio's gaze shifted to the figures standing behind Long Wu. Three ragged youths, unmistakably illegal immigrants. Yet despite their status, their bearing bore resemblance to Long Wu's. Fierce, untamed, dangerous. Long Wu's aura, however, was defined by stoic silence, motionless as a mountain or swift and violent as wildfire. They were different, like wild ravenous wolves, unbroken and defiant. As Yichio observed them, a flicker of recognition passed across his eyes. These three, weren't they the legendary Triad brothers of southern Vietnam? The eldest Jia Gu, the second Tony, the youngest Ahu. Tony and his brothers. Each one, a ruthless force unto himself. Just like now, if they hadn't voluntarily come to ally with Yichio with their temperaments, would they have quietly stood behind Long Wu as pillars? It's absolutely impossible. I just don't know why they actually appeared in Haojiang. However, these details are not particularly important after all. In the original plot, these three brothers appeared as antagonists, and by the time they showed up, they were already the three leaders of the Nanyue gang. Currently, it is still early in the plot for their appearance, so it isn't surprising that they are smuggling in Haojiang. Of course, it's worth mentioning that Yichio is somewhat interested in these three. Although these three brothers are as unruly as starving wolves, even to the point of madness, one must admit that the Tony trio before him is indeed good material for being enforcers. With Yichio's strength, he naturally doesn't worry about them becoming strong enough to bite back. In fact, the Dongguan guys are already quite arrogant, aren't they? They are ambitious enough, right? Yet they still obey Yichio without question. The strong remain strong. Yichio has always believed that having ambitious subordinates is not a bad thing. What matters is whether he can keep them in check. In the face of absolute strength, does Yichio need to worry about whether the subordinates he recruits will be loyal to him? Absolutely not. Because for those who are not loyal, there is only one end. To put it bluntly, under Yichio's command, whether they are Dongguan guys or the Tony brothers, they only have one choice: loyalty. There is no choice. Yichio is not someone who likes to preach grand theories. His attitude and purpose towards his subordinates are very simple, not for any illusory hopes or ideals. It's simply summed up in one sentence: follow me, and there will be meat to eat. In terms of territory, as long as you follow Yichio, these benefits are easily obtainable. Compared to Yichio's ambitions, what are the ambitions of the Dongguan guys and the Tony brothers? Even if they become small kings, Yichio remains the biggest king of all. So far, Yichio's little brothers haven't shown any signs of rebellion or dissatisfaction. After all, as long as you have strength and dare to fight, without even saying a word, Yichio will naturally provide what you deserve. Given this, who would still want to rebel? Therefore, Yichio dares to use the Tony brothers before him. Although the eldest brother Aja is not as strong as his two younger brothers, he is skilled in socializing and can manage things. The second brother Tony is the most ruthless and the best fighter, the sharp edge among the three brothers. The youngest brother Ahu is full of raw strength and is a brute force type, fierce and aggressive. These three men certainly have the capability to carve out a notorious reputation for the Nanyue gang in the future. Yichio glanced at them and asked, "So how did you manage to escape?" The Tony brothers hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the events. Yichio's expression remained unchanged. He never doubted their ability to escape. However, for some people it is necessary to give them a warning. After all, they are inherently tough-minded. "You should have heard of my name." Yichio's tone was calm. "I am not someone who goes easy on others. You three should be clear about this." Indeed, the implicit threat in his words changed the expressions of the Tony brothers, and they nodded vigorously. "We understand. Since we dare to come to find Brother Chio, we naturally know about Brother Chio's strength. We are willing to follow Brother Chio." The three of them expressed their stance in succession, making it clear they were determined to follow Yichio. Yichio nodded. "That's good to know." He changed the subject and continued, "Follow me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I will never forget you for the benefits. As long as you have strength, what I can provide will only be more than you can imagine." If someone else had said this, the Tony brothers would have thought the other was boasting. But coming from Yichio's mouth, they believed it. "Just right, I have a good opportunity for you right now," Yichio said. Upon hearing this, the Tony brothers felt a surge of joy. Having just followed a new boss, and good fortune arrives. Aja cautiously asked, "Brother Chio, what is the good fortune?" Yichio waved his hand. "My territory in Xiangjiang is almost saturated, so I plan to expand to Haojiang. A few days ago, I just incorporated the Poisonous Snake Gang and renamed it to Poisonous Snake Hall. Would you three dare to become the Hall Masters?" The ruthless nature of the Tony brothers might make others uncomfortable, but it suits Yichio just fine. Just like back then, Yichio dared to kick out the top boss Golden Hair Tiger. If he hadn't been ruthless enough, he would have been dealt with long ago. Yichio knew their background well. In a place like Haojiang, he needed such tough characters. The reason is simple: Yichio's focus will still be on Xiangjiang. This time back, unless something unexpected happens, he is aiming for the top. He wouldn't be able to pay attention to Haojiang. Since he accepted the Poisonous Snake Gang sent by Ding Yao, he wouldn't suppress its development. Haojiang is not like Xiangjiang. The Poisonous Snake Hall is just a small faction here without Dongxing as a backing. To establish a foothold in such a complex place, one must be ruthless. A fierce dragon crossing a river is still a river dragon. If this dragon is not ruthless enough, it cannot overpower the local snakes. Thus, Yiqiu also wants to take this opportunity to let the Tony brothers stir things up here. This is also a test for them. Indeed, Aja picked up on the implication in Yiqiu's words. It was nothing more than a different form of loyalty declaration. He certainly dared. After all, he had suffered enough in the lands outside of Nanyue, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. Brother Qiu, don't worry. Aja immediately declared, if the poisonous snake hall is entrusted to us three brothers, we will definitely let the entire Haozhong know our name. Yiqiu smiled. Talking to smart people is refreshing. Good, if you can do it, this hall master position will be secure for you. The Tony brothers nodded in unison. No one asked what would happen if they couldn't do it. Given Yiqiu's character, the outcome is obvious. Yet even so, Tony still nodded vigorously. He had waited too long for this opportunity. Brother Qiu, rest assured, Tony said solemnly. If we can't even handle this little matter, we three brothers won't have the face to be hall masters. Ahu also nodded seriously. Just leave it to us, Brother Qiu. Anyone who disobeys, they'll kill him. Thus, the position of hall master of the poisonous snake hall temporarily fell into the hands of the Tony brothers. Although it was only temporary, they were confident they would hold it firmly. In the end, Yiqiu successfully accepted the Tony brothers and entrusted the poisonous snake hall to them. Given his current status, there is naturally no need for him to personally manage a hall or take them around to kill. These three brothers who suddenly appeared before him were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. As for Ding Yao, when Ding Yao saw three tattered men following Yiqiu, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. Brother Qiu, who are these gentlemen? The Tony brothers stared at Ding Yao, their eyes somewhat dazed. They had never seen such a beautiful woman and never expected her to be by Brother Qiu's side. Yiqiu smiled casually. The poisonous snake hall will be managed by them from now on. You should call someone to take them to clean up and then go to the hall for the handover. Ding Yao nodded but couldn't help but mutter to herself. No matter how she looked at it, these three guys who looked like beggars didn't seem like the type to become hall masters. However, she didn't ask much and turned around to call a little brother from the poisonous snake hall. Take them to wash up and change clothes. After the three left with the little brother, Ding Yao remembered the important matter and turned to Yiqiu. By the way, Brother Qiu, there's another thing. Lei Gong wants to see you. Yiqiu raised his eyebrows. Lei Gong. He indeed did not expect the other party to seek him out. After all, during the gambling god competition, both sides had already established enmity. The Sanlian gang sided with Jin Nung, resulting in Yiqiu giving them a severe lesson, and Lei Gong lost $400 million. Yiqiu had long suspected that this old fellow would not be able to sit still. He just didn't expect it to drag on until now. It took so long to come. He is indeed quite patient. Ding Yao smiled lightly upon hearing this. She increasingly felt that she had made the right choice. Let him in, Yiqiu said. Before long, Lei Gong entered the gambling hall with a group of subordinates following Ding Yao. The little brothers from the poisonous snake hall they encountered along the way all respectfully called Ding Yao Sister Yao. Lei Gong looked at Ding Yao's back with a somewhat complex expression. When Ding Yao had called him for help, he hadn't taken it seriously and had casually brushed her off. Who would have thought this woman would turn around and team up with Yiqiu, even sending the entire poisonous snake gang away? Thinking of this, Lei Gong deliberately sighed. Xiao Yao, last time you asked me for help, it wasn't that I didn't want to help, but I really couldn't spare the time. Ding Yao didn't even turn her head, her voice flat. Then I really must thank Mr. Lei. If it weren't for your unavailability, I wouldn't have met Brother Qiu. The sarcasm in her words was evident to Lei Gong. His expression darkened, but thinking of the purpose of his visit today, he still suppressed his anger. Soon the group entered the gambling hall. Yiqiu sat in the main position with the already cleaned-up Tony brothers standing beside him. When the three saw Lei Gong and the bodyguards behind him, they didn't even raise their eyelids. Yiqiu looked at Lei Gong and smiled. I apologize for not welcoming you, Mr. Lei. Although he said this, he didn't move an inch, showing no intention of getting up. Lei Gong also didn't lose his temper and sat down on his own, slowly starting to speak. Mr. Yi, I came today to discuss a cooperation. Let's hear it. I heard that gambling god Gao Jin is now your man. I recently obtained licenses for several casinos in Haojia. How about it? Are you interested in doing some business together? Upon hearing this, even Ding Yao couldn't help but glance at Lei Gong. This old fellow. It seems he still has some sense. Lei Gong certainly understood what the title of gambling god meant. Gao Jin is currently in a strong position with influence far surpassing Gao Ao. With him in charge, the casino business is bound to thrive. But the question is, since Lei Gong is aware of these stakes, why would he dare to approach Yiqiu for cooperation? One must know that the earlier incident with Gao Ao had already made the relationship between both sides quite delicate. Yet Lei Gong still came, which shows some audacity. Mr. Lei, how do you plan to cooperate? Yiqiu smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. I plan to invite Mr. Gao Jin to be the honorary president of my gambling hall in a nominal capacity. Interesting. Yiqiu's smile faded slightly. You think you can have Gao Jin under your name with just one sentence? Mr. "You need not worry," Lei Gong waved his hand, seemingly well prepared. "I Lei Gong certainly understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." He gestured to a bodyguard behind him. One of the bodyguards immediately stepped forward, opened a briefcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash inside. "Here is $1 million. Mere pocket change, a token of goodwill upon our first meeting, Mr. Yi." Lei Gong leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Qiu. $1 million. Yi Qiu didn't even glance at the cash-filled case. To think such a paltry sum could entice the god of gambling. This Mr. Lei truly had audacity. "Mr. Lei," Yi Qiu spoke calmly. "Judging by your demeanor, you seem determined to see this through today." Lei Gong offered a faint, self-assured smile. "I never wage a battle without preparation." "Is that so?" Yi Qiu suddenly lifted his eyes. "Have you forgotten, Mr. Lei, that you recently lost $300 million to me?" The word struck like a stinging slap. Lei Gong's smile froze rigid upon his face. His expression hardened. "Mr. Yi," he lowered his voice, casting a sidelong glance at the bodyguards flanking him. "It's always wise to cultivate allies, not enemies. Don't push matters to the brink. You assist me, I assist you. That way all benefit." He paused, then added with quiet implication, "When the time comes for you to vie for leadership of Dongxing, surely you wouldn't want me lending my support to the other 5 tigers." Yi Qiu swept his gaze across the restless bodyguards and suddenly smiled. "Lei Gong," he said, calling him by name, "are you threatening me?" He'd even invoked the Dongxing leadership race. This old man truly believed intimidation would sway him. Seeing Yi Qiu unmoved, Lei Gong abandoned pretense entirely. "Yi Qiu," his voice rose sharply. "Yes, I am threatening you. Will you lend me Gao Jin, or not? Give me your answer. Now." The moment the words left his lips, the Triad enforcers behind him simultaneously drew their firearms, all barrels trained squarely on Yi Qiu. Tension snapped taut in an instant. Then, suddenly, the chair beside him jerked violently. Tony and his 2 brothers surged upright, stepping directly in front of Yi Qiu, who glared at Lei Gong, his face twisted with menace. "Don't move a muscle." He bared his teeth in a grim grin. "Or I'll kill you where you stand." Silence crashed over the gambling hall. Lei Gong's eyes widened, clearly unprepared for such brazen defiance from Yi Qiu's underlings. Tony stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. Back in southern Vietnam, his voice was icy. "Nothing angered me more than having a gun pointed at me." Staring at these 3 unexpected figures, Lei Gong and his men stood utterly stunned. Did these fools not see the guns in their hands? Yet they dared counter-threaten. Lei Gong laughed, a cold, bitter sound. "Trying to frighten me." His face darkened. "Who the hell are you punks? And who gave you the gall to die so young?" He flicked his wrist. His enforcers understood instantly. Their muzzles dipped slightly, ready to neutralize the 3 interlopers first. It seemed bloodshed was now inevitable. But in that split second, Tony moved. Snatching up the nearby stool, he became a blur of black motion, lunging straight at the nearest guard. The man never got a chance to pull the trigger. Thud. A sickening impact echoed. The guard crumpled to the floor, weapon and body alike crushed beneath the blow. Tony struck with brutal precision. Every blow landed on joints and vital points, the sharp crack of breaking bone unmistakable. Any guard who dared close and fell within a single exchange. Simultaneously, who charged forward. True to his name, he fought with savage, overwhelming force. One punch sent a guard's teeth flying in a crimson arc. Then came the second, third, relentless, devastating blows that left onlookers trembling. Zha wasn't idle either. He slipped in from the flank, movements swift and decisive. In moments, Lei Gong's entourage lay scattered across the floor. Though Zha lacked Tony, and whose raw ferocity, he possessed the skill and composure of a Red Pole enforcer. He seized whatever lay at hand and joined the fray. The trio moved with terrifying speed and merciless efficiency. Amid the chaos, Gao Jia, Lei Gong's trusted lieutenant, drew his sidearm, aiming to seize Yi Qiu as hostage. Before his arm fully rose, Long Wu flicked a steel pen from the table. It pierced Gao Jia's wrist with surgical accuracy. His gun clattered to the ground. In that brief span, Tony and his brothers had carved through the ranks of armed guards, again and again. A dozen heavily armed men were utterly overwhelmed by just 3. Lei Gong paled. He hadn't imagined Yi Qiu's subordinates could be this ruthless. Yi Qiu himself remained impassive throughout, as if he'd foreseen this outcome from the start. Ding Yao reacted differently. Her beautiful eyes widened as she watched Tony's trio intently. Earlier, when Yi Qiu assigned the Viper branch to these 3 ragged-looking men, she'd privately wondered. Now she saw, they were truly vicious. 3 men defeating a dozen armed guards. Who would believe it? Even Lei Gong looked shaken to his core. He'd nearly spat out a curse. Wretched scum. But choked it back. What kind of wretched scum fought like this? Watching his men slain or crippled, Lei Gong's heart pounded. But his face stayed rigid, his seat unmoved. Truthfully, he dared not stir. Only after Tony's trio had fully secured the room did Yi Qiu speak, his tone detached. Lei Gong, seems my juniors aren't easily intimidated by you after all. Then he returned Lei Gong's earlier words verbatim. Tell me, does this reply satisfy you? Lei Gong's composure finally shattered. I admit it, he ground out between clenched teeth. Today I misjudged, overestimated myself, and vastly underestimated you, Mr. Yi. Only now did he grasp how Yi Qiu had carved his name into Hong Kong's underworld. Not merely because Yi Qiu himself was fearsome, but because he commanded a cadre of men equally fearless, equally relentless. After a long pause, Lei Gong managed a strained smile. Today, I've been bested. Is that so? Yi Qiu's expression turned glacial. Then tell me, Mr. Lei, do you know what befalls those who fall to me? Before Lei Gong could respond, Yi Qiu uttered 2 words, kill them. Tony's trio sprang into action. Gao Jie, the last standing lieutenant, and any guard still breathing were silenced in an instant. Seeing his most loyal aide perish before his eyes, Lei Gong shot to his feet, only to be gently but firmly pressed back into his seat by Zha's smiling hand. Mr. Lei, Zha murmured, eyes crinkling. Brother Qiu hasn't given the word yet. Best stay still. He paused. Otherwise, he left the rest unsaid, but the meaning hung heavy and lethal in the air. Lei Gong could only watch helpless as Tony and who methodically delivered finishing blows to each fallen guard. The scene was brutal, visceral. Regret flooded him, bitter, suffocating. He cursed himself for ever stepping foot into this gambling hall. Soon Tony and Hu returned. Fresh garments stained crimson, their faces fierce and unyielding. Lei Gong's pulse hammered wildly at the sight. Thankfully, Yi Qiu spoke again, bringing him back from the edge. Lei Gong, he said, you may save face yourself, on your own terms, and I will grant you that courtesy. His voice remained level. Of course, if you prefer not to find your own footing, I can arrange that for you. After all, your triad has already lost many today. One more won't tip the scale, don't you agree? Lei Gong nearly exploded. Yi Qiu, you slaughtered my entire security detail. Now you demand I save face. You've gone too far. Yi Qiu didn't reply. He glanced at Zha. Instantly Zha nodded and gestured toward Hu. Escort Mr. Lei to his final destination, Yi Qiu said. Lei Gong bolted upright, then scrambled to submit. Wait, he blurted, jaw tight with humiliation. Mr. Yi, I Lei Gong have gravely offended you. Please forgive my transgression. He produced a check. This $1 million is my formal apology to you. Yi Qiu nodded once, then pointed toward the gambling hall's entrance. Very well, he said coolly. Since your contrition appears sincere, I'll accept the money. You may leave now. Lei Gong departed. Having paid $1 million, he slunk out of the gambling hall, entering with swagger, fleeing like a broken dog, all within half an hour. Lei Gong felt as though he'd stared death in the eye. Head bowed, his nerves still raw. He was genuinely afraid of Yi Qiu now. That rebuke had landed hard. Lei Gong finally understood, compared to Luo Tua, Yi Qiu was infinitely more dangerous. Luo Tua, after all, was the leader of Dongxing. Brutal, yes, but bound by codes, by face, by brotherhood. Yi Qiu followed no such rules. When he unleashed his arrogance, nothing held him back. What Lei Gong didn't know was that moments before his departure, a flash of lethal intent had crossed Yi Qiu's eyes. Had Yi Qiu not urgently needed to return to Hong Kong to claim the Dongxing leadership and wished to avoid complications, he would never have let Lei Gong walk out alive. Merely drawing a firearm in Yi Qiu's presence warranted execution before sunrise. Yet the Triad Alliance was a long-standing, deeply entrenched organization in Taiwan. Eliminating Lei Gong would be simple, but the fallout would be relentless, jeopardizing Yi Qiu's broader ambitions. For now, he preferred to keep them at bay. So long as Lei Gong remained obedient, Yi Qiu had no desire to act again, unless provoked anew. Then mercy would vanish forever. Yi Qiu waved a hand, ordering the gambling hall cleared and restored. Within minutes, all traces of violence vanished, order reclaimed. As for the $1 million left behind, Yi Qiu didn't spare it a glance. Turning to Tony's trio, he remarked casually, divide this million among yourselves, and long was team. Brother Qiu, this. The three exchanged hesitant glances. Having scraped by in the lawless fringes of southern Vietnam, they'd never seen such wealth, let alone received it so effortlessly. Yet Yi Qiu handed it over without hesitation. That generosity, so casual, so vast, left them awestruck. Take it. Yi Qiu smiled, utterly unconcerned. $1 million sounded substantial, but to Yi Qiu it meant little. With Gao Jin, the god of gambling, generating wealth at his command, scarcity was unthinkable. Moreover, he'd recently absorbed Jin Ning's $300 million offshore betting operation, and shortly thereafter claimed another $300 million from Lei Gong himself. His coffers overflowed. This modest sum would serve perfectly to empower Tony's trio in rebuilding and expanding the Viper branch. Work diligently, Yi Qiu instructed, and don't disappoint me. Rest assured, Brother Qiu. The trio now fully grasped Yi Qiu's ethos. Results mattered, process irrelevant. Since the money was theirs to command, they'd focus solely on delivering what Yi Qiu demanded. By his next visit to Macau, Tony and his brothers would deliver a surprise worthy of his expectations. With the conclusion of the gambling god competition, Yi Qiu did not intend to linger in the gambling capital of Macau. After all, his identity as the leader of the Hong Kong gang had been exposed, and having stirred up a storm in Macau for so long, the situation had become somewhat sensitive. Yi Qiu also wished to avoid any further complications. In Hong Kong, in the Yao Ma Ti area, the heads of various factions had heard of Yi Chio's return, and Dongguan Boy Yao Wen and Fei Ji had come early with their underlings to welcome him. Before the car had even come to a stop, Dongguan Boy smiled and approached. "Brother Chio is impressive," he exclaimed. "You went to Macau, and even the gambling god has become one of your own." Yi Chio was a bit surprised. "This news has spread here already." Next to him, Brother Jia Qian nodded. "It's been circulating for a while," he replied. "Brother Chio, your reputation on the streets is getting louder every day. By the way, did the gambling god come back with you?" Brother Jia Qian asked seriously. "Can you introduce me to him?" Several nearby henchmen shook their heads upon hearing this. From their understanding of this guy, wanting to meet Gao Jin was probably just for the sake of money. At that moment, Ding Yao also got out of the car. She was dressed elegantly and had essentially been acting as Yi Chio's secretary since joining him. Naturally, she followed him back to Hong Kong. Dongguan Boy reacted quickly. "Sister-in-law, how are you?" he greeted with a smile. "Sister-in-law, how are you?" Others followed suit, calling out. Ding Yao felt happy hearing the term sister-in-law and smiled as she greeted everyone. On the other side of the street, the head of Bolan Street, Scar Chi, and her companion 13 sister approached. "Sister Chi is here." "So Sister Chi is here, but wait. Is that really Sister Chi?" Ding Yao seemed to sense something and looked up, meeting Scar Chi's gaze. The two women exchanged glances, both revealing an indescribable expression. In an instant, the invisible tension made Dongguan Boy, Brother Jia, Qian Yao Wen, and the others shiver in their hearts. "Brother Chio, I have something to do," Dongguan Boy quickly said. Seeing the tension, he added, "I have things to take care of too." After saying that, he turned and quickly jumped over the railing, leaving faster than anyone else. Fei Ji Yao Wen and Brother Jia Qian followed suit, all eager to leave, fearing they would stay any longer. Even Long Wu, whose duty was to protect Yi Chio, turned and left decisively. After all, matters between women can be the most tangled, especially when it involves the boss woman. Scar Chi and Ding Yao exchanged glances and then calmly shook hands. Scar Chi chuckled. "I know you, the young lady of the poisonous snake gang." She glanced at Yi Chio and continued, "Brother Chio, welcome back." Ding Yao responded gracefully, "You must be Sister Chi, right? I often hear Brother Chio mention you." Yi Chio paid no mind to this and said, "Let's go, that group of fools has been scared off by you." Scar Chi shrugged, revealing a helpless smile. "That's not my fault." She certainly knew what her subordinates were afraid of, but she wasn't foolish enough to throw a tantrum with Yi Chio. Yi Chio nodded and inquired about what had been happening with Scar Chi recently. Following her was a group of women, mostly young girls from Bolan Street, all of whom were strikingly beautiful. As they watched the head of their faction being led away by Yi Chio, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. However, realizing it was Yi Chio, they soon felt relieved. In hushed whispers, someone remarked, "As expected of Brother Chio, so handsome." Another chimed in, "So charming." Someone else laughed, "If my man was Brother Chio, I would personally take care of him during the confinement period." At the Eastman Bar in Mong Kok, Yi Chio was drinking with the heads of his subordinates. Dongguan Boy, Fei Ji, and Brother Jia Qian looked puzzled. They had expected Yi Chio to be troubled tonight, but instead it was peaceful. They couldn't help but sigh that Brother Chio indeed lived up to his name, even surpassing them in the art of attracting women, simply on another level. After all, with both Scar Chi and Ding Yao being so exceptional, Yi Chio still managed to handle them, proving that being handsome truly allows one to have their way. After expressing their admiration, Dongguan Boy and the others continued drinking and chatting. However, Big Head from the outlying island faction hesitated before speaking up. "Brother Chio, there's something I need to discuss with you." Big Head put down his cup, his expression serious. Yi Chio raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Is there trouble with the small gang on the outlying island?" "I know Big Head, although his strength isn't much, he's clever and cautious, generally not one to speak lightly. If he's bringing it up, it must be serious." Big Head shook his head. "It's not about the small gang, it's about the East Star 5 Tigers, particularly Downhill Tiger Crow." Yi Chio chuckled. "Crow and Smiling Tiger. What kind of mischief are they up to now?" Within the East Star 5 Tigers, Thunder Tiger had collaborated with Yi Chio a lot, considered one of their own, while Capture Tiger Sure Tu Haonan remained neutral, not getting involved. However, Downhill Tiger Crow and Smiling Tiger had always been at odds with Yi Chio, starting from the Golden Hair Tiger incident. As expected, Big Head continued, "Brother Chio, your main territory is in Yao Ma Ti, and we just got established over here in the new territories with not many factions. Crow has been taking advantage of his seniority, claiming to be your peer, often crossing lines by conducting flower business on our turf. My subordinates have complained several times, but dare not express their anger. Moreover, every time they interfere, it becomes difficult for us to manage our business, and the reputation of the outlying island faction in the new territories has plummeted." Big Head's words were clear. As Yi Chio's subordinate, who had risen to the top, he stood on equal footing with the East Star 5 Tigers. Crow was unhappy and was taking the opportunity to suppress them. With Yi Chio not being around recently, Crow had become even more arrogant. Advisor Su chimed in, "Last time I went to take over the Sha Tin faction, that guy Crow was also pointing fingers at me. It was really annoying." Upon hearing this, Brother Jia Qian immediately perked up. He put down the bottle and said seriously, "Old Su, you give me money, and it'll help you get rid of him." Given our relationship, he'll give you a discount. How does that sound? Advisor Su smiled helplessly. I'm not afraid of him, nor am I unable to fight. This matter needs clarification. When you weren't around, if we acted, it would be hard to explain, and reason could become unreasonable. I suspect Crow's arrogance is to force us to take action so he can go to the camel to complain. That's why I've been waiting for you to handle it upon your return. Yichio nodded, acknowledging that Advisor Su was indeed insightful. This speculation was likely spot on. Crow was clearly trying to pick a fight using the fact that Yichio's subordinate had risen to the top as an excuse. Although the territory was conquered by Yichio, the faction still bore the East Star's name, so the Five Tigers had the right to discuss its ownership. Crow was taking advantage of this point, naturally being reckless, but behind him Smiling Tiger must be scheming something. Big Head then asked, Brother Chio, now that you are back, what should we do? Yichio waved his hand nonchalantly. What to do? Just kick them out, he'll take the responsibility if anything happens. I want to see. Who dares to trouble me today? Yichio was confident enough, not arrogant. Crow wanted to pressure him through Camel, but Yichio was not afraid. If Camel helped Crow, Yichio wouldn't even give face to the leader. The tables had turned. It was no longer Yichio needing East Star, but rather East Star needing him. For partners in cooperation, Yichio would show respect. However, if Camel couldn't see the situation clearly, Yichio wouldn't care who they were. At that moment, a subordinate of Big Head knocked and entered whispering, Big Head, Downhill Tiger's subordinates have crossed the line again. Upon hearing this, Big Head's eyes turned icy. He said to Yichio, Brother Chio, I need to step out for a moment. Yichio smiled and casually waved his hand, allowing him to handle it. In Big Head's faction, Bar the boss was speaking humbly to several of Crow's subordinates. Crow's subordinates chuckled. One of them said, Boss, we help you drive away the troublemakers. We can't do it for free, right? The boss forced a smile and asked, How much do you guys want? He was used to this. The troublemakers were actually Crow's subordinates. The outlying island bar was filled with complaints, all blaming Big Head for not daring to stand up. Previously, he was tough against other factions, but now he was timid with Crow. A few of Crow's subordinates exchanged glances and said casually, We want $30,000. The boss' expression changed. He hurriedly said, Big brother, I can't earn that much in one night. These guys were heartless, asking for $30,000. Upon hearing this, Crow's subordinates sneered. One of them said, Can't come up with it. Then let the troublemakers come back, and you can deal with it yourself. But let me say this, don't come to us for flower business in the future. The boss' face changed. The threat was clear. He gritted his teeth, preparing to compromise. However, a voice came from behind. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in my territory? Downhill Tiger's subordinates. Big Head stepped forward, followed by several street leaders and a dozen subordinates. Crow's subordinates' expressions changed slightly, but thinking of Crow, they steeled their resolve. One of them said, Big brother, we are not causing trouble, we are just guarding the place. However, Big Head didn't listen, his tone calm. He said, I'm asking you, who gave you the courage to stir up trouble in my territory? That subordinate was sweating, forcing himself to say, Big brother, we are not. But Big Head's expression changed, coldly stating, Break them and throw them out. Get the troublemakers back and break them as well. Crow's subordinates, who had been arrogant, were now suffering greatly. Big Head's men had been holding back for a long time, and with Yichio back to take responsibility, they were no longer afraid. Old grievances and new ones were settled together with brutal force, and the sounds of cries filled the air. The bar owner shivered. Previously, he had resented Big Head. After paying the money, there was still trouble. Now he didn't dare to harbor any resentment. After Big Head finished instructing his subordinates, he looked at the boss and said lightly, Boss Liu. Big Head patted the bar owner's shoulder. You've been wrong during this time. If you have matters in the future, just come to me, and I'll definitely help you sort it out. The bar owner was taken aback at first, quickly waving his hands. I dare not, brother Big Head, you are too polite. It's those Downhill Tiger guys who are too excessive. However, Big Head shook his head, his expression serious. I, Big Head, do things with reason, since you have always followed my rules. Then if something happens, it is my responsibility. He paused before continuing. I will take on the losses your bar has suffered during this time. Saying this, he waved his hand. This month's protection fee is waived. The boss' eyes lit up, but he still hesitated, saying, Brother Big Head, I'm already very grateful that you can resolve the trouble about the money. If I say it's waived, then it's waived. Big Head interrupted him, his tone flat. I have my own rules in my work. After saying this, he turned and left with his subordinates. The boss stood there a bit dazed, seemingly not expecting that there would still be a boss who upheld rules in these times. If Big Head knew his thoughts, he would probably reply, Of course, aren't the rules made for fun? Not long after news of Big Head dealing with Downhill Tiger's subordinates spread. Over in the new territories, everyone on the East Star 5 Tigers turf knew about this matter. Yichio's subordinates began taking action to rectify the situation, and this very action declared a fact. Yichio was back. Everyone was clear, if it weren't for Yichio's intent, Big Head and advisor Su would never dare to be this tough. The incident did not tarnish Yichio's reputation. If anything, his name grew louder. Naturally, where some exult, others seethe. For example, Shashan, Huya. How did that damned wretch teach his men? Wu Ya smashed a bottle staring at the dozen battered subordinates, dumped back at him, fury boiling over. The medical bills alone were a fortune. How could he not be enraged? In truth, he had long known of Yi Qiu's return to Xiangjiang, yet he had not reined in his men. After all, the grudge was already settled. Why hold back? Yi Qiu's reputation ran wide in the streets, but this was Xinjia Dongsing's turf. They were all part of Dongsing's 5 tigers, equal in rank. Everything had to follow the syndicate's rules. At that moment, a junior crept over and cautiously said, "Brother Wu Ya, we must get our face back." Before the sentence finished, Wu Ya struck him. "Do you think I don't know?" he snarled, fury carved into his features. But Wu Ya had not expected that Yi Qiu would completely flout the rules and maim every one of his troublemaking henchmen. If he swallowed this humiliation, there would be no future for him in Dongxing. "Let's go." Wu Ya grabbed his coat. "Come with me," to make Yi Qiu answer. He called Xiaomian, who first, then led his men straight to Data's Hall. Xinjia outside Data's Island Hall. Jia Qiangu, rare to be seen here, lounged against the wall waiting. As the heavyweight of Jianshazui, he was not merely watching over Datu. Master Su's deal had fallen through, so the business had to be run through Datu. Datu also knew that so many of Wai's men had been beaten, the other side would certainly come to make trouble. So he paid to have Jia Qiangu come lend a hand. Money opens doors, money summons service. Jia Qiangu did not refuse and brought his men to hold the hall. The man had been stewing recently. Since Xinji and Hongxing withdrew from Jianshazui, the small factions that shifted with the wind had all fled. His plan to make quick cash by smashing rival operations had yielded not a single penny. Worse, recruiting subordinates cost him money. Since becoming the boss of Jianshazui, he had yet to turn a profit and had already taken losses. How could a money-obsessed man endure that? He had waited half a month for a job of violence to come his way. At last, a Shashan who arrived. At that moment, figures appeared at the far end of the long street. Shashan, who Wu Ya faced sullen, walked toward the hall with his men. Seeing Jia Qiangu at the doorway, he said coldly, "Tell Yi Qiu to come out and see me. And that Data kid, make him get out." Jia Qiangu glanced at Wu Ya, but said nothing. His silence only intensified the anger on Wai's face. "I want Yi Qiu and Datu out here to see me," he bellowed. "Are you blind or deaf?" A subordinate leaned in and whispered, "Wu Gu, this is Shashan Hu Wu Ya." Only then did Jia Qiangu lift his eyelids. "Should have said so," he said, stretching his neck. "I've been waiting to spare the talk. Move, finish the job, and be done." He had barely finished speaking before he drew 2 cleavers. "Do it." He and his men strode straight toward Wu Ya, exemplifying paid muscle, terse, and ruthless twin blades glinting coldly. No needless words, only the swing of steel. Wu Ya saw this, and his eyes flared with rage. "Damn," he spat, "that bastard." In truth, he had rehearsed many threats on the way over. Though he often boasted he feared Yi Qiu not when it came to real violence, he felt a flicker of apprehension. Yi Qiu now had numbers, money, and territory. His reputation preceded him. Wu Ya was fierce, but not foolisher. As long as he could regain face, he preferred not to rip open a feud. Yet unexpectedly, none of his rehearsed words were used. He had run into such a brazen fighter. Speechless or not, Wu Ya was no coward. He led his men forward. As one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, his strength was formidable. The title Shashan, who suggested the ferocity of a famished tiger pouncing on prey. He was the notorious brute among the 5 tigers. Those who fell into his hands seldom fared well. He raised his blade and hacked with savage ferocity. Clang! His edge met Jia Qiangu's cleaver in a ringing clash. "Fuck," Wu Ya thought with alarm. "What is this bastard's background?" He had always been confident in his own strength, yet this man's combat skill equaled his. Undoubtedly a Red Pole level fighter, and one of the very best. "Damn," Wu Ya roared. "Have Yi Qiu's men grown so numerous and capable now?" His blade became even more vicious. He was not the only one surprised. Across from him, Jia Qiangu muttered, "Damn. This punk can actually fight." His hands never stilled, but inwardly he resolved, "God damn it, it'll make Data pay me later, or he'll take a loss." The thought of collecting payment hardened Jia Qiangu. His ferocity surged. At that moment, another contingent appeared at the far end of the long street. Xiaomian, who came with a swarm of men heading this way. Wu Ya grinned, "My men have arrived." He glared at Jia Qiangu. "Now you're finished." Jia Qiangu shifted his gaze to Xiaomian, who but showed no change of emotion. Given the relationship between Wu Ya and Xiaomian, who the short man showing up was hardly surprising. In an instant, Xiaomian who joined the fight, and the duel became 1 against 2. In his head, Jia Qiangu cried, "Money. Damn it, I must get paid." In such a scene, not getting paid would be an affront to himself. Xiaomian, who and Wu Ya watched Jia Qiangu grow ever more ferocious, and clicked their tongues. It was only an ordinary conflict. Why was this man fighting as if for his life? "We came simply to reclaim face, and must you risk life and limb for cash?" Clearly, Jia Qiangu was willing to gamble his life for pay, while Wu Ya and Xiaomian, who were not. For a time, the two were actually held back by Jia Qiangu, fighting both of them alone. On the long street, though Jia Qiangu bore wounds driven by the thought of payment, he grew ever fiercer. Wu Ya himself was hardly better off. Bloodied from head to toe, he looked miserable. Before long, footsteps sounded from the other end of the street. Dung Guanzai strode in with his men, his shameless gait brazen. As he neared the battle, he vaulted a railing with practiced flamboyance and ostentatious gesture of arrogance. Figures suddenly swarmed from around the long street, closing in on Wu Ya and Xiaomian Hu. Even Wu Ya, who had seen many scenes, could not help a change in his expression. Still alive. Dung Guanzai came over and glanced at Jia Qiangu, his tone as arrogant as ever. Even if you die, I won't, Jia Qiangu returned without courtesy. Their words sounded like rivals cursing each other's early death, and with the force amassed before them, a chill rose in Wai's heart. With Xiaomian, who joining the fray, much of Wai's pressure eased. Yet the shift to Ani against Wu only excited Jia Qiangu more. He slashed while thinking, this job deserves extra pay, I can't shortchange myself. Meanwhile, Xiaomian, Hu, and Wu Ya grew increasingly baffled. Isn't this an ordinary tussle? Why is the other side throwing his life away? They had come only to reclaim face, not to risk their lives. On the long street, although Jia Qiangu bore wounds, the thought of money drove him to fight harder. Opposite him, Wu Ya was likewise bloodied and looked wretched. Soon footsteps came from the other side of the street. Dung Guanzai and his men approached with brazen strides. As he neared the scene, he casually steadied himself on the railing with a fluid motion. Figures spilled forth around them, closing in on Wu Ya and Xiaomian Hu. Even the seasoned Wai's face shifted. You're still alive. Dung Guanzai approached and glanced at Jia Qiangu. Even if you die, I won't, Jia Qiangu retorted. Their exchange sounded like mutual curses for early death, and against this show of force, Wu Ya felt a coldness in his gut. He did not know Jia Qiangu well, but he recognized Dung Guanzai. After all, Dung Guanzai was one of Yi Qiu's earliest lieutenants. His rise had been carved out with real blood. By comparison, Jia Qiangu might fight well, but he was more of a lone brawler, and his reputation did not resound like Dung Guanzai's. Seeing Dung Guanzai, Wai's face darkened. Where is your boss? He asked, lifting his chin. Tell Yi Qiu to come out and talk to me. Dung Guanzai paid him no heed. Who do you think you are? He sneered. Do you think Qiu Ji would come out to yak with you, eh? He glanced at his men behind him and spat invective. Wu Ya Wu Go. Give you a little face and you act like one of Dong Xing's 5 tigers. Take away that face, and what are you? Compared with Jia Qiangu's taciturn brutality, Dung Guanzai's arrogance and verbal barbs were equally notorious. He tapped his steel blade on the railing and called his men forward. Dare to come onto our turf. Dung Guanzai stared at them. Are you two looking for death? Under the weight of numbers, the already injured Wai's hairs stood on end. In truth, before coming, he had not meant to come to blows with Yi Qiu's men. Who would have expected to meet a professional like Jia Qiangu, who started fighting at once? Seeing this, Wu Ya simply tossed his knife aside. Fine, he gritted, you win. The blade clanged against the ground. Wu Ya turned to leave. He had seen Jia Qiangu's Ani against Wu prowess, and it had unnerved him. Now with Dung Guanzai present as well, there was no point in fighting. He cast a cold look at Jia Qiangu and Dung Guanzai and snorted. Wait. Jia Qiangu suddenly spoke up. Did I tell you to leave? Wai's brow furrowed as he swallowed a profane retort. What if I don't leave? Do you dare kill me right here? When he said that, he still sounded confident. After all, they were all of Dongxing. He could not believe the two would kill him. Just compensate me 500,000 for a cup of tea, Jia Qiangu said calmly. Then we'll call today's matter settled. Why don't you go rob someone? Wai's lip twitched. I had so many men, I didn't bill you for their medical expenses. And you still dare ask me for money? Dung Guanzai stood by listening, utterly speechless. That bastard, it seemed truly, was someone who would die for money.